Hello guys, like this video guys, for more interesting parts. Chapter 1. When he came to his senses, Lu Ming was already standing on the dilapidated street. Everywhere you look are houses and shops covered with weeds and moss, as well as vehicles that are either abandoned or not. Taking off his sweat-stained earphones, Lu Ming looked at the unfamiliar street with 3 parts of confusion and 7 parts of suspicion. If he remembered correctly, he should be doing his daily morning exercises downstairs in the dormitory building. Suddenly, everything went dark and he found himself here. He didn't pinch his face because the soreness in his legs reminded him that this was not a dream. Subconsciously, I wanted to take a few steps, but a pale yellow light curtain suddenly blocked my way. The pain from the collision of my forehead once again confirmed that this was reality. Gently awaken your sleeping heart and slowly open your eyes. Suddenly, a very familiar piece of music came into my ears, and a lively and cheerful AI electronic synthesized voice suddenly began to give a speech with the background music of "Tomorrow Will Be Better." Welcome, welcome, welcome residents from Blue Star, congratulations on becoming the protagonists of the 66,666th strategy for the end of Galan. I hope you like this hometown pop music that I carefully selected for you. The end of Galan? A strategy to capture the protagonist? What? Traveling through time? Another world? Or a mysterious black experiment? As an amateur writer with a bit of a middle school mentality, he had fantasized countless times about traveling to another world, gaining a halo, becoming Long Aotian to kill the devil, marrying 3 wives and 4 concubines, and reaching the peak of his life. However, this time was obviously not what he expected. It was the end of the world, and it was an end of the world that needed a strategy. It would definitely not be a state of "tomorrow will be better." What the hell is this end of the world? What the hell is this strategy? I make millions on a single deal. Do you want me to be your protagonist? Let me go back now. While I was deep in thought, a shout suddenly came from behind me. Lu Ming turned around following the sound and saw a middle-aged man in sunglasses wearing a denim vest, flip-flops, and beach pants half held up, cursing at the sky. It looked like he was transferred here while using the toilet. He couldn't help but sigh that this was the way the rich summoned people, and it was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people like us. At this time, the uncle was holding a cigarette, looking around as if trying to find the source of the sound, and Lu Ming also lost interest in him. Looking around, in addition to the uncle in sunglasses, there are dozens of strange men and women who are also shrouded in the light curtain. They are either dazed and frightened or confused and bewildered. They look at each other in confusion. Feeling overwhelmed? In fact, I am the same. It was simply because of his unlucky background that he maintained his habitual calm and composure. This is planet 618 in the Gala Galaxy, which has an ecological environment that is highly similar to that of the Blue Planet. Due to a natural disaster of unknown origin, the entire planet has been eroded by alien energy, making the current world a nest of tyrannical alien creatures. And you are the chosen ones. You can either completely annihilate them, survive to the end, and reap all the honor and wealth, or be hunted down by them and become the nutrients for their continued evolution. I don't know if it was responding to the man's shouting or an inevitable announcement, but the electronic voice began to seriously introduce the local background. The coffee blue system. If this is true, then the transfer operation carried out by the civilization beyond Blue Star has basically said goodbye to the possibility of returning to Blue Star on its own. If this is false and is an experiment to deceive people, then we have to prove it before we can get a conclusion. The most urgent thing is to stay calm, obtain as much information as possible, and write down every word carefully. Those of you who have come here suddenly must be confused and panicked, but it doesn't matter. In order to eliminate your worries, we have thoughtfully prepared 7 survival signs. I hope you will keep them in mind. First, destruction is rebirth. As the world is being eroded, it is also evolving, giving birth to a new energy system. Understand it, control it, and use it, and you will become extremely powerful. Second, being blind will lead to death. Under the cover of the erosion force, the water source has been polluted. Before you have the means to resist, use all external water sources with caution, except for those who have strong tastes and regard life as dirt. Third, the willows are blooming again on the banks of the willows. You don't have to feel anxious because of this. In order to reduce your survival burden, countless supply boxes of different sizes are scattered all over the world. Airdrops will occasionally appear, and they contain precious survival resources, such as some life-saving food, a handy tool, a bottle of body-strengthening potion, and a map of the most important area in the end times. Don't worry about missing them, because they are very special and you will be attracted to them at first sight. As for whether you can take them for yourself, it all depends on your strength and luck. Fourth, disasters never come singly. Before humans discovered fire, the night was more terrifying than wild beasts. In the Gala Galaxy, this terror will be infinitely magnified because night is the most active period for alienated creatures. Shrouded in darkness, they will become more ferocious and violent. Even higher-level beings will sneak out at night to find fun. So everyone must be careful. If you do not have the power to crush the area, please do not travel at night without permission. Fifth, when survival begins, everyone will gain 4 general functions, which can solve many shortcomings in life and provide you with various conveniences. Please familiarize yourself with them as soon as possible and use them flexibly. Sixth, survival is like sailing against the current. Don't try to survive by hiding. Being cautious is important, but strength is the foundation of survival. In order to allow you to have an adaptation period, the alienation level of the current world is temporarily suppressed. The suppression force will not last forever. It will decay every 30 days. Each decay will increase the alienation level of the current area by 1 level. Be prepared for danger in times of peace and move forward bravely. This is the key to survival. Seventh, civilization is lost, order is chaotic, and there are no rules in the world. You are the embodiment of freedom. Your choices, your actions, and all your goals are for survival. It depends on your will whether to preserve humanity or destroy it, whether to be friendly and mutually supportive or absolutely selfish, whether to establish new rules or become the overlord of chaos. As long as you are strong enough and rich enough, no one dares to condemn you, judge you, or punish you. You are the world. You are the god of the world. So everyone, survive. Explore. Become stronger. You will have everything. You will. Bang. Before he could finish his words, his voice was suddenly cut off, the cheerful and even somewhat crazy survival reminder came to an abrupt end, and the world suddenly fell silent. However, this silence did not last long. The background music of "Tomorrow Will Be Better" sounded again, but the follow-up was no longer the cheerful and lively electronic music, but the cold, stiff, and emotionless subtitle projection. Survival Tips End. Start restarting the Jialan world. Integrating civilization progress. Civilization progress has been integrated. Unifying the language system. Language system has been unified. World channel is under construction. World channel has been built. Constructing trading space. Trading space has been constructed. Restoring city functions. Urban functions have been restored. The Jialan world has been restarted, the biological force field is about to be lifted, and the countdown to the doomsday strategy has begun. 300. 259. Brush. As the projected subtitles turned into a striking white countdown, the pale yellow light curtain in front of him faded away. Chapter 2. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses in an instant. It's not because of a strong will, but because of a strange smell that goes straight to the head. It was a sickening, sour stench. He subconsciously held his breath, and was shocked by the scene before him the next second. Why? Because everything I saw before was separated by the biological force field, it has changed dramatically. The originally desolate and peaceful streets were now filled with huge grey-white maggots. They are huge and fat, comparable in size to adult wild boars. Through their skin, you can clearly see the liquid bubbling inside the insect's body and the colorful red, blue and green internal organs. They squirmed madly, and streams of thick yellow-green mucus oozed from their abdomens, corroding and decomposing the weeds and dead trees on the street. The breeze blew by, bringing unforgettable stimulation to everyone. That was the source of the stench. Ugh! What are these? Looking at those giant maggots, some people retched, some were terrified, but Lu Ming did not stop and ran forward. The giant maggots were clearly wriggling, but they seemed not to see him, which meant that they were either suppressed or sealed. Considering the biological force field that had previously sealed itself off and filtered out alien creatures from the outside, Lu Ming speculated that it was most likely the same thing, but the countdown for the survivors had not yet ended, so the alien creatures were temporarily unable to move. In this case, the current top priority is obvious, which is to find a place to take temporary refuge. Hello! Seeing Lu Ming suddenly running wildly, everyone who was shocked by the giant maggots reacted in unison and quickly ran in all directions. Lu Ming had already distanced himself from the crowd and was now looking around at his surroundings. It can't be considered good luck, nor can it be considered bad luck, as the place where they are located happens to be a relatively old commercial street. No, it's more like a commercial alley than a commercial street, which is an ordinary street with storefronts on the first floor and residential areas on the second floor. Looking up at the residential area covered with creeping grass, Lu Ming was extremely excited. Firstly, the community is a residential area, and there is a high possibility that there are leftover survival supplies and daily necessities. At worst, there may be a few handy tools. Secondly, the community has a commanding height, can observe a larger and farther range, and can obtain more geographical information, which has obvious advantages. Unfortunately, there was only so much time to prepare, and it was simply impossible to get in. Not to mention whether it was possible to run into the community from the alley. Even if you got in, you might not be able to find a door that was not locked and was safe indoors. The first choice is no longer hopeful, so we can only focus on the present, which is the shops on both sides. Private supermarkets, breakfast, lunch, and dinner restaurants, and hardware stores are of course good choices. The first two options have both supplies and tools, and the latter option has absolutely all the tools. Stationery stores, photo studios, barber shops, and real estate agencies are the worst choices. Apart from being able to temporarily avoid alien invasions, they can't expect anything else. Finally, there are decent mobile phone agencies, including repairs, home appliance repairs and affordable pharmacies. The former has repair tools, and the latter has medicines. Medicines are never redundant at any time, unless they are all expired. In that case, God wants to give you a great mission, and you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. However, he ran several hundred meters and scanned dozens of shops. All the shops dealing with food, tools, and medicine were either closed, occupied by giant maggots, or simply filled with them, as if they were deliberately not leaving the best option for you. At this point, all the best options were destroyed. There were a few safe shops such as stationery stores, real estate agencies, and barber shops. Lu Ming wrote them all down as a final backup, and looked at the countdown in front of him. There were still 2 minutes left, so he still had a chance to try his luck. Dozens of seconds passed, and finally God rewarded him. When there was only 1 minute and 20 seconds left in the countdown, he saw a mobile phone repair shop with its shutter door half open and the glass door closed, but the chain was hanging empty. Apart from 3 giant maggots squatting on both sides of the door, there was no sign of the existence of alien species inside. That's it. After locking onto the target, Lu Ming sprinted with all his strength, removed the chain lock, pushed open the glass door, crouched down and squeezed half of his body inside. He did not rush in, but looked around and searched everywhere. After making sure that there was no living creature in any corner including the ceiling, he pushed open the glass door, jumped up, pulled down the rolling shutter to isolate himself from the outside world, then closed the door with his backhand, wrapped the chain around the door handle, and tied it tightly. Who? After doing all this, Lu Ming's clothes were soaked, as if he had run 10 kilometers, and he sat down on the ground limply. His temples were beating rapidly and his breathing became extremely rapid, but his eyes refused to blink and stared at the countdown. 30, 20, 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The timer is over, the alien biological force field is lifted, I wish you all the best and a smooth journey ahead. The subtitles slowly disappeared and reappeared, but this time what appeared was no longer a countdown, but a property panel. But before he could take a closer look, there was a surging and squirming sound outside, followed by a foul smell that penetrated the two doors and a shriek like a baby crying. Lu Ming felt horrified and his heart was shaken. He felt his scalp tingling and his whole body moved inward involuntarily. It wasn't until my back was against the maintenance counter that I finally felt a little safe. It was obvious that the giant maggots had lifted the blockade and there was no peace outside the house anymore. The only thing to be thankful for was that he would not be killed for the time being. After taking a few deep breaths and calming himself down, Lu Ming refocused his attention on the attribute panel in front of him. It is very similar to the character panel in the game. At the top is a photo of yourself, which is consistent with the ID photo and extremely clear. You can see your full body mirror image when you click on it, which is very magical. Below is personal information. Name, Lu Ming. Gender, male. No, 66,666. Age, 24. Specialization level, undetected, click to start scanning the subject. General functions, collection world channel trading space baggage. There wasn't much information, just a few lines, but it brought up a lot of questions. What I am most concerned about is the undetected part after the specialization level. Click to scan subject. It was becoming more and more like a game, yet the reality was so real that he found it hard to put into words. Not having the time to think about these thankless tasks, Lu Ming clicked not detected with the attitude of giving it a try. It's amazing that there is actually touch feedback, just like clicking on a mobile phone screen, and the feel is real. Begin to check physical data. A beam of blue light shot out from the panel, scanning Lu Ming from top to bottom. Data detection completed, level assessment, junior soldier. Instantly, the undetected after the strength level was changed to junior soldier. It seems that this is the realm of strength that Jialan reached at the end of the world. Click for details. Primary soldier, has the initial conditions to become a hunting warrior, slightly stronger than ordinary people, can increase his rank by swallowing specialized crystals, current progress, 0/10. Specialized crystal, a precious energy body that appears after purifying alien creatures. It contains huge energy. In addition to improving the specialization level, it can also be used as a consumable to replace most energy consumption. After learning about the levels and how to upgrade them, Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. As a result, the survival situation, which already did not allow one to lie down, has been made even worse. Because the only known way to become stronger is to confront alien creatures head-on. Chapter 3. Forget it, since it cannot be avoided, I have to learn to accept my fate. The key is to continue to obtain information. Giving up his fantasy, Lu Ming clicked on the general function and started browsing one by one. Collection, a universal function that can quickly decompose biological corpses and extract the essence of substances. To use, select the collection target and recite it silently. The range of action is 1 meter. It can only be used on dead creatures, and the restrictions are very clear. but he still tried it once on a repair counter and mobile phone accessories. As expected, it was prompted that it cannot be used on non-collection types, and it seems that there are no special cases to find, so he gave up and continued to the next one. World Channel, a universal function that can open a communication channel to communicate with all survivors. To open it, just recite it silently. Lu Ming silently opened the large-scale communication platform. A blue chat box appeared next to the attribute panel, listing 4 sections: World, Country, Region, Private Chat. Information is churning across the world's plates, with fierce conversations taking place in countless languages. Although I can't understand the whole sentence, I can capture individual words. The amazing thing is that no matter what language the captured words are, I can understand their meaning with a very localized consciousness. This should be the effect of the unified language system. The interface also gives a friendly prompt at this time, informing you that you can pause automatic scrolling and flip through the pages manually by clicking the message box. In order to familiarize himself with the operation, Lu Ming paused the scrolling of information as instructed. It was at this moment that he noticed a not-so-detailed detail: everyone who sent a message was authenticated by real name, and both the avatar and the name were the real person. There are many advantages to doing this, but there are also many disadvantages. Fortunately, everyone is barefoot, so there is no need to worry about information being exposed. If you are really worried, you can choose not to show yourself. After all, there are many people who read novels without commenting on them, so what's wrong with just reading and not talking about them? As for the content of the communication in the channel, Lu Ming just glanced at it and stopped reading it. They are either boasting about their own country or insulting other countries, and engaging in meaningless map bombing. Maybe someone deliberately created conflicts and provoked a melee. To be honest, it's a bit boring. Normal life is fine, but it's rare that he can still maintain his trolling nature in this situation. However, it can also be judged from this that there are quite a few people who have obtained shelter at the beginning, which further proves that in the face of danger, human survival instinct is very tenacious. Change template. Jump to the domestic module, and the section becomes comfortable instantly. It's not because of the quality problem, but because the language is unified and looks neat. He didn't read the chat content carefully. It was basically just venting negative emotions. It was a chaotic state with everyone talking about their own things and there was no useful information. Turning to the regional sector, the frequency of news updates has improved significantly. Although the lines are still rushing up one by one, at least the reading speed can keep up. Chen Hai, how are you guys doing? Wang Yang, I found a real estate agency in the last 10 seconds. It was relatively safe except that there were not many supplies or tools. But the monsters outside made very creepy noises. I was a little scared and didn't know what to do next. Bao Zhengcheng, they are all pretty much the same. I wanted to find a bakery or restaurant to go to, but they were all those weirdos. In the end, I could only choose a barber shop. But I was lucky. The boss seemed to live here. There was a box of unfinished instant noodles and a few unopened bottles of mineral water in the storage room. If anyone needs them later, please let me know. It would be nice if you can contribute. Fang Peng, is this true? Uncle is awesome. How about giving me 2 packs now? I have a big appetite. Jin Qi, I want some too. Uncle, give me a few packs too. Me too. Uncle, look at me. Uncle. Chen Hai, everyone has a 500 ml bottle of pure water and 2 compressed biscuits in their space bag. If used to the limit, they can survive for 3 days. If urine and other means of satisfying hunger are taken into account, they can barely survive for 5 days. It would be reasonable to ask for help at that time. Fang Peng, who are you? My dad? My dad doesn't care about me, why do I need you to teach me? That's right, everyone can speak the truth. Is it wrong to want to stock up more supplies? The dog catches the mouse. Brother, the identification is complete. Chen Hai, this is the end of the world. It's not a natural disaster. There is no rescue team to save you. Everyone wants to survive. Instead of relying on yourself, you have to use the kindness of others to fill your greed. What kind of values are these? That's called exploitation. Uncle Bao shouldn't be so honest. In this special period, who knows what kind of rotten fish and shrimps are on the other side? If you give them, what will you do? Don't show off your wealth. Fang Peng, who are you calling a rotten fish or a rotten shrimp? If the situation wasn't special, do you believe I would have cut you in the past? Jin Qi, you said that our values are problematic. I'm afraid that you won't get anything after Uncle Bao distributes the things, so you deliberately come out to be a good person to win his favor, and then go to ask for it alone. I've seen a lot of people like you, each one more scheming than the other. If that's the case, then it's really disgusting, it's disgusting to the extreme. Chen Hai, I am different from you. I have my own bottom line. Bottom line? Can that be eaten? It's more plausible to say that you can't bring yourself to do badly and can't stand seeing others do better than you. What the hell? Bao Zhengcheng, oh, this is my fault. Everyone, stop arguing. Brother Chen has a point. Besides, we can't give it to so many people. Let's put it this way. 5 days is indeed too long. If anyone can't hold on after 3 days, please let me know. I will help if I can. Tisk, 3 days? You'll still have some left after 3 days? You'll definitely be full 3 times a day, so why would you care about our lives? I suspect he was showing off on purpose. He made up a nice wording to avoid angering everyone. Now that his goal has been achieved, he must be secretly happy. Bao Zhengcheng? I think he has evil intentions. Indeed, it's the end of the world, who would want to share things with others? It's a lie. Bao Zhengcheng did not reply, probably because he was angry, as the words below became more intense because of his silence. Look, his intentions have been exposed, and he dares not say anything. This kind of person is even more disgusting than Dong Ji. Looking at these heart-piercing words, Lu Ming was deeply touched. He knew that the environment would change the concept of survival and distort human nature, but he did not expect that people would change so quickly. He clicked on the avatars of both Chen Hai and Bao Zhengcheng. The former had a resolute face, a flat head and a square face. Although he didn't have sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, at least he was masculine and upright. Combined with what he said, it was very likely that he was an upright person in the original world. The latter is a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing ordinary clothes, glasses, thin, and with a very easy-going face. Although I don't know whether his words are true or not, it is obviously untenable to show off his luck. It is understandable that teenagers still have the spirit to show off, but how many office workers in their 40s have not been smoothed by society? They are the group that are too lazy to join in the fun. In the past, people would not be so mean. It seems that at the end of the world, we still have to restrain our unnecessary kindness. Loving ourselves is the only truth. As for supporting others, it depends on our ability and the object. There was no more useful information after that, so Lu Ming turned off the World Channel and started reading the third general function. Trading line, a universal function that allows you to open a trading platform to buy and sell items. It is extremely convenient. To open it, just recite it silently. It is easy to understand and simple to use, but not many people are selling it at the moment. Come to think of it, if you want to get this thing up and running, it will take at least a certain amount of time to accumulate. Now we are all in fear of the unknown, so how can we have the time to play with these things? Then the only thing left is the last universal function, space luggage. This is a concept that Hawaii people have more or less heard of: storage rings, storage spaces, Doraemon's 4-dimensional pockets. There is always one that belongs to your memory. Space baggage, universal function, used to store items, excluding living things. Time stands still in the space, and the same items can be stacked infinitely. After death, the bag falls off and becomes ownerless. To open it, just recite silently. After death, they enter a state of being ownerless. It seems that in the future, they will not only have to fight with alien species, but also compete with their own kind for interests. This further strengthened his idea of keeping himself out of trouble. Space bag. He silently recited it and a backpack panel appeared in front of Lu Ming. 2 rows and 10 columns, a total of 20 grids. The first 2 boxes were consistent with Chen Ha's description, a 500 ml bottle of purified water and 2 compressed biscuits. The third box, the third frame? It was a golden gift box, an item that Chen Hai had not described. Lu Ming held his breath and clicked on the gift box. 4 large gold-plated characters with a string of instructions came into his sight. Mysterious gift box, since your number is the same as the survival guide batch, you will be given a lucky gift. Chapter 4. A lucky gift. God is my witness, he is a genuine non-African, a regular participant in supermarket awards, a guaranteed big spender in game draws, and he even improved his bloodline after entering the apocalypse. Lu Ming was stunned for 3 seconds, and suddenly a prompt popped up. A mysterious gift box has been detected. Open it to get 3 chances to win a prize. Do you want to open it immediately? If you choose no, the gift box will be rejected by default and will be randomly given to a lucky person. Transfer? Is this a choice? Open now. Congratulations on getting 3 chances to draw prizes. 1 prize will be randomly selected from the 4 categories of supplies, skills, weapons, and special items. 3 draws guarantee a high-level reward. Please select the draw method, single draw, / 3 consecutive draws. 3 consecutive draws. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level skill Advanced Appraisal. Congratulations on obtaining the E-level skill Ordinary Sword Skills. Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive skill Sublimation. This is a skill nest. There are 3 consecutive skills, except for 1 E-level Grey skill, the remaining 2 are rarer than the other. Brush. As he was surprised, the gift box disintegrated and then recondensed in the air, turning into 3 balls of light, 1 grey, 1 gold, and 1 red, which flew towards him rapidly. It was a bit magical to watch. He wanted to demonstrate the extreme reaction of a human being and tried to dodge consciously, but before he could move, he was hit directly by the 3 balls of light. Successfully acquired the S-level skill Advanced Appraisal. Successfully learned the E-level skill Ordinary Sword Skills. Successfully acquired the exclusive skill Sublimation. Suddenly, countless unknown information appeared in my mind. I quickly opened the property panel and found that the information had indeed changed. Name, Lu Ming. Gender, male. No, 66,666. Age, 24. Specialization level, Junior Soldier. General functions, Collection World Channel Trading Space Baggage. Skills, Ordinary Sword Skills, E-level, Advanced Appraisal, S-level, Sublimation, Exclusive. Open the skill information immediately, and the order should naturally start from the rarest. Sublimation, no grade. Category, Exclusive Skills. Effect, consume a certain amount of specialized crystals to permanently upgrade the grade of any object by 1 level. The same target cannot be used repeatedly. Object, Lu Ming. Skill characteristics, transfer after death. After reading the description of the skill effect, Lu Ming felt his blood boiling. Raising the grade of any object by 1 level means that anything in his hands will evolve and sublimate to a higher level, such as that 500 ml bottle of pure water. Thinking of this, Lu Ming directly took out the 500 ml bottle of pure water, clenched it and silently said, Sublimation. Brush. Hint: sublimating 500 ml of pure water requires one specialized crystal. The first time you use the exclusive skill, you will get 3 no consumption privileges. Are you sure you want to use the no consumption privilege once to sublimate 500 ml of pure water into 500 ml of multifunctional sports drink? Confirm: use a specialized crystal. Confirm: use once without consumption privilege. Cancel. 3 no consumption privileges. Staring at the privilege consumption option in the confirmation window, Lu Ming seemed to be thinking about something. I see. I was worried that using specialized crystals from the beginning might be too demanding, so I gave them a chance to try it out. It's pretty user-friendly. However, it would be foolish to use the privilege on pure water that was only worth one specialized crystal. It would be more economical to use it to offset the huge cost. Especially the option of improving strength. After all, food is gone after eating, but having strength means having an endless supply of food. Realizing this, Lu Ming immediately cancelled the option of sublimation pure water. However, before cancelling, he accidentally discovered that he could view information about functional drinks in the sublimation option. Click to view. 500 ml multifunctional beverage. Category: secondary beverage. Effect: contains rich energy substances. Only 100 ml can relieve dehydration, fatigue, weakness, and other mild negative symptoms at the same time. Shelf life: 3 years. Both the efficacy and shelf life are unexpectedly strong. It is completely different from the sports drinks on Blue Star, and it is even more incomparable to ordinary purified water. It can be seen that the second-level beverage must be difficult to obtain, and it can only be obtained by opening the supply box. What made him even more gratified was that the sublimation skill was so considerate. Although level 2 items were definitely better than level 1 items, it was of vital importance to be able to obtain detailed information before sublimation. The biggest advantage is that it provides comparison. For the same first-level supplies, purified water and compressed biscuits, if a bottle of drink can solve both dehydration and fatigue, then the priority of sublimation satiety food will be lower. For example, when upgrading 2 similar types of weapons, or when there are multiple options for upgrading, the importance of detailed information will be more prominent. This is undoubtedly a magical skill, and it is worth further study. However, there is no rush to verify the idea, so let's finish reading the other 2 skills first. Go to the second skill and select View. Advanced Appraisal, S level. Category: Support Skills. Description: the target information can be read when used. Scope of application: individual. Degree of information acquisition: relatively detailed. The method of use was not explained, but I already had a very clear concept of use in my mind. Release the idea of identification, and a blue outline will appear on everything your eyes pass by. After locking on, just silently say the word identify in your mind, and you can use the skill to read the detailed information of the item. Identification. Staring at the glass display case in front of him, he released advanced identification, and a string of information came into his mind. Old Xinggui brand glass display cabinet. Information: this is a display cabinet that is a bit old. It was produced by the Xinggui Display Cabinet Processing Factory and later purchased by Peng Ji, the owner of an innovation mobile phone repair shop. It is now on the verge of being scrapped. It was indeed quite detailed, even the names of the production factory and the buyer could be obtained, and the effect was extremely obvious. In his opinion, even if the identification skill could not be compared with the exclusive skill in terms of rarity, its utility was no less than that of the exclusive skill, especially in this unknown apocalypse. It could be called the Eye of Truth. It was a pity that he did not dare to show his head now, otherwise he could identify the maggot species and see if he could get some useful information, such as habits, characteristics, or attack methods. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming continued to check the third skill, Ordinary Swordsmanship. Ordinary sword skills, E level. Category: Combat Skills. Effect: Initially master the use of cutting tools. The E-level skill is well deserved of its reputation. There is only one sentence, which highlights a perfunctory tone, but he is still happy in his heart, not for anything else, but as he said, in the end times, anything that improves strength is a priceless treasure and is worthy of his careful attention. At this point, you have a general understanding of the skills, and what remains is to think of the most perfect application plan possible based on the exclusive skills. While deep in thought, Lu Ming reviewed the effect of sublimation again and read every word carefully. Consuming a certain amount of specialized crystals, you can permanently upgrade the grade of any object. Anything. Could it be that? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up with a bright light, and a bold idea flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, "Choose to upgrade the exclusive skill." Chapter 5. Reminder: Sublimation of the exclusive skill. Sublimation requires 1 million specialized crystals. You have 3 privileges without consumption. Are you sure you want to consume one privilege to sublimate the exclusive skill sublimation to a higher level? Confirmed. Consumes 1 million specialized crystals. Confirm. Consume once without consuming privileges. Cancel. 1 million specialized crystals. It's okay that the quantity is scary, but why are the names of the consumables different? View specialized crystals. Specialized crystals, a massive energy substance. Its energy content is equivalent to that of 100 specialized crystal blocks. It is the top energy currency in the Gala Galaxy and can replace all energy consumption. Only by purifying a very small number of alienated creatures can one have a chance to obtain it. They are all overlords among alien creatures. Specialized crystal blocks? New names of substances have appeared. Specialized crystal block, high energy matter. Its energy content level is equivalent to that of 100 specialized crystals. It is the intermediate energy currency of the Gala Galaxy, which can replace 90% of energy consumption. There is a chance to obtain it by purifying king-level alien creatures. Specialized crystals, specialized crystal blocks, specialized crystals. Now you have a complete understanding of the energy currency of the end of Jialan. But the more he understood, the more frightened he became. Lu Ming didn't know how powerful the overlord-level alien creatures were, but just from the text description of the specialized crystals, he could see the tip of the iceberg. That was definitely not a creature he could gaze at now, and he couldn't even imagine it. So looking at the exaggerated consumption number, Lu Ming didn't hesitate at all. Confirm to consume the privilege once. Tip: the exclusive skill sublimation has been successfully sublimated to a higher level. Since this skill appears for the first time, please name it. First appearance? Could it be that he is the only one who has acquired this skill? After 2 seconds of silence, Lu Ming whispered, "Ultimate sublimation." Hint: the exclusive skill ultimate sublimation has been named successfully. Instantly, the information about sublimation in my mind was replaced by new content, and at the same time, the exclusive skill column in the attribute panel changed from red to colorful. Ultimate sublimation. Category: exclusive skills. Effect: consume a certain amount of specialized crystals to permanently upgrade the quality of any object by 1 or 2 grades. The same target cannot be used repeatedly. Object: Lu Ming. Skill characteristics: level exceeds limit, cannot be detected, disappears after death. Seeing the changes in skill levels and effects, Lu Ming's face was filled with ecstasy that he couldn't hide. For a moment, even the cries of the maggots outside became refreshing and pleasant. The level cannot be determined, just cater to the first appearance in the prompt. 2 grades means a higher upper limit, and 1 or 2 grades means more flexible choices. The key is that the skill characteristic changes from being transferred after death to disappearing after death. In other words, this skill is truly exclusive to you and will never be acquired by anyone else. Although it seems to be of no use, I feel a sense of comfort psychologically. What I hate most is having my inheritance collected by people who have nothing to do with me or who I killed. As for the level exceeding the limit and being unable to be detected, it is probably in a state that cannot be spied on. There are 2 free of consumption privileges left. After the ultimate sublimation and the baptism of huge price, Lu Ming has a clear judgment on the users of the privileges. In one word, expensive. Yes, it's that superficial. If you think that the more expensive something is, the better it is on Blue Star, you may be paying an IQ tax. But in the last days, expensive things must have their reasons for being expensive. Don't ask why. It's because of the living environment and your intuition. With the enthusiasm to try new things, Lu Ming attempted to sublimate everything on his body that could be sublimated, and found that it was basically consistent with his guess. The cost of sublimating clothes and miscellaneous items was extremely small, basically within the range of a specialized crystal. However, skills and specialization levels, which increase one's own strength, require a large number of crystals. To upgrade the ordinary swordsmanship of E level, 10 specialized crystals are needed for the first level and 50 for the second level. Ordinary swordsmanship can be directly upgraded to excellent swordsmanship of C level, and the official value of E level skills to C level skills can be indirectly understood. As for the S level advanced appraisal, he was even more shocked, because the cost of sublimating it by 2 levels was no less than that of an exclusive skill, reaching a huge price of 900,000 alienated crystals. This huge amount directly made him decide that he must invest in it for the second time without consumption privilege. Drip drip drip. Just as Lu Ming was about to start the advanced appraisal, an email icon with a blue exclamation mark suddenly lit up on the side of the property panel. Clicking to view, it showed that there was a video file transfer in the regional chat history, and informed that if such notifications were not needed, they could be set in the world channel. Video file. When he opened the regional section, the chat records quickly emerged. Everyone's were filled with fear and shock, which instantly made Lu Ming feel that the content of the video was not simple. He opened the chat history and located the video file. The person who posted the video was a young man named Bai Yang. His profile picture looked fair and clean, probably less than 20 years old. There was no extra information, just a single video. Lu Ming turned on the video, and the first shot was a view from a high-rise window overlooking the street. In the center of the view were 4 simply armed strong men. They were wearing several layers of clothing, and their arms and thighs were also tied with protective gear made of clothing. In their hands were various knives for chopping bones and shaving meat. Lu Ming glanced at the shop behind them and found that it was indeed a fresh meat shop. Perhaps they didn't find any edible meat, so they wanted to use the weapons in their hands to try to hunt the maggots at the door. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should envy them for their good luck or lament their bad luck. Back to the few people, as soon as they met, they locked onto a giant maggot and started to besiege it. It was obvious that it was a well-planned attack, and everyone was ruthless. The maggots were instantly covered in wounds, and green blood kept spurting out, but it was not as corrosive as the yellow liquid seen before. It can be seen from this that the maggot's defense is not outstanding, and the corrosive liquid seen before is not carried throughout the body. It is probably that there are professionally placed capsules. This kind of biological structure should have a long-range spray attack method as expected. It's a pity that the hunting process was too swift, and the maggots, which were covered with wounds, became silent before they could even fight back. Seeing this, Lu Ming had a preliminary assessment of the giant maggots. Clumsy, slow, fragile, with only one means of attack. As long as you are careful and target them one by one, a single person can accomplish the kill. My mood inexplicably relaxed a little, and my fingers habitually swiped across the video, wanting to see the viewing feedback below. Yang Tianyi, how could this happen? Is that thing unkillable? Li Jinhua, 4 people died in an instant, and their deaths were so tragic. Qin Lian, there is no chance of winning. We cannot resist this thing at all. No one can survive. Can't be killed? Gone? What does that mean? Lu Ming immediately flipped back to the video file. The video was not paused. What came into view was the giant maggot that had just stopped moving. The wounds on its body were completely healed, and its entire body stood tall. What was even more bizarre was that its skin had changed from its original grayish-white to a completely dark red. Its body was constantly bulging, and an unknown blue-white energy was surging wildly on its surface. The four men showed horror on their faces and turned around to flee back to the store, but before they could move, the giant maggot stood up and swung sideways, like an eraser erasing handwriting, and the upper bodies of the two men disappeared in an instant, and blood was spilled all over the floor. The remaining two people were stunned on the spot. It was during this moment of stunnedness that the maggot suddenly sprayed out its mouthparts. It was a huge mouthpart that looked like a rift in the abyss. As it was recorded from the back, Lu Ming could not see the complete appearance of the mouthparts, but its instantaneous explosive speed and lethality were simply outrageous. In just a moment, it gouged off half of the body of one of them. The other man finally woke up from the cruel scene in front of him and ran away. However, just as Lu Ming expected, the maggots had long-range attacks. A mouthful of thick yellow liquid hit him, and blood-red steam and visible corrosion changes rose from the man's body. The stimulation caused by the severe pain made him howl and roll on the ground. After a few seconds, he was no longer able to move. The entire counterattack process took less than 10 seconds, and the voice of the last person attracted more maggots. In less than a moment, the front of the butcher shop was filled with maggots, and the remains of those people were soon eaten up by the maggots. Chapter 6. The video ended here, and the strong visual impact made Lu Ming feel dizzy. He could obviously endure any bloody and cruel scenes in the movies, but seeing real people die still made his heart beat faster and his stomach churn. I subconsciously covered my mouth and nose and swallowed my saliva to suppress my nausea. After staying calm for more than 10 seconds, the symptoms were alleviated a little. Now was not the time to be pretentious. He had missed the part where the maggots were resurrected and had to watch it again. So he closed his eyes, took 2 deep breaths, opened the video again and dragged the progress bar to the moment when the 4 men hacked the maggots to death with their knives. The leader raised his hand to collect the corpse, and suddenly countless granulations appeared on the wounds on the maggots' bodies and began to entangle and stick together. In just 5 seconds, the bruised and battered insect body recovered to its unharmed state. The motionless maggots also became extremely active. Blue-white energy surged within their bodies, their skin changed from grayish-white to dark red, and then they stood up straight, with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The following content is the counterattack process. Lu Ming has no desire to watch it a second time. After all, the 10 seconds of footage are so impressive that it cannot be forgotten in a short time. Pausing the video and staring at the maggots, Lu Ming's curiosity quickly soared. If it could be identified, if it could be identified. Unexpectedly, as Lu Ming's determination to identify the object became stronger and stronger, a blue outline suddenly appeared on the maggot's body. That's right, it was the locking effect that was generated when the identification consciousness was triggered. Only then did he understand that he didn't have to face things directly. As long as he could observe the object's essence directly, even images and photos could be used to complete the identification results. Identification. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming immediately used the identification. Sickle owl larva, E rank. Category, insect species. Description, the larvae form of an E-rank elite alien sickle owl. It moves slowly when not counterattacking and has a single attack method. Once attacked, it will enter an upright state, in which its desire to attack becomes extremely strong, and its body shape will change from crawling to upright, revealing its ferocious mouth, increasing its pressure and attack methods. Attack method: pop the mouth parts out of the cavity to directly bite the prey bite, and squeeze the stomach sac to spray out highly corrosive gastric acid spray. Sickle owl larvae. It sounds like a very lethal race, but unfortunately, even with such detailed information, there is no mention of the weaknesses of the sickle owl larvae. But as long as it is a living thing, it is impossible to be without weaknesses. Then there is only one problem: the identification level is not enough. After glancing at the advanced appraisal on the attribute panel, Lu Ming silently said, "Ultimate sublimation. Tip: please select the sublimation grade, 2nd level/1st level. Level 2. Hint: sublimating the S-level skill advanced appraisal requires 900,000 specialized crystals. You have 2 non-consumption privileges. Are you sure you want to use one privilege to upgrade the S-level skill advanced appraisal by 2 grades? Confirmed. Consumes 900,000 specialized crystals. Confirm. Consume once without consuming privileges. Cancel. Confirm to consume the privilege once. Hint: the S-level skill advanced appraisal has been successfully upgraded to a higher level. Since this skill appears for the first time, please name it. It's the first time it appears again. It seems that the 2 sublimations have allowed the 2 skills to break through their original limits. Isn't that a bit too much? Eye of Truth. Tip: the skill Eye of Truth has been named successfully, and this skill has been forcibly converted into an exclusive skill. The name of the advanced appraisal changed, becoming the same colorful as the ultimate sublimation, and was transformed into an exclusive skill. Click to view. Eye of Truth. Category: Exclusive Skills. Description: the target information can be read when used. Scope of application: individual, space. Level of information acquisition: extremely detailed. Target: Lu Ming. Skill characteristics: the level exceeds the limit, cannot be detected by any external force, and disappears after death. The usage method is no different from advanced identification, but there has been a huge breakthrough in the scope of identification and the degree of information acquisition. We will deal with the spatial identification later. The top priority now is to find out the weakness of the sickle owl larvae. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming refocused his attention on the sickle owl larva in the video. Identification. At this moment, Lu Ming himself did not realize that while using the Eye of Truth, his eyes quietly changed from black to bright gold. Sickle owl larva, E-level common. Category: insect species. Description: the larvae of the E-rank elite alien sickle owl move slowly when not counter-attacking. Once attacked, they will enter the proud state. Their desire to attack will become extremely strong, and their body will change from crawling to upright, revealing their huge mouth to increase pressure and attack methods. After devouring their prey, if they have enough energy, they will pupate on the spot and enter the evolution stage. At that time, all larvae in the area will spontaneously enter the proud state, try their best to protect the pupa, and attack all creatures outside the tribe until the pupa successfully evolves. If they do not have enough energy after devouring the prey, they will grow parts of the prey's limbs outside the larvae to increase their own combat power. Attack method: popping the mouth parts out of the cavity to directly devour the prey bite, and squeezing the stomach sac to spray out highly corrosive gastric acid spit. Features: possesses intermediate regeneration which allows rapid repair even after being cut into pieces. Weakness: nucleus. As long as the nucleus in the larvae is crushed, it can be directly destroyed. It is worth mentioning that the sickle owl larvae know their weaknesses better than any other species, and they also know that their skin and flesh are extremely fragile, so each sickle owl larvae will spontaneously modify the position of the nucleus at birth, so that the position of the nucleus of each larva is not fixed, but the nucleus is their energy center. You only need to observe the source of energy surge on the surface of the larvae to determine the true location of the nucleus. Nuclear body. The extreme details are honest and true. In this way, he does not have the advantage of leading the entire Jialan world, but at least he has occupied the initiative in the first echelon. Coupled with his extremely powerful sublimation skills, he dare not say what the future will be like, but it is not difficult for him to survive now. Turning his gaze from the identification information back to the video file, Lu Ming was surprised to find that a red light spot was flashing inside the bodies of all the sickle owl larvae in the video. The light spots were the size of a baby's fist, and the positions of each light spot were obviously different. Without a doubt, that was where the core was. Could it be that the Eye of Truth could not only identify the weakness, but also accurately mark the location of the weakness? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Lu Ming was extremely delighted. Even if he knew the weakness before, he still had to judge it himself. Now that it is marked directly for you, isn't that the same as cheating? Unable to suppress his ecstasy any longer, he calmed down after a moment. After all, an aid is an aid, and one's own strength is still irreplaceable hardware. Being able to see it does not mean that one can hit it with one shot. Never let luck go to your head. Caution is always the ancestor of crisis. Chapter 7. Call. Calming himself down and taking a deep breath, Lu Ming was ready to close the chat interface, but after looking at the chat messages scrolling below, he slowly moved his finger away. It was a rare opportunity to open it, so he might as well take a few more glances at the chat content. Scrolling down, everyone was expressing fear about the sickle owl larvae that killed 4 people, and they were full of negative emotions. Fortunately, Chen Hai, who had left a deep impression on them before, came forward and eased everyone's emotions. Chen Hai, don't be too negative. At least we already know that they cannot be easily killed and will become more brutal after resurrection. However, as the initial monster after suppression, such alien creatures must have fatal weaknesses. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable. Fang Peng, you sound very reasonable, but in the end it's all nonsense. Weakness, weakness, where is the weakness? If you don't know the weakness, isn't there still no solution? It's useless. Chen Hai, you are young and full of vigor. I will not argue with you. When I am ready, I will let one in and try to kill it. I will record the whole process. If you fail, I will use it as a mistake example for you. If you succeed, I hope you will have the courage to try again. After all, we have no way out. We can only suppress our fear and move forward. There was a 5-second silence afterwards, and it was obvious that everyone was touched by Chen Hai's words. The same goes for Lu Ming. No matter what the current situation or environment is, he admires Chen Hai from the bottom of his heart and even wants to tell him the weaknesses of the sickle owl larvae in private. But he quickly calmed down and suppressed this foolish impulse. Yes, he is selfish, but isn't it because people can't do something that they feel jealous, envious, and admiring of others? He couldn't be as brave and selfless as Chen Hai, so he could only say sorry in secret. He had to maintain his advantage. After all, if he was ranked among the entire human race in terms of physique, he would be considered just an ordinary, slightly stronger person. He has no systematic combat training, nor does he know any boxing or martial arts. The only sword skill he has is acquired through lottery. His level is also entry level, and he has never used it once. If he gives up the opportunity to quickly accumulate resources and widen the gap with stronger opponents, then he is hopeless. 5 seconds later, someone finally broke the silence, and the person who broke the silence was unexpectedly Fang Peng, who had always been at odds with Chen Hai. Fang Peng, if you do what you say, I sincerely apologize for all the words I said to you before. If you succeed in killing me, I am willing to try second. Chen Hai, finally, I look a bit manly now. Fang Peng, tisk, I am a man, why should I look like one? Bao Zhengcheng, haha, that's exactly what should happen. We were all transferred here for no apparent reason. If we don't unite, our chances of survival will be even slimmer. We still need to be positive. Lu Yun, that's true. We can't give up so easily. Li Gang, we still have to find our relatives. Fang Bo, yes, and there are relatives. I was so nervous that I forgot about it. If it was Blue Star's simultaneous interpretation, then our relatives must be somewhere in this wasteland. Survive. +1 for surviving. The atmosphere instantly changed from negative to excited, and Lu Ming saw the power of the leader, but he was not optimistic about the way the team survived. Unless the leader had strong strength and sufficient leadership skills, the sand castle would collapse with just one tide. As for his relatives, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He didn't. That's why I habitually stay calm. Because since he was a child, the only person he can rely on is himself. There is no need to worry about things that you can solve by yourself, and there is no point in worrying about things that you cannot solve by yourself. After closing the chat bar, Lu Ming turned his attention to the entire store. The abilities were there, the weaknesses were known, and the only thing currently missing was weapons. Identification. The idea came up and the outline took shape, but this time Lu Ming did not choose a single item, but the entire store space. The sublimation effect of the Eye of Truth is evaluated based on space. The entire store is a space. After the skill is activated, all items in the store are labeled within sight. Xinggui brand display cabinet. Synthetic leather chair. 3 no ornaments. Warwick 9000 pirated mobile phone case. Maintenance tool box. Very good. That's it. Stainless steel machete. Just when Lu Ming was happy about finding the toolbox, an eye-catching name label at the bottom of the display cabinet caught his eye. Machete. I'll go. It turned out to be an unexpected gain. Lu Ming quickly stepped over the counter and came to the position marked with the machete. He groped carefully and sure enough, he touched a cold texture on the top of the iron cabinet bottom. When I took it out, I saw that it was a classic machete with a shiny blade and a total length of 60 centimeters. And because of the effect of ordinary swordsmanship, when holding the handle of the sword, it feels like picking up a specialized weapon. Every move he made was a skillful sword technique, precise and elegant, which made people marvel at the power of the skill. He practiced it a few more times until he felt comfortable all over, then he raised the machete and started the traditional routine. Identification. 420 A stainless steel machete, tool grade. Category, tools. Description, Peng Ji, the owner of the Innovation mobile phone repair shop, purchased it from Chinbao to prevent personal threats caused by customer disputes. Status, already powered. Durability, 80/100. Supplement, if the durability is lower than 50, the blade may be bent, if the durability is lower than 30, there is a risk of breakage. When the durability reaches 0, the item will be completely scrapped. Oh my god, there is also durability? Shouldn't it be based on wear and tear in normal situations? It seems that it still depends on the game. What is this called? Virtual reality? No, it has a bit of a mixed taste. But even if the durability is only 80, it is enough for him to cope with the current situation. In any case, it is a tool suitable for ordinary swordsmanship. The category of this thing in the identification is actually a tool. Not even a weapon. You have to know that if you put it in Blue Star Huaxia, if you carry this thing on the street, someone will invite you to have tea for free. Lu Ming sighed, but it was not a big problem because he still had the ultimate sublimation. By the way, let's see what the machete will become after being sublimated. Ultimate sublimation. Hint, sublimating the 420A stainless steel machete requires 2 specialized crystals. You have a privilege of no consumption. Are you sure you want to consume the privilege once to sublimate the 420A stainless steel machete into one of the following items? Confirm, consumes 2 specialized crystals. Confirm, consume once without consuming privileges. Cancel. As the ultimate sublimation was activated, the higher level weapons of the machete sublimation were instantly unfolded, and there were as many as 3 types. Straight sword, large sword, samurai sword. The former has a straight and narrow blade, is slender and handsome, and looks very good, making it suitable for cutting and stabbing. The second one has a long and curved blade, is steady and heavy, heroic and domineering, and is suitable for chopping. The last one is not unfamiliar. It is a Japanese sword. It has some advantages in all aspects, but none of them are outstanding, so it can be ignored. After comparing the remaining two, it turns out that the straight knife is the most suitable for the current form of combat. Especially the thorns. As long as they are accurate and pierce the core body, one stab will definitely kill a sickle owl larva. As for the second level sublimation, that is an advanced option that requires at least 20 specialized crystals to complete, and is not within the scope of consideration for the current family assets. You can only prioritize the first level evolution of weapons, or the advancement of your own specialized levels. Who comes first needs to be weighed in actual combat. If you can kill the sickle owl larvae with just a machete and the durability loss is not high, it means that the weapon is sufficient. The most important thing is to save 10 specialized crystals as soon as possible to improve your own strength. If the machete is about to bend after killing 2 sickle owl larvae, you must give priority to using crystal sublimation weapons. With the direction, all that remains is implementation. Thinking of this, Lu Ming cancelled the sublimation operation of the tool. He turned his gaze towards the store door, preparing to begin his first hunt for an alien species. Chapter 8. There were cries outside the door. When I first entered the store, there were only 3 sickle owl larvae outside. Now that dozens of minutes have passed, the situation is no longer clear. Judging from the sounds alone, the number of larvae is likely to increase rather than decrease. Fortunately, inspired by Chen Ha's words of "let one in," Lu Ming also had a clear plan for killing the larvae. The repair shop's door has 2 layers. The outer layer is a rolling shutter door that opens up and down, and the inner layer is a glass door that opens inside and outside. If he opened the gap in the glass door to a size that the larvae could enter, then secured it with a chain lock, and finally raised the rolling shutter door to a height that the larvae could just enter, you can then complete a simple restricted door that only allows 1 sickle owl larva to pass through at a time. At that time, he would stand on a chair and ambush on one side of the glass door, waiting for the larvae to enter. He would then use his own weight and falling inertia to stab the machete into the body of the larvae, destroying the core and killing it. Of course, this is a written script. If you want to implement it smoothly, you also have to consider whether there are any variables. The most basic thing is the durability of the glass door. If the larvae rush forward in an unnatural way, causing the glass door to break or collapse, he would face an extremely dangerous situation. However, time waits for no one and there is no time to hesitate. He can only do it as soon as possible. Use the screwdriver and wrench in the toolbox and the chain lock to secure the gap in the glass door. Take out a few data cables and twist them into a rope to wrap around the handle of the rolling shutter door. After testing the bearing capacity of the data cable rope and feeling that there was no problem, I moved a chair and stood on top of it, and used force to open the rolling shutter door to create a crack. Crash! Although he was extremely careful, the friction sound of the rolling shutter was still very prominent. The crying outside the door stopped abruptly, and then there was the crisp sound of the rolling shutter door colliding. It was a bad idea. But he didn't want to back down. No matter how he pulled, there would be noise, so he might as well be decisive and break the jar. In order to prevent the collision from becoming more severe, Lu Ming struggled to pull the shutter door to a height of half a meter, just enough for the larvae to enter. In an instant, a pungent stench and fat larvae rushed in. To be honest, even though he was mentally prepared, facing the alien species still made his heart beat faster and his adrenaline surge. Identification. Holding his breath and shaking off the fear in his heart, Lu Ming silently opened the Eye of Truth. The first sickle owl larva that rushed in had its weakness completely exposed. It was very cunning, hiding at the bottom of its abdomen. It stabbed from top to bottom, very close to the maximum length of the machete. If you were not careful, you might not be able to touch it, and you would need to make a finishing move. But I have to last hit, what else can I do? The door is open, there is no way back. After hesitating for half a second, Lu Ming raised his knife and brought it down, putting his entire weight on the handle. With a pop sound, green fluid spurted out, and the blade completely penetrated the larva's body, accurately piercing the light spot. Click! A crisp cracking sound was heard, and the fat larvae collapsed. The alien creature that was full of vitality just now turned into a cold corpse in the blink of an eye. An instant kill with one strike, no surprises, ordinary swordsmanship is quite powerful. The epidermis is indeed fragile, but the fat is extremely thick and the larvae have a subconscious desire to avoid danger. The moment the blade penetrated, they clearly felt a sharp increase in friction, which should be caused by the squeezing of the muscles. Fortunately, they used all their strength, otherwise it would have been slightly blocked during penetration and the blade would not have been able to touch the core. Then it would be the time for the larvae in the proud state to perform. Pulling out the machete and bringing out the green body fluid, Lu Ming was thankful that he did not rush to collect the corpse. There are still 3 larvae squeezing in from the back. If it weren't for the dead body of this larva blocking the way, the second larva would surely follow. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming stood back on the leather chair, gripped the machete tightly, glanced at the machete information, and then took a breath. Durability, 70/100. Just by killing a larva once, the machete's durability dropped by 10 points. What's going on? Could it be that the core is located below the abdomen, and if it is stabbed straight in, it will first pass through the stomach, causing the blade to be corroded by the concentrated acidic gastric juice? If this is true, the quality of the machete must be upgraded quickly, otherwise it will be a big shame if you are left without a weapon later. Collection. He locked onto the corpse and chanted silently. The larva's corpse decomposed out of thin air, leaving only a thick yellow mark to prove its existence. Successfully collected the corpse of the sickle owl larvae, obtained specialized crystal 1, high purity foreign protein 1. Very good, I'm lucky to have obtained a specialized crystal. As for what the high purity alien protein is, Lu Ming has no time to see because the second sickle owl larva has already rushed in. Identification. The nucleus is exposed, this time it is still near the bottom of the abdomen. What happened to the difference? Does it count if it is a little off? Isn't it better to stick to your own monster settings? Can you have some personality? For example, put it on the top of the head, so that it will die faster, how convenient. Complaining secretly, Lu Ming used the same trick again. With the experience of instant kill the first time, he was obviously much calmer the second time. The most important thing was that ordinary swordsmanship gave him courage and confidence. The blade fell, body fluids sprayed, and the core burst. The whole process was completed in one go without any obstruction. The only thing that made him feel helpless was that the machete had lost another 10 points of durability. 60/100, only 2 larvae left before the curling blade level. Fortunately, a curled blade does not mean that it cannot stab straight ahead, and it is only one specialized crystal away from becoming a sublimated machete. If you are lucky, you can directly exchange the collection for a straight knife. Return to the chair and lock onto the body of the sickle owl larva. Collection. Successfully collected the corpse of the sickle owl larvae and obtained high purity foreign protein *1. I'm a little speechless. The second one didn't even give me a crystal. I do feel annoyed, but when I think back to the benefits I gained at the beginning, I seem to feel relieved. As his mind calmed down, the third sickle owl larva crawled in right after it. Identification. Very good, it was as if I heard his feedback. This time the larvae nucleus was really hidden in the head. It does not pass through the stomach, so it is definitely friendly to machetes, and there is not much fat on the head, so there is no need to use a straight stabbing method that relies on hitting the target. He fell, swung his arm, and chopped down with one knife, splitting the larva's head and core together. Checking the condition of the machete, the durability has only dropped by 2 points, which proves that gastric acid corrosion is the source of the damage to the durability. Looking back at the crack in the door, there was only one larva left. Perhaps because it had witnessed too many casualties of its brothers and sisters, its activity level increased dramatically, and it actually crawled in directly on the corpses of its own kind. Lu Ming didn't indulge you. Before, you had companions, so he had to deal with them separately. Now you're the only one left. What is there for him to be afraid of? Just do it. Identification and collection fall at the same time. The corpse decomposes into a highly purified foreign protein. That's right, no specialized crystals appeared again. The sickle owl larva that was trampling on the corpses of its own kind was knocked off balance by Lu Ming's operation and fell straight down. Taking advantage of the larva's sudden fall, Lu Ming stepped forward and stabbed its neck, piercing the fatal nucleus at the back of the neck and ending its life. At this point, all 4 alien species lurking at the door of the repair shop were killed. Collection. Successfully collected the corpse of the sickle owl larvae, obtained specialized crystal 1, high purity foreign protein 1. After 2 rounds of disappointment, the second specialized crystal finally arrived, but Lu Ming was not as happy as he had imagined. He slowly closed the rolling shutter door, tied the glass door tightly, and then returned to the display cabinet where he had been leaning to calm himself. Only after he calmed down did he open the space bag. Looking further ahead, the third grid contained a crystal-clear diamond-shaped crystal emitting a blue glow. After taking it out, the size is only as thick as a thumb. It feels gentle and warm to the touch. When you roll it in the palm of your hand, it will emit a little crystal dust. Dreamy, strange, and a little bit sad. This is his sensory judgment as a human being. Unfortunately, only 2 were produced out of 4, so the chance is only 50%. If it were someone else, not knowing the consumption of specialized crystals, 50% would be acceptable. But he possesses the gold-devouring beast called ultimate sublimation, and 50% is really not enough. Unless the blocking skill is no longer used, his consumption will always be countless times greater than that of others. Perhaps in the future, when more people are able to hunt alien species, they will be able to make a lot of money by selling sublimation items in the trading house. Now everyone is penniless and even survival is a problem. Unless it's a desperate moment, who would sell the specialized crystals that enhance one's own strength? It was too tiring to rely on himself. If he was unlucky, he might not be able to produce 2 even after killing 10. That was not the situation he wanted. So he wondered, could he use the ultimate sublimation to target a certain point to increase the chance of producing specialized crystals? Directly sublimate the alien species? Theoretically, it is feasible. The higher the grade of the alien creature, the rarer the output will be, and the ordinary output will also be higher. But that seems like a brain-dead behavior. If you don't have the personal strength to crush 1 or 2 classes, you will definitely be the one to die. Therefore, the alien creatures that are the source of output cannot be targeted for the time being. So if we can't target the source of output, can we target the function that triggers the output? For example, this one. Collection. Chapter 9. Collection, a general function that can quickly decompose biological corpses and extract the essence of substances. Looking at the function bar in the attribute panel, Lu Ming said, Ultimate Sublimation. Tip, please select the sublimation grade, 2nd level/1st level. Looking at the prompt, Lu Ming himself was speechless. Sublimation of everything really encompasses everything, not even the general functions. Is this a bug? Will there be consequences for using it too recklessly? I was a little scared, but I didn't show any intention of backing down. It's not a big deal if you have magical skills, just enjoy it first. 1st level. It stands to reason that it should be upgraded directly to the 2nd level. Anyway, without specialized crystals, one can only rely on privileges. He was just curious and wanted to see what the effect of the first level sublimation was. Hint: to upgrade the general function collection, 2 million specialized crystals are required. You have an unconditional consumption privilege. Are you sure you want to consume this privilege once to upgrade the general function collection to the special function perfect collection? 2 million specialized crystals. Lu Ming was stunned. This is only the first stage of sublimation, and the cost has exceeded the value of the final stage of sublimation. What if it is the second stage? I can't even imagine it. Is it even more outrageous than the ultimate sublimation? View the perfect collection. Perfect collection, a special function that can quickly decompose biological corpses and extract the essence of all substances produced by the organisms. The range of action is 5 meters. Must we extract the essence of all substances produced by living things? What does it mean? Anything produced by the larvae of the sickle owl will be produced 100% regardless of the probability? Holy shit, if that's true, perfect collection is something that changes the drop rules, and it's priceless. Moreover, the effect of the first stage is so amazing, what about the second stage? As the thought flashed through his mind, Lu Ming felt his mouth dry. Swallowing his saliva unconsciously, Lu Ming reached out and pressed the button to cancel the first level sublimation, and then started the ultimate sublimation again. Tip: please choose the sublimation grade. Level 2. Hint: to upgrade the general function collection, 8 million specialized crystals are required. You have a privilege of no consumption. Are you sure you want to use this privilege to upgrade the general function collection to a higher level? Confirmed. Consumes 8 million specialized crystals. Confirm. Consume once without consuming privileges. Cancel. 8 million specialized crystals? According to the ratio of 1 specialized crystal equals 100 specialized crystal blocks equals 10,000 specialized crystals, 8 million specialized crystals are already an astronomical figure. Is this function really that scary after it is upgraded? Wait, at a higher level, instead of directly telling you what skill you will sublimate into, it is consistent with the prompt for the ultimate sublime, Eye of Truth. It seems that this is another level that touches the unknown realm. Lu Ming curled his lips and said, confirm to consume the privilege once. Tip: the general function collection has been successfully upgraded to a higher level. Since this level appears for the first time and is an evolution of the general function of the program, it will be directly named by this program. Program naming. Naming completed. Function title: Greedy. Tip: the sublimation of the function greed has ended. This function has been forcibly converted into an exclusive function. The exclusive owner is Lu Ming. This. Lu Ming was dazzled by the list of prompts. The most obvious difference is that the namer changes from oneself to the program itself. Greedy? Looking at the function word that had completely turned into highlighted bold, Lu Ming always felt that something was wrong. This color didn't look like the color used by decent people at all. It was a bit weird. Click to view. Greedy. Category: exclusive features. Effect: can quickly decompose biological corpses and extract twice the essence of all substances produced by biological organisms. Directions for use are to recite silently. Range: 10 meters, will increase with the target's specialization level. Functional features: Hand of Greed. Functional characteristics: the grade exceeds the limit, cannot be detected by any external force, and disappears after death. Target: Lu Ming. Function information display mode changes to skill status. The effect description only doubles the output compared to perfect collection. To be honest, this improvement in effect is not worthy of the magnitude of 8 million specialized crystals, unless it has hidden attributes, or the characteristic called Hand of Greed has an extremely exaggerated effect. Striking the Hand of Greed. Hand of Greed, hungrily and unscrupulously demanding everything in the world, can extract the corpses of other people's creatures. When extracting, the extraction operation must be completed first, and the extraction method can be selected. Compassion, single extraction, be the first to obtain a portion of material essence, but do not affect the extraction of others. Cruelty, double extraction, directly draining out the essence of all materials, and no more materials will be produced when others extract them. Staring at the greedy hand, Lu Ming finally couldn't help but exclaimed FK. What an outrageous function this is! Is it okay to directly steal the spoils that belong to others? What if other people spent countless manpower and resources to kill a king-level alien creature, and they just stood aside and turned on the cruel mode? Wouldn't it make the whole group unknowingly work for them in vain? This special effect would make capitalists cry. It's worth it. After closing the greedy information panel, Lu Ming's mouth almost stretched to his ears. To be fair, a decent and kind young man like him should not use such an immoral function. But it smells so good. Finally, weighing the moral degradation and fame and reputation, Lu Ming decided to sacrifice a little bit of his image and only use a little bit when necessary, really, just a little bit. Hey, cough, cough. He couldn't help laughing twice, but immediately realized that he was losing his manners, so he covered up his cunningness with a dry cough and regained his composure. Now the problem of crystal output has been completely solved, and the resources to upgrade the cutting tools are already available. Everything is ready and there is no need to worry anymore. All we have to do is kill the sickle owl larvae without leaving a single piece. Picking up the machete again and looking at the dried mucus on the blade, Lu Ming said in a deep voice, Ultimate Sublimation. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. First level. Tip: the sublimation tool 420A stainless steel machete requires 2 specialized crystals. Sure. Cancel. Very smart. After the 3 privileges are used up, the prompts become simpler. Sure. Tip: please select the sublimation direction, straight sword, broad sword, samurai sword. Straight sword. Whoosh. The machete in his hand decomposed into particles, and then condensed again after rotating and shrinking. In just 1 second, a straight knife with a sharp silver blade and a brown-yellow handle appeared in his hand. Hold the handle and feel the brand new texture of the blade. There was a little excitement in my heart. Tip: the tool 420A stainless steel machete is successfully sublimated into a common weapon, traditional straight knife. Chapter 10. The blade is 80 cm long, 3 cm wide, the handle is 15 cm long, and weighs about 2 kg. The entire knife shape is slender and beautiful, and the blade edge is shining with cold light. It's a pity that there is no scabbard, otherwise it would be more beautiful. Identification: traditional straight knife, black iron grade. Category: weapons. Description: this is a top-quality short weapon forged using traditional techniques. The material has been improved locally and has excellent sharpness and corrosion resistance. It can cause considerable damage to most E-level alien species, except for some E-level species with extremely high defense. Status: already powered. Durability: 500/500. It has a perfect shape, is incredibly sharp, is corrosion resistant, and its durability has increased 5 times. What else do you need when you have a magic weapon that specifically kills sickle owl larvae? Holding the straight knife tightly, Lu Ming swung it continuously. With the help of ordinary sword skills, he completed the running-in process within a few minutes. As he retracted his attack and drew back the knife, Lu Ming's favorable opinion of the straight knife skyrocketed. I just don't know if it's because I've been in a state of tension all the time, and I've spent so much energy killing 4 sickle owl larvae. After a few minutes of swinging the knife, I felt a little thirsty. Look at the pure water lying in the bag. After weighing the pros and cons, I decided to endure it for the time being. After decomposing a few larvae corpses and storing some specialized crystals, I can upgrade the purified water into sports drinks, so that I can stay in this store longer. As for why I want to stay here, it is naturally because this storefront has a unique advantage. The environment is already familiar, and every corner can be utilized, becoming an excellent gathering point for high-speed hunting of sickle owl larvae. Pursing his lips and smiling, Lu Ming opened the glass door again, adjusted the gap size, and controlled the force to pull open the rolling door. Crash! The sounds of the iron sheets rubbing against each other and the rolling shutters shaking alarmed all the larvae within a 30-meter radius of the store. They slowly crawled towards the store door, but were then restricted by the size of the door and blocked by the height of the rolling shutter. In the end, they could only do the same as the first wave of larvae, with one larvae drilling into the gap of the glass door, and 4 following closely behind and crowding near the glass door, completely blocking the way for their own kind behind them. On the other hand, Lu Ming no longer needs to stand on a chair to perform a falling attack. He only needs to open the Eye of Truth, stand guard on one side of the glass door, wait for the maggot to crawl halfway in, then chop off the maggot's head with a sharp knife, and then add another knife to smash the core, thus quickly killing the maggot. Collection. There was no response and the body just stayed there. Lu Ming was puzzled, then suddenly realized and silently repeated, greed. Successfully decomposed the body of the sickle owl larvae, obtained specialized crystals 2, high purity foreign protein 2. Well, unlike the evolution of skills, even the silent commands change after the evolution of functions. But the effect is really stable, the output of specialized crystals is doubled, and the weird lumps of materials at the back can be ignored for now. What remains is assembly line work. The larvae pass through the crack in the door, and Lu Ming cuts off the insect head, destroys the nucleus, and completes the decomposition. Successfully decomposed the body of the sickle owl larvae, obtained specialized crystals 2, high purity foreign protein 2. Successfully decomposed the body of the sickle owl larvae, obtained specialized crystals 2, high purity foreign protein 2. Successfully decomposed the body of the sickle owl larva, obtained. The program prompted one after another, and the number of specialized crystals obtained by Lu Ming increased to 30 at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now, you only need to consume 10 of them to evolve from a basic soldier to a higher level. However, since we haven't figured out the evolutionary process, we're going to play it safe. What if something abnormal happened during the evolution and he became unable to move, or was in pain and his movements were affected? Wouldn't that mean he would just die? The knife in his hand was fast and accurate. In less than 15 minutes, all the second wave of sickle owl larvae were wiped out. There are 88 flat-lying specialized crystals and 92 lumps of high-purity foreign proteins in the bag. A total of 44 larvae were killed. Straight knife state, durability 478/500. To put it in perspective, killing 2 sickle owl larvae on average only consumes a little durability, which is of extremely high quality. Even if we are conservative and remove the 50 points that may cause the blade to curl, the remaining durability can still support the hunting of more than 800 larvae. Swinging his arm to shake off the green slime on the blade, Lu Ming felt that the future was bright. My arms are just a little sore. After all, he is just a normal person. He will show fatigue after swinging his sword for 15 minutes, let alone killing a physical entity like a larva. After pinching his forearm and closing the gate again, Lu Ming placed the knife on the display cabinet. Open the property panel, find the specialization level, and touch the Junior Soldier title font. An upgrade prompt will pop up immediately. Hint: it is detected that there are sufficient specialized crystals in the space bag. Do you want to consume 10 specialized crystals to upgrade the specialized level to Intermediate Soldier? Yes. Whoosh! Accompanied by a mysterious whistling sound, 10 specialized crystals flew out of thin air. It turned into 10 arc light star points while spinning and vibrating in the air, and penetrated into Lu Ming's body like a rainbow, flowing into his limbs and bones. Boom boom! My heart suddenly started beating violently. Blood vessels bulge from the surface of the skin. Waves of numbness and tingling spread to every corner of his body, and Lu Ming almost couldn't help but scream out. Fortunately, he was full of masculinity and held it back. Null. The numbness and tingling lasted for about 10 seconds, and suddenly a hollow sound erupted in Lu Ming's body. Not a cooing sound, but a riot of energy. Clenching his fists, feeling the power almost doubled, Lu Ming's eyes were full of disbelief. Especially when I saw that the arm muscles had become noticeably bigger, I felt even more pleased. Increasing your specialization level can also improve your physical fitness. Isn't that a great feeling? Review the panel information. Name, Lu Ming. Gender, male. No, 66,666. Age, 24. Specialization level, intermediate soldier. General functions, greed, exclusive, world channel trading house space baggage. Skills, ordinary sword skills, E-level, Eye of Truth, exclusive, ultimate sublimation, exclusive. Intermediate soldier, see description. His mind was active and his hands did not stop. He clicked to view the information of the intermediate soldiers. Intermediate soldier, he has been baptized by battles and has experience in hunting alien species. He is much stronger than ordinary people and is taking another step towards becoming a hunting warrior. By swallowing specialized crystals, he can be promoted to the level of a senior soldier. The promotion progress is 78/100. The next level is 100 specialized crystals. Judging from the killing speed, it will only take a few minutes to reach the advanced level. By the way, I want to complain about the way he got promoted. Fortunately, he was steady. If he really got promoted during the battle, 10 seconds would be enough for him to die 3 times. I hope no one will fall victim to this, otherwise they will die with regrets. I picked up the traditional straight knife and felt the weight suddenly decrease. I was satisfied after swinging it twice. With my current physical condition, I can easily kill larvae continuously for half an hour. However, at the end of the quick brushing of the larvae, the glass door seemed to shake a few times, and it needs to be checked to avoid losing this comfortable specialized crystal production line. Chapter 11. Putting down the straight knife, Lu Ming walked to the door. The slime on the ground smelled foul. But he seemed to be used to the smell and didn't even frown. Visually inspecting the connection point between the glass door and the wall, it was discovered that the door hinge assembly below showed signs of looseness. Obviously, it could not withstand the continuous squeezing and collision from the sickle owl larvae. Looking at the situation now, if it faces the larvae again, it will probably collapse within a few minutes. Well, just strengthen it on the spot. Who says he is richer now? The ultimate sublime. Locking the door axis position, Lu Ming silently recited the sublimation command. Tip, please select the sublimation grade. Level 2. Tip, sublimating the ordinary axis component to the second level requires 2 specialized crystals. Sure. Cancel. 2. Is it a whole set or a single sublimation? If it is a whole set, it is quite affordable, but if it is a single one, it is a bit of a rip-off. Sure. Tip, the ordinary axis component has been successfully sublimated to the excellent axis component and installed. Due to the sufficient energy of the specialized crystal, the axis components around the store door have been upgraded synchronously. Very good, it is an affordable way to upgrade. Through the prompt message, I looked at the hinge assembly and it really looked brand new. The material of the components is unknown, but even laymen think they are extraordinary. The connection with the wall has also been repaired, which is really thoughtful. Lu Ming was in a good mood as he was served wholeheartedly by ultimate sublimation. When you are in a good mood, you will have more ideas and be able to create more. With this emotion, Lu Ming simply raised the walls, rolling shutters, and glass doors by 2 levels. The wall is upgraded to fortress level, consuming 3 specialized crystals. The glass door is upgraded to bulletproof glass, consuming 2 specialized crystals. The rolling shutter door is upgraded to a steel-making shutter door, which consumes 2 specialized crystals. The overall infrastructure reconstruction project consumed a total of 9 crystal resources. If his compatriots who have hunted alien creatures saw him squandering money like this, they would definitely scold him for being extravagant. After all, with such a large number of contributions, almost one junior soldier can be upgraded to a mid-level soldier. But for Lu Ming, it doesn't matter. He can make back his investment by just killing 5 larvae. Looking at the fortress he had transformed, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with satisfaction. It is no exaggeration to say that with the current store defense, even if we continue to kill sickle owl larvae in the next few days, there is no need to worry about the collapse of the base. Pulling back the leather chair and sitting on the side of the display cabinet, Lu Ming took out the 500 ml bottle of pure water and sublimated it into a multifunctional sports drink. He took 2 sips from the bottle, the fresh taste and smooth texture instantly made him feel refreshed, and the symptoms of hunger, thirst, and fatigue were dispelled. He closed his eyes, held his breath, and then let out a long breath. Lu Ming felt unprecedentedly refreshed. Drip drip drip. Just when he was about to take a break and restart the assembly line to mass-produce specialized crystals, a familiar blue email quietly popped up. You can tell without clicking that it is a video file in the regional channel. Combined with the idea proposed by Chen Hai, it should be a video of killing the sickle owl larvae, or a video of being killed by the larvae. Counterattack? Lu Ming felt something strange. You said that the kill was successful, and Chen Hai could even send out a video file. What if the kill fails? Or does the recorded video have an automatic sending function? In doubt, open the World channel, select the regional section, and locate the video file. Posted by Chen Hai. There is no reply to any messages for the time being. I guess everyone is watching the video content carefully. Lu Ming didn't waste too long. He clicked on the video and saw Chen Hai's standard square face. He has short hair and sharp facial features. His middle-aged face does not show many signs of aging, but he has a kind of fortitude and tenacity that makes him intimidating without even getting angry. My fellow countrymen, I am Chen Hai, from Xinjiang City, Huaxia. Never mind, now that I am here, my previous title is no longer important. Next, I will be a survivor and try to kill the maggot aliens. By the way, my initial specialization level is detected as a senior soldier. What? Hearing this, Lu Ming was extremely surprised. The initial test showed that he was a senior soldier. How strong is his physical fitness? Huaxia? He seemed to mention the title and the word Huaxia. Could he be a veteran of a special forces unit in a certain district of Huaxia? Looking at his appearance and thinking about his words, this speculation is probably not far off. It turns out that there really are humans whose initial levels are ridiculously high. Yes, if the initial levels are the same, why would we need physical scans? We are all junior soldiers, isn't it simple and clear? Someone had previously clamored to weaken Chen Hai. I wonder if that person will be thankful for the end of the world barrier after hearing this level of specialization. Everyone, don't worry too much. The comprehensive physical fitness of senior soldiers is about 5 to 6 times that of ordinary people. This is basically the physical limit that normal people can reach. To go further, you need to have unique talents, the body given by your parents, and long-term special training. These are all individual cases and cannot be used for comparison. That's off topic. During the battle, I will describe my own damage feedback intuitively, and then extrapolate it to the level of ordinary people, both men and women. I can't say it's absolutely accurate, but the error should not be higher than 5%. At this point, the camera suddenly zoomed out and finally stopped at the best location for indoor surveillance, which is facing the door and the interior space. At this time, a corner of the gate was filled with home appliance parts. It could be seen that it was a home appliance repair shop with a very large entrance. The main door is a green iron double door, probably the kind that allows for a home office with a shop integrated into the house. Next, we will conduct a single soldier test on the maggot species. The tester is Chen Hai. The deep voice drew Lu Ming's attention back to Chen Hai. It was not until then that Lu Ming discovered that Chen Hai's physique was so strong. He was wearing a black tight-fitting short-sleeved shirt and camouflage trousers. He was about 1.85 meters tall, with broad shoulders and muscular body. Just standing there, he gave people an endless sense of security and power. Use weapons, improved fruit knife. Pulling out a knife from his waist, he showed it in front of the camera with a skilled dagger-holding posture. Polished iron plate. He put the fruit knife back and took a rusty iron plate about 40 centimeters long and 4 centimeters wide from the side. The top of the iron plate was polished to a very sharp point, probably a tool specially used for penetration. And a simple cross brace to protect against the bites of alien species. Then he took out a cross tube made of 2 steel pipes from the side. The horizontal tube is about 50 centimeters long, and the vertical tube is about 1 meter long. There are 4 or 5 rings on the vertical tube, and it looks like it will be fixed on the arm. The cross brace is for the mouth parts. Combining the name and its function, Lu Ming inexplicably thought of the wooden stick that is used to jam the crocodile's mouth. It must be said that Chen Hai is really creative. The next moment, Chen Hai had already fixed the cross brace on his left arm, picked up the sharp iron plate, and walked towards the entrance. The door opened with a slight noise, and soon a fat larva poked its head in. I thought Chen Hai would wait until the larvae were completely inside the store, or halfway inside before taking action. Unexpectedly, as soon as the larva showed its head, Chen Hai had already raised the sharp iron plate and stabbed it. Phew! The steel plate pierced into the insect's head, and body fluids splashed everywhere. Senior soldier is worthy of his reputation. Using only an iron plate without any cutting edge or handle, he was able to completely penetrate the larva's head. This was shocking enough, but Chen Hai's action in the next second fried Lu Ming to a crisp, leaving him burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. He actually raised his arm, turned it around, and swung the huge sickle owl larva straight in with just the strength of one hand. Chapter 12. Bang! Due to inertia and the larva's own weight, it broke free from the steel plate and landed heavily 5 meters away. Chen Hai closed the iron door and whispered, "It weighs about 50 kilograms. I used almost 80% of my strength. It is not recommended for ordinary people to be as simple and rough as I did. It is better to induce it to enter the room completely." After saying that, he rushed to the front of the dazed larvae, picked up the sharp iron plate and shot it on the head. The green slurry splashed and splattered, and in just 2 seconds it pierced the larva's head into pieces. 8 powerful stabs to the head, with a real sense of impact. The head is not that hard, even a woman with a sharp weapon and full power can do it. If it were an ordinary creature, the level of trauma would definitely be fatal, but it shouldn't be that simple for an alien species. It is indeed not that simple, because in Lu Ming's vision, the core of this larva is the same as the first 2 he killed, placed in the front of the abdomen, almost close to the ground, so just smashing the head is completely useless. However, while Chen Hai was saying this, he had already moved to the back of the larva and started to finish it off. Phew! The iron plate pierced into the larva's body. Chen Hai's eyes widened slightly, but soon returned to normal. He said calmly, "It's consistent with the speculation. The body looks soft on the outside, but the muscles under the fat layer are extremely developed. There is a clear sense of stagnation after the iron plate pierces, and it may even squeeze the muscles to further prevent the sharp blade from piercing." You can imagine that in the first video, the 4 warriors only caused superficial injuries to the maggots. So it is not recommended to kill without a sharpened long blade. Even if you have a sharpened long blade, it is best to use the high ground and your own weight to assist in the attack. When pulling it out, you must be quick, otherwise the weapon may get stuck in the body. Chen Hai suggested as he stepped on the larva and used both hands to pull out the sharp iron plate. He was struggling so hard, how could others have any doubts? Lu Ming was even more impressed. The expert in combat was really professional. He hit the nail on the head on almost every point, and they were all details that he had personally experienced. At this point, granulations begin to appear in the wounds on the larva's head and body. The granulation tissue was wriggling wildly, the wound was healing rapidly, and the skin was quickly turning from white to red. Chen Hai took advantage of the situation and stabbed the larva's body again, but it was a pity this time, as he missed the nucleus by just 3 centimeters. He pulled out the sharp iron plate, looked at the corrosion marks on it, and quickly added, "There is a highly corrosive acid sac hidden in the abdomen, which is initially speculated to be gastric acid. The existence of a single sac storing acid is not ruled out, but weapons will have a corrosive effect when they touch it. It is estimated that the service life of the weapon will be shortened after contact. There are muscles protecting it, and there is acid that corrodes weapons. If I were a maggot alien, I would hide my weakness near the acid sac. It's about to go berserk. I have to distance myself from it." From the first time it was traumatized to now, it's been about 8 seconds, 3 seconds slower than in the first video. I guess it has something to do with the degree of trauma it received. If the trauma reaches a certain level and the kill is not completed, it will enter the next stage. Wow! That's awesome! This analysis is really awesome. You must know that Chen Hai does not have god-level skills like the Eye of Truth. The first time I faced the sickle owl larvae, I was able to understand the larvae's characteristics after only 11 attack attempts. Although there are some deviations in the weakness issue, it is undeniable that most of the larvae that I kill like to place their core bodies close to the ground, in the stomach area. Firstly, they usually lie in a crawling position, and the bottom of their abdomen is the blind spot that is least likely to be exposed to the enemy's field of vision. Secondly, stomach acid can corrode weapons. When most people see a weapon being corroded, they will intentionally avoid that location, thus forcing the enemy to stay away from the weak point. As for the larvae going into a frenzy, that is the condition for entering the upright state. It's not as Chen Hai said, the trauma has reached a certain level. Instead, it will be triggered after a period of time whenever the larva is attacked, even if you just punch it. The time is not 8 seconds, but 5 seconds. Because it doesn't depend on when you attack, it only depends on when the larva realizes it is being attacked. Just like Chen Hai's surprise attack, the speed was too fast and the attack was too fierce. The larvae might have fallen to the ground in a daze for a long time before they realized that they were being beaten. However, the flaws do not outweigh the merits, and Lu Ming still does not hesitate to praise Chen Hai. At the same time, the sickle owl larva successfully entered the proud state. When it was crawling, it was only half a meter high, but when it stood up, it seemed as if its skin and flesh were stretched out, and it was 4 times higher. His height even exceeds that of Chen Hai, who is 1.85 meters tall. The chest cavity began to move and crack, and suddenly a 1-meter-long scarlet vertical hole suddenly opened. The fangs moved rhythmically like sharp blades, and yellow mucus oozed out of the mouth, hanging stickily on the fangs. The originally black eyeballs emitted a bloodthirsty red light, and became extremely terrifying against the backdrop of the huge mouth. Lu Ming swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and his spirit became tense. Chen Hai's expression did not change at all. He held his left hand horizontally, which was used as a cross, tightly grasped the sharp iron plate, and said slowly, "After going berserk, this alien species will stand up and expose its ferocious appearance to attack. However, due to the common characteristics of mollusks, it will lose its mobility and can only stay in place. Of course, it is not ruled out that it has the ability to jump, but the possibility is not high, otherwise it would not have sprayed people with concentrated acid before, but would have jumped directly to kill. But even if you can't jump or move, you can't be careless. It will lose its mobility but will gain several more offensive capabilities. Based on the first video, it will adjust its attack method depending on the distance of the target. If the target is within reach, it will swing its body to sweep and tear it apart. The inertia of the sweep plus the sharpness of its teeth can tear apart a strong man's body in an instant. If the target leaves the tearing range, it will switch to a medium-range attack, ejecting its mouth half a meter away while leaning forward to push the attack distance to more than 1 meter. From this we can see that its oral muscles are very developed, and it is very likely that the puncture resistance encountered previously came from it. The last one is my current state, more than 5 meters away from it. Having said that, Chen Hai squatted down slightly, and his solid muscles almost made his trousers burst. Its eyes were sharp as it stared at the larva's vertical mouth. It said in a deep voice, "At this distance, its mouth parts can't touch me, so it will trigger the last known attack method, spitting highly corrosive acid." Based on the firing rate in the first video, the effective killing distance is at least 20 meters. Puff! As soon as the words fell, the sickle owl larva suddenly closed its vertical mouth, and then opened it, and a mouthful of sticky thick yellow acid burst out. Even though Chen Hai was prepared, he was still startled by the oncoming high-speed shooting and rolled over urgently. The acid just grazed his back and flew out, otherwise it would have hit his head. He even knows how to shoot heads. Looking back at the splash range formed by the concentrated yellow acid liquid hitting the wall, Chen Hai took a deep breath and said, "Corrected data judgment, the effective killing distance is more than 80 meters. Chapter 13. 80 meters, which is farther than the killing range of mainstream pistols. Lu Ming secretly exclaimed in amazement. Fortunately he could kill the enemy with 1 strike or 2 strikes, otherwise it would have been extremely troublesome to deal with. This kind of killing power is no longer suitable for long-range combat. It is even more difficult to deal with than the mouth parts. However, it closes the vertical opening before ejecting, which means that in order to complete the ejection action, the space inside the cavity must be closed to compress the gas. So as long as its mouth can't be closed, all of its means of attack will be useless. What's next is a big gamble. Bet that my guess is correct." After saying this, Chen Hai let out a low shout, leaped forward, raised his left arm into a cross position, and instantly approached the sickle owl larva. When the sickle owl larva saw that the enemy was ready to surrender, there was no reason for it to refuse. It hissed and jumped out of its mouth to swallow Chen Hai. With a clanging sound, the cross brace was stuck in the huge mouth of the sickle owl larva. It couldn't bite it, and it couldn't let go. At this moment, it is like a human being with a light bulb candy stuffed into it. No matter how much the vertical mouth opens, it can't get rid of the simple cross brace. Chen Hai's expression changed when he saw this, and he used all his strength to push forward. Not only did he stuff the larva's mouth back into the insect's body, he also pushed the larvae hard against the wall. The sharp iron plate in his right hand stabbed into the larva's abdomen like a bayonet. 1, 2, 10, 20. Finally, after a shrill cry, the sickle owl larva's body relaxed and there was no movement at all. Chen Hai did not relax his vigilance, but instead used the collection method while looking at the corpse. Only after watching the larva's corpse decompose and dissipate did he slowly loosen his grip and let out a deep breath. Facing the recording perspective, Chen Hai threw down the iron plate stained with yellow-green slime, removed the simple cross brace tied to his hands, and said calmly, "Although the stabbing process was rather messy, the last stab did hit a hard object, which should be the weak point of the alien species, similar to some kind of core. The hardness is not that great. As long as it can be touched, most sharp blades can easily penetrate it." As he spoke, Chen Hai pulled the camera back. In the camera, his face was still stained with the green fluid of the sickle owl larvae. He didn't get too particular and continued, "Next is the battle summary. Before I conclude, let me tell you about the information I just obtained. When collecting, the prompt will show the name of the collection target. Thus I learned the full name of the maggot species. Scythe owl larva. The sickle of sickle, the owl of owl. The name is related to the sharp weapon. I'm afraid it has powerful cutting ability. But don't be anxious, or rather, this anxiety has no meaning to you right now. If you can't even get past the larvae, it doesn't matter how aggressive the adults are. So in order to make this anxiety useful, everyone has to work hard to survive. The thinking is clear, the logic is clear, the words are direct but concise and can elevate the theme. Lu Ming felt that the Special Forces soldiers seemed to underestimate him. He should be at least at the captain or instructor level. Back to the kill summary. Before going berserk, the larvae were very clumsy and their reactions were very slow. Except for the large number that can easily lead to encirclement, individual players have almost no offensive capabilities. Even if you hurt it, it won't fight back immediately. It feels strange, like there's a special babysitting time set up just to take care of us. If we can complete the kill within this time, there will be no threat. Hearing this, Lu Ming agreed. He was deeply moved after killing more than 40 sickle owl larvae. The sickle owl larvae that have not entered the proud state are just stupid people, not even as good as the monsters in the novice village in the game. Even though Chen Ha's battle was so strenuous, if he was told the larvae's weaknesses, he would definitely kill them faster than himself. When going berserk, there will be signs. The most obvious one is that granulation tissue will grow on the wound and the skin will start to turn red. After going berserk, it will stand up straight, then lose its mobility, gaining access to a variety of attack methods. The most difficult thing is the concentrated acid spray released from a long distance. It has the greatest killing power and the longest killing distance. If you are hit without cover, you will definitely die. It is not clear whether it has the ability to jump and chase, but all of its attack methods are completed through its mouth. As long as you block your mouth, you will become a target that cannot fight back. So I'm appealing to everyone here. You don't have to have sharp weapons or strong bodies, but you must have a simple cross brace. It's best to use steel parts. Wood and aluminum alloys are not recommended. They can easily tear bones and will definitely bite wood. As for the manufacturing method, it's actually very simple. Just make it like a cross. The horizontal support should be longer than 50 centimeters, but not too long, or it won't fit into your mouth. 1 meter is best for the vertical support. Fix it tightly and make sure it doesn't shake up and down. Believe me, in times of crisis, this thing may give you a chance of survival. Finally, the larvae's weak spot is preliminarily speculated to be in the abdomen, near the stomach sac close to the skin, but this cannot be used as a conclusion, and sufficient samples are needed for comparison. In order to confirm my conclusion, I will continue to kill the larvae until the conclusion is correct. Before this, it is not recommended for anyone to perform kill imitation. You don't have my combat experience and physical fitness. One mistake could cost you your life. Dying from blind impulse is the stupidest way to die. Everyone should cherish their lives. The video ended here. It was more than 5 minutes long, but Lu Ming did not close the chat box for a long time. There was still nothing below until 20 seconds later, when the information began to slowly pop up. Wang Jun, I didn't say anything before. I even felt that human nature was distorted too quickly in the face of disasters. I felt that no one could be trusted, that there was no future, that there would only be selfishness and even mutual slaughter, until Uncle Chen showed up. Wang Jun, Uncle Chen is really risking his life to test the way forward for us. Wang Jun, if I hadn't seen Uncle Chen's personal experience of risking his life and facing this kind of thing head-on, I might not even have the courage to pick up a weapon to resist. But after seeing Uncle Chen's bravery and calmness, I don't know why, I also had the courage to live. Wang Jun, Uncle Chen, I am very lucky. When I was transferred here, I woke up in a room on the second floor of a villa. There are many larvae in the villa. I dare not go out, but there is a collection of samurai swords in the room where I am. I tried it and it was easy to cut the book. Now I am willing to give it to Uncle Chen. I only hope that Uncle Chen can kill the larvae more easily and lead us to survive. Qin Chuan, samurai sword, great. If I hadn't seen the larva's fighting power, I might have yearned for that weapon, but now, I will listen to Uncle Chen. If I am not sure of killing, I will never act rashly. After all, my physical fitness test is only that of a junior soldier, which is the standard of an ordinary person. If I rush forward, I may become nutrients directly. In addition, although I don't have the same luck as brother Wang Jun, I can still contribute 2 bottles of water. Uncle Chen, please accept my transaction, don't refuse it again. Pang Xiaolong, being a junior soldier is already very good. My test result shows that I am a reserve soldier, not even a soldier. I have never known what to do. Now seeing Uncle Chen is like seeing a savior. So I don't plan to hide it. I don't know if it is compensation for the week, but there happened to be a second-level supply box in the room where I woke up. After opening it, I got 2 bags of bread, a can of purified water and a random skill book. I have learned the skill book, but I cannot contribute it to Uncle Chen, but I can contribute a portion of bread and water. I only hope that Uncle Chen can save me when the time comes. Liao Dong, oh my god, this guy is so lucky. He has enough food and a skill book? What skill does it give him? Does he have any attack ability? Pang Xiaolong, I was unlucky. I was born with a functional skill called Master Key, which can open any locked object. Chapter 14. Open anything that's locked. Lu Ming stood up in shock, and the chair was pushed far away by his legs. This is definitely another god-level skill, or in other words, any skill involving the word any will have unlimited room for development. What is a locked item? How do you define a locked item? Is it necessary to have a physical lock, or will any conceptual lock be sufficient? If it is the former, the effect may not be so amazing, but it is also powerful enough to be called a powerful skill. If it's the latter, it's a bug. To give a simple example, the utilization rate of the human brain is extremely low. If we call this phenomenon mental shackles, is it possible to liberate the brain through a master key and transform people into a super body state? By analogy, when people encounter desperate situations, they will burst out potential beyond common sense. This phenomenon is usually called genetic lock. Can the master key also open the genetic lock and make people become superhuman? If we continue to think along this line of thought, the cool things that can be done with this thing are simply off the charts. But is it really so outrageous? Lu Ming thought about it and chose to deny it. He had become a bit inertial in his thinking because of his own special case. Forgot the setting of this world. This is a doomsday world where disaster strikes. The mysterious program positioned them as survivors. What is a survivor? A person who is barely surviving. It is a disadvantaged character, an ant. If any randomly released skill can create an incredible bug, can it still be called the end of the world? After figuring this out, Lu Ming looked at the chat box again. Sure enough, there were quite a few people with wild ideas, and someone had already put forward his guess. Huang Ji, damn, isn't that a magical skill? Can it open the genetic lock? Zhang Hao, brother, you have a great imagination. The gene lock has been revealed. If you can really open the gene lock, there is no need to upgrade. You can just fast forward to everyone being a Superman and kill all kinds of alien creatures. Pang Xiaolong, hehe, to be honest, I have thought so too, but unfortunately, this skill is marked with instructions and can only open physical locks. Seeing this, Lu Ming fell silent. He was indeed overthinking it. But if you change your mind and think about your ultimate sublimation, this idea is not impossible to realize. The prerequisite is that someone can afford the huge price required to upgrade the bug skills. Oh! Thinking of the crystals that cost millions, Lu Ming himself laughed. Who can afford it at this stage? However, this fat boy named Pang Xiaolong was really young and was very excited by the atmosphere, so he spoke up. It's a samurai sword, just a cold weapon. Besides, there's only one of them. If you hand it over, It'll be gone. Yours is a skill, a lasting value. There may not be several in the entire area. Although the atmosphere in the area has become much more united due to Chen Ha's strength and personal charm, they are only those who are willing to speak. No one knows how big this area is or how many people are within it. Maybe thousands, maybe tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands or millions, or even including other countries. There may be no one who is stronger than Chen Hai in individual combat, but there are definitely countless people who are stronger than ordinary people. Those who practice boxing, those who practice sanda, those who love sports and fitness, and those who like fighting and causing trouble, which one does not have a certain level of physical combat power. With the killing skills taught unconditionally by Chen Hai, these people's chances of killing larvae alone are much higher than that of ordinary people. If you are being watched by these people, you can imagine how complicated your situation will be. After all, names, numbers, and appearances are all completely public. Anyone with a little bit of common sense can imagine how much benefit a universal locksmith can bring in the end times. But there are two kinds of brains. One is really valuing you, the other is treating you as a tool. With the former, you can live a happy life, but with the latter, you can only be a slave. But there is no doubt that neither the former nor the latter will increase your specialization level. Even if we want to upgrade, we will definitely maintain our level to be crushed by them. Don't ask, the question is, can't the tool be out of the control of the user? As for calling for help, that's a joke. You are both a tool and a hostage. Those who can come to save you are people who value your value. If you die, your value will be gone. Unless that person has the powerful force to wipe out the entire control team silently. Chen Hai, Pang Xiaolong. Stop talking about skills. From now on, except for me and your closest relatives, don't reply to anyone who asks for your personal location information. Of course, the premise is that you are willing to trust me. Pang Xiaolong, of course I believe Uncle Chen. Someone really tried to position me. Thanks to Uncle Chen for reminding me. I will be more careful when speaking next time. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Although this matter had nothing to do with him, he was a good young man after all, and he had high expectations for Chen Hai. He has strength, charisma, intelligence, and leadership ability. He was not optimistic about groups before because human nature is very complicated and without a leader, all kinds of unrest would occur. But now he feels that if it were Chen Hai, he could completely establish a new order. Only in his hands can talents like Pang Xiaolong fully display their talents and create greater value. In this way, Chen Ha's group can quickly accumulate resources, improve their strength, and hunt alien species. And your plan to earn specialized crystals can be realized ahead of time. Chen Hai, thank you all for your kindness. Except for the samurai sword from Brother Wang Jun, I have rejected all other material transactions. Everyone should prioritize their own survival needs. By the way, I would like to report the new development, which is bad news. Chen Hai, unfortunately, just now, I used the same method to kill another sickle owl larva. This time, the sickle owl larva failed to enter the frenzy state because it was already dead after I pierced its head. I felt the same hard object when I pierced it. Therefore, it can be judged that the larva's weak point is not fixed. It can be in the abdomen, head, tail, or even any corner of the body. There was silence below, followed by a rapid flow of information. Lu Ming directly closed the channel panel. Suddenly, he heard the news that the weakness was random. Anyone would complain about it. But with Chen Hai around, Lu Ming was not worried that the group atmosphere would develop out of control. On the contrary, with the blessing of the samurai sword, Chen Ha's combat power will increase dramatically. Even if you don't know the weakness of the sickle owl larvae, the subsequent one-on-one killing will be a one-sided situation. With a deep look in front of him, Lu Ming collected the remaining multifunctional sports drink, picked up the straight knife and walked towards the store door. If there is no huge advantage at the beginning, then you will be nothing more than a loser. Since God has given him such a strong start, he will never give up the position of number 1 in the region. Moreover, knowing the great value of the supply box, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible to the level of being able to clear out the sickle owl larvae, and then walk out of the store. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming pulled up the steel-making gate, making a loud bang, attracting the sickle owl larvae within a radius of 50 meters. Since it had not been long since the previous killing, almost everyone within 30 meters outside the store entrance had been killed by him. Therefore, he chose to alarm the larvae first and then set the size of the gap in the bulletproof glass door. It was not until Lu Ming had finished all the preparations and stood at the workstation by the door with a knife in hand that the sickle owl larvae finally entered the assembly line and arrived at the slaughterhouse. The first larva poked its head in. Lu Ming's pupils turned into bright golden color. The eye of truth is activated, and the traditional straight knife is wielded. Phew! Green liquid splashed out, and greedy collection fell down. Successfully decomposed the sickle owl larvae, obtained specialized crystals 2, high purity foreign protein 2. Senior Soldier Advancement Progress, 70/100. Chapter 15. Successfully recovered the body of the sickle owl larvae, obtained specialized crystals 2, high purity foreign protein 2. Successfully recovered the body of the sickle owl larvae, obtained specialized crystals *2. One after another, all were killed with one strike, and Lu Ming's bag gradually became heavy. 1001201502200. The number of specialized crystals is increasing like a spring. Every time he killed a wave of larvae, Lu Ming would deliberately pull the gate, or even use the handle of the knife to knock on the gate to make a sound. This will attract the next wave of larvae. This cycle continued until the number of specialized crystals exceeded 300, soaring to 340, before the killing was finally over. After closing the gate and enclosing the space, Lu Ming looked up to the sky and sighed. It's so easy. To cut a watermelon beautifully and evenly, you need to pinch off the head and remove the core to get the crystals. Alas, it's a bit lonely. Open the space bag and browse all resources. 350 ml of multifunctional sports drink, 2 pieces of compressed biscuits, 340 pieces of specialized crystals, and 364 pieces of high-purity foreign proteins. High-purity xenoprotein. It's about time to see what it is. Identification. High-purity foreign protein. Category: Special Foods. Description: This is a highly nutritious substance that some alien creatures love. After eating it, they will obtain high-energy supplements and accelerate their growth rate. However, this substance is highly toxic to humans and unauthorized consumption may be life-threatening. It is recommended to use an alien protein processing machine to remove the toxin, or rely on one's own resistance to resist after the specialization level reaches the War King level. It turns out to be edible food, but unfortunately the conditions for eating it are not available now. Xenoprotein processing machine, War King level. It seems like I have obtained more advanced information. It is understandable that alien creatures like it, as they have their own ecological environment and food chain structure. It's impossible that if no humans appear, they will all just wait to die, right? Close the bag. Since you won't need it for the time being, just put it aside until you can use it. Open the character panel and click on the specialization level. Hint: it is detected that there are sufficient specialized crystals in the space bag. Do you want to consume 100 specialized crystals to upgrade the specialized level to senior soldiers? Yes. Hundreds of specialized crystals flew out of thin air, shattered, and the energy gathered, turning into thicker blue light arcs that merged into Lu Ming's body. The feeling of soreness, tingling and swelling came again, and this time it was even stronger than when he was upgraded to an intermediate soldier. Blood vessels are wriggling in the epidermis, blue light is spewing from the eyes, and strands of light are swimming in the body. Ugh! As Lu Ming raised his head and roared, a force pushed him 2 meters away. Click, click, click. Clenching his fists full of power, Lu Ming felt stronger than ever before. 3 times. 3 times stronger than a mid-level soldier. Is this the limit that ordinary people can reach? It's even more dreamy than I imagined. Tear. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound from the dirty sports jacket, and the right upper arm to the shoulder broke directly. Oh shit! He spent hundreds of dollars on Bing Zixi to grab a gift package of 11 sets of fine sportswear. I had been wearing it in different ways for half a year without any problems. I thought I had found a treasure at the time, but now it seems that I was careless. Hey? Looking at the arm at the crack, Lu Ming was a little confused. Whose biceps are these? Whose arms are these? No, why does my stomach still feel cold? I looked down and saw that my sportswear was pulled above my belly button, exposing my entire belly. The key point is, what are those glaring 8-pack abdominal muscles? It is true that he exercises every day, but that is for his health. He has never trained his muscles properly. He wants to touch these perfect muscle lines when he sees them. If I hadn't lowered my head, I wouldn't have noticed that my pants had become shorter and my shoes were starting to fit my feet. Could it be that I had grown overall? There is no mirror now, so I can't examine myself. However, the clothes and shoes can no longer be worn. When the time is right, go to the clothing store and find 2 pieces after leaving the store. There just so happens to be a ready-made mirror there. Mirror? Wait, it seems that by clicking on the avatar in the information panel you can observe your full body mirror image. Thinking of this, Lu Ming quickly opened the information panel, clicked on the avatar, and the mirror image unfolded in 3 dimensions. When Lu Ming saw the projection for the first time, he was a little stunned. In his eyes, what came into view was Zhang's sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, 3-dimensional features, and masculine and handsome face. Not to mention the figure, which is strong without being bulky, and slender without losing its toughness. Overall, if he were on Blue Star, he would be far surpassed by scouts. Is this still him? Touching the smooth face, Lu Ming didn't know whether he should be happy or scared. Why fear, you ask? And he said that in Dragon Ball Frieza didn't realize this wish even after collecting all the Dragon Balls? What bullshit! You are no longer yourself, how can you not be afraid? Never mind, since God wants him to bear the sin of the world's jealousy, he can only let it go and accept this cruel result. But he is handsome, but without a reference, I still can't tell the changes in his height and weight. The program is also weird. You said you have projected the mirror image, can't you project it into space in equal proportions? Staring at his own mirror projection, Lu Ming subconsciously began to estimate. Little did he know that just as his consciousness was estimating his height and weight, the outline of the Eye of Truth when it was activated quietly emerged. This is it. Could it be? Identification. Name, Lu Ming. Gender, male. No, 66,666. Age, 24. Specialization level, senior soldier. Height, originally 175 centimeters, after 2 evolutions, intermediate and advanced, now 183 centimeters. Weight, originally 62 kilograms, after 2 evolutions from intermediate to advanced, now 85 kilograms. General functions. World Channel Trading House Space Baggage. Skills, ordinary sword skills, E rank. Personal information, former resident of Blue Star, third-rate writer, orphan, average popularity, cautious and steady, slightly selfish, legal citizen. Currently the 66,666th transferee in the last days of Jialan, a survivor and a strategist. Overall evaluation? Wow, it turns out that the Eye of Truth can not only identify alien species and objects, but can also directly identify humans. He didn't think about this. No, it's not that he didn't think about it, but there were too many things to think about and he didn't have time to think about it. The key information was surprisingly complete. After re-examining his height and weight, Lu Ming was extremely satisfied. He is 1.83 meters tall and weighs 85 kilograms. There is no doubt that his physique has reached a strong level. The word orphan in the message is a bit glaring. I always feel that this kind of irrelevant way of expression does not sound like a statement of fact, but rather like a deliberate insult. What is more unexpected and in line with the characteristics of the skill is the result of the exclusive skill appraisal. Without exception, there were only question marks and no content at all. Even the comprehensive evaluation column looked weird. But none of that matters. What matters is that after knowing how to use the Eye of Truth, he has an object he really wants to check out. Open the World channel, select the regional section, locate the video file, click on Chen Has kill video, stare at Chen Has figure, and say in a deep voice, identification. With a swipe, an exquisitely detailed information panel popped up. Chapter 16. Name, Chen Hai. Gender, male. No, 4399. Age, 42. Specialization level, Ultimate Soldier King. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 90 kilograms. General functions, collection world channel trading space baggage. Skills, none. Personal information, former resident of Blue Star, retired leader of Huaxia Dragon Team, current instructor of Dragon Team, codenamed, extremely experienced in combat, very good at hand-to-hand combat, once killed a team of A-class mercenaries alone, and became famous in the Middle East, known as the Huaxia Phoenix. He is tough and righteous, has strong leadership, meticulous thinking, calm and composed, has patience that ordinary people cannot surpass, and can always complete impossible tasks. The 66,666th batch of transferees, survivors, and attackers of the last days of Jialan are here. Left pointing black triangle. Overall rating, S+. Shocked. After one set of panels came down, Lu Ming's heart was shaken. Whether it is personal resume or physical data, none of them is not the king among kings. Former leader of the Dragon Group and current instructor of the Dragon Group. Although as ordinary citizens, our limited understanding of the military is only special operations forces and special individual programs. But the legendary organization Dragon Group, which is often seen in novels, actually exists. What's even more outrageous is that Chen Has' initial specialization level is not a senior soldier at all, but an extreme soldier king. Lu Ming didn't know what the concept of the ultimate soldier king was, but there was no doubt that he was above the senior soldiers. He hid his strength, but it was understandable. Not only could it be used to leave a trump card, but it was also easier for ordinary people to accept. In order to conceal his strength, he deliberately made the killing appear to be consistent with his strength. His thinking is indeed meticulous. But what is the standard for the comprehensive evaluation of S+? Thinking of this, Lu Ming reached out and clicked on the evaluation level, and a data panel immediately unfolded downwards. Strength, 115, 100. Agility, 95, 100. Wisdom, 99, 100. Spirit, 120, 100. Overall, 429. Rating, S+. I understood it instantly. So the four indicators of the Extreme Soldier King all have a full score of 100, and Chen Has indicators are off the charts, so the evaluation is S+, right? Especially the spirit and strength values, aren't they a bit too strong? What about yourself? How do you say 3 question marks? Once he had the thought, he would become curious, but just when he was about to close the panel and return to his own message. The triangle symbol at the end of Chen Has' personal information caught his attention. This symbol is usually used in web page text to hide information that is too long. Is there any additional information that can be observed? Click the triangle and the information column suddenly expands to reveal a large paragraph of text. But Chen Hai also has regrets buried deep in his heart. 21 years ago, he was engaged to Zhang Xuan, the daughter of the Zhang family, a wealthy family in Beijing. The two were in love with each other and had a deep affection for each other. They were already preparing to arrange the wedding, but the dragon team suddenly summoned him to an important mission. This mission lasted for 10 years. When he came back, Zhang Xuan had died of illness, less than a year after he left. Even though the Zhang family realized that Chen Hai shouldered important national responsibilities, they still could not forgive this prospective son-in-law who had been gone for 10 years without any news, and they banned him from setting foot in the Zhang family forever. This incident became a hurdle that Chen Hai could not overcome, and was also the core factor for him to retreat behind the scenes. Since then, he has not smiled again, and numbed himself with training all day long, until an hour before the transfer, the top management of the Dragon Group finally couldn't bear to see him so numb, and handed him a photo. It was a girl who was full of youthful vitality, beautiful, confident and positive. The top management told him that it was the child left by Zhang Xuan, and Zhang Xuan did not die of illness, but because of the family's power struggle and conspiracy, she fell from the upstairs before giving birth, and a huge change occurred. She could have lived, but she chose to keep the baby. Her child with Chen Hai. Upon receiving the news, Chen Heru was shocked. While he was filled with regret and grief, he also ignited new hope and boarded a plane to the United States as quickly as possible. However, the moment the flight took off, a major transfer occurred. The hidden information ended here. Lu Ming sighed. He didn't expect that such a master would have such hidden information. The key photos were even marked with highlight effects, indicating that they could be clicked to view. Lu Ming moved his finger over and then retracted it, thinking, isn't it a bad idea to pry into other people's privacy like this? But if he didn't look, it would seem a bit hypocritical. Well, forget it, anyway, it's the information peeped from the eye of truth, it all depends on the skill, and it can't be attributed to the skill owner. After putting the blame on my skills, my mood is indeed much brighter. I clicked on the photo and took a look, and I was really amazed. Not only is she tall, but her proportions are perfect. She only wears light makeup on her face, but she already looks better than many celebrities with heavy makeup. She is certainly not something that those internet celebrities on some platforms who use maximum beauty filters can compare to. If we have to give a score to her appearance, she is definitely a goddess with a score of over 95. The most important thing is her temperament. Just looking at the posture in the photo where she is leaning sideways with her legs crossed, her shoulders raised, her hands clasped together and she is smiling sweetly, makes people feel that she is youthful, cheerful and lively. Lu Ming was greatly surprised that such a person could be the daughter of a tough guy like Chen Hai. He could only sigh that Aunt Xuan had strong genes. Forget it. Now is not the time to appreciate other people's photos. The key is whether you can find data for your own evaluation, which involves the future comparison of enemy and our strength. Little did he know that just when he was about to close the photo, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. With photos and images, can we identify the information? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Lu Ming felt ashamed of himself. What about this set of dolls? Besides, isn't it a bit vulgar to get to the bottom of it? No. Absolutely not. Cross out the photo, close Chen Hai's information bar, then verify Chen Hai's information again, open the photo again, and activate the Eye of Truth. Ahem, this is not vulgarity, this is normal curiosity. You have already clicked here, if you don't continue reading, are you still a man? Identification. Name, Zhongling. Gender, female. No, 02. Age, 20. Specialization level, Ultimate Soldier King. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 63 kilograms. General functions, collection world channel trading space baggage. Skills, elite archery steel harvesting. Personal information, former resident of Blue Star, granddaughter of the Zhang family, a wealthy family in Beijing, Huaxia. Her mother unfortunately passed away when she was born. Due to the intentional concealment of the family, the identity of her father is still unknown. She has shown a rare and powerful talent since she was a child. She started practicing martial arts at the age of 5. At the age of 20, she obtained the titles of Gyawa Master, Muay Thai Red 10th Seconds, Jiu-Jitsu Red and White 8th Seconds, Bajiquan Dachan, Inch Fist Dachan, Heavy Weapon Specialization, Guns Universal, etc. She is a physical prodigy. Now she is the 6,666th transferee in the last days of Jialan, a survivor and a strategist. Strength, 107, 100. Agility, 110, 100. Wisdom, 95, 100. Spirit, 90, 100. Overall, 402. Rating, S+. Ultimate Soldier King? Ancient Martial Arts Master? Red 10th degree in Muay Thai? Red and White 8th degree in Jiu-Jitsu. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth twitched violently twice. Is this title serious? A humanoid monster with such data actually poses like a little woman. Are you trying to deceive straight men? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Chapter 17. A good father will have a good daughter, so the father's genes are hidden in the physical fitness, right? The Ultimate Soldier King, the Ultimate Soldier King, Lu Ming still thought that he had caught up with those Blue Star strongmen through assembly line engineering. I never thought that the strong man was so fierce and possessed extraordinary power from the beginning. What's the point of studying the scoring data? The real work should be done. But in the end, he still clicked on Zhang Ling's profile picture and saw her current appearance. Completely different from the lively and charming girl in the photo, Zhang Ling's expression was indescribably cold and stern. Her eyes were sharp and her face was cold. Her long hair hung over her cheeks and was tied behind her ears. At the back of her neck, it was tied into a long black braid with a black ribbon. When you click on the mirror, you will see an outstanding figure showing a perfect figure, which exudes the natural pride of women and the coldness that keeps strangers away. She was wearing a black slim-fitting suit, as if she was going to attend an important meeting, and her long black braid extended all the way to her waist. It has to be said that the photos and reality brought Lu Ming a strong visual impact, and he also admitted that the contradictory Zhang Ling had infinite appeal. But it cannot cover up the fact that there is a monster hidden under this prosperous appearance. Crossing out Zhang Ling's personal information, Lu Ming opened his own information panel and went straight to the column for senior soldiers. Senior soldier, possessing rich experience in combat against alien species, his comprehensive strength has reached the limit standard of ordinary people. He is only 2 steps away from becoming a true hunting warrior. By devouring specialized crystals, he can be promoted to the Ultimate Soldier King level. The promotion progress is 240/300. Very good, just a little bit closer. This only refers to physical fitness. He cannot quickly accumulate real combat experience and combat skills in a short period of time. That is a process of years of training. Even on Blue Star, he will never be able to surpass the 2 of them in his lifetime. But now, with the black technology of skill books, it is not hopeless for me to surpass others. Therefore, he had to upgrade his level to the Ultimate Soldier King level as soon as possible, and then go out to explore those supply boxes full of miracles. After careful planning, Lu Ming took off his uncomfortable sportswear, kicked off his ill-fitting sneakers, picked up his straight knife and walked towards the door. He was about to start the 3rd round of larvae hunting. Before we begin, let's review the durability of fixed-blade knives. After the 2nd round of intensive use, the straight knife now has 342 points of durability left. Remove the 50-point durability limit of the blade, and kill 584 larvae. But you can't use it all in the store. Clothes, food, and weapon reserves must be searched outside the store. So we need to keep at least 200 of them just in case. After planning the killing distribution, the third batch of larvae were gathered. Lu Ming killed and counted them at the same time, completely unaware that a video made him and his store popular in the region. Zhao He, video file. Zhao He, family members, let me show you something. I am not very familiar with the function, so the video is a little shaky, but it does not affect the viewing experience. Please help analyze it after watching it. What is going on down there? Is there any major event happening? A moment later. Gao Bo, what the hell, what is this? Why are so many larvae gathering there? Zhao He, yes, I am in the residential building right above this area. I have seen monsters gathering 3 times, sometimes in a group, sometimes in a group. I also often hear clanging sounds coming from below. Is it because some automatic sound-making object attracts them? Ding Chuang, it's so annoying to see so many alien species surrounding you. Zhao He, isn't it? It's very desperate, but the place where the aliens gather seems to be a bottomless pit. No one who goes in has ever come out. The streets are mostly empty. Is there some treasure there? Or is it leading to the sewer? Li Xiang, what a shitty sewer. I'm right across from you. Although I can't see what's going on down there, I can see half of the storefront and the name of the store. It's called Innovation Mobile Phone Repair Agency. They usually repair your phone and sell you second-hand, no-name phones. It's not a sewer. Zhao He, but this doesn't make sense. How could so many alien species fit into the sewers without a sewer? They can't just disappear out of thin air. The dozen or so people below had a deep discussion about the disappearance of the larvae in the shop until a woman named Lu Lanfang appeared. Lu Lanfang, yes, there are people. What? Someone. As soon as these words came out, the entire region went into an uproar. Zhao He, sister, can you speak fully? What do you mean by people? Where are the people? What people? Lu Lanfang, there was someone in the store. I was 20 meters away from the store, diagonally opposite. I saw someone's legs through the window of the storage room. Every time he opened the shutter door to let the larvae in, the larvae would disappear every time they went in. Almost all the larvae around were let in by that person. Even when there were no larvae, he would deliberately knock on the shutter door to make a noise to attract larvae from far away, and the number of larvae attracted was increasing. Zhao He, is this true? Sister, are you hallucinating? This is too fantastical. How can humans gather alien species in groups like chickens and ducks? Even senior soldiers like Uncle Chen Hai have to kill them one by one. Lu Lanfang, I doubted my own eyes, but I was telling the truth. At first there were dozens, then about 100, and then they were so dense that I dared not count them. Zhao He, if it was really done by human, then there is only one possibility. That person knew the weakness of the sickle owl larvae, and then, as Uncle Chen Hai said, killed it without injury within the babysitting time. Gao Bo, damn, even if they knew their weaknesses, they were still too cruel. Gathering 100 of them together to kill them, how powerful would one have to be so brave and invincible? Zhao He, he is indeed brave, but it's a pity that I don't know who that person is. Otherwise, I would ask him to share his method of judging weaknesses. Gao Bo, forget it, that is a method that can quickly kill alien species, do you understand what I mean? Or is your butt shape more beautiful than others? The boss wants to trade when he sees it. Zhao He, what you said. Gao Bo, it's a bit blunt, but as long as this big guy exists, it's a good thing for you. With such a strong person around, your sense of security is off the charts. Lu Lanfang, it was indeed a good thing. After several rounds of larvae gathering, there were almost no larvae outside. But I didn't dare to go out. I didn't know when the man would start BG on the door to gather again. If I was surrounded by swarms of larvae as soon as I went out, I would definitely not survive. Gao Bo, then wait. Wait until he can no longer gather larvae. Then your area will be liberated. Hey, where is your area? Tell me. I want to see if there is a chance for me to escape to your area. Lu Lanfang, I don't know. There are no road signs or house numbers. Zhao He, I don't have that either. Li Xiang, no. Gao Bo, damn, you just don't want to talk about it. The world is so fickle. Zhao He, I understand. Li Xiang, +1 if you understand. Those who understand, understand +17. Those who had previously only watched the show came out to join in the fun. Yes, only a fool would let people in. Once the boss kills all the alien species, they can go out temporarily and look for resources. More people mean more mouths to feed. Although they all trust Chen Hai, you also need to have material support until Chen Hai comes to rescue you, right? As for the boss, he was sensible and didn't expect anything. Some things could be understood by just looking at them. This boss was not the same type of person as Chen Hai. He didn't want to bring a burden with him, but so what? If it were him, he would choose to be a lone wolf. Lu Lanfang, I really don't know. Zhao He, okay, Aunt Lan, no need to explain. Please pay more attention to that store. If there is a big boss, remember to take a video. You must see his appearance. Lu Lanfang, how do I shoot a video? I don't know how. Zhao He, don't worry, I'll teach you privately. What followed was a lot of teasing and joking remarks, as well as people who belatedly realized and continued the conversation about the big boss. The protagonist of the chat was wholeheartedly harvesting the lives of sickle owl larvae at this moment. Of course, I also received reminders about the video files, but I couldn't stop the slaughter on the assembly line, so I had to choose to ignore it. Chapter 18. The Other Side. Chen Hai closed the chat channel. He opened all the recorded videos of killing sickle owl larvae and examined them carefully. Since there really is a method to determine the weaknesses of larvae, there must be clues to follow. However, while watching the recording, he couldn't help but think of his daughter's current situation. I just want to beg God to have some mercy on me and not regret it for the rest of my life with him. Successfully decomposed the body of the sickle owl larvae, obtained specialized crystals 2, high purity foreign protein 2. After collecting the corpse of the last sickle owl larva, Lu Ming let out a deep breath. This killing was a bit too much. A total of 407 were killed before the attack stopped, and the number of specialized crystals reached an astonishing 1054. 2 additional larval aggregations were performed in between. Although the number has not decreased, the gathering speed has obviously slowed down. Even the last wave of larvae made him wait for 2 minutes before they finally arrived. This means that most of the larvae in the nearby alleys have been killed by him. The durability of the straight knife has also dropped to 160, and the rest needs to be used for external looting. Open the information panel and click on the specialization level. Hint: it is detected that there are sufficient specialized crystals in the space bag. Do you want to consume 300 specialized crystals to upgrade the specialized level to the Ultimate Soldier King? Yes. Whoosh! The crystals piled up and shattered into pieces, and a huge amount of specialized energy suddenly poured into Lu Ming's body. Then it violently swept and pushed outwards with the heart as the center. That feeling seemed to squeeze Lu Ming's blood out of his body. Bones, blood vessels, internal organs, there is no place that is no longer in severe pain. Snort! Veins bulged on his forehead and his gums turned white from being bitten. Lu Ming's handsome face became extremely hideous. Ugh! Who knew that the pain of squeezing would suddenly be superimposed on the pain of tearing? Lu Ming couldn't bear it any longer and knelt on the ground. The muscles bulged high, the blood vessels expanded rapidly, and the hard fists hit the ground like a steel hammer, making a roar. Finally, after 10 seconds, a black mist with a foul smell seeped out from Lu Ming's body, eventually rising into the sky and disappearing on the ceiling. Huff! Huff! Sweat covered Lu Ming's body and his breathing became extremely heavy. He stayed there for several minutes before slowly standing up and calming his chest. Looking at his still shaking hands, Lu Ming cried out that it was a bummer. If nothing else, it just hurts so much. This is probably what it feels like to break a person's bones. He almost began to doubt whether those specialized crystals were the gathering resentment of the sickle owl larvae. What does it smell like? Lu Ming sniffed and frowned. The smell didn't seem to be the rotting mucus of the sickle owl larvae, but more like the dirt under the toenails. Is it me? I raised my arm in disbelief and sniffed it. Damn! I almost vomited the food I hadn't eaten the night before. Just rub it with your hands and a layer of sticky black mud will fall off immediately. What the hell? He took a step forward and was about to wipe his hands against the wall, but he fell directly to the ground as soon as he took a step. It doesn't hurt, but it is really strange. After breaking through a level, I can't go on this road anymore. When he stood up again, he found that his weight of 80 kilograms was as light as a feather. With just a little support from his palms, the whole person floated up. Thinking of the previous pain, the stench on his body, and the black mud that had fallen off, Lu Ming suddenly understood. Cleanse the tendons and marrow. Those smelly black substances are all the dirt in your body. After thinking about this clearly, Lu Ming's surprise turned into joy again. Holding on to the wall, I began to adapt my body like rehabilitation exercises. First, move step by step to find the rhythm of the center of gravity. Then it got faster and faster, and finally it started running wildly in the house. If an outsider saw the scene inside, he would definitely be shocked. There is no other reason. At this time, Lu Ming had completely ignored the terrain and was running in the shop of only 20 square meters as if it were flat ground. From the ground to the wall, from the wall to the ceiling, it seems to be free from gravity. After running around the entire store space 10 times, Lu Ming stopped in the middle of the store. Bounce from a fixed point, the figure leaps straight up. My palms touched the ceiling easily and my body was still rising. It reached the zenith, stayed there for a second, and then fell down again. With his feet on the ground, Lu Ming looked around himself and then chuckled. Strong! Too damn strong! Stunts that only appear in movies actually happened to me. The speed and jumping ability are completely beyond the normal people's cognition. As for strength, Lu Ming looked at the glass display cabinet, exerted a little force, and lifted it up. He lifted the object weighing more than 100 kilograms, which was difficult to push even with a pulley, with just one wheel. Is this the level of the world that Chen Hai and Zhang Ling are in? Can they still be considered human beings? Lu Ming couldn't help but express his doubts. Open the information panel, click Extreme Soldier King, and an information pop-up window will pop up. Ultimate Soldier King can hunt the initial juvenile alien species alone, and is just one step away from becoming a true hunting warrior. By swallowing specialized crystals, he can be promoted to a primary hunting warrior, and the promotion progress is 754/1000. After 300 is 1000. For a normal person, this gap would make him want to curse. They don't have the bug skill of greed. According to the output of 50% specialized crystals, they need to start with at least 2000 sickle owl larvae. It may take at least 3 to 5 days to achieve this. Unless they have a team to support them. Tisk. The stench still lingered at the tip of my nose, and occasionally rushed into my head, which was really very irritating. It seems that in addition to solving clothing replacement, weapon storage, and resource collection, bathing has become the top priority. Thinking of this, Lu Ming picked up the traditional straight knife placed aside and frowned. I didn't feel that way before, but now that my strength has increased so much, I always feel that the straight knife feels light and has no texture. After playing with it in silence for a few seconds, Lu Ming gradually felt relieved. Anyway, there will be a new one soon. If not, just change it to a broadsword. That thing is very powerful. As long as the power is enough, the lethality is greater than that of a straight knife. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming picked up the sportswear he had taken off earlier, took up the two sleeves and tied them behind his head, and wrapped the corners of the clothes behind his neck. A perfect homemade mask was born, and the foul smell suddenly decreased. Then he opened the gate, walked towards the street with his upper body naked, barefoot, and holding a straight knife. Looking at the crack of sky outside the residential building and feeling the warm and pleasant sunlight, I really want to take a deep breath. But the smell on my body was too strong, so I didn't dare to act rashly even with a homemade mask on. If you are not careful, you might not be taken away by the alien species, but be sent away by the smell on your body. That would be very embarrassing. With a light sigh, Lu Ming turned around and walked towards the direction he originally ran from. After walking for a while, I passed by a tobacco, alcohol, and grocery store. I remember that this grocery store was filled with more than 10 larvae before, and now I guess they have all been lured and killed by him. Aliens shouldn't waste food, so there should be some supplies inside. As I thought of this, the entire store was instantly framed by a blue outline. Seeing this familiar effect, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and frowned. No way, is this even possible? Chapter 19. After all his calculations, he never expected that the so-called spatial range assessment could be so unreasonable. People are just standing outside and haven't seen anything yet, and you can appraise the entire store? Try it now. Identification. Sniff 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 sniff. As he silently recited this command, countless item names appeared in Lu Ming's eyes like product labels. They penetrate the wall and appear in their respective positions as if in perspective. Some of the labels are stacked together because they are too close together. Lu Ming instinctively felt that there was some visual pollution, and the dense crowds looked messy. Is this a bug in the technology? Can we only display the labels for materials? As soon as the thought came to mind, all the labels of the items in front of me disappeared. When they reappeared, except for the material labels, other items were not displayed. Glancing at the tools, cigarettes, alcohol, drinks, snacks, and some daily necessities, Lu Ming was speechless. Do you dare to go a step further and only display food supplies? Brush. The labels were reset for the second time, and except for the alcohol, beverages, snacks, and instant noodles available for consumption, everything else was silent. At this point, Lu Ming had been completely convinced by the eye of truth. Okay, you're awesome, I'll follow you. Show alien creatures, food, drinks, tools, weapons, and supply boxes. The setting was given silently in my mind, and the identification information changed again. Consistent with his inference, all the sickle owl larvae had been destroyed, but the supply boxes were gone, while the others were still there. The most important thing is that there is a machete in the corner of the store. It seems that most of the shop owners have a strong sense of prevention. What's more thoughtful is that because the categories of things to be identified are set in detail, the level of detail of the information has also changed. Especially for displaying the status of food, labels are divided by colors. Black, red, orange, white. Lu Ming briefly understood it. Foods with black labels are generally expired and contain toxins, which can cause immediate death if eaten. The red label means the food is expired. Although you will not die immediately after eating it, you will suffer from acute symptoms. If rescue is not timely, the food will still be hung on the wall. Orange labels mean that the food is not far from its expiration date and needs to be consumed as soon as possible. White ones have a long shelf life and can be collected and stored safely. Simple, popular, clear, easy to use, and like a cheat. With a gratified smile, Lu Ming walked into the store. After entering, the first thing that hits you is a smell of decay and mildew, followed by several rows of slightly messy shelves. There is everything on it, but as far as food and beverages are concerned, basically all are gone. I picked up a bag of spicy strips that had turned green. The production date was March 22, 2020 in the Jialan calendar, and the shelf life was 12 months. Look at the time displayed in the corner of the World Channel. It is already May 27, 2025. This means that the disaster occurred at least 4 years ago. Other places were filled with cigarettes, alcohol, daily necessities, boxes of instant noodles, sundries, and unknown miscellaneous items. I walked around and looked at all the items in the store. Lu Ming did not rush to search, but instead took out the machete hidden in the corner of the counter. It was a curved blade machete, a little rusty, and the material was not as good as the one in the mobile phone repair shop. But so what? A hero's origin is not judged, and after being sublimated, he becomes another treasure. After throwing it into the space bag, Lu Ming began to search for resources. As a high-quality 3-good young person and the future pillar of mankind, the food you choose must be exquisite and noble. Nothing except white label items. After 10 minutes, the collected materials are as follows. 2 boxes of braised beef noodles, 3 boxes of Farmer 3-Punch purified water, 15 bottles of Best Cola, 10 bottles of Lay-By, and 60 bottles of 7 other varieties of beverages. Next came the heavyweight items, 17 cartons of fine liquor and 30 cartons of premium cigarettes. Lu Ming himself actually has no need for things like cigarettes and alcohol. But he doesn't need some people who want it. Especially in the end times, these are luxuries. The key is that they have a long shelf life. I have been addicted to cigarettes for 10 years and to liquor for 20 years. Whenever I encounter it, I will never let it go. I just didn't expect that after all the cigarettes and alcohol were recycled, a reminder message suddenly popped up. Tip: there are less than 3 empty spaces in the space bag, please pay attention to the storage limit. Improving the level of the space bag can expand the capacity. Oh. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming suddenly understood. The space bag only has 20 slots, although the same items can be stacked infinitely. But after a lot of chopping, all kinds of drinks, food, cigarettes, and alcohol were stuffed in, only 2 spaces were left. Upgrade. I opened the space bag and looked around, and sure enough, I saw a sign next to the number of bag slots. Click the triangle icon and the prompt will pop up again. Upgrading the space bag requires 40 specialized crystals and the space bag will double in size after the upgrade. 40 pieces is a bit expensive, how about sublimating them directly? Ultimate sublimation. Tip: please select the sublimation grade, 2nd level/1st level. 1st level. Tip: to upgrade the universal function space bag, 3 million specialized crystals are required. Sure. Cancel. Mocking people, right? Where can he find 3 million specialized crystals? Are you sure? Can't you just tell him that it cannot be sublimated? Cancel. He originally wanted to give it a try. Besides, even if he could really upgrade his level, would he choose to upgrade? Probably not. The size of the space is the same as the level of specialization. The later the stage, the higher the value of sublimation. Forget it, I'd better just use specialized crystals. Repeat the last upgrade operation and select OK to consume 40 specialized crystals. Hint: the space bag has been upgraded successfully. The current size is 18/40. The next upgrade will consume 80 specialized crystals. That's enough. With his heroic character, he wants to move up to the next level. Considering that the specialized crystals might have a greater purpose in the future, he calmed down. Leaving aside cigarettes, alcohol, and side dishes, Lu Ming began to skillfully set targets and search for supplies. During this period, I also saw many people hiding in shops. When those people saw him, no one asked for help, and none of them even came out to join in his search. And I don't know if it was an illusion, but everyone looked at him with a complex and awe-inspiring look. It was strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He thought that maybe it was because of his strong physique, fashionable clothes, and the cool traditional straight knife in his hand that intimidated them. It's pretty good, really. Without so many intersections, there wouldn't be so many complexities. He liked the ease and comfort of being alone, just like the life he had lived in recent years. It was also at this time that he finally found a clothing store. There is a rolling shutter door, but it is hung high, leaving only the glass door locked from the inside. It's a small shop on the street, selling both boys' and girls' clothing. The goods are good quality and the prices are low. No one is cheated. Such a slogan is engraved on the wall outside the door. Although the handwriting has faded a lot after years of washing, it still makes Lu Ming happy. It means that I no longer have to go shirtless and wear torn pants that are too short and make my stomach hurt. Take a few steps forward and be ready to use identification to check whether there are any larvae hiding in the store. But unexpectedly, as his eyes passed, a figure came into view. Chapter 20. That's a girl. Thin and small. She was clearly wearing a high school uniform. But it looks so loose and collapsed. She curled up in the corner of the glass door. Hugging his knees and burying his chin, he did not cry or shout, was not afraid, felt no sadness or joy, and was as numb as a piece of wood. Suddenly, the wood moved. She raised her empty eyes and met Lu Ming's gaze. There was a pause for a moment, and then it dropped again in the next second. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart twisted, and the joy of discovering the clothing store was instantly crushed by that familiar expression. Holding a straight knife, he turned around and walked straight past the clothing store as if he had never seen this place. At the moment when the girl's figure intersects, the real scene and the dusty memory are exchanged. The same dark corner, the same curled up with knees hugged, the same emptiness and numbness, the only difference was that the figure was himself. Not trusting anyone, not caring about anyone, not placing hope on anyone, that was who he used to be, the one who had not been redeemed. So he could understand very well what kind of emotions those eyes contained. His compassion was surging, but what could he do? This is the end of the world, a desperate place where one needs to do everything possible to survive. He never thought of himself as a savior who could save the world, even though he had several incredible bugs. All he could do was fulfill what that person expected of him before he died, to live. That's all. So the same kind of thing. What does it have to do with him? It's a pity that there is a clothing store so close by. Forget it, food is hard to find, but there are clothes shops everywhere. After calming down, Lu Ming decided to go to the crossroads where he was transferred. After all, the crossroads in the city were the most prosperous areas in the society. Maybe he could find a supply box, he smiled to himself, and then wiped away the smile to himself. The shadow of his bangs covered his eyes, and his steps slowly stopped. Finally, he laughed at himself, turned around and walked back. Coming back to the store entrance, Lu Ming felt helpless as he looked at the huge and fashionable reflection of himself on the glass door. In order to make himself look less like a bad guy, he squatted down, squinted his eyes and smiled, and said in a gentle voice, "Little sister, what's your name? What grade in high school are you in? Can you open the door? Uncle wants to go in for a while." After the words fell, although Lu Ming's expression did not change, his inner consciousness had already hugged his head, and his expression was distorted and screaming, "Oh my god, what kind of messed up opening speech is he talking about? Isn't it better to just get straight to the point and state the topic? This is like kidnapping, no one will let you in, okay? What's your little sister's name? Where did you come from, weird uncle?" Sure enough, the girl inside the door raised her empty eyes again and stared at him for a moment. Lu Ming was sweating profusely, and said with a guilty conscience, no, I'm not a bad person, don't be afraid, clothes, I want to change clothes. After saying that, he pointed to his huge pectoral muscles. Do you understand? Understand yarn? Hiss. Lu Ming took a deep breath and felt very upset. Lu Ming, Lu Ming, what the hell are you doing? Forget it, just destroy it, I'm tired. Just when he typed GG and was about to leave, the girl inside suddenly stood up and opened the door of the shop in front of Lu Ming's astonished gaze. Yes, just pull it open. From the beginning to the end, he thought that the locked shop door had no protective measures at all. This girl doesn't care whether she lives or dies, nor does she care whether the person outside the door is good or bad. The loose school uniform made her thin figure look even more dissipated. Lu Ming didn't come in, so she just kept holding the door and stood aside waiting, staring blankly at her feet, like a lifeless, rigid machine. Thanks. The embarrassment disappeared in an instant, and Lu Ming walked in with a foul smell all over his body. When I looked back, the girl had let go of the hand and returned to the corner that belonged to her. There was no change in his expression because of the smell on his body, and he didn't even look at him again, as if the person who came in was not a tall and strong man, but a ball of colorless and odorless air. He turned around silently and chose clothes silently. Lu Ming's mind was not on himself at all. I walked around the tiny shop many times before realizing that there was no size suitable for me. Her eyes swept across the clothing warehouse on the inside of the store, which was off limits to outsiders. The door handle was covered in dust, but there were no traces of handprints, indicating that the girl had not explored this area at all after entering the store. Identification. Locking the space behind the warehouse door, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth. The item labels popped up one by one. There are no alien creatures, which means this place is safe. When the warehouse door was opened, dust fell through the gap. It was not as dark as I had imagined, but rather quite bright inside. Looking further ahead, I discovered that the so-called warehouse was actually a private residence's living room. Opposite him was the door to the living room. It was estimated that the boss's house was too big and the back door happened to be located in a residential alley, so he converted the back door area into a clothing store and did some business. There was more dust accumulated in the house, and wherever the Eye of Truth passed, most of the things it saw were black, so the things it could use were very limited. However, when his eyes turned to the right, he was immediately attracted by a blue item label. Level 2 Supply Box. It's in the larger room on the right. His mood finally changed from heavy to joyful. Lu Ming flashed into the room and saw a blue box at the corner between the bed and the wall that was out of tune with the surrounding furnishings. It is not like the arched treasure chest in the game, which is full of age. It is a mechanical box full of technology. Identification. Secondary Supply Box, Special Items. Category, Container. Description, a sturdy container for high-level supplies, containing 3500 ml multi-purpose sports drinks and one random skill book. The items in the box are directly spoiled by the Eye of Truth. There is less surprise when unboxing, but there is more peace of mind in knowing the contents in advance. Especially the random skill book, which is a good thing that can produce special skills such as Master Key. Pick up the supply box. There is a blue button in the middle of the box. Press it hard, gas sprays out, and the box opens. Neatly lying inside was a purple book with a golden question mark engraved on it and 3 bottles of multifunctional sports drinks. Tip: Random skill book detected. Do you want to use it immediately? After use, you will get a random skill book from the EA level skill book. It's only A level, so the skill called the Master Key, which he considers to be a magical skill, is not S level. Prompt: Do you want to use it immediately? Realizing that he hadn't responded, the program prompts began to urge him. Lu Ming was about to confirm when he suddenly remembered that if the girl was not completely depressed, this supply box, which poses no danger at all, should be her trophy. Of course, this is just a thought in my mind. If he really gave up this supply box, he would feel like he was crazy. At most, you can give the girl some compensation when you go out. Yes. Congratulations on obtaining the B-level skill power multiplication. Chapter 21. The question mark on the random skill book slowly dissolved. The 5 words power multiplication technique then emerged. This is a skill whose effect can be known without even reading the description. Multiply the power? But in fact, he is not lacking in physical improvement now. What he wanted was technical perfection. For example, specialization in firearms, boxing, body movements, and even various skills. Otherwise, even if you have the amplified state of doubling your strength, at the same level of specialization, you will still be toyed with and crushed by those who are more skilled. Of course, I am happy, especially since my skill level is close to the maximum that can be extracted. Prompt: do you want to learn power multiplication technique immediately? Yes. The skill book decomposed into light spots, circled in the air for a few circles, and then drilled into Lu Ming's forehead. Successfully learned the B-level skill power multiplication. Power multiplication, B rank. Category: active amplification skills. Effect: strength is doubled within 10 minutes after use, and then there is a 5-minute weakness period. All attributes are halved in the weak state, and the cooling time is 15 minutes. 10 minutes of burst skills, not bad. It will weaken you for 5 minutes after use, which is a reasonable price. See the sublimation effect and the cost required. The ultimate sublime. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. Level 2. Hint: are you sure you want to consume 2000 specialized crystals to upgrade the B-level skill power multiplication to the S-level skill power granting? Sure. Cancel. Yo, 2000 specialized crystals can upgrade to S? Is it because the skills are rubbish, or is it the price difference between the levels? Power granting, S rank. Category: active amplification skills. Effect: grants you triple strength, lasts for 30 minutes, cools down for 1 hour. Features: this amplification can be granted to multiple target units at the same time, and the number of grants depends on the specialization level. Lu Ming exclaimed, "Wow!" After the evolution, the amplification multiple and duration were both tripled. Weakness effects are completely removed. The cooling time seems long, but it is actually quite sufficient. Because when a battle lasts for more than 30 minutes and cannot be resolved, you can consider finding an opportunity to escape. This skill is worth investing in, and it should be invested in as soon as possible, as it can be very useful at critical moments. Cancel the sublimation operation, collect the 3 bottles of sports drinks, and the supply box disintegrate and dissipate. When he was about to leave the room, Lu Ming suddenly discovered that there was an indoor bathroom in the room. Check quickly to see if the device can be used. Full of anticipation, Lu Ming strode in. After fiddling with the water heater for a few times, there was no feedback at all. Broken. He also suddenly remembered that even if the water heater worked, the water used in daily life would contain alienated toxins. In this case, not only this family, the situation in other residential buildings is basically the same. His mood suddenly became a little low. Was he going to give up? Was he going to bear this smell until it disappeared naturally? Although people in the doomsday world are like wild monkeys, it is too much to be so smelly. Staring at the water heater, Lu Ming's eyes moved. Since the ordinary water heater cannot be used, will there be any surprises if we upgrade it by 2 levels? Ultimate sublimation. Please select the upgrade grade. Level 2. Tip: sublimating minor faulty water heater requires 3 specialized crystals. Please choose the sublimation direction. Specialized all-purpose water heater, crystal diamond glow water heater. What? Are there different upgrade directions for water heaters? Check out the details. Specialized all-purpose water heater, advanced. Category, electrical appliances. Description: this practical water heater integrates self-generation, self-operation, automation and self-help. Even in the environment of power outage and water shortage, you can still add water and replenish energy for continued use. This is good, it replenishes the water body. Although it is a bit painful, the pure water resources he has are still sufficient. I searched 5 or 6 grocery stores and convenience stores, but didn't get much other things. However, I got 5 boxes of Farmer's 3 punches, each box containing 24 bottles. So now he has 120 bottles of purified water on hand, plus sports drinks and other happy waters, which are more than enough to be used up. Even if it is used up, the strength is there. Just go out for a few turns and replenish it quickly. There is nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Lu Ming looked at another water heater. Crystal glow water heater, advanced. Category, luxury. Description: the whole body is inlaid with hundreds of diamonds and sparkles with noble gold. It is a must-have decoration for successful people. Its function is not much different from that of ordinary all-purpose water heaters. The advantage is that it is expensive, and the disadvantage is that it cannot be used by yourself. Are all water heaters inlaid with diamonds? It's worthy of being the Gala Galaxy. It's really eye-opening. Choose an all-purpose water heater. Brush. The faulty water heater was disassembled and reassembled, and a multifunctional water heater that looks very high-tech was reproduced. What moved Lu Ming so much that he burst into tears was that the water heater actually came with its own shower gel and shampoo, which was so user-friendly and thoughtful. Turn on the button and the screen on the water heater lights up. The almighty elf is at your service. Please select the method of use by voice. An electronic voice reminder appears, and 2 options, automation and self-service, appear on the screen. Self-service. Start self-service. Please add 10 L of water from the drain, and then set the temperature. 10 L? That's 20 bottles, not bad. Without thinking too much, Lu Ming filled up 10 L of water, set the temperature, and took out a few sets of barely adequate vests and trousers from the clothing warehouse and started washing them directly, completely forgetting that there was a high school girl at the back door. 10 minutes later, Lu Ming, looking refreshed, walked out of the bathroom wearing clothes that fit him well but didn't suit his image. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lu Ming was very unhappy. The baggy white vest paired with grey jeans is so elegant that it's hard to describe. It wasn't until he took a look at the ultimate sublimation on the information panel that an idea quietly emerged. Another 2 minutes later, Lu Ming went out with a brand new look and was full of confidence. A tight black vest that protects the neck. Tactical trousers as black as ink. Solid black sergeant belt with loops. And tactical leather boots. I can say with confidence that it is mighty and domineering. Who would have thought that by sublimating clothing to the second level, one could not only add toughness, stain removal and waterproof properties to clothing, but also allow one to customize clothing styles. After much thought, I think this is the most comfortable outfit for someone with this body type and this kind of environment. Clenching his fists in satisfaction, Lu Ming walked out slowly. He opened the warehouse door and through the crack, the figure with his arms around his knees caught his attention again. He was really unmoved, even after entering for more than 20 minutes and not coming out. He wanted to see what the reason was that caused a young girl to lose her mind to such an extent. Identification. The Eye of Truth was activated, locking onto its outline, and a densely packed information panel popped up. With just one glance, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Because he hadn't looked closely yet, he had already caught a few hurtful words in the personal information. Orphan, adopted, adopted by adoptive father. Chapter 22. These heavy words made it impossible for Lu Ming to move away from the personal information column. It made him read it from the beginning. Personal information, former resident of Blue Star, Huaxia Chengchuan, 3rd year of high school, born in the women's restroom of the Ki Zero bar, abandoned by her biological mother Su. Later, she was found by the bar's cleaning staff, who informed the bar owner to call the police, and sent her to the Ki Sing Sing welfare home, named Hong Hong. In the welfare home, he showed extremely high learning and hands-on abilities. He liked quietness, loved books, did not like to communicate with others, and often sat alone in the book corner. Therefore, he was targeted and excluded by other children in the welfare home. When she was 3 years old, she was adopted by migrant workers Lu and Zhang and renamed Lu Yi. Later, due to an accident at a construction site, Lu and Zhang became paralyzed for life and were unable to continue to take care of her. So the adoption relationship was terminated on New Year's Eve of that year and she was sent back to the welfare home. The adoption period was less than a year. When she was 5 years old, she was adopted by Wang, a divorced woman who had been pregnant for a long time, and was renamed Wang Chanwan. Later, because Wang was forced by her parents to marry a cousin from the same village, the man was not allowed to take the child with him, and the adoption relationship was terminated again. She was returned to the welfare home. The adoption time was less than 7 months. When she was 7 years old, she was adopted by Zhao and renamed Zhao Jiao. Later, Zhao accidentally died while playing cards in the middle of the night. After the family dealt with the funeral, they terminated the adoption relationship because there was no blood relationship and no relatives to adopt her. She was returned to the welfare home for 1 year. When she was 10 years old, she was adopted by Yang Zhejian of Yankan and renamed Yang Shuet. She studied at Yankan Primary School, Village Middle School and County No. 1 High School. At the coming-of-age ceremony, you learned that the real reason Yang Zhejian adopted her was to make her his wife, and he forcefully hugged her that night. When Yang Zhejian was about to succeed, Yang Shui touched the lighter on the bedside. His original intention was just to set Yang Zhejian's clothes on fire so as to gain a chance to escape. No one expected that Yang Zhejian spilled a bowl of wine while drinking that night, which soaked his clothes. In addition, he was drunk and his clothes quickly caught fire when he encountered the fire and were engulfed by the fire in a blink of an eye. Yang Shui's close efforts to put out the fire were unsuccessful, and Yang Zhejian's struggle and collision ignited more flammable materials in the house. Suddenly flames shot up into the sky and the villagers rushed over at full speed. However, Yang Shui, out of fear and terror, rushed out of the sea of fire. While running, she learned that Yang Zhejian was dead. She was severely shocked and fled into the deep forest behind the mountain of Yankan. She hid there for 3 months and then experienced a major migration. They are currently the 66,666th batch of transferees, survivors and strategists at the end of the Jialan era. After reading this long and narrow personal information, Lu Ming felt even more depressed. He was abandoned at birth, bullied in the orphanage, and was rescinded 4 times, each time experiencing the ups and downs of gaining and losing. I finally found my home, but at the moment when my life was full of hope, I discovered that everything was a lie. There are selfish desires hidden in the eyes of those who love you. Even in the end, he showed his hideousness to himself. She tried her best to save herself, but fate played a trick on her, and she burned down her adoptive father and the house where she had lived for 8 years. The 3 months of hiding were filled with fear and pain. Looking back, my life has been nothing but tragedy. The road ahead is ruined and the future is in shambles. When you are at a loss or have become a walking corpse, you will also encounter a major transfer. No matter who it is, no one can bear such a tragic past. In terms of misery, Lu Ming's experience was far beyond her reach. Looking at the man who is 1.6 meters tall but weighs only 35 kilograms, and has a preliminary level lower than that of a junior soldier. Lu Ming probably knew how badly Yang Shue's body and mind had been hurt in the past 3 months. Once people begin to lack the desire to live, the cells in their bodies will lose their motivation. Grey hair overnight and dry bones overnight are both vivid examples. With a deep sigh, Lu Ming closed the message board, pushed open the warehouse door, and came to the front of the store. He took out a bottle, a box, of purified water and a box of instant noodles and placed them next to Yang Shui. Then he took out the specialized crystals one by one from his space bag and said softly, "Earlier, I heard a few words from somewhere, and I thought they made a lot of sense. In one's life, there are very few things that one can choose. We are on a stage that we did not choose. The show was not the script we chose. Some people are born with a happy family, parents who love them, and a life without having to struggle. Some people are born without knowing who their parents are, and will be betrayed by the people they trust the most." After these words were spoken, Yang Shui, who was in a daze, slowly raised her eyes. In her eyes, what was reflected was a handsome, masculine, yet gentle and warm face. His eyes were filled with complexity, pain, and a loneliness that was very similar to hers. The man's hands kept taking out jade-like crystals out of thin air and placing them in front of her carefully and steadily. "Death is the simplest thing. Since you are going to die, why not make a choice earlier? Since I didn't make the choice earlier, and after going through so much tragedy, are you really willing to give up now? The past is gone. If you think you are wrong, then live on and remember this sin. If you are not wrong, then live on and use your own hands to make up for yourself who has suffered so much." The 20th specialized crystal was put down and Lu Ming finished speaking. After thinking about it, he took out the straight knife from the space bag and placed it next to Yang Shui. He added, "Don't worry about it. This is your reward for letting me choose the clothes. As for the use of these crystals, you will soon know. In addition, I will give you another suggestion. If you think it through and decide to live, then carefully observe the energy veins in the bodies of those giant maggots, see the flow clearly, and look carefully at the characteristics. If it is you, you will definitely find something. I have done my best and have no regrets." Lu Ming stood up and opened the glass door. He looked at the rolling door on the ceiling and raised his hand to pull it down halfway. Yang Shui can easily reach this height. As long as she wants to live, she can pull down this protective line at any time. After doing all this, Lu Ming walked away with a smile on his face. Yang Shui, who was in the clothing store, kept staring at Lu Ming's back until Lu Ming disappeared from her sight and the entire street returned to peace. Lu Ming's words echoed in his mind, and a little starlight gradually appeared in his empty eyes. A hunger that she had never felt in 3 months swept through her abdomen. Yang Shui violently opened the instant noodle packaging, bit it fiercely, and swallowed it stiffly. Her gums were scratched and bleeding from the dough, and her throat was sore from the dough fragments, but she didn't care at all. Only after she had eaten a packet of noodles and drank a bottle of water did she lower her head again. Feeling the pain from the lips and teeth, 2 lines of tears slid down the cheeks. "Live. I want to live, to make up for myself who has suffered so much." His voice was hoarse but firm, and his eyes glanced at the specialized crystal beside him and the straight knife that was flashing with a cold light. Yang Shui secretly memorized Lu Ming's facial features. Chapter 23. The carefree look lasted for a few minutes before Lu Ming's face showed a look of pain. "That's a straight knife and 20 specialized crystals. Including the water heater that was stripped off and thrown into the space bag, and the sublimation consumption of 6 parts of a set of clothing, the total amount is 29. The current inventory is 685, which is 1 step closer to upgrading to a junior warrior. Do you regret it?" "Not really. The old man also helped him when he was on the verge of despair. Otherwise I wouldn't be who I am today. Now he has done the same thing. If the old man knew about it, he would probably be happy. As for what Yang Shui's future will be like, it depends on her choice and God's will." With this thought in mind, Lu Ming pulled out the rusty curved blade machete from his space bag. The guys who were eating had sent it out, and they had to quickly refill it. The ultimate sublime. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. Level 2. Tip: sublimating the curved blade machete requires 20 specialized crystals. Sure. Cancel. Sure. Please select the sublimation direction. Fine steel straight sword, wide blade heavy sword, fine steel mo deo. There are still 3 directions, but this time the shape has changed a lot. The fine steel straight knife looks slimmer, more beautiful, and sharper than the traditional straight knife. Unfortunately, he had made it clear what type of knife he was suited to before, and the straight knife was no longer suitable for him. The fine steel mo deo is a long-handled sword, not like Guangong's broadsword, but a special weapon with a handle and blade of the same length. It looks quite special, but Lu Ming is not interested. A broad-bladed heavy sword. Wow, it also has a long handle, but the blade is wider and longer. At first glance, it looks very similar to Cloud's heavy sword in Final Fantasy. The only difference is that Cloud's heavy sword has a lot of versatility, but the broad-bladed heavy sword does not. It doesn't matter, as long as it fits. And the second level upgraded weapons all come with scabbards, which is great. Choose a heavy broad-bladed sword. Saw cutting, machete disassembly and reassembly. In an instant, a heavy blade with a handle of 30 cm long and a blade length of 150 cm fell into Lu Ming's hands with a snap. Feeling its heavy weight, Lu Ming estimated that it was at least 80 kilograms. A weapon of this weight is what he is looking for. Identification. Wide blade heavy sword, steel grade. Category: weapons. Description: the handle is 32 cm long, the blade is 155 cm long, the blade is 15 cm wide, and it weighs 85 kilograms. It is made entirely of fine steel and is tempered using traditional craftsmanship combined with more advanced Jialan technology. Its own weight alone can exert tremendous attack power, making it extremely suitable for power-type warriors. Durability: 1500/1500. This data is invincible. Super high durability, super strong power, the old must go before the new can come is simply the truth of the world. The scabbard is not a traditional closed scabbard. Changed to a more ergonomic semi-flush sheath. When not in use, you can carry it on your back. When in use, press the trigger at the embedded mouth to pop out the sword. This avoids the embarrassment of carrying it on your back and not being able to pull it out when encountering a battle. But if you think about it carefully, with the convenient function of a space bag, it doesn't really matter whether there is a scabbard or not. There is no need to carry it on your back. It is better to throw it directly into the space and take it out whenever you need it. It will not hinder your movement when not in use. Glancing at the time displayed in the World Channel, it is currently 12:35, and nearly 5 hours have passed since the big transfer. If he follows the 6 o'clock nightfall dividing line, he still has 5.5 hours to do whatever he wants. Keep searching. Food and water were not a problem, what he wanted were weapons and supply boxes containing skill books. Thinking of this, Lu Ming changed his route, activated the Eye of Truth, and ran along the road while searching and watching. I would go into any store that sold weapons to get some, and would also look around if there was water and specific food. However, I never saw a single supply box. After an hour, Lu Ming traveled deep into the alley and saw a small to medium-sized factory. The Eye of Truth once again reflected the familiar words, but the label was no longer blue, but purple. Level 3 supply box. That's right, one level higher. Located on the 3rd floor of the factory, on the ceiling in the center. But when Lu Ming took 2 steps closer, the entire factory was suddenly filled with thousands of sickle owl larvae labels. In addition, near the 3rd level supply box, 5 labels that were seen for the first time were glowing a strong red light. Sickle owl pupa. Pupa. Locking tags, individually identified. Sickle owl pupa, E-level weakness. Category, pupa. Description: the pupa form of the E-class elite alien sickle owl is formed by the sickle owl larvae devouring a large amount of fresh prey and pupating. After completing the pupation process, it will evolve into an E-class elite sickle owl. In the current state, it no longer has any skills or aggressiveness, and its body is extremely fragile, but the aura of the swarm leader will attract all nearby larvae to gather. When the number is large, about 500 can be gathered, and the minimum number can be about 200. The gathered sickle owl larvae will unconditionally enter the proud state, surrounding the pupa on all sides. At the same time, the production of concentrated acid in their bodies will increase dramatically, making it easier for them to carry out all-round defensive counterattacks without blind spots. Features: release the aura of the Zerg leader all over the body. Weakness: severe injury leads to death. Pupae progress: 15%/100%. As much as 500, as little as 200. But this entire factory building, from the first floor to the third floor, has a total of nearly 2,000 people. It's just a level 3 supply box. Is it necessary to be so crazy and use thousands of larvae to guard it? Lu Ming was a little speechless. He is confident in his own strength and his weapons are quite good. But without the bonus of physical skills and combat experience, how could he break into the gathering place of 2,000 arrogant larvae? But when you said to turn around and leave, I felt a little unwilling. If nothing else, you have to take a look. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, took out a heavy broad-bladed sword, and tiptoed towards the factory gate, sticking close to the factory yard. Through the gap at the door, Lu Ming discovered that on the other side of the door were a group of sickle owl larvae living proudly. Its ugly mouthparts were only a door away from him. If he hadn't retracted his head quickly, he would probably have been noticed. Damn it, there's no way we can break through head-on like this. There are hundreds of them standing in just 1 yard. Once the door opened, he would not have time to swing his sword, and would have to face hundreds of bullets of concentrated acid with a killing range of 80 meters. Judging from the seriousness Chen Hai had shown during the previous test, the extreme soldier king should not be able to resist that kind of corrosion. Silently retracting the broad-bladed heavy sword, Lu Ming quietly retreated from the vicinity of the factory and sighed to the sky. It seems we have to find another way. At this moment, he looked up and saw the staff dormitory standing opposite the factory. Lu Ming subconsciously thought that it would be great if he had a long-range weapon, such as a sniper rifle, which he could use with the eye of truth to detect weaknesses. He could set it up on the dormitory building and shoot at the courtyard, and he would definitely kill them with one shot. Unfortunately, I am still at the cold weapon stage, and there is still several levels away from hot weapons. Wait a minute. Cold weapons? For long distance, a bow. You can make a bow yourself. Chapter 24. Even if the product is simple. As long as it has a shape and function and can be recognized as a bow, it can be upgraded to an upper level through ultimate sublimation. In the case of the second stage, it can become somewhat effective. Well. Just when he was excited, his excitement came to an abrupt end because Lu Ming suddenly remembered a fundamental problem: archery. Yes, without superb shooting skills, what's the point of not hitting the larvae's core body from 80 meters away? Besides, the manufacture of arrows is also a problem. It seems like an impossible idea. Looking back at the factory, Lu Ming was a little depressed. There was clearly a huge treasure trove right in front of him, but there was no good way to break into it. Anyone who came would be angry. Do I really have to go back and become a junior warrior before trying it in the flesh? There is a disadvantage in not being able to wait. It's not that you are afraid of being preempted by others, but the main reason is that the 5 pupae hatch at the same time, and even gods will find it difficult to enter here. Unable to figure it out, Lu Ming simply opened the information panel, hoping to find a solution from the skill combination. As soon as I opened it, my eyes naturally went to the trading house. At first, it was because I was not familiar with the environmental structure of the end of Galan. Now that half a day has passed, there must be quite a few people who have taken action. Even if the trading market is not fully open, there will definitely be some products available. Try your luck. When I opened the transaction line, I found that the product list was no longer empty, and the total number of products was as high as hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Is it developing so fast? Lu Ming was very surprised, but after glancing at the hundreds of items on the first page, he immediately felt relieved. They really threw everything up there: stones, benches, moldy sheets, expired drinks, and even beds. I flipped through a few pages and found them too complicated, with most of them being just for fun. Fortunately, there was an accurate indicator of the item type nearby. Lu Ming glanced around and suddenly saw the word skill book. This thing can indeed be sold. Click on the skill book. A page was opened quickly, and there lay an ordinary book alone. Ordinary military boxing, E-level. After learning, you will master relatively basic military boxing skills. Exchange target, 500 ml pure water * 100. My goodness, E-level skill gives 100 bottles of pure water, and the skill book is inlaid with diamonds, right? Why don't you go and grab it? For this tattered book, 3 bottles of pure water are not more, and it must be in his hands to have this value. It can be used as an embryo and advance to a higher level through sublimation. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even bother to change half a bottle. It's just military boxing, it can be used for self-defense, but fighting with alien creatures is just seeking death. Staring fixedly at the empty page of the skill book, Lu Ming remained silent. It seems that he was overthinking it. There are only 2 types of people who can obtain skill books during this period of time. Or they could be as lucky as Pang Xiaolong, the owner of the Master Key. Or they are strong people who can move freely and carry out strategies. If a European emperor obtains a skill, he will definitely not sell it now if he does not learn it. Firstly, he doesn't have a wealthy family background, so he can't sell the property at a suitable price. Secondly, the Great Migration has only been going on for half a day, and there is no shortage of food or water yet, so people will not sell high-quality items at a low price to save their lives. Therefore, if you want to buy what you need, you must have insight into the market and understand what people are most lacking right now. Then there is no doubt that what is lacking is confidence and courage. What is confidence and courage in the end times? Arms. Weapons are confidence and courage. As long as you have a large number of weapons, even if the person you are exchanging them with does not intend to use them himself, you can still purchase and resell them to obtain the resources you want. So Lu Ming quickly found the weapons column, clicked it and saw that the number of samples was quite good. There are all kinds of swords, spears, swords and halberds, but most of them are not sharpened, or they are just props. It is estimated that each area has found a place to place such items. After casually looking at a few prices, Lu Ming roughly figured out the value range. Minimum 5 bottles of drinking water or 10 portions of food. The highest one, for example, some sharpened weapons can be exchanged for about twice the materials. The key is that there are really successful transactions. Obviously there was nothing wrong with my guess. I even think that durability is the most successful setting in the apocalypse. Especially for high-level warriors and even the ultimate soldier king level, the consumption of weapons will definitely increase exponentially. They have plenty of resources, plenty of opportunities, and unlimited possibilities. If you can sell more powerful weapons and exchange them for various technical expertise books, there will definitely be people who can't resist the temptation and will take the initiative to exchange. As for whether selling weapons will accelerate the speed at which others become stronger, he wasn't worried at all. Anyway, no matter how fast they are, they can't be faster than me. Besides, selling weapons myself can also improve the efficiency of resource acquisition for others. As the collective wealth increases, consumption capacity will become stronger and stronger. Then you can buy more advanced embryos, make more advanced weapons, and exchange them for more advanced skills to arm yourself. Wouldn't it be like sitting back and reaping the benefits? Thinking of this, Lu Ming and others jumped up to the second floor of the staff dormitory. He had explored this place with the eye of truth and found that there was no danger except for some expired food. Now he leaned against the wall, closed the window, and decided to use the trading house to accumulate combat power to break through the factory. Search tools. Hundreds of pages of kitchen knives, fruit knives, axes, and other items are displayed one by one. Don't look at the prices, they are all on the expensive side. But it's not a big problem. Tools are sandwiched between weapons and supplies, and belong to the most embarrassing category. In actual combat, the tools have limited destructive power and cannot cause a fatal situation. Logistically speaking, the tools are not edible and cannot provide any guarantee of survival. So many people put their properties up for sale just to try their luck, but when real buyers appear, the situation is completely different. Lu Ming clicked on the consignment item, threw in a 500 ml bottle of purified water, set the transaction item as a knife, and completed the listing. Tip: the farmer's 3-punch pure water you consigned on the trading line was successfully traded, and you received the slaughtering knife. Out in seconds. It's so real. What makes Lu Ming even more satisfied is that the trading house implements privacy protection for both buyers and sellers, and both are anonymous. This means that no matter how outrageous the things he sells are, no one will target him. Although he is not afraid of being coveted by others, he will be annoyed. People and information that harass him will be like flies and mosquitoes. Keep posing. This time, Lu Ming put 9 bottles up in a row. Still the same, sold out in a blink of an eye. Together with the butcher knife that was exchanged earlier, 10 knives lay quietly in the commodity warehouse of the trading house. Among them, there are 4 kitchen knives, 3 fruit knives and 2 butcher knives. Taking them out one by one and placing them on the ground, Lu Ming began to upgrade them one by one. In order to maximize the value of the product and also to be the leading version in the market. Lu Ming was not stingy at all and upgraded all 10 knives to the second level. Without exception, all kitchen knives have been upgraded to fine steel straight knives. The butcher knife was upgraded to a fine steel MO. It's not that I look down on others, but the audience for broad-bladed heavy swords is too small. First of all, the female market has been lost, which greatly narrows the scope of consumers, which is not desirable. What surprised Lu Ming was that the upgrade direction of the fruit knife was not to a knife, but to a sword. The directions are respectively fine steel longsword, broad blade heavy sword, and fine steel dagger. Among them, the broad-bladed heavy sword is extremely handsome. If I didn't already have a broad-bladed heavy sword and was proficient in swordsmanship, I would definitely get one. After upgrading both fruit knives into fine steel swords, Lu Ming began to list the goods on the trading floor. All fine steel-grade weapons can be bartered, and the exchange targets are various proficient skill books, among which archery can customize weapon types. After the consignment was completed, Lu Ming stared straight at the trading interface, with strong anticipation in his eyes. 10-second stage sublimated fine steel weapons consume a total of 200 specialized crystals. If you can't see the results quickly, it will be a loss. Fortunately, as long as he completes the transaction, obtains the remote killing method, and breaks down the factory gate, what awaits him are at least 4,000 specialized crystals in a third-level supply box. The rate of return is at least 20 times. Chapter 25. Little did they know that Lu Ming's items had just been put on the shelves. The national channel is going completely crazy. Look at the trading house. Someone has put up 10 fine steel weapons. Judging from the types of weapons, it seems to be our compatriots from Huaxia country. I saw it too. Fine steel grade. Durability 1500. Holy shit, the best in our team is only iron grade, and it was found in a level 1 supply box. This guy is so amazing that he could get so many fine steel grade weapons. Did he rob a weapons depot? Impossible. I have been talking about it on the World Channel. So far, no one has found the weapons depot in any region or country. Some people speculate that the area we moved to is simply the outskirts of Jialan 618, and we cannot touch such a thing as a weapons depot. I know, but this is a cold weapon. However, one thing is absolutely correct. Even if it is a cold weapon arsenal, it is definitely not something that people at this stage can break into. Even the ultimate soldier can't. What if it is an extreme soldier group? The group does have a chance, but since the group is made up of top soldiers, there can only be special forces. But if they are all special forces, why do they need to master archery skills? Isn't archery the basics of the basics for them? My brother's words really stumped me. It seems a little contradictory. Is he training new people? This is the end of the world, brother. Besides, how can those strong men look down on a guy who is not even proficient in archery? Ah, you do have a point. Well, never mind. I really regret that I applied the elementary painting skills to myself. Otherwise, I would definitely buy a fine steel straight knife and kill the black armored pill bug without leaving a single piece of armor. Who isn't? I'm proficient in elementary cooking skills. In a doomsday world, what's the point of me being proficient in cooking? I can't even eat, and I'm still researching dishes. But brother, your area is pretty miserable. The black armored pill bugs seem to be a species with extremely high defense. Even machetes can't break through their defense. Although the mortality rate is very low, the probability of disability is extremely high. If they are hit by a wheel, they will be seriously injured. It's not safe to hide in a store. You have to go to a high floor. Isn't it? At least black iron weapons can break through the defense. Now everyone follows the regional bosses, and they are all walking space bags. Why can't I be the chosen one? I work as a social animal for my boss on Blue Star, and as a shoe boy for the boss in the end times. Why is my life such a failure? I finally got this skill book at the beginning, and it's a painting proficiency. The key is that I learned it. How unlucky I am. Alas, we are in the same boat, but it is better to have a leader to lead us. I heard that the other areas are not very harmonious, and compatriots are killing each other for resources. It is a mess. It's better to say that this is the case in most regions, and it's even worse abroad. It's a mess. What did humans rely on to survive under the law of the jungle when there was no technological progress? Wasn't it unity in numbers? If one couldn't win, 10 would go. If 10 couldn't win, 100 would go. Now we don't know what's waiting for us ahead, but we're reducing our own numbers. Isn't that stupid? That's quite true, but I suggest you talk to him privately about this topic. We all use real names here, so be careful if you are targeted by others. Yes, add a friend and chat privately. At the same time, Lu Ming, who was waiting for the consignment results, suddenly saw countless messages appearing below the items for sale. The number of unexpanded items instantly reached 9999 plus. Lu Ming opened one at random and saw all black avatars and anonymous names. Anonymous, hello, I don't have any mastery skill books, but I'm really looking for one. Can I exchange it for 3500 ml bottles of purified water? Lu Ming sneered, thinking that he was treating others as idiots. The key point is that there are quite a few people like this, and they all offer what they think is a high price to exchange for fine steel weapons. Are you worthy of it? Lu Ming doesn't care at all. Those who can afford it don't need to leave a message, and there is no point in leaving a message for those who can't afford it. Reminder, the steel straight knife you consigned to the trading house was successfully traded, and you got elementary clothing mastery. The buyer left a message, mastery skills are too rare. Can you exchange them in other ways? If you can, add a friend. An anonymous friend is also okay if you are worried. Oh? It turns out that there is an anonymous way to add friends. This is very detailed. Okay, but I won't add it for now. I will reply after all the items are sold, so that I can compare prices from different stores. Reminder, the fine steel MO you consigned to the trading house was successfully traded, and you were awarded elementary cooking mastery. The buyer left a message, "Brother, add me as a friend. I have more abundant supplies here. I am really looking for them. Big brother, please quote a price. I can exchange anything I can get." Tip: the fine steel blade you consigned to the trading house was successfully traded, and you obtained primary gardener mastery. Tisk: these are all life-related skills, can you give me something more practical? Reminder, the fine steel MO you consigned to the trading house was successfully traded, and you obtained elementary driving mastery. The buyer left a message, "Friend, although I don't have the archery mastery you are looking for, I wonder if you are interested in compound bows. If you are interested, you can add me as a friend and talk to me in private." Hey? Compound bow? Of course I'm interested. This is not something that can be defeated with a homemade bow and arrow. The initial levels are different, and the strength of the weapons displayed in the end varies greatly. Decisively add friends. Tip: please choose the way to add friends, anonymous or real name. Anonymous. A tall tree attracts the wind. Until you are absolutely sure, it is better not to be too ostentatious to avoid a disaster. You have successfully added Chu Feng as a friend and can communicate in the private chat section. Wow, this guy is quite confident. He chooses to use his real name while he remains anonymous. Is he trying to provoke others? Friends private chat: Chu Feng, I knew you would be interested, but anonymous friends are too hurtful. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense, tell me more about compound bows. Friends private chat: Chu Feng, friend, you are quite anxious. Well, I won't waste time. This is what happened. We just attacked a gymnasium and found a lot of sports equipment in the warehouse inside the gymnasium, including a batch of competition compound bows. Excluding the damaged ones, there are a total of 12 bows that can be used, and a total of 200 bows and arrows. If you are interested, I can make a decision. Every 2 compound bows plus 25 arrows can be exchanged for a fine steel weapon. Lu Ming, 3 compound bows plus 50 arrows per bow. Friends private chat: Chu Feng, isn't this bad? After all, it's a long-range weapon. Even if it's put in the trading house, it's definitely a gunner's item. Lu Ming, I won't replace even 1 arrow. How many arrows do you have for the broken bows? Friends private chat: Chu Feng, all the broken ones are unusable, and the arrows are all broken. Lu Ming, how many? Chu Feng. Chu Feng, there are 18 broken compound bows, and the number of arrows is not counted, but it is estimated to be no less than 2,000. Lu Ming, very good, 1 fine steel weapon, pack up all the scrapped ones for me, plus the ones we agreed on before, a total of 5 fine steel weapons, do you want to exchange them? Chu Feng, deal. Chapter 26. Wow, he replied so quickly, I guess he was thought to be the landlord's stupid son. It doesn't matter. Chu Feng doesn't know the power of the ultimate sublimation, so he naturally doesn't understand his motives for collecting waste. Friends private chat: Chu Feng, friend, please remove the weapons from the shelves first. There are only 5 left. If you sell more, you won't have enough. Wow, you can see this guy is in a hurry, shouldn't we install one for him? Friends private chat: Lu Ming, anonymous, don't panic, trading is trading, private is private. What this means is that there are plenty of them. Friends private chat: Chu Feng, FK. My friend is awesome. Lu Ming, that's true. I think so too. Let's prepare for the deal. Quickly exchanging 5 kitchen knives with pure water, which consumed 100 crystals to sublimate into fine steel straight knives, Lu Ming clicked on Chu Feng to conduct an anonymous transaction. Chu Feng responded very decisively, and with extremely high hand speed, he put out 30 compound bows and 2,480 arrows. I felt like I was afraid that I would miss the opportunity to upgrade my weapon by just a second. Lu Ming admired the brisk and efficient speed and responded with the speed of being single for 25 years as a sign of respect. He neatly put 5 fine steel straight knives into the transaction column and clicked to lock them. There was no change to the things Chu Feng placed there, and he pressed the lock button almost at the same time to complete the transaction. Items are still stored in the commodity warehouse of the trading house first. There is a 3-day storage period and it will be cleared after 3 days. This function can be used in emergencies and as a warehouse, but if you are not careful, you will lose everything. Yi placed the compound bows in the dormitory and transferred the arrows to the space bag. Arrows take up 2 squares, 1 square that is intact contains 200 arrows, and 1 square that is broken and damaged contains 2,280 arrows stacked up. Seeing that the space bag was about to reach its limit again, Lu Ming did not try whether the weapons could be stacked. Finding a damaged compound bow, Lu Ming said in a deep voice, "Ultimate sublimation. Upgrade, please select the upgrade grade." Second order. Tip: sublimating the broken composite bow requires 50 specialized crystals. Sure. Cancel. Yes, that's what waste is for. Only for weapons, the ultimate sublimation does not mind whether your embryo is good or bad, it will be upgraded into a brand new product. But the same method will result in a different situation when used on expired food. For example, an expired beverage containing toxins will become a life-killing poison after being sublimated 2 levels. The direction of sublimation is completely diverted by the toxins, or in other words, in the ultimate judgment of sublimation, expired beverages are no longer the original embryo of food, but the original embryo of poison. Sure. Tip: please select the sublimation direction. Precision crossbow. Steel heavy crossbow. Hawkeye compound bow. Skull hunter. The style of weapon names suddenly changed, and the game style became heavier and a bit childish. View information. Precision crossbow, mithril grade. Category: weapons. Description: one-handed crossbow, static weight 1 kg, light, compact and foldable, good close-range penetration, suitable for medium and short-range combat. The advantage is flexibility and ability to fire continuously, the disadvantage is that the range is only 30 to 50 meters. Durability: 3000/3000. Yes, it is a good weapon for finishing off enemies. It is very useful for saving energy when chasing down fleeing prey. It weighs only 1 kg and can fire continuously. When the time comes, you will have to carry the whole thing with you. After all, it is a pistol among cold weapons. Steel heavy crossbow, mithril grade. Category: weapons. Description: a heavy weapon, with a net weight of 30 kg, it is huge and heavy, with extremely terrifying tension, suitable for long-range sniping. Its advantages are extremely high lethality and extremely long effective killing distance, up to 1,200 meters. Its disadvantages are that it is too heavy, the shooting frequency is extremely low, it cannot be loaded continuously, the arrows are too valuable, it is difficult to recover and reuse, and the accuracy is not enough. Durability: 3000/3000. Is this a turret? With an effective killing range of 1,200 meters and a net weight of 30 kilograms, it is definitely powerful enough to kill anyone hit by it. But accuracy is indeed a big problem. Or if someone builds a survivor base in the future, this thing can definitely be sold at a very high value as a city defense turret. It will be a good product by then, and there is hope for the future. Eagle Eye compound bow, mithril grade. Category: Weapons. Description: modern technology, beautiful and powerful precision crossbow, static weight 4 kg, suitable for medium and long-range continuous combat. The advantages are precision and lightness, considerable lethality, effective killing distance of 120 to 160 meters, even for novices. It is easy to hit the target within the killing range. The disadvantage is that the bow components are very delicate, their durability wears out very quickly, and parts are prone to damage, causing them to suddenly become scrapped. Durability, 3000/3000. It's easy for a novice to hit a target within the killing range. To be honest, this sentence brought great temptation to Lu Ming. What is he lacking now? Precision. However, the serious loss of durability is a big flaw, and it is easy to damage parts. Fortunately, the number of raw embryos is sufficient to keep up with the consumption. The last one, the skull piercer, is an outlier with a very domineering name and a full gaming style. Skull Hunter, Mithril level. Type, weapon. Description: improved hunting light crossbow, net weight 10 kg, suitable for hunting prey at medium and long distances. It can shoot crossbow arrows with inverted claws and tough steel ropes with special penetrating power. After penetrating the target's body, the hook barbs on the arrow will directly bloom to firmly grasp the prey, and then the prey weighing less than 200 kg will be directly dragged back through the unique pulley set of the crossbow body. It is the most reliable partner for hunters when hunting. The advantage is that arrows can be recycled and their durability consumption is extremely low. The disadvantage is that you can only hunt one prey at a time, and you must retrieve the prey before you can hunt again. Durability, 3000/3000. This weapon is really very suitable for the current situation. Just by reading the instructions, cool operations are already pouring out. Standing in the dormitory 80 meters away, he set up the skull piercer to kill the larvae in the factory. Then drag their bodies over for collection. You can replenish specialized crystals while killing enemies. That feeling is more exciting than being the guy next door. What a pity. Archery, archery, if you can't hit the target, everything is just empty talk. Reminder: the fine steel long sword you consigned to the trading house was successfully traded, and you got wood gathering mastery. The buyer left a message: "Hello, I saw that you are looking for archery mastery skills. I have another one here, but it is not the basic archery mastery, but the advanced archery mastery. If you need it, add me as a friend. I fry. This is really a pillow that someone gave me right after I dozed off. And it's worth a lot of money. Add it quickly. Tip: please choose the way to add friends, anonymous/real name. Anonymous. Tip: you have successfully added Anonymous as a friend. Well, the other party is also a cautious person. Friends private chat Anonymous, steal weapons. Lu Ming, it's me, what do you need? Anonymous, I need a sword, but a fine steel longsword is too light for me. Lu Ming, no problem. I also have a broad-bladed heavy sword, starting at 80 kilograms, with a blade length of 1.5 meters. Anonymous, I want this, but one handful is not enough. Lu Ming, then two. Anonymous, anything else? A fine steel crossbow with 50 arrows. No more. Make a deal. Chapter 27. Why not mithril? Because mithril is expensive, one requires 50 specialized crystals, which is enough to sublimate 2.5 fine steel grade weapons. I can't bear to spend it. Find a rotten compound bow, choose the first level sublimation, consume 20 specialized crystals, and upgrade it to a fine steel grade portable crossbow. It is very small, about 20 centimeters long, and mainly has an arrow slot for placing arrows. In terms of performance, except that the killing distance is reduced to 40 meters and the number of continuous shots is limited to 5 times, the difference is not much from the mithril level. He took out another 50 broken arrows and silently chanted the ultimate sublime. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. First level. Hint: consumable material parts can be sublimated in batches. One specialized crystal can be sublimated into 10 compound bows and arrows. The current sublimation target is only 1. Are you sure you want to squander one specialized crystal to sublimate one compound bow and arrow? Oh? Consumable weapons can be upgraded in batches? This setting is convenient. Just now he was thinking, if the arrows were sublimated one by one, how long would it take for more than 2,000 arrows to be sublimated? Now it seems that he was overthinking it. Other people's exclusive skills are more comprehensive than yours. The key is that the words used are precise and straightforward, and the word waste is a stroke of genius. Cancel. Reselect 50 broken compound bow arrows and try again. The ultimate sublime. Please select. First order. Hint: sublimating 50 broken composite bows and arrows requires 5 specialized crystals. Sure. Tip: please select the sublimation direction. Portable crossbow. Heavy crossbow. Choose a portable crossbow. Whoosh. 50 crossbow arrows were disassembled and reassembled, and in an instant 50 small and exquisite hand crossbow arrows were constructed. Friends private chat anonymous, are you done? Lu Ming curled his lips, chose anonymous transaction, and put the crossbow arrows and broadsword into the trading item column. The opponent paused for a few seconds and put down a blue skill book, which was the Archery Mastery Plus version that Lu Ming had been thinking about. Lock, trade, and operate in one go. When the transaction interface disappeared, the blue skill book was already in Lu Ming's hands. Hiss. Take a deep breath and smell the aroma of plants and trees emanating from the book. There is no doubt about it, it is the smell of money. Advanced Archery Mastery, C rank. Category: Mastery Skills. Effect: after learning, you will master all advanced skills of long-range weapons. Features: the killing distance of long-range weapons is increased by an additional 20%. Advanced Skills also provides additional long-range weapons to increase the killing distance. Learn. Hint: are you sure you want to learn the C-level skill Advanced Archery Mastery? Sure. The skill book disappeared and turned into a ball of blue light that merged into Lu Ming's brow. On the other side, on the rooftop of a tall building in an unknown area, a woman in a suit pulled out a giant sword that was longer than herself from a commodity storage warehouse. He chopped, swung, and turned with just one hand, and performed a series of moves very quickly. It's okay. It works. Hey! Have you found her? The Huaxia woman who stole 2 boxes of supplies from the leader. At this moment, a sharp shout suddenly came from below the building. The woman in the suit leaned down, pulled up the mask to cover her face, and quickly leaned to the edge of the roof, staring at the bottom. 6 white men in black suits and shaved heads met one after another and said in rough American English, "No, although we are all top soldiers, she is very agile and is very good at using the environment to evade our pursuit. Now we have lost the target. Damn it! If this continues, the leader will definitely vent his anger on us." The burly man with short hair in the lead had a face as red as the bottom of a pot, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The remaining few people recalled the power their leader possessed and showed fear on their faces. Bang! Just as they were silent, a black shadow fell from the sky. The next moment, blood and flesh splattered everywhere along with broken limbs. Several strong white men were covered in blood. Looking back in astonishment, a figure with an impressive figure, holding a heavy sword and smiling, suddenly appeared in his eyes. Huaxia woman! The leading white man shouted in surprise, then stared at the shining broad-bladed heavy sword, gritted his teeth and blurted out a word. Walk! When the enemy had no weapons, they could still use their short weapons and gain the upper hand by virtue of their numerical advantage. Now the opponent has pulled out such a powerful weapon from nowhere, and with his ability to deal with many enemies at once, the situation between the prey and the hunter has suddenly reversed. At this moment, he can no longer care about the leader's anger. The most important thing is to save his life. When the remaining 4 heard the boss's order, they dared not stay and fled quickly to the rear. The woman in the suit swung her heavy sword the moment the 5 people turned around. A white man in a suit who failed to escape the range was cut in half. The other 4 people were sweating profusely, and their escape speed was increased to the extreme. The woman didn't move. She turned the sword around and stabbed it on the spot. Then she took out a portable crossbow and fired continuously. 4 arrows flew out one after another, accurately hitting the heads of the 4 people. The 4 people who escaped were still running forward, and they rushed forward for 10 meters before they fell to the ground one by one. Their limbs were twitching, their throats were whimpering, and even though an arrow had pierced through the back of their heads, the tenacious vitality of the extreme soldier king still allowed them to breathe their last. The woman didn't seem surprised. She drew out her heavy sword and walked over, chopping off the heads one by one, shaking off the blood on the blade, and collecting the space bags of several people. Then she put away the heavy sword and looked into the distance. We must return to our homeland as soon as possible. The transfer is planned according to the location of Blue Star. She was in the United States at the time, so after the transfer the area was full of Americans. Now she is very worried about her family, and the national section of the World Channel has no say at all. She also didn't want to reveal her appearance and name, so she wanted to go back and try to find out the location of her family with the help of the people in the area. Back to Lu Ming, comfort instantly spread throughout his body. The experience about shooting skills seemed to be printed into his body and fully absorbed by every cell. Opening his eyes, Lu Ming picked up a compound bow, pulled the string and drew the arrow without any sense of awkwardness. His posture and temperament were absolutely perfect. I was in a great mood, and at the same time the program prompted me that all the items on the trading floor were sold out. Lu Ming opened the commodity warehouse, where 10 proficient books were neatly laid out. There are 3 duplicates, a total of 7 types, including elementary clothing mastery, elementary gardening mastery, elementary cooking mastery, elementary driving skill mastery, elementary wood gathering mastery, elementary cloth gathering mastery and. When he saw the last book, Lu Ming's eyes twitched. He read it over and over again to make sure it was correct, and then his face was filled with black lines. Primary child care nanny proficient? What the hell? Do I look like a dad? Feeling speechless, Lu Ming still learned all the skills. The principle that having many skills is better than having too much has been applied throughout the ages. In the last days, there is absolutely no harm in knowing more things, even in raising children. What if someone is willing to have a baby with him? However, next time you exchange targets, you should set them more accurately to avoid receiving duplicates. The other 3 books are of no use, so I can only throw them into a corner of my bag and find an opportunity to sell them later. Now, the most urgent task is to take over the factory. After a moment of squandering, there are really not many specialized crystals left. At a glance, 340. When I left the house, it was 754, not a big deal, but I'm 400 short of it. The key is that I haven't taken care of my weapons and haven't upgraded my skills, so the pressure is huge. Pick up a broken compound bow and without thinking too much, upgrade it directly into the Hawkeye compound bow. Chapter 28. Why not Skull Hunter? The main reason is to save time. Moreover, if the shot arrows can be recovered, it is equivalent to no consumption. 50 specialized crystals were invested to reshape a gray-white composite bow that was folded in half and had an extremely fine pulley module. He just gave it a shake, and as if by muscle memory, the compound bow unfolded with a click, revealing its complete form. The arm length is 50 centimeters, which is already very handsome. As for arrows, the mithril grade was an overkill, so he chose to upgrade to the first grade. Then invest 50 specialized crystals to sublimate the 500 broken arrows into fine steel-grade portable composite arrows. The black iron grade can already ignore the concentrated acid from the larvae, and the fine steel grade is completely fearless. Now everything is ready, just waiting to start the killing. Standing up and gazing at the windowsill, Lu Ming leaped onto the roof of the dormitory building. As long as tall buildings have edges and corners, they can be flattened by the strength of extreme soldiers. Looking around the rooftop, I determined that there were no dangerous factors around. Looking down at the factory compound, hundreds of larvae stand tall, looking like corals in the sea from a distance. Eye of Truth. He set up a compound bow on the spot, used the Eye of Truth to map out the core of each sickle owl larva, and pulled the string to release the arrow. With a sharp scream through the air and a flash of light, a sickle owl larva stretched its body straight, and then collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Flash sale. The mastery of advanced archery, plus the extra increase in killing range, is more than just 100 steps through the target. As long as the eyes can see, what about 1,000 steps through the target? Continue. Puff. 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 He drew the bow skillfully and the string was pulled, and the fine steel arrows flew down like a rain of swords. Every arrow that falls will accurately take the life of a sickle owl larva. What's even more puzzling is that the larvae in the yard never figured out what was going on. In just 20 minutes, the entire factory compound had become quiet, and the Eye of Truth no longer found any larvae with a nuclear body during its exploration. Lu Ming glanced at the fine steel arrows in his bag. Only 182 out of 500 were left, which meant that he had killed a total of 318 sickle owl larvae in these 20 minutes. It is a wave of returns on investment, which is very gratifying. He turned over and jumped off the rooftop, fell down step by step along the bay window balcony, and finally landed safely on the ground. Arriving at the factory gate and taking a quick look inside to make sure there was no living creature in the factory compound, Lu Ming climbed over the wall and entered the factory. The first impact is not visual, but olfactory. Hundreds of larvae gathered together and were always in an upright state. The concentrated acid was over-decomposed and the peculiar smell was fermented like aged wine. Lu Ming originally thought that he had gotten used to it, but in fact it was still a bit irritating to the eyes and nose. Greedy. Successfully recovered the corpse of the sickle owl larvae, obtained specialized crystals 2, high-purity foreign proteins 2, and fine steel-grade portable composite arrow *1. Successfully recovered the body of the sickle owl larvae, and obtained. After a greedy collection, a circular area of 40 meters was cleared in an instant. Lu Ming seemed a little stunned. 40 meters? Has the collection range become so large? I clicked on Greedy and took a look. The effective range has been increased from the original 10 meters to 40 meters. Calculated based on the change in specialization level, each level will increase by 10 meters. The key point is that this thing can actually collect data within a range. Before, I killed them one by one and collected them one by one, but I couldn't find it at all. Greedy. Now that we realize this, skipping acquisition is the way to maximize efficiency. After a few trips, the yard was completely cleaned up. As he watched the number of specialized crystals return to 876, all the pressure in his heart disappeared. Even the consumed composite arrows were all recovered, so this wave was a huge profit. Calm down, this is just the beginning. After calming down, Lu Ming took back the Hawkeye compound bow, took out a damaged compound bow blank, and silently recited the ultimate sublimation. Tip: please select Level 2. Hint: sublime to the second stage. Sure. Please select a method. Precision crossbow. Sublimation is successful. The compound bow was disassembled and reconstructed, and a hand crossbow glowing silver, engraved with patterns, and carrying a quiver was displayed in detail. The specialized crystals that had just been replenished had used up another 50 pieces, but Lu Ming felt it was well worth it. The yard has been cleared, and the next step is to clear out every workshop department on the first floor. In a closed space, long-range sniping is no longer effective. He was bound to enter the spitting range of the sickle owl larvae. At this time, the archer crossbow is an absolute artifact. The Eye of Truth explored the layout of the larvae in one floor of space and found that there were only about 50 larvae in the largest workshop department. Then just be stingy and make 100 fine steel-grade portable crossbow arrows. 10 crystals were smashed down, and 100 fine steel crossbow arrows were forged. Lu Ming began to load crossbow arrows into the quiver. What Lu Ming could not have expected was that the quiver of only 10 centimeters could hold 50 arrows. Only after careful examination did we discover that the description of the so-called continuous shooting was truly true. The accurate hand crossbow's quiver can hold up to 60 rounds. This is not just a crossbow, it's more powerful than a submachine gun. The only pity is its killing range. Even with the 20% additional improvement from advanced archery, it's only 60 meters. Otherwise, I feel that it can replace the Hawkeye compound bow and become a universal crossbow with unbeatable comprehensive strength. After filling the quiver, Lu Ming began to enter the work area. The first thing to deal with is the colony of larvae in the main corridor. There are a decent number of them, about 100 in total, including the ceiling and the grooves in the walls. They are stacked layer upon layer, squeezed inside and outside, and only the 6 or 7 on the outermost layer can actually burst out with firepower. The ones behind are blocked by the larvae in the outer circle, and there is no output environment at all. Pushing open the door of the work area, 7 or 8 larvae with their ferocious mouthparts began to hiss at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not panicked at all. The concentrated acid had an obvious accumulation trend. As long as he completed the quick kill before the accumulation, it would not be able to be sprayed out at all. Click, click, click. The trigger was pulled repeatedly, and the crossbow arrows were fired. In Lu Ming's eyes, only the core of each larva was flashing. 8 crossbow arrows were fired within 3 seconds, and the 7 or 8 larvae in the outermost circle died on the spot. Greedy. After clearing out the bodies of the dead larvae and recovering the shot crossbow arrows, Lu Ming dodged to the side of the gate. The Eye of Truth figured out the distribution of the next circle of larvae, formulated a shooting plan, took a step forward, and fired continuously with the crossbow. The second wave of larvae didn't even have time to scream before they all died under the crossbow. Greedy. In this way, while shooting the larvae in the back row that were constantly exposed due to the deaths in the front row, Lu Ming replayed history and adopted a rogue multi-wave strategy. In just 5 minutes, he evaporated all the sickle owl larvae in the entire corridor. Load the crossbow, count the crystals, adjust your breathing, and step into the corridor. Lu Ming maintained the mentality of using all his strength to fight the rabbit, and stretched out his hand to open the door of the first workshop. Chapter 29. Due to years of disrepair, the sound when turning the door handle is particularly harsh. As soon as the door opened, more than a dozen shots of concentrated acid were sprayed out. The huge impact force combined with the qualitative change caused by the quantitative change, and with a loud bang, the entire workshop door was smashed to pieces. Although Lu Ming was well prepared and dodged outside the gate in time, the impact of the concentrated acid was so shocking that it broke the gate and hit the wall directly, creating a huge splash range. The scary thing is, the power of the concentrated acid spray is several times stronger than what Chen Hai showed in the video. The splashing acid flew out like a bullet. When Lu Ming wanted to dodge, it was too late. He had no choice but to turn sideways and use the crossbow to block his face to avoid disfigurement. Drops of acid hit his arms, the back of his hands, and thighs, instantly piercing through his clothes and making a hole in his flesh and blood. The intense heat was like hydrogen peroxide sprinkled on a wound, causing Lu Ming's expression to twist. In order to stop provoking the larvae to continue their attack, he could only endure the pain of trembling all over, suppress the cry in his heart, and burst into anger that was difficult to conceal. Part of this anger is directed at the larvae, but more of it is directed at himself. Careless. He thought he would be invincible with the magic weapon and magical skills, but he almost failed miserably. I finally understood how destructive power the sickle owl larvae possess in their upright state in the eyes of ordinary people. Once these things gather in groups, they are an alien disaster that cannot be eliminated at close range. I took a look at the wound and it seemed to be a little numb. Fortunately, there was no blood leaking from the wound, so there was no need to worry about blood loss. This is probably one of the two things to be thankful for, and the second is that the sickle owl larvae do not contain toxins, otherwise if he makes a mistake, there is a high probability that he will be dead, so he urgently needs a shelter to block the concentrated acid. After a little thought, an idea suddenly occurred to Lu Ming, and he took out a heavy sword with a broad blade. Although this weapon is not as wide as a door panel, the 15 cm blade width can still serve as a temporary shield. The Eye of Truth locked onto the core positions of all the larvae in the workshop. Lu Ming stepped out and pulled the trigger. 6 crossbow arrows accurately hit 6 larvae. Puff! The larvae fought back and spit out concentrated acid again. Lu Ming dodged while turning around and holding the knife upright at his side. The acid hit the wall and splashed again, but this time with the blade blocking it, Lu Ming was not hurt at all. When the concentrated acid splashes no longer threaten oneself, all that remains is a one-sided massacre. It's only a matter of time before the entire first floor area collapses. Half an hour later, Lu Ming walked out of the last department office. Looking back at the entire first floor area, there was no trace of any larvae. After counting the specialized crystals, there are now 1,580 of them. In other words, there are a total of 382 sickle owl larvae in the first floor corridor and the workshop office. I glanced at the time area displayed when the system function was turned on. It was already 3:15. The sun began to move westward, and the sky was also turning golden. There were still 2.5 hours left until what he thought would be nightfall. With 2.5 hours to finish the remaining 2 floors, it shouldn't be a problem to find a shelter to spend the first night safely. After closing the space in the bag, Lu Ming looked towards the roof. The number of larvae on the second floor was almost the same as that on the first floor, but the density was even more shocking than that on the first floor. They were completely pressed against each other without even a gap. So how does the sickle owl pupa want the sickle owl larvae to protect themselves? Use their bodies to build a wall of insects? Otherwise, this situation will limit the performance of the larvae, making them like a long corridor on the first floor, losing the output environment. No matter how doubtful I am, I still feel at ease. The specific architectural layout of the second floor is still unknown. Judging from the observation of the Eye of Truth, just like the first floor, the department and workshop areas are separated. If there is a long corridor, then the situation you face will be the same as on the first floor. You need to be careful of the larvae in the workshop that may spray concentrated acid and cause splash damage. In this situation, it might be a good idea to try the same old trick again, but there is also the fear of unexpected events. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Ming opened the information panel and looked at the specialization level. I originally wanted to destroy this factory at the current level and unify the planning of the use of specialized crystals. Now it seems that in order to prevent accidents from happening again, it is better to upgrade the level first. In case one gains a strong resistance to concentrated acid, or a physical strength that reduces damage, it would be an extra layer of safety. Having made up his mind, he did not start his promotion on the spot, but quietly retreated to the innermost office of the workshop on the first floor. The door lock is good and can be locked. In order to avoid any accidents, he piled several desks at the door and used other desks to seal the windows. Then exit to the file sample warehouse. Don't blame him for being so cautious. After experiencing the pain of several promotions and getting injured due to carelessness, if he is not more careful, he will die. After completing the layers of protection, Lu Ming clicked on the specialization level. Hint, it is detected that there are enough specialized crystals in the space bag. Do you want to consume 1000 specialized crystals to complete the genetic evolution? After the evolution, you will be promoted to a primary hunting warrior and gain physical transformation. Genetic evolution? Physical transformation. The prompts have changed slightly, which is the direction Lu Ming expected. Yes. Brush. Thousands of crystals swarmed out, each shattering into familiar blue arcs of light. They are as thick as thighs, and burst out with intense energy as they move and spin. Looking at the terrifying thickness and scale of the arc, Lu Ming swallowed and subconsciously took a step back. His arm was as thick as lead and it was extremely painful. If something of this size penetrated into his body, wouldn't it rip his stomach open and tear his flesh apart? However, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. The confirmation has already been made, and there is no way to escape the pursuit of these energies even if you run to the ends of the earth. After licking his lips, Lu Ming clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and fell straight down. That's all. You can do whatever you want, I'm lying down. But he didn't expect that the moment he lay down, a huge arc of energy rushed into his body with a whistling sound. Lu Ming could clearly feel that he was being invaded, but surprisingly, he did not feel the slightest discomfort even though he was prepared to endure the severe pain. The specialized energies that poured into the body did not flow through the limbs, flesh, tendons, and veins, but all rushed towards the head. They gathered at the center of the eyebrows, rotated and converged, compressed and tempered, and finally turned into a drop of crystal blue water. It is only the size of a little fingertip, but it drips quietly after it is formed. With his eyes closed, Lu Ming felt a chill between his brows and ripples sweeping through his mind. All the pores on the body relax instantly, followed by a refreshing feeling of cleansing the soul. The whole process lasted for 20 seconds before it gradually ended. The moment Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked around, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Chapter 30. The smoke and dust swayed slowly in the air, and its trajectory gradually became clear in sight. The smell in the air is no longer as monotonous as before, and there are clear differences between the levels. A gentle breeze seeped into the material warehouse from every gap, gently and clearly passing over every inch of Lu Ming's skin. All the ignored microscopic details in reality are infinitely magnified in Lu Ming's feelings. My senses have become sharper. He raised his hands, feeling the air flowing through his fingers, and unexpectedly found that the scars on the back of his hands had disappeared. He looked at his thigh in disbelief. The corrosion marks on his pants were still there, but the wound inside was completely gone. This. Could it be that the process of promotion can also heal injuries? Or does it only happen when genetic evolution transforms the body? Hint: congratulations on completing genetic evolution and awakening to a primary hunting warrior. Since you are the first awakener to complete genetic evolution, your awakening power will be increased by 3 levels, and you will get 3 chances to draw. Do you want to draw now? Lottery? Hearing these 2 words, Lu Ming immediately threw away the speculation about the disappearance of the scar, and even ignored what the awakening power was. You know, his rise was thanks to the 3 chances to draw prizes given by the surprise gift. Now let's do it again. How can you stay calm? Sure. Tip: prizes will be randomly drawn from the 5 categories of supplies, skills, weapons, and special items. A minimum of 1A level or above reward is guaranteed. Please select the drawing method, single draw, / 3 consecutive draws. 3 consecutive draws. Congratulations on getting the special item Universal Discount Coupon. Congratulations on obtaining the C-Level Skill Book Advanced Steel Gathering Mastery. Congratulations on obtaining the special item 3-Party Area Map. Tip: there are less than 3 empty spaces in the space bag, please pay attention to the storage limit. Improving the space level can expand the capacity. Not enough again? I have to say that the capacity setting of the space bag is really not good. Those dozens of compound bows were still thrown in the room on the second floor of the staff dormitory, waiting to be collected after the factory was wiped out. We have tried our best not to add any more burden to the space bag, but it is still not enough. After taking a look at the 580 specialized crystals, Lu Ming did not upgrade immediately. Let's first take a look at the 3 items won in the lottery. Universal Discount Coupon. Category: Special Props. Effect: after use, it can offset the consumption of specialized crystals once. What the hell? Isn't this a countervailing privilege? Universal Coupon? There is such a good thing. But it must be extremely precious. After all, this lottery comes from the reward for the first genetic evolution. What a concept, number 1 in the world. If you want to continue to obtain it in the future, you must at least reach this standard, otherwise don't even think about it. The reminder of the load of the space bag is still vivid in my mind. When he upgraded the space bag for the first time, he performed sublimation operations on the space bag. The first order sublimation has reached as high as 3 million crystals, which shows that the function of the space bag after sublimation must be very powerful. It is definitely worth using this discount coupon on it, but considering the improvement of the space bag, the final improvement will probably be in the storage utility. Lu Ming does not think that its priority is above all else. Let it go for now. Keep the coupon and move on to the next one. Advanced Steel Gathering Mastery, C rank. Category: Skill Mastery Book. Effect: after learning, steel can be recycled. Features: the recycling conversion rate is increased by an additional 50%. There's nothing much to research about this skill, just learn it directly. The last one, and the one that Lu Ming cares about the most, is the map. He still clearly remembered that when he was transferred here, the cheerful electronic synthesized sound emphasized that this was the most important map in the apocalypse. From this, we can see that the rarity level of the map is probably very high. After taking out the map, Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Unlike the conventional paper map, this was an electronic map embedded in the tablet. 3-party area map. Category: Special Items. Description: detailed maps of Pinghu District, Xinggui District, and Jintian District, with the specific locations of 6 level 3 supply boxes and 3 special areas marked on the map. The words were concise and to the point, but enough to drive Lu Ming crazy. Not only are there detailed maps of the 3 areas, but the map also actually marks the locations of 6 level 3 supply boxes. If you look closely, you can see that the map is indeed divided into 3 areas using light yellow, golden yellow, and orange yellow. The area is in an arc shape from south to northwest, with the light yellow color closer to the south, and is called Jintian District. The golden area in the center is called the Starlight area, and the glass display cabinet for innovative mobile phone repairs should come from here. The orange-yellow area is on top and is called Pinghu District. 6 purple cursors were scattered randomly in 3 areas. Among them, there are 2 in Pinghu District, 2 in Xinggui District and 2 in Jintian District. In addition, there are 4 cursors of different colors, 3 of which are red, and are located in the center of Jintian District, Xinggui District, and Pinghu District respectively. 1 is white and is located inside the Kangbao shoe factory in the suburbs of Jintian, almost overlapping with a purple mark in Jintian District. There is no doubt that the white cursor is Lu Ming himself. Looking at the map and following the streets I walked along, I easily found my original residential lane, Jinkui Street. At the top of the map, it is close to the border of Jintian District. Combining the location distribution of the 3rd level supply boxes and the existence of the red core area, Lu Ming has reason to believe that all transferees are currently at the suburban boundaries of each area. There is no need to think about the level of the alien creatures, they will definitely become stronger as you get closer to the center. The center. Looking at the 3 red cursors, Lu Ming subconsciously thought that it would be the most dangerous place in the entire area. As he was deep in thought, he suddenly froze for a moment, then came to his senses and put away the map. Now is not the time to study this kind of thing. The acquisition of the third-level supply boxes has not yet been completed, and time cannot be wasted. However, one thing must be confirmed, and that is the increase in one's own strength. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and after a moment of reflection, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Why? Because it's too powerful. If the comprehensive strength of extreme soldiers is 10 times that of ordinary humans, that primary hunting warrior has 30 times the strength of an ordinary human. What a concept! If an average person can lift 50 kilograms, then a junior hunting warrior can lift 1,500 kilograms. Is this guy still human? This is outrageous. What's more, he is just a junior hunting warrior. If he continues to improve, it will be a leap towards becoming a Superman. No wonder the electronic synthesized voice at the beginning said those crazy words, as long as you are strong enough, as long as you are rich enough, you are the world, you are God. If they continue to evolve in this direction and reach the highest level of specialization, they would be gods to people today. Or even more terrifying than gods. Not knowing whether to be surprised or happy, Lu Ming opened his character panel. Chapter 31. Name, Lu Ming. Gender, male. No, 66,666. Age, 24. Specialization level, primary hunting warrior, full star first awakening. Awakening power, level 4, 1+3. General functions, greed, exclusive, world channel trading house space baggage, level 2. Skills, ordinary sword skills, E level, eye of truth, exclusive, ultimate sublimation, exclusive, power multiplication skills, B level. Proficiency, elementary clothing mastery, E level, elementary cooking mastery, E level, elementary gardener mastery, E level, elementary driving skills mastery, E level, elementary wood gathering mastery, E level, elementary child care mastery, E level, advanced archery mastery, C level, advanced steel gathering mastery, C level. Great! The information on this panel can only be described as majestic. I feel invincible just looking at myself. Especially the colorful mark of All-Star First Awakening behind the primary hunting warrior, which is so awesome that it cannot be described in words. It's a pity that this honor cannot be shown to others, and I can only enjoy it by myself, otherwise I would feel more accomplished. The power of awakening. This is a new attribute. He was very concerned when he was reminded just now, but he was diverted by the 3 draws, otherwise he would have to be the first to check. Power of awakening. Category, awakening skill. Effect, after use, you will enter the genetic awakening state in a short period of time, and your overall physical fitness will soar by 4 times. The effect lasts for 4 minutes, and the cooling time is reset at 0 every day. Features, consuming specialized crystals can increase the level of awakening power. The effect and duration of gene awakening increase with the level of awakening power, up to level 10. Current level, level 4, 1 initial plus 3 additional. Upgrade progress, 580/1000. Fried. Lu Ming cursed on the spot. Specialized crystals. Specialized crystals. Another special crystal. Can't you just change the material? Are you just staring at a sheep? With a gloomy face and no words, Lu Ming could only watch the effects of the awakening skills over and over again to numb himself. The overall physical fitness increased by 4 times in 4 minutes. It is really incredible. From 30 times of ordinary people, it can directly increase to 120 times. The key is the effect and duration, which will increase with the level of awakening. Judging from the skill data patterns, there is a high probability that the overall physical fitness will increase by 1 times and the duration will increase by 1 minute with each level increase. Maximum 10x lasts for 10 minutes. With a little calculation and comparison, one can fully understand the one-day cooling setting, which is definitely a skill that can change one's life. And because of the bonus reward for the first awakening of all stars, his awakening level was increased by an additional 3 levels. In other words, while others' awakening power can only reach the 10th level at most, he can reach the 13th level. Whether it is effect or durability, it is always better than others. It seems that no matter what you do, the first one to try something new will not suffer any loss. If you want to maintain this advantage, you must not slack off in the future. Only by working hard can you go further and more steadily. Pursing her lips, she looked at the specialized level of the primary hunting warrior and casually tapped to observe the information. Primary hunting warrior, a qualified alien hunting warrior who has completely completed the transformation of his mortal body and entered a higher level of life. His physical strength is comparable to that of an E-class alien elite and he can protect himself in the outer suburbs. By devouring specialized crystals, he can be promoted to an intermediate hunting warrior, with a promotion progress of 580/5000. The strength is perfect. The description is perfect. Everything is perfect. Specialized crystals? What specialized crystals are you talking about? Where are the specialized crystals? Are you having a nightmare? Quickly closing the information panel, Lu Ming looked up at his forehead in self-deception. It was too difficult. It felt like the road ahead was full of foreign debt. Skills, weapons, specialization levels, awakening powers, who knows what else there will be in the future. I feel so sad but I have no tears to cry. After a few seconds of depression, Lu Ming wiped his face with his hand, wiping away the tense look and the gloom on his face. He felt relieved. Because he figured out one thing. Time factor. Why does this world give 30 days of alienation suppression? This is because we want to give the survivors some time to develop. According to the description of the junior hunting warriors, only by completing genetic evolution can one have the ability to protect oneself in the suburban areas. Therefore, the workload for transitioning from a junior soldier to a junior fighter is not just half a day's workload, but a month's workload. He was dragged into the crystal hell by the rhythm of his own thoughts. On second thought, there are many people who have not yet taken the first step out of the shelter. Why should he be so panicked? Cheer up, Lu Ming took out the precision crossbow and headed straight for the second floor. With the support of specialized levels, speed, reaction, and observation ability have all undergone qualitative changes. In the corridors, hallways, workshops, and departments, clearing out the larvae is as easy as trampling ants. There is no difficulty at all. 40 minutes, 1,472 specialized crystals are the legacy left by the larvae colony in the entire second floor area. At this point, Lu Ming's specialized crystals not only fully recovered, but also reached an astonishing 2052 pieces. The burden on my heart was lightened a little, and my enthusiasm for killing the larvae increased rapidly. Lu Ming took out the remaining half bottle of multifunctional sports drink and drank it all while lying on his back. The thirst and hunger disappeared in an instant, but my mouth felt inexplicably dissatisfied. Actually, it's normal. Many times people eat not just because they are hungry, but because they like it. For example, after dinner, in the middle of the night, a bad friend suddenly releases poison. Even though your stomach is clearly full, you still can't help but check the food delivery app on your phone and order some junk food that suits your appetite. So Lu Ming decided that after finishing the work of the entire factory, he must reward himself with a good meal regardless of whether he was hungry or not. Click. The crossbow was loaded, the quiver was closed, and the Eye of Truth was activated. The distribution of larvae on the third floor is clear at a glance. What is a little surprising is that compared to the space partitions on the first and second floors, the third floor seems to be an entire empty assembly line workshop. Although the arrangement of the larvae looks crowded, it has a very strong sense of hierarchy. Just like the seats in a movie theater, they are arranged in ascending heights and clearly divided into different levels. In this case, there is no attack restriction, and the front row, middle row, and back row can attack him at the same time. Therefore, the larvae gathered on the first and second floors are cannon fodder and meat shields, so there is no problem at all. As for the difficulty of clearing it out, it was quite difficult before genetic evolution, but now, I'm too lazy to even frown. Click, click, click. Lu Ming flashed out from the stairwell on the third floor. The light crossbow fired continuously, and the afterimage of his wrist twitched, accurately piercing the cores of 7 or 8 larvae and collecting their relics. He chose the right moment, and without waiting for the concentrated acid in the back row to spit out, he pulled the trigger 7 or 8 times in a row, destroying the crowded second layer of meat shields. His senses and reactions have evolved, adapting to the rhythm of his body. Lu Ming has already abandoned his cautious style of fighting wave after wave. He stood at the entrance of the corridor, holding his crossbow and aiming it upwards, calmly and orderly, shooting every arrogant larva that wanted to fight back. Greedy. 5 minutes later, the corridor leading to the third floor opened brightly. Then Lu Ming walked towards the third floor step by step. Every step it took seemed to be stepping on the heart of the sickle owl larvae in the workshop on the third floor. The god of death is here to collect the bugs. Chapter 32. Click, click, click. The crossbow arrows were screaming, and the number of sickle owl larvae had been reduced to double digits. The ground was covered with thick acid. The image of hundreds of larvae spewing out concentrated acid together is still engraved in Lu Ming's mind. The concentrated acid that filled the entire corridor rushed out like a floodgate opening, crashing into the corridor with a loud bang. If he hadn't used the broad-bladed heavy sword to stab into the roof to avoid the attack, and if he hadn't used the natural terrain of the corridor from top to bottom, he would have been drowned by the concentrated acid. He was quite confident in his elite alien physical strength, and there was a high probability that he would not be hurt by the concentrated acid bath. But he couldn't bear to part with this precious set of clothes and the drinking water that would be wasted after taking a shower. Besides, who wants to be swallowed by thick yellow goo? What if you swallowed it without noticing? Wouldn't it leave a lifelong unforgettable shadow? The standard leather shoes made a hissing sound when they stepped on the floor. Black mist mixed with a pungent burnt smell swept upwards. Lu Ming glanced at his shoes that were melting a little and strolled into the assembly line workshop on the third floor. After his rapid shooting, only a dozen larvae were left on the entire third floor. They hung upside down on the roof of the workshop, guarding near the insect pupa, staring at him with ferocious eyes. This was the first time that Lu Ming looked closely at a living larva. I have to say, she's so damn ugly, it's unbearable to look at. I don't know whether it was because I felt the aura of a powerful person emanating from myself, or because I saw the wronged souls of my fellow tribesmen under my feet. These dozen or so larvae had no intention of attacking him at all. That's pretty good. At least you know not to put up unnecessary resistance. Hitui. Just as Lu Ming was expressing his admiration for their self-awareness, a proud larva opened its mouth and a mouthful of strong acid brushed across Lu Ming's face and hit the ground not far away. Adjusting his tilted head, Lu Ming looked back at the trace of concentrated acid splashing and said regretfully, "It's totally unworthy of praise." As he finished speaking, the precise crossbow made a click, and a crossbow arrow shot out through the air, piercing through the flesh and blood of the larva with a pop. In Lu Ming's mind, this crossbow arrow will definitely shatter the core of the larva. But in the current sight, the crossbow arrow pierced an arm. A human arm. It just grew out from the side of the larva and was accurately intercepted outside the nucleus. If the larvae do not consume enough energy, they will grow parts of their prey's limbs outside their bodies to increase their own combat power. Detailed information about the sickle owl larvae emerged word by word. He was sure that he had taken this sentence to heart. But I never thought that the so-called limb growth could be retracted and used instantly. Puff 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 puff. In an instant, the dozen or so larvae grew several pairs of legs and arms at the same time. Some larvae even grew human heads with dark red complexions and painful expressions. Looks disgusting. Yes, he can remain calm when facing the hideous, ugly, slimy larvae. However, the limbs and heads of his fellow tribesmen made him constantly imagine himself being devoured. There is nausea and vomiting, but more of it is anger. If you are not strong enough, you will become a bandit and be eaten. But using the corpses of his compatriots was like showing off his own achievements. It was the biggest mockery of him as a fellow tribesman. Chi! A shrill hissing sound came from countless cracks. The larvae that had grown limbs made up for their racial defects. With the support of the ceiling, they suddenly bounced towards Lu Ming. The distance was instantly shortened, and the mouth parts popped out rapidly, about to tear Lu Ming's body into pieces. A long and narrow silver light passed horizontally along with the sound of a knife cutting through the air. With just a slight hissing sound, dozens of larvae were cut in half. The enormous force, combined with a devastating gust of wind, blew away the broken body of the larva, causing them to hit the wall behind them like cannonballs. The traces of flesh and blood were unrecognizable, like a watermelon falling from a high altitude. They did not regenerate because their cores were shattered as their flesh and blood bloomed. Instead of having their cores penetrated or being hit in weak spots, they died under the absolute power and became the first batch of ants to be crushed by the giant. Raising his eyes and holding the blade, Lu Ming looked up at the 5 insect pupae wrapped in a level 3 supply box on the ceiling. They are pitch black all over, connected by a strange black tissue. The inside of the pupa shell is like a living heart, beating vigorously. Under the observation of the Eye of Truth, the progress bar of evolution and transformation has reached 50%. It only took 3.5 hours to go from 15% to 50%. According to the time conversion rate, it only takes 10 hours, less than a day, for a pupa to evolve into a complete form. It can be seen how fast they hatch. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the heavy broad-bladed sword turned into a flying blade and pierced through one of the insect pupae. Jiwa! A shrill wail echoed from inside the cocoon shell. Then the beating began to rapidly decay, and finally became shrunken and motionless. 1. With his center of gravity sinking and his muscles compressing, Lu Ming bounced straight to the ceiling, pulled out his heavy sword and slashed horizontally. The 2 pupae shells burst with a hissing sound, and the fat bodies inside the shells spilled out and covered the ground. The fat bodies were lost, and the developing body naturally could not survive. 3. Lu Ming landed and swung out the heavy blade again to pierce the 4th insect pupa. 4. Rising, leaping, drawing the heavy blade and attacking the last one. 5. Clang! He couldn't shout out the number. Just as the blade was about to hit the cocoon shell, a silver blade with a metallic luster and emitting a cold light popped out from the cocoon shell and easily blocked Lu Ming's attack with 80% of his strength. What's going on? Surprised, Lu Ming quickly drew back his sword and stopped at the side of the aisle. There is the only escape route with a circuitous corridor. No matter what kind of emergency you encounter, no matter whether you are capable of dealing with the subsequent changes, planning a retreat first is definitely the most correct plan. The Eye of Truth restarted, and the information about the pupa in the eye changed completely. The progress bar of evolution and transformation disappeared, replaced by a brand new alien panel. Mutated Scythe Owl, E-Level Elite Plus. Category, Insect Species. Description, originally an E-Class Elite alien species, it evolved violently after receiving the energy of 4 other sickle owl pupae and mutated into an E-Class Elite Plus. Its defense is extremely terrifying, with its entire body covered with fine steel shells. Weapons of different levels or higher cannot cause damage to it. Although its legs are thin, its muscle activity is one of the strongest among the E-Class Elite aliens. It has amazing jumping ability and excellent mobility. It has tough wings and the ability to fly at medium and low altitudes. However, it lacks stamina and is often used to assist in attacks, and is also used for hunting. A natural-born hunter, he possesses extremely strong aggressiveness and fighting talent, and believes in the highest honor of a hunter, either kill the target or be killed by the target. Therefore, once it targets you, it will force you into a fight to the death. Unless the target dies in its hands, it will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Even if the prey is killed by other alien species on the way, it will change its target of death fight to the hunter who killed the prey, even if the two sides have a huge level difference and are separated by dimensions. Chapter 33. Attack Methods. Rapidly swinging the sharp forearms to cut through steel blade wheel dance, using wings to rise into the air and swoop down blade charge, opening the cracks in the waist and abdomen to spit out high concentrated acid cannon that can corrode steel, and through violent evolution, the additional mutant abilities acquired, the alienated energy accumulated in the body, and the release of sickle pulse. Features: possessing the hunter instinct killing and harvesting that makes the more you fight, the braver and stronger you become, and soul of death fighting that allows you to continue fighting for days as long as you are not truly dead, even if you lose your head. Weakness: heart. After the larvae's core body evolves, it becomes the sickle owl's heart. As long as its heart tissue is destroyed, it can be killed. However, unlike the larvae, the sickle owl's chest not only has the strongest carapace protection on its body surface, but is also the closest to the killing weapon sickle owl's blade, which can be blocked at any time. It is not easy to hit it, and it needs to hit its chest at the same time as it launches an attack. After quickly scanning this extremely powerful information panel, Lu Ming looked up into the air again. The mutated sickle owl was still slowly emerging from its cocoon, as if it didn't take him, a junior hunting warrior, seriously at all. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and he activated the power of awakening and the power multiplication technique at the same time without hesitation. Boom! Blue energy emerged from his brows and flowed along his meridians to his limbs and bones. Red energy was released from his heart, integrated into his internal organs and radiated throughout his entire body. The explosive power index expanded. Lu Ming raised his sword and flew over to chop Huashan. Squeak! The sharp broad-bladed heavy sword chopped down the blade of the mutant sickle owl with tremendous force. The blade that was as solid as steel just now turned into a piece of paper, and while it chopped into pieces, it also broke his tough body. Crash! Green body fluids wrapped around the internal organs as half of the body fell to the ground, and the heavy weight splashed up dust all over the ground. The half-body inside the cocoon still wanted to fight back before death with its last bit of willpower. However, Lu Ming grabbed the blade and swung it twice to cut off the entire head, shoulders, and forearm. The surprised insect eyes gradually became dim, and the upgrade passed quickly. Perhaps it will never understand until its death why it was killed by two swords of a human before it had a chance to take a look at this world, even though it was an elite mutant species. Moreover, this human was too lacking in the warrior spirit and launched a surprise attack when it had not yet broken out of the cocoon, and it could not even dodge. Lu Ming fell from the air with a bang. Facing the half-head filled with resentment, he did not show any emotional response. No martial ethics? No stance, no skills, no confrontation? Please, this is a war, a life and death war between the survivors and the alien creatures. What is the purpose of improving skills and strength? Watch? No, it's to kill the opponent. The faster, more effective and lowest loss method is the best method. When he saw that the mutant sickle owl would pursue its prey until its death, he knew that he had no way out. When you have no choice but to fight, of course you should use all your strength and seize the best opportunity to kill the enemy with one strike. Who would stand there and wait for you to crawl out of your pupa and get ready? Do you think this is a ring match? Bang! He threw the sickle owl's corpse to the ground, and now the entire sickle owl's appearance was clearly pieced together. The limb structure is quite similar to that of the mantis on Blue Star, but there are also great differences. It is nearly 2.5 meters long, dark green in color with dark red lines engraved on it, with sharp barbs distributed on the joints of its body, and its sickle-like forearms still glow with a sharp luster even after death. It looks like a monster born for killing. But to be honest, the combined use of the power of awakening and the power multiplication technique is simply terrifying. Just talking about strength, it instantly increased 8-fold. Not to mention facing elites plus, it feels like I can be at an advantage even when facing alien species of a higher level. Whether it is the key awakening power or the power multiplication technique, they are all embryos that can be ultimately sublimated. What is even more gratifying is that the sublimation crystal of the power multiplication technique and the sublimation cost of the awakening power are all sufficient. As long as he wanted, he could now make qualitative changes to these two skills. But he didn't do it immediately. Life experience told him that things done impulsively under excitement will lead to regret in a very short time. So he decided to take a cold approach for a while and wait until all the details were taken into consideration. It would not be too late to make a decision later. Anyway, it was almost night and he had plenty of free time. With a gleam in his eyes, Lu Ming raised his hand and pointed it at the mutant sickle owl's corpse, and whispered, "Greed." Successfully decomposed the mutant sickle owl corpse, obtained specialized crystals 30, sickle owl blades 4, sickle owl carapace 10, mutant alien blood 200 ml. Successfully decomposed the corpse of sickle owl larvae 12, obtained specialized crystals 24, high purity foreign proteins *24. Tip: the space bag slots are full and you cannot continue to recycle items. You can increase the space bag level to expand the capacity. Oh no, he didn't care when it said that there were less than 3 spaces in his luggage, but now he has finally reached the situation where he has to increase the space. Fortunately, he now has strong capital. With the contribution of the larvae on the second and third floors of the factory, the number of specialized crystals reached an astonishing 3,750, and there were still 4 insect pupae on the ceiling that had not decomposed. Click on the space bag and tap to upgrade the level. Hint: upgrading the space bag requires 80 specialized crystals. After upgrading, the space bag will double in size. Do you want to upgrade immediately? Yes. The space bag suddenly expanded, and the number of grids doubled successfully. Hint: the space bag has been upgraded successfully. The current size is 4080. The next upgrade will consume 160 specialized crystals. You get what you pay for, and the cost of specialized crystals doubles accordingly. But just like you can buy a skin worth $100 whenever you want, you have to carefully calculate whether to add a chicken drumstick to your lunch. He can spend thousands of crystals for specialized levels, weapons, and skills, but for storage items like a space bag, he is reluctant to spend 160. It's enough as long as it is enough. After getting rid of the problem of the package limit, the next thing to deal with is naturally the third level supply box that he has been thinking about. By the way, the 4 insect pupae on the ceiling cannot be let go. Greedy. Successfully decomposed the withered sickle owl pupa, obtained specialized crystals 10, high concentration alien body fat essence 2. Successfully decomposed the withered sickle owl pupa, obtained specialized crystals 10, high concentration alien body fat essence 2. Successfully decomposed the withered pupa of the sickle owl. After decomposing the sickle owl pupa surrounding the supply box, a supply box that was completely purple and surging with energy was exposed on the ceiling. Lu Ming leaped up, took off the supply box, felt its heavy texture, and activated the Eye of Truth directly. Level 3 Supply Box, Special Items. Category Container. Description: a B-level alienated young egg that can recognize its owner is placed here. Alienated young eggs? B grade? Contractable. Isn't this a pet? Holy shit! Open it now. Lu Ming reached out and was about to press the purple button. But when his finger was pressed down halfway, a crazy idea popped up. Wait, the supply box is also an item and is also included in things, so is there a possibility that it can also be ultimately sublimated and evolved? Chapter 34. Thinking of this, Lu Ming looked directly at the third-level supply box and silently chanted the ultimate sublimation. Tip: please select the sublimation grade, second level/first level. When this reminder came out, Lu Ming was both surprised and regretful. The surprise is that no matter what kind of supply box you get in the future, you can upgrade it 1 or 2 levels, so that you can get more exquisite treasures. What I regret is that I was so excited when I saw the supply box in the clothing store that I completely forgot to use the sublimation advancement, and wasted a second level embryo in vain. Level 2. Hint: it takes 3,500 specialized crystals to upgrade a level 3 supply box. Are you sure you need to consume 3,500 specialized crystals to upgrade a level 3 supply box to a level 5 supply box? Sure. Cancel. Oh my god. 3,500 pieces. Is there a backpack detection here? Could it be that this program is spying on me in some dark corner? You have to know that including the 4 insect pupae he just collected, he only has 3,710 specialized crystals. Now Shenhua asks for 3,500. Isn't he going back to the time before liberation? Staring at the confirm and cancel options, Lu Ming, a Libra man, was in a dilemma. Either you simply don't have enough crystallization, and he doesn't need to worry so much. But you just happen to be stuck at that exact point, isn't that awkward? If you upgrade, you will become penniless, and you don't know whether the contents of the supply box will change. If they change, you may be given a product of excellent grade but very niche, such as the ultimate luxury version of childcare and nanny proficiency. If you don't upgrade, you will be very unhappy. What if the things in the level 5 supply box are extremely luxurious and powerful? Wouldn't you cry to death? Hesitating, pondering, walking back and forth with his chin pinched, gazing into the distance at the sunset, Lu Ming suddenly realized that it was almost night, and after a lot of hesitation, he almost missed the time. I glanced at the time display and it was already 5:34, and in another 26 minutes it would be the dividing line between day and night. Do you want to take it back? If you can't figure it out here, you might as well take it home and plan it slowly. Do it as soon as you think of it. Lu Ming thought of recycling the supply boxes. Tip: this item cannot be stored. Can't be accommodated? Then I'll take it back. Picking up the supply box, Lu Ming ran towards the corridor. However, a speechless thing happened again. As soon as he stepped out of the third-floor workshop area, the supply box in his hand disintegrated and disappeared. He was suddenly startled and subconsciously looked back, only to find that the supply box was back on the ceiling. Oh boy, can we just deal with it right here? Taking the box off again, Lu Ming was in a dilemma. Finally, he closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. He decided to try his luck and turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. He still couldn't believe it. How bad could his luck be after changing his bloodline? He took the gamble. Ultimate sublimation. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. Level 2. Hint: sublimation. Sure. The purple supply box was disassembled and reassembled in Lu Ming's hands, and turned golden when it reappeared. Oh! Golden legend. Hint: the level 3 supply box has been successfully upgraded to a level 5 supply box. Identification. The Eye of Truth was automatically activated, and a pop-up window with information about the level 5 supply box popped up. Level 5 supply box, special items. Category: container. Description: place an S-level alienated young egg. Done. It turns out that after sublimation, the materials in the box will not change, only the level of the items will be increased. Upgrading from B level to S level, purple turns into gold. It is undoubtedly a huge profit. Press the golden button on the supply box hard, and air pressure will spurt out from all around. The lid of the box retracted and folded, and the inner core slowly rose up, revealing a fist-sized, fluffy, pink biological egg in the snow, like a moon surrounded by stars. Looking at the pink and white mutated young egg, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with a strange brilliance. Didn't they say it was a young mutant? He thought it would be like the pupa of the sickle owl, black and purple and disgusting, but he didn't expect it to be so good looking, hee. I took the young egg and it felt really good, soft and chewy, and it smelled like a strange fragrance. Lu Ming, who was enjoying himself, suddenly paused and looked around subconsciously. Then he suddenly remembered that this was the end of the world and no one would care about his actions. Then he placed the young eggs on his face and rubbed them. There were 3,500 specialized crystals here. Shouldn't he play with them more? Oh, don't go too far. Who will you ask for compensation if you die? The sunlight outside suddenly dimmed, and Lu Ming came back to his senses from his joy. I looked at the time again and saw that there were only 10 minutes left until nightfall. I probably can't go back, and there's no need to. The dormitory building opposite is very good, you can just pack your bags and move in. Young eggs are living things and cannot be put into the space bag. Lu Ming didn't care. He put the money in his trouser pocket, rushed to the window, and jumped down from the 3rd floor. Even at a height of more than 10 meters, my feet didn't even feel numb at all. He flew across the factory yard, jumped onto the 2nd floor of the staff dormitory, rolled up 27 compound bows on the ground, and climbed through the window into the dormitory room on the 4th floor. All we know is that aliens are active at night, and that some high-level aliens go out for fun. But whether it was walking past or staying on the roof is still unknown. So he deliberately chose a dormitory that was neither too high nor too low, located in the middle of the floor. Close the windows and consume 20 specialized crystals to upgrade doors, windows, walls, curtains, and other infrastructure. He has always been generous when it comes to protecting lives. Now the windows have been upgraded to bulletproof and soundproof glass windows, the hinge components have been upgraded to an excellent level, the walls are fortresses, the doors are explosion-proof, and the curtains are made of perfectly enclosed nanolight-absorbing materials. As long as you draw them, when you turn on the high beam in the dormitory, you won't be able to see a trace of light outside. I calmed myself down and looked at the bed. The sheets and quilt were so dirty that it was hard to look at them. After thinking about it, a poor person cannot skimp on food and shelter. Life in the doomsday world is already hard enough, and important matters in life such as sleeping and eating must not be neglected. So Lu Ming spent another 3 specialized crystals to sublimate the bed, bedding, and sheets. Suddenly, a set of luxurious, high-profile, connotation-rich, high-end, and classy luxury bed was completed. Looking at the soft and exquisite 3-piece suit of the rich man that took up half of the dormitory, Lu Ming sat down on it. The comfortable feeling seemed to suck his soul in. Now that he thought about it, it would be difficult to do it without lying down for a while. Forget it, let's take a look at the information about the eggs first. Putting the fist-sized alien young egg in front of him, Lu Ming said softly, "Identify." The information panel suddenly expanded. Queen Spider, S-level royal family. Category, Insect royal family. Description, after hatching, an S-level royal species with all-round talent, strength, speed, endurance, vitality, and wisdom will be born, the Spider Queen. Hatching and master recognition conditions, high purity foreign protein *1000, mastery of primary child care nanny, close incubation for 3 hours, and seeing the hatcher at first sight after hatching. Current status, not hatched yet. Chapter 35. What the hell? Not to mention the 3-hour close-fitting requirement for incubation, it's very reasonable for hatching eggs. It is more reasonable to recognize the owner by seeing the hatcher at first sight. It is much more normal than recognizing the owner by dropping blood. There is nothing wrong with it. But isn't it too much for you, a junior child care nanny, to be proficient? Has he read that book? The experience of raising human babies is completely universal to the experience of raising babies of other species and humans. Why don't you ask for breastfeeding? Lu Ming felt like he had no place to vent his complaints, but fortunately the Spider Queen's eggs were really cute. Cuteness is justice, everything else can be ignored. The key is that she is half human. Do you understand the value of being half human? Hey, you can't be vulgar, you have to be normal, gentlemanly, and serious. Moreover, he meets all the conditions for hatching, especially the book Elementary Childcare and Babysitting Mastery. How disliked I was when I first got it, how fortunate I am now. Come on, hatch it. As soon as I thought about it, the program prompt popped up immediately. Tip: if the mother has the intention to hatch the young egg and the hatching conditions are met, the young egg's surface thermostatic protective layer should be released. After release, it needs to be incubated immediately. During the process, it should be placed close to the mother for 3 hours. Once separated from the mother, the young egg will fall into a state of hypothermia. After half an hour, the young egg will die. Confirm. Cancel. When he saw the word death, Lu Ming's high spirits suddenly cooled down. It seems that no matter which world it is, giving birth to a new life is an extremely serious matter that does not allow for the slightest bit of frivolity. Yes. Just as he was about to confirm, Lu Ming suddenly paused. Cancel. The prompt bar disappears on the spot. Staring at the Spider Queen egg, Lu Ming said tentatively, Ultimate Sublimation. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. It actually works. He thought that after sublimating the material box, the materials placed inside would also be judged as sublimated items. I didn't expect that the supply box is a supply box, and the supplies inside are the supplies inside, and the two things exist independently. Second order. Hint: sublimating an S-level Spider Queen egg requires 30 million specialized crystals. You have a universal discount coupon. Are you sure you want to use it to upgrade the S-level Spider Queen egg by 2 grades? Confirm, consume 1 universal discount coupon. Confirmed, consumes 30 million specialized crystals. Cancel. He looked at the information prompt in silence, and then looked at the information panel of the Spider Queen egg in silence. Lu Ming silently took out the universal discount coupon. It wasn't that he abandoned the awakening power because he loved the new, nor was it for the Spider Queen. It was simply because of one word: expensive. 30 million crystals. Body. Okay, that was an excuse, nothing else, he was just doing it for the Spider Queen. S-level is half humanoid, so it's not too much to upgrade to a humanoid for 2 more levels, right? It's definitely not too much, right? You think it's not too much either. So what are you hesitating about? A man must conquer the queen. Sure. Brush. The universal discount coupon will be decomposed and disappear. Golden Spider Queen egg scatter reconstructed. When it appeared again, a giant egg about 60 centimeters appeared in front of Lu Ming. It is snow white all over, and there is a dazzling and colorful light flowing on the shell. With this kind of special effect, how can it be an ordinary thing? Even a dog wouldn't believe it. Identification. The Eye of Truth is activated, and the dome information pops up clearly. Original Spider Egg. Category? Illustrate? Seeing the message full of question marks, Lu Ming did not feel too happy for a moment, and was even a little depressed. It's fine that I can't see the grade, and I can tolerate not seeing all the information, but what does it mean that the name has been changed? What about the daughter of the Spider Queen? Where is my cold and domineering queen? Original Spider, although he is well aware that the word original is very impressive, but isn't it putting the cart before the horse by blurring the gender? Holding the giant egg, Lu Ming's heart was bleeding. He could only hold back his tears and read the hatching conditions. Hatching and master recognition conditions: high purity foreign protein *5000, mastery of advanced child care nanny, close incubation for 12 hours, and seeing the hatcher at first sight after hatching. Current status, not hatched yet. Incubation time increased fourfold, and the demand for high-purity foreign proteins increased fivefold. I glanced at the space bag and saw that the number was 5,748, which was barely enough. The childcare nanny's proficiency is required to reach the advanced level, but my own childcare proficiency is only at the elementary level, so I need to upgrade 2 levels in a row. Glancing at the 190 specialized crystal deposits, Lu Ming felt a little timid. That should be enough, right? It's definitely not expensive to just upgrade from E level to C level. Click on your own information panel, lock in Basic Childcare and Nanny Mastery, and upgrade to the second level. Tip: to upgrade to E level Basic Childcare Mastery you need to consume 50 specialized crystals. Nice. Isn't this perfect? Sure. Consume 50 specialized crystals to upgrade the primary childcare nanny proficiency to the advanced level. Lu Ming once again had the idea of hatching. Tip: if the mother has the intention to hatch the young egg and the hatching conditions are met, the young egg will be released from the constant temperature protective layer on the body surface. After release, it needs to be incubated immediately. The process will be kept close to the body for 12 hours. Once separated from the mother, the young egg will fall into a state of hypothermia. After 10 minutes, the young egg will die. Oh my god, you evolved, didn't you? How come your physique became weaker when your level became higher? When I was at S level, I could last half an hour away from the mother body, but now I can only last 10 minutes. Is this possible? I stroked the surface of the eggshell. It looked smooth and seamless, but it still felt furry to the touch. It was a bit magical. Forget it, then I, the substitute nanny, will have to take good care of you. Sure. Prompt: the constant temperature protection of the young eggs has been lifted, 5,000 high-purity foreign proteins have been injected, and the incubation stage has begun. Current progress, 0%. The hatching has begun, so I have to say goodbye to free activities, going to the toilet, etc. Oh, no, I feel like peeing. I really don't want to hold it in for the whole night, but a flash of inspiration suddenly came to me and I couldn't wait for a moment, so I went to do it quickly. A minute later, Lu Ming walked out of the bathroom with a happy look on his face, turned off the warning prompt given by the program, and sat back on the bed. He picked up the giant egg, covered it with a blanket, gently stroked the eggshell, and said softly, "My baby, for you, I didn't even eat the planned dinner, and I didn't plan to sleep, for fear that I couldn't protect you well. Based on my love for you, you have to be nice to me in the future. If you are born as a boy, we will be master and servant. I am the master and you are the servant. You grow up quickly and then respect me well. Of course, I will not treat you unfairly. If you are born as a girl, we will each be our own. You call me master and I call you wife. In the future, you can have all the delicious food and drinks. Yeah, this is our agreement. I will count to 3. If you don't answer, it will be considered as your acquiescence. 3, 2, 1, very good, the contract is established." As he was talking, Lu Ming laughed out loud, secretly mocking his own childishness. It was just an egg, what could it understand? It would be better to watch some melons on the World Channel to kill time. Tomorrow morning, he would be able to say goodbye to his lonely survival journey. Thinking about it carefully, he was quite looking forward to it. Little did he know that when Lu Ming was watching the World Channel, the egg in the quilt flickered slightly, and inside the egg, a pair of eyes slowly opened, revealing ruby-like pupils. Unfortunately, her strength was too weak. Her eyelids only lifted halfway before closing again. Her pink little mouth moved slightly, and she murmured in the incomparably childish Huaxia language, "The contract is established." Chapter 36. The World Channel remains the same as always, still speaking in a sweet way, as if the general environment has been fixed. Switching to the national channel, I was instantly refreshed. Initially, it was a place full of negative venting, but now it was normal chat. Clicking on the message to stop it from scrolling, Lu Ming began to read it manually. Fu Di, I would like to encourage those of you who have not taken the first step. The alien species you encounter may look disgusting, weird, scary, and ugly. They have strength, speed, armor, and vitality far beyond that of ordinary people. This makes you afraid and terrified, and you dare not face them. But those who have killed them know that they are of low intelligence, have no brains, and do not know how to use tactics. As long as we can figure out their attack methods and fatal weaknesses, have a little physical foundation and a handy tool, we can kill them alone. Those without physical strength and specific tools can also form groups and use their numbers to defeat the weak. If that doesn't work, use your wisdom to go to higher places and hit them with heavy objects. In any case, first accumulate 10 specialized crystals for yourself or a trustworthy captain in the team, and raise the specialized level to the level of an intermediate soldier. It will greatly improve your physical fitness and narrow the gap with the physical fitness of alien creatures. When you and your team all reach the level of intermediate soldiers, the efficiency and tolerance of killing alien creatures will increase dramatically, so that you can quickly accumulate resources. Survival is definitely not a problem. Becoming stronger is the next goal. You need to accumulate the number of specialized crystals required for promotion to advanced soldiers as soon as possible. When everyone reaches the level of advanced soldiers, the current alien creatures will no longer be able to stop you from surviving. So please muster up your courage, take up arms, and defend your right to survive. Lu Sanlong, Brother Fu Di is right. We must not only take the first step bravely, but also quickly gather manpower to capture a certain area and build a safe shelter for humans. Using the shelter as a base, we will advance in all directions in an orderly manner, so as to capture the entire area and build a base for human survivors, so that everything can be put on the right track. Now our region is implementing this operation strategy. Living in disgrace is not a long-term solution, and slaughtering compatriots is extremely stupid. I hope that all major regions will also make plans early. Chen Lin, to put it simply, if we want to build a base, what will we do with food? What will we do with supplies? Rely on looting? Rely on distribution? How long can it last? If the supplies in this damn place are not enough for everyone to survive from the beginning, and only you strong ones can survive in the end, what will happen to us who have been gathered by you? Divide us into different levels? Use us? Despise us? Abandon us? Even kill us in secret? Who can guarantee us? Without laws and order, what is the use of verbal promises? Lu Yu, what are you talking about? What do you mean, except for us strong men? Except for the soldiers of Blue Star and a very small number of civilian masters, how many people in the entire Huaxia or even Blue Star have an initial level higher than that of a mid-level soldier? Don't hate those warriors who risked their lives just because of your cowardice, and don't have such a big conspiracy theory. Gathering is a voluntary act. If you want to gather, gather. If you don't want to, stay alone. Why spread fear? Lu Sanlong, Yu, stop talking. Let me make it clear that the assembly of manpower is completely voluntary. Those in the region who are interested can privately message me. We will go to various places for rescue. Those who are not interested can also privately message us about our location. We will distribute enough supplies to support 3 days. As for the treatment of the assembly, it must be the competent ones who will get it, and special talents will be treated better. Although it is cruel, it is reasonable. Otherwise, everyone will be treated the same, who would be willing to contribute their knowledge and strength. We will also accept the old, weak, sick, and disabled. The treatment will not be very good, but basic food and clothing can be guaranteed. Others without special talents must take the warrior route. We will implement the principle of old people leading new people and strong people leading the team to continuously improve your strength. Young and strong people who just want to lie down, please respect yourself. We can't afford to support idle people. In addition, regarding the matter of supplies, at 1336, someone revealed on the World Channel that someone in Windmill Country obtained local agricultural products that can be planted when opening the supply box, specialized grass luo seeds. The specific information is not disclosed, and it is unclear what it looks like, but one thing is certain, this world may have agricultural products that can be grown. In this case, as long as the water problem is solved, the end of the world is not all despair, and there is still hope. Tian Yanan, you believe this? That news has also been spread in our area, but there is no evidence to prove its authenticity. How can you take it seriously? Lu Sanlong, it is exactly as you said. There is no evidence to prove it, but it is better to have hope than nothing. Besides, it is easy to tell whether this is true or not. We just need to wait a few weeks or months to see if there are any such materials for sale in the trading houses. If there are and the quantity is not low, the news is likely to be true. Sun Yang, no one would sell it, right? Who would reveal this kind of material in the end times? What if someone were to target you, how could you live in peace? Besides, if the fruit is actually a seed, wouldn't selling it be like handing over the seed? Lu Sanlong, stare? Stare at whom? Trading is anonymous. You don't know who the other party is, or which area they are in. There are unknown dangers everywhere outside. You don't spend time exploring the map, and you don't know the alien species in other areas. You still want to attack other areas? Without the level of the ultimate soldier king, who dares? In addition, the fruit is the seed. It can't be said that it is impossible, but it can only be said that the possibility is very small. According to the rules of this world, special things are always very logical. If the fruit is the seed, then the plant will not be called Cao Luo seed, but only Cao Luo, and it will be marked as a seed. Also, do you think it's true that no one will sell it? This thing will monopolize the market once it appears, and it is a necessity. If you only keep it for yourself, it would be a waste of resources. Its value can only be reflected when it is exchanged for other resources. Maybe it is not suitable for sale in the early stage, but once the supplies looted in the area are in short supply, this thing will be a lifesaver and a huge business opportunity. Do you think a qualified regional manager will let it go? Chen Lin, how do you know that he is the regional manager? It can't be a private person. Wouldn't it be better if he grows the crops himself and sells them himself? Lu Sanlong, then guess who released the news? And why did he release the news? But now we are just chatting about this. After all, if we want these topics to be established, we have to prove that the news released by that person is true, right? Chapter 37. Seeing this, Lu Ming seemed a little silent. There is really no shortage of smart people in this world, especially in Huaxia. In other words, those who have a say in a region all possess strength and extraordinary wisdom. Lu Sanlong, Fu Di, and Chen Hai are all like this. There is both a spirit of selfless dedication and the desire to gain benefits. These things can obviously be discussed privately or regionally. There is no need to analyze them for the entire national channel, or even explain them to argumentative and negative people. But Lu Sanlong did it anyway. Is it simply loving and caring for others? Lu Ming is rather selfish, so he doesn't think too highly of others. He believes that such a long conversation was mixed with Lu Sanlong's selfish desire to show off his wisdom and personal charm. In addition to increasing his own popularity to gain a voice in the apocalypse, he should also consolidate his regional position and make more members in his region respond to his operating strategies. Look, our boss is so awesome. What he says on the national channel leaves others speechless. Every word he says makes sense. Just follow the boss. That's about how it feels. Of course Lu Ming would not ridicule. This was a good thing. The more united human beings were and the faster they developed, the greater benefits his bug would gain. Who doesn't like wealthy clients? But this long conversation is not meaningless. At least he knew the ideas and directions of most areas, and most importantly, the food that could be grown from the supply boxes. No matter whether it is true or not, as long as you don't lose anything, why not believe it once? Continue scrolling down and you will see the crowds of people surrounding and respecting Lu Sanlong due to his charm, as well as Lu Sanlong's high EQ speech. It's boring to watch it for too long, so I just quickly skipped over it. Just as Lu Ming scrolled to the bottom of the chat bar, which was where the latest news was, a message caught his attention. Gu Changhe, family members, please pay attention. The area we are in may be full of compatriots from our country, but the neighboring areas may be full of people from other countries. Just now, a group of Nanhan Koreans invaded our area. At first, they pretended to be pitiful and asked us for help. When we were ready to refuse them sternly, a few of them turned around and attacked several of our compatriots and collected their space bags. One of them was of a very high level, not like the level of a senior soldier. Most of the people were killed by him. Dozens of people have been killed so far, including some senior soldiers. They were chasing us before, but now that night is approaching, they have hidden themselves. So everyone, if you meet people from other countries, you must not let down your guard, and you must not believe them, just kill them. Damn it! FK. Lu Ling, no way, I thought all the surrounding areas belonged to our country, how come there are other countries? And isn't it a bit strange to attack other areas at this time? Fu Di, it is estimated that they came from the boundary between the two suburbs. The senior soldiers would definitely not dare to do so. There must be an extreme soldier leading the team. Gu Changhe, I also think he is the ultimate soldier king. His overall strength is obviously stronger than the strong men in our street. He is very likely a strong man from the Nanhan country or someone from a special industry. He is extremely ruthless and has a very strong body. One jump feels more than 4 meters. Lu Sanlong, that's it. I didn't expect this to happen. Do you know which district you are from? Gu Changhe, I don't know the name of the area, but I'm in Jihuatianja, which is a commercial street. Fu Di, this is troublesome. We can only barely figure out the name of the area we are in. Most of the area is still unexplored and closed. We really can't help directly, but your reminder is very timely. Otherwise, we would have no idea that there are people from other countries in the neighboring area. So, Brother Changhe, I will trade some supplies with you. You find a secret place to hide first. After a few days, we will thoroughly figure out the location and see if there is any possibility of rescue. Trade with me. Lu Sanlong, I will also contribute some resources. The reminder is indeed timely. You should also take care of those people on the same street as you. If there is no chance to fight back, try to avoid them. Once we stabilize our own area, we can start to provide assistance to other areas. By then, we will not let any of these Nanhan sticks go. Wu Ming, that's great. I'm also being hunted by people from other countries. Brother Fu Di, Brother Sanlong, can you give me some supplies too? Hehe. Gu Changhe, what do you mean? You sound so sarcastic. Do you think I'm lying? Wu Ming, hehe. Gu Changhe, video file, video file, video file. 3 video files were thrown out in succession, and then the chat bar fell silent. Lu Ming clicked on it with a gloomy face, and it was indeed a scene of an attack. Although he could understand what those people were saying, the language they used was indeed the pronunciation of the Nanhan country, especially when they pretended to be pitiful and asked for help. It was classic. Identification. Lu Ming used the Eye of Truth to lock onto the most outstanding person among them. The information popped up instantly: Park Dong-wook, 26 years old, from the capital of Southern Chao, son of a chaebol, and the ultimate soldier. Gu Changhe was not wrong in his judgment, it was the ultimate soldier king. Gu Changhe, is there anything else you want to say? Lu Ming, I never said you were a liar. You misinterpreted it. If you don't believe me, go check the messages and see if I ever said the word liar. Fu Di, okay, it's boring. Your compatriots were killed, and you can still argue about it. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the Hyuxia people? Changhe traded me, and this matter is not over. Don't let me run into people from Nanhan country, otherwise I will kill them all. Lu Sanlong, indeed, we should not create internal conflicts among ourselves. If you have difficulties, please speak up. There is no need to be sarcastic. If you really can't stand it, please make a video to prove that you are in trouble. I will not ignore you if I can help you. I will go to have a meeting with my brothers first. Gu Changhe, thank you brother Di, thank you brother Long, and thank you to everyone who traded with me. I will definitely distribute the supplies to other people in the area. Thank you. At this point, Lu Ming switched out of the world channel and returned to the regional section. Without scrolling up the information, the topic of conversation was now fixed on the invasion of the area by members of other countries. Jinqi, the invasion of Nanhan country is so scary. Could it be that our neighbors are also from that country? Fang Peng, not sure, but we have Uncle Chen here, so don't be afraid. Chen Hai, tomorrow morning, I will lead the main force of Chongping Street to start the search and rescue operation in all directions. At that time, I hope everyone will fully cooperate and gather together. Those compatriots are right. Only by gathering together can we deal with all variables. Fang Peng, of course, we support Uncle Chen. Before Uncle Chen arrives, I will gather the people near Men Street first, and then we will follow Uncle Chen directly. Bao Zhengcheng, haha, is this still the guy who opposed brother Chen Hai from the beginning? How come he has become a different person? Fang Peng, oh, Uncle Bao, please stop teasing me. After all, I am now a mid-level soldier who can kill sickle owl larvae alone. Please give me some face and don't mention that dark history. Haha. There was a smile below. Lu Ming laughed along and saw the situation of harmonious development in the region from the words written by everyone. In addition, Fang Peng was able to kill a sickle owl larva alone, so it seemed that Chen Hai had already figured out the method of identifying the larvae's nucleus and popularized it. Chongping Street, Men's Street. Muttering the two street names, Lu Ming took out the area map. We locked onto Jintian district and found the locations of two streets. If the entire Jintian is viewed as a whole, the Kangbao shoe factory where he works is located in the eastern suburbs of the area, and Chongping Street where Chen Hai is located in the western suburbs of the area. The two places are separated from each other by the center point. Men's Street is located close to the western suburbs, not far from Chongping Street, so it is easier to gather. The northern suburbs are adjacent to Xinggui district, and the neighboring districts in the southern suburbs are not yet known. In the event of an invasion, these two areas are easiest to predict. Zhuhuatianja. Lu Ming tried to enter the name into the map search bar. The map zoomed in and fully expanded Pinghu district, located at the northernmost of the three districts. And one of the coordinates fell at the junction of the southern suburbs of Pinghu district and the northern suburbs of Xinggui district. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes darkened. Therefore, the invaded Zhuhuatianja is the district street of Pinghu district. The invading people of Nanhan were the transferees from Xinggui district. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming looked towards the northern suburbs of Jintian district and the southern suburbs where Xinggui district meets, and his eyes gradually became sharp. Assuming that this invasion was not an individual act of the Koreans, but a regional action organized by the Xinggui district, then the Jintian district, which is also adjacent to the Xinggui district, will probably suffer the same treatment. When the map is moved to the northern suburbs of Jintian district, a striking purple cursor is clearly visible. It is another level 3 supply box in Jintian district. Very good, we will go to the northern suburbs of Jintian tomorrow. It is not for revenge of our compatriots or to punish evil and promote good. A selfish petty bourgeois like him could not rise to such a height, he was just going to get the supply box that belonged to him. However, if he happens to encounter some big-faced rats who covet the supply boxes along the way, don't blame him for being eager to protect the food and kill them one by one. Hehe, there is absolutely no intention to target anyone, he is very fair, especially towards the so-called foreign friends. With a grin, Lu Ming put away the map and immersed himself in the regional chat again, looking forward to tomorrow's action. Chapter 38. After flipping through several rounds of regional messages and not finding any useful information, Lu Ming directly closed the chat channel. I was so bored that I couldn't even sleep, so I opened my space bag and started counting the items in the package. Among the consumable items currently in hand, there are 140 specialized crystals left, 748 lumps of high-purity foreign proteins, 2 compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of 500 ml multifunctional sports drinks, some other drinking water, a dozen boxes of instant noodles, and some cigarettes and alcohol. Among the weapon resources, there is a broad-bladed heavy sword, an accurate crossbow, an Hawkeye compound bow, 27 compound bow embryos, and except for the 50 arrows that were traded, the rest are basically still there. In general, there is no difficulty in basic survival, but the difficulty lies in increasing the strength of the body. At full strength, a primary hunting warrior can at most suppress one E-level elite and alien. But in the entire apocalyptic alien system, they can only be regarded as monsters that have just escaped the teaching level. There are also D-level, C-level, B-level, A-level, and S-level alien species that are horrible. If each level is divided into sickle owl larvae, sickle owls, mutant sickle owls, and royal families, then there are a total of 24 levels. At least, if we take into account the numbers or detailed levels, it would not be surprising to have more than 30 levels. It is conceivable what kind of difficulties are waiting for me in the future. So he had to become stronger, stronger than everything, in order to take control of the initiative in this unknown world. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming clicked on the mutant sickle owl relic in his bag. I didn't have time to check it out just now, but now I have the chance. Sickle blade, E-end level. Category, mutated material. Description: the forearm of the E-end elite mutant sickle owl has the hardness and sharpness equivalent to that of fine steel, and can be used as the manufacturing material for specialized biological weapons. Conditions of use: intermediate forging mastery. Specialized biological weapon. What the hell? Lu Ming instantly perked up and clicked on specialized biological weapons to view the information. Specialized biological weapons. Category: specialized equipment. Description: biological weapons are made with the technology of the Gala Galaxy and alienated biological materials as raw materials. They can inherit the skills of the alien creatures during their lifetime. The number of inherited skills depends on the level of forging proficiency and the rarity of the alien materials. The higher the level of forging proficiency and the rarer the materials, the more skills are inherited and the more powerful the skills are. Oh shit! Inheriting the skills of alienated creatures, how awesome is that? Compared to it, the fine steel weapon in his hand is nothing but slag. Although the mutant sickle owl did not use any skills from beginning to end. But Lu Ming still remembers the names of the skills it contained. Especially the sickle pulse that was acquired through mutation. It doesn't sound like a simple melee skill. It might be a ranged shock wave, or a long-range ability like sword energy. If the weapon could have such an AoE skill, let alone how effective it would be, the scene of sword energy and energy impact alone would be enough to make one's blood boil. We are all blue star people, which man can resist such an extremely handsome scene of Wushuan pulling the sword light? Build it! Build it! Isn't it just a high-level forging mastery? Direct trade. Upgrade skills. The future belongs to biological weapons. While feeling excited and expectant, Lu Ming did not forget to hold the balls and rub them vigorously. If he hadn't known that there was an alien species lying inside, he would have wanted to take a sip. Restraining his smile, Lu Ming clicked on his 3 weapons and decided to sacrifice one in exchange for the forging mastery skill. Wide blade heavy sword, steel grade. Durability, 1460/1500. Precision crossbow, mithril grade. Durability, 1848/3000. Eagle Eye compound bow, mithril grade. Durability, 2364/3000. After comparing them, I couldn't find a suitable one. The broad-bladed heavy sword is the lowest level, but it is the weapon he mainly uses. The role of the precision crossbow is self-evident, and the entire Kangbao shoe factory basically relies on it for attack. Although the durability of the Hawkeye compound bow is consumed quickly, killing a larva consumes 2 points of durability, and there is a risk of it being scrapped, but its output environment is safe. The ultra-long-range killing range plus the additional range of advanced archery mastery make it an excellent weapon. After hesitating for a minute or two, Lu Ming decided to sacrifice the broad-bladed heavy sword. It's not because of the value issue, but mainly because he feels that it is not yet time for mithril weapons to appear. At least the signs of fine steel-grade weapons have to emerge before he can allow the mithril grade to enter. Open the trading house, put the broad-bladed heavy sword on the shelf, and specify the forging mastery for the trade, with no level limit. And note that if there are intermediate or above levels, you can also leave a message below. I will check it every half an hour. If you have the intention to trade, you can also exchange specialized crystals, food supplies, and other weapons. But I didn't expect that the message board would explode as soon as the product was put on the shelves. I guess they are all avoiding the night, hiding in their safe havens with nothing to do, and staring at the trading house and chat channels. Anonymous, no need to think, it's the same boss who put the steel grade 10 link on the shelf before. This time it seems to be a used one. It seems that either the boss feels it is not convenient or there is really no place to put it. But why is the boss so obsessed with mastering skills? That thing has no killing power at all. Anonymous, the reason why the big guys are big guys is because they have imaginations that others cannot match. It is better for us mortals not to speculate. Anonymous, Big Brother, please have mercy on me. I finally got a copy of the basic clothing mastery and have been waiting for you to put weapons on the shelves. Why did you suddenly specify the forging mastery this time? Anonymous, you are so awesome, can you put a few more of them up, like you did at noon, and set up other ways to exchange them? My kids are really craving for fine steel weapons. Anonymous, boss. The people below are all flattering, fawning, pretending to be young and asking to be led, and asking for a change in the exchange method. Lu Ming wanted to do so, but unfortunately the specialized crystal in his bag did not allow it, and he was not willing to bear the pain of parting with the heavy sword that had accompanied him, so he sold it. With a light sigh, Lu Ming closed the trading room. It seems that if you want to specify something to buy, it is unlikely that you will get a reply immediately. Drip drip drip. Suddenly, a message came from the friend list. Lu Ming opened the message bar and saw Chu Feng sending condolences. Friends private chat Chu Feng, friends are collecting mastery books again. Lu Ming, anonymous why, you have it. Friends private chat Chu Feng, not really, I'm just curious, why do you collect so many proficient skills? Are you planning to open a technical school? Lu Ming, anonymous FKU, can't I just learn it for fun? Friends private chat Chu Feng, oh my god, you don't have to say it if you don't want to. Learning it for fun is too much. Lu Ming, anonymous it's okay, I'm leaving now. Friends private chat Chu Feng, no, I'm definitely not looking for you to chat. Lu Ming, anonymous talk about something. Friend private chat Chu Feng, I don't have the mastery skill book, but will you accept this? Random skill book. When Lu Ming saw the item label, he was stunned for 2 seconds. Lu Ming, anonymous, are you willing to sell this? This is a random skill book. Friends private chat. Chu Feng, I have never liked things with random factors, so I decided to exchange it for something more substantial. Do you want to accept it or not? Lu Ming had a blank expression on his face and replied, let's put aside the question of whether to accept it or not. Tell me the truth. Have you ever quit drugs? Chapter 39. Friends private chat. Chu Feng. Lu Ming, anonymous, how could you bear this? At least turn on the randomness. Friends private chat. Chu Feng, after so many years of being baptized by Penguin Games, I'm fed up with the random settings. Let me be frank, do you want to buy it? Penguin Games, Lu Ming suddenly realized and understood it instantly. Lu Ming, anonymous, make an offer. Friends private chat. Chu Feng, I won't ask for too much. From E level to A level, I'll take the middle value and sell it as a C level skill book, 8 fine steel weapons. The price is actually quite reasonable and should have been researched, but the initiative is on my side. Lu Ming, anonymous 4. Chu Feng, friend, forget it, I'll call you brother, big brother, don't mess with me. Chop it in half when we meet. It's not like I'm selling clothes. This thing is very rare. In order to open this box, one of our team was seriously injured. 7 swords cannot be less. Lu Ming, anonymous, I deeply sympathize with your team's loss, but it has nothing to do with the transaction. This thing depends on luck. You pass the risk of opening the guaranteed minimum to me, and you definitely can't sell it at the value you think it is. What if the one I open is the E-level mastery skill I learned? Wouldn't I lose a lot of money? How about this, I'll take a step back and buy 5. Chu Feng, brother. Lu Ming, anonymous, this is the maximum. At most, you can specify the type of weapons. If you want more, the deal will not be concluded. To Lu Ming, 8 or 10 fine steel grade weapons were nothing at all, only 200 specialized crystals. What he wanted was to convey an attitude, a strong attitude. Fine steel grade weapons were now monopolized by him. Since he had a monopoly, it was already very kind of him not to raise the price. After all, this was not a deal that he, Lu Ming, had actively sought. Chu Feng was silent for a long time, perhaps he was struggling, perhaps he was trying to make a choice. After a while he replied, deal. Lu Ming didn't waste time and got straight to the point, what type do you need? Straight sword, mo deo, broad blade heavy sword, long sword, broad blade heavy sword, dagger. Chu Feng, then 3 straight swords, 1 broad bladed heavy sword, and 1 broad bladed heavy sword. Lu Ming, wait a moment. Open the trading house, put in 5 bottles of drinking water, and exchange them for 4 knives of any kind and 1 fruit knife at a flash. Spend 100 specialized crystals to upgrade the knife to the style ordered by Chu Feng, and click Chu Feng to make the transaction. The trading window opened, and Lu Ming put 5 fine steel grade weapons into the trading column. Chu Feng put down the random skill book with colorful cover. The transaction was completed in an instant, and the skill book fell into Lu Ming's hands. There was no rush to use it, but instead he chatted with Chu Feng first. Lu Ming, anonymous, you can come to me next time if you have something good. However, there was no response from the other side for a long time, and Lu Ming was not angry, knowing that Chu Feng was probably really a little bit hurt. But how can you do business without profit? His fine steel weapon seemed simple. If he didn't have a bug-level sublimation skill, who else could have produced it? Besides, it was only 2 transactions, it was far from the time to talk about feelings. But then again, Chu Feng's team is obviously capable. First, they can attack a huge open space like a stadium where there is a high probability of alien species living in groups. Second, they can search for supply boxes. It is better to win over such customers as much as possible and give them a slap in the face and some candy. Lu Ming, anonymous at worst, I'll give you priority notification of the fine steel grade long-range weapons. Chu Feng, long-range weapons? Fine steel grade. Priority notification? What does that mean? Lu Ming chuckled. As expected, this kid probably wasn't too old and would be very easy to deal with. Lu Ming, anonymous, after I get the batch of fine steel grade long-range weapons, I will notify you first, and then I will list the things I need. If you have them, I can trade with you first. Chu Feng, got it. Wait. Big brother, what you mean is that you already have a way to get this batch of fine steel grade long-range weapons. Holy shit! Is this true? Lu Ming smiled even more viciously. There is more than just a way, this way was provided by you. Lu Ming, what good is it to lie to you? That's all. I have to see the child. After saying that, Lu Ming lifted the quilt. Just now, he seemed to feel the egg in his arms move. Is it an illusion? Chu Feng, child? Brother, you have a child? Did you move here with him? Lu Ming, oh, maybe it's my wife. Chu Feng. Lu Ming, no more words, I have to focus on mastering forging, then we can talk. Throwing down these words, Lu Ming closed the private chat box, looked at the broad-bladed heavy sword he had put on the shelf, and searched for the keyword forging mastery in the message board. He thought there would be a surprise, but unfortunately all that came out were useless messages discussing forging mastery, which stretched for thousands of floors and wasted his time. Forget it, I'd better activate the random skills first. If I'm lucky enough to get forging mastery, wouldn't the problem be solved? On the other side, Chu Feng, who had just finished the transaction, stood there with a puzzled expression on his face. What kind of bullshit is this? The child could also be the wife. Wang Defa. The end of the world does make people lose their ethics, but this is only the first day. What kind of person is this? Go back to Lu Ming and pick up the random skill book. Tip: random skill book detected. Do you want to use it immediately? After use, you will get a random skill book from the EA level skill book. Lu Ming was about to choose yes. His heart suddenly paused. To be honest, the first random skill book was obtained because he was too proud of himself when he first obtained the supply box, and thus forgot the existence of the sublimation skill, resulting in huge losses. Now, because of too much activity in my brain, I almost fell into the pit again. From now on, no matter what you have, you must remember to sublimate it. Even if the cost is huge, you must give it a try, otherwise it will be a waste of the original embryo. No. Rejecting the usage prompt, Lu Ming silently recited the ultimate sublimation. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. Second order. Hint: sublimating the random skill book requires 200 specialized crystals. Do you want to consume 200 specialized crystals to sublimate the random skill book to the random skill book? Random skill book is upgraded to random skill book? And the upgrade cost is only 200 specialization crystals. It's so cheap, something's wrong? Lu Ming looked back and forth 3 times, and after making sure that he was not mistaken, he touched the label of the upgraded skill book, and the information panel popped up immediately. Random skill book, special item. Description: after use, you will randomly obtain one from the CA level skills. I see. The doubt was immediately resolved. It turns out that after the random skill book is upgraded, it is not the upper limit that is increased, but the lower limit. 200 crystals eliminate 2 levels of ED, it's a huge profit no matter how you look at it. But this made Lu Ming realize the preciousness of S-level skills and items. I flipped through the books and looked at the pitiful 40 specialized crystals in my bag. Well, I couldn't open the random skill book anymore. Throwing the skill book into the space bag, Lu Ming began to concentrate on hatching the eggs. He would touch the fluff on the eggshells and smell the fragrance on the eggshells. He always felt like petting a cat, as if he could play with it for a year. Chapter 40. By the way, open the chat bar to check the time. The current time is 18:58. There was no unusual noise outside. But it's normal, after all, his window curtains are soundproof. When the time reached 1900 hours, a bell sounded from the sky, ignoring the soundproofing effect. In an instant, everything around became dim. There wasn't much light in Lu Ming's room to begin with, and it all depended on the fluorescent light from the chat bar. If it weren't for this little bit of light, it would be pitch dark. He hasn't studied the power system yet, so he has no way of testing whether specialized crystals can replace electrical energy. Otherwise, he would really like to turn on a light to get through the long night. Little did I know that just as this thought came to my mind, a colorful light suddenly appeared in the quilt, and then the light changed and turned into a soft white light in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment when he lifted the quilt, and his heart was suddenly filled with warmth. This little guy is so caring even before he was born. How can I bear to make you do hard labor in the future? After covering himself with the quilt again, Lu Ming held her arms tighter, as if only in this way could he express his feelings. At the same time, messages were flying around in the chat column. Lu Ming took a look and found that it was in chaos. Rowan Shu, oh my god, did you hear that? After the bell rang, it was like a tide of beasts swarming outside, with all kinds of strange roars and cries, as well as the sounds of blades cutting and chewing. Cai how, not only that. I can hear the humming of wings and the sound of the wind breaking through the air. Just now, something landed on the roof of my house. The sound was like metal rubbing against each other, extremely harsh. Li Tong, the shop door was being rammed. I was so scared. I felt like they were going to rush in. Chen Hai, everyone calm down. It should be the aliens stirring up trouble after nightfall. Those noises are not directed at you. They are probably caused by collisions and squeezing when passing by. The original program voice warned us not to show up at night. It means that as long as we don't show up, don't make any noise, and are not discovered, there will be no fatal danger. So everyone, keep your mouth shut, hold back the fear in your heart, don't make any noise, and endure tonight. Everything will be fine tomorrow. Fang Peng, listen to Uncle Chen. I am also very scared. Just now, a terrifying alien species even left a huge scratch on the door of our shelter. But it only left a scratch and had no intention of coming in. So the most important thing is to keep a calm mind. Bao Zhengcheng, believe in yourself. If you are really scared, just find a corner, hide under the bed, or hide in a closet. Open the area channel to chat. With so many people around you, nothing will happen. Yes, open the regional chat channel and chat if you are afraid. After hearing what you said, I don't think I'm that scared anymore, but then again, it's been a while since I've had so many people interact with me. Of course, I didn't have time before. I had to pay for my mortgage, car loan, and living expenses. I didn't even have time to breathe, let alone socialize. What did you do before? I am an elementary school teacher, supervising the children's morning reading. Children, what are the children going to do? Don't worry, Brother Chen Hai has just counted it. Although many people did not participate, the youngest in our district is 18 years old and the oldest is 60. From the small, we can see the big. The children and the elderly should not have been relocated. It is a blessing in disguise. That's good, otherwise the children would not be able to survive in this cruel world. Alas, I should worry about myself now. I hope we can all survive. My door has been hit a few times again. I don't know if it can survive tonight. The chats were all over the place, but overall they were positive, which is a good thing. But is it really as scary out there as they say? Lu Ming turned his gaze to the window and activated the Eye of Truth. Instantly, hundreds of alien creature tags scurried around. Castle, castle, castle. Looking around, all they saw were mature sickle owl species. No wonder the initial electronic prompt emphasized the warning that without the strength to crush the area, one should never act rashly at night. Who the hell dares to act rashly? He can still handle one sickle owl, but what's the use of dealing with hundreds of them? It's better to just be dealt with. Tyrannical Owl King. Just as Lu Ming withdrew his gaze, an alien tag that he had never seen before crossed the sky at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it passed, large pieces of sickle owl tags fell and then quickly turned grey. Identification. Taking the opportunity, Lu Ming decisively intercepted the information. Tyrannical Owl King, E-Level King. Category, Insect King. Description, the absolute king of the sickle owl clan, it is 4 meters long and huge in size. It has the strength to sweep away hundreds of elite alien species. It is extremely fond of hunting and fighting. It is one of the most aggressive existences in the Zerg. During the day, it will squat in the territory nest to guard the queen to produce larvae. At night, it will patrol the territory and kill other alien species as energy supply for the queen. It has a bad temper and is cruel. When it is in a bad mood or a very good mood, it will destroy everything that blocks the road in front of it, even high-rise buildings. At present, it is affected by some specialized energy and will not launch a destructive force on the building for the time being. Skills: wielding a mithril-grade forearm, mithril cutting that can chop everything into pieces, opening both arms and spinning to pierce through scythe penetration, giant acid compression cannon that can corrode mithril-grade armor and pierce through several buildings, and cross-pulse that accumulates alienated energy and integrates it into a violent forearm swing. Features: possessing the hunter instinct that makes him braver and stronger with each battle, killing and harvesting. As long as he is not truly dead, he can quickly recover even if he is torn into pieces. Advanced regeneration, and even if he is truly dead, he can still unleash a devastating blow. Resentful killing. Weakness: after evolving to the king stage, the sickle owl's heart will once again transform into a core body, which is located in 4 parts: the head, chest, waist, and tail tip. Its hardness is at the mithril level, and it can be killed by smashing all of them. Seeing this, Lu Ming took a breath. I used to think that the E-level elite and mutant sickle owl was already invincible enough, but I never thought there would be something more terrifying than it. Is this the advanced alien species that comes out to have fun at night? E-level king. Even if a junior hunting warrior activates his awakening power, he may not be able to stand for more than a few seconds. After retracting his gaze, Lu Ming's mood, which had just risen a little, sank deeply. The E-level king is already so outrageous, what kind of monster would the S-level king be? Destroying the heavens and the earth? Overthrowing everything in its path? None of these seem to be exaggerations. I thought I was a Superman among humans, but in front of alien species, I was still a piece of trash. I felt really bad. Become stronger, you must become stronger. He cannot be like others who become complacent after achieving a little success. If he wants to go further, he must move forward steadily and not take a wrong step. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming closed the panel of the tyrannical Owl King in the chat bar, and began to use the ultimate sublimation to try everything he could touch, including the height, weight, age, and gender in the panel. He needs to know the changes that occur after each thing is upgraded, so as to tap into his own potential. In this way, time passed by minute, and although the night was long, it was also eroded by time. 6 o'clock the next morning. Just when Lu Ming was about to give up and fall asleep, the original spider egg that had been hatching all night broke open a crack. However, at the moment when this crack appeared, 8 figures at the core of the planet opened their eyes at the same time. Chapter 41. After a 1-second pause, 8 eyes of different colors and shapes closed again. How is this possible? There can't possibly be any existence in this world with a more powerful genetic lineage than theirs. It's an illusion. When he returned to the periphery, Lu Ming almost jumped up when he heard the sound of the eggshell cracking. But he was afraid that the egg had not fully hatched and had become hypothermic, so he had to sit down again, hold the egg, stare at the tiny crack, and wait for the moment when life was born. Click! The eggshell continued to crack, spider web-like trails spreading horizontally along the initial cracks. In less than a few seconds, it had circled the eggshell. Click, click, click. The eggshell kept shaking, and tiny egg residues fell along the edge of the crack. Finally, it broke into two with a crisp sound, leaving a gap of about 3 centimeters. Through the gap, Lu Ming could clearly see the snow-white and crystal-clear hair stained with faint star dots. There is no doubt that those are human features, so it is at least half human. Even if he is a young man, he must look very handsome with such snow-white and shiny hair. At this time, the eggshell began to rotate, and the part exposed in the gap showed an obvious turning movement. It first turned to the left and then to the right, which made Lu Ming very confused. Is it looking at something? But isn't it right in front of it? Why doesn't it first look at how handsome its owner is? What? Is its vision blocked by hair? Just as I was trying to release the hair, the egg suddenly shook. The raised eggshell slowly turned half a circle, and the next second, a pair of eyes as deep red as jade and as clear as water came into Lu Ming's eyes. Oh my god, it turns out he was facing away from me just now. Looking into those eyes, Lu Ming was deeply attracted by them. It has a bit of laziness, a bit of tranquility, and a bit of curiosity. But when Lu Ming's face appeared in her red eyes, the laziness disappeared, replaced by softness and naturalness, as if they were old friends who had known each other for a long time. Hint: the original spider egg has hatched successfully, the master recognition ceremony is completed, the owner is Lu Ming. Snort! A tender, low, lazy hum came from inside the eggshell. Then its center of gravity tilted forward, and the eggshell fell down. The eggshell that it had been wearing on its head as a hat rolled off, revealing a head of fluffy, soft snow-white hair that almost covered its entire back. Hee hee. The soft snorting sound was heard again, and it slowly and patiently got up from its fallen position, and sat opposite Lu Ming in a standard duck position. It was also at this time that Lu Ming saw the part that determined the gender. His expression instantly changed from stunned to shocked, and finally to ecstasy. That's right, God heard his prayers, and it turned out to be a real humanoid spider lady. I was excited, but I was also really embarrassed. So he pulled the quilt over and covered the little guy tightly. I was careless and forgot to prepare suitable clothes for her. Fortunately, he had more than a dozen sets of spare clothes in his space bag. It certainly doesn't fit, but he still has 40 specialized crystals left. After sublimation, clothes can change their appearance, become custom-made, and even be reproduced. He may not have other things, but he has extensive experience in women's clothing styles. Since it's the original spider, it has to have furry elements, and since it's a girl, it has to be a skirt. But he couldn't go bare-legged, because he had to fight after all, and he didn't want to show any of his body in too big of a pose, so he had to wear underwear and tights, and boots as shoes. The queen style had to be cultivated from a young age. Features: adaptive stretchability, self-regulating temperature, max breathability, waterproof and dustproof, max comfort. It took only a minute to complete a set of designs, but a total of 30 specialized crystals were used. There was no other way. It wouldn't cost much to replicate the clothes, but the characteristic settings would cost extra. He didn't want the little guy to feel uncomfortable wearing them, so he tried to make them as detailed as possible. After finishing, Lu Ming was about to open the quilt and change clothes for the little guy. As a result, just as I grabbed the quilt, I heard a crisp crackling sound coming from inside. I thought something had happened, so I lifted the quilt and saw that the little guy was holding the eggshell and chewing it calmly. It felt so crunchy. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. This guy seemed to be very calm. Even when he was suddenly covered with his hand, he did not cry or get angry. He did not have the restlessness of a newborn cub at all. Is it because of his extremely high mental level? Identification. In order to know more about her, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth. What surprised him was that the clear panel that always popped up instantly was like a flash screen this time, full of blurry and garbled characters. Tip: information cannot be snooped without the target's consent. Lu Ming was stunned. There was still a situation where the target's consent was required? How outrageous was the confidentiality level? The original spider lady stopped chewing and glanced at the shocked Lu Ming. She seemed to understand something, and with a thought, she lowered her chin slightly and started chewing again. Hint: the target has agreed, identification is successful. Original spider. God level. Race: God. Description: the oldest mythical beast born in the world of truth. Height: body length humanoid 121 cm, main body, 2 m, growable. Weight: mass humanoid 25 kg, main body, 300 kg, growable. General functions: storage space, ultimate identification. Skills: pulling silk, E rank, spider lance, E rank, weaving web, E rank, devouring, E rank, seeing weaknesses, E rank, destroying death ray, E rank. Features: form transformation, perception mastery, max, battle instinct, max, learning instinct, max. Status: already recognized as the master, Lu Ming, currently in the juvenile stage. Various attribute ability indicators are at the lowest level in history. A large number of skill attributes are sealed, and can be unlocked as the alienation level increases. Current alienation level, E level juvenile, can devour the energy of alien creatures to advance. Promotion progress, 3000/10,000. This. Should I say it's stunning? No, it should be said that I was shocked. I never expected that the biological level of the original spider was actually God. The original creature, the most ancient mythical beast, how amazing is it? As for the larval stage and E-level and so on, they are all illusions. As long as the upper limit is there, this guy will be a real god in the future. What's more, she was just born, and in addition to 2 general functions, she also has 6 skills and 4 characteristics. Although the skill names are very short, they obviously advance as the level goes up, especially the destruction death ray, which sounds extremely powerful. It was the 3 question marks on the name on the panel that made him a little concerned. I've shown you the information, why don't you give me your name? Out of curiosity, Lu Ming clicked on the question mark, and instantly, a prompt popped up. Hint: the original spider has not yet been named by the owner. Do you want to name it immediately? Oh, so he was asked to come and get it. That's right, where would a newborn baby get a name? But the name. For some reason, a TV series he had watched before flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The protagonist of the story was called Spider KO, but later her name was changed to Shiraori. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming stared at the original spider and found that she did have some similarities. But Beizi felt inexplicably uncomfortable, because that was not the name she had given her herself. Putting aside the plagiarism, Lu Ming thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Original. Snow White." "Got it, name it." Hint: please name. First Snow. Tip: please confirm again. Sure. Hint: original spider First Snow was named successfully. Chapter 42. Looking at the panel again, the question mark has turned into the First Snow, which is perfect. Click. She ate half of the eggshell and turned around to look for the other half. Although Lu Ming had seen some creatures devour eggshells to supplement their nutrition, he had no idea how they did it. Hey? Before he could think of it, Chugzhu's panel suddenly changed. Lu Ming let out a light exclamation, turned his head and looked, and was suddenly stunned. Original Spider First Snow, God level. Race, God. Description, the oldest mythical beast born in the world of truth. Height, body length humanoid 122 cm, main body, 2.3 m, growable. Weight, mass humanoid 25 kg, main body, 360 kg, growable. General functions, storage space ultimate identification. Skills, pulling silk, E rank, spider lance, E rank, weaving web, E rank, devouring, E rank, seeing weaknesses, E rank, destroying death ray, E rank. Features, form transformation perception mastery, max, battle instinct, max, learning instinct, max. Status, has recognized the Master Lu Ming, is currently in the juvenile stage, various attribute ability indicators are at the lowest level in history, a large number of skill attributes are sealed, and the mind is still not enlightened. The increase can be gradually unlocked as the alienation level increases. Current alienation level, E level ordinary, can devour the energy of alien creatures to advance. Promotion progress, 2000/15,000. Just by eating half a piece of eggshell, the alienation level was raised by 1 level? What's in the eggshell? Lu Ming stared at the eggshell in astonishment, and the identification effect of the Eye of Truth quietly emerged. It's all framed, you have to see it. Identification. Original spider egg coat. Category, special items. Description, the solid shell that protects the embryo of the original spider not only has excellent defensive power, but also contains extremely essential and amazing energy. It is the first batch of food after the birth of the original spider. Contains alien biological energy, 18,000. 18,000. Can't I upgrade to the next level? As soon as the thought came to his mind, the 18,000 energy reserves decreased by 1,000 in the blink of an eye. Looking at Chugzhu, I found that she had just bit off a piece. Well, this data is updated in real time. But Lu Ming suddenly became troubled. It seemed that he had to devour something containing the energy of alien creatures in order to increase his promotion progress. The alien protein and body fat purification in his bag did not seem to have such energy values, but they were marked with instructions that the aliens preferred to eat them. The conditions when the first snow was born were also related to it, so the progress should not be unable to be improved. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took out the protein in the package and checked it again. High purity foreign protein. Category, special foods. Description, this is a highly nutritious substance that some alien creatures love. After eating it, they will obtain high energy supplements and accelerate their growth rate. However, this substance is highly toxic to humans and unauthorized consumption may be life-threatening. It is recommended to use an alien protein processing machine to remove the toxin, or rely on one's own resistance to resist after the specialization level reaches the War King level. Contains alien biological energy, 1. What's going on? He remembered that when he first read the information of this object, there seemed to be no energy value. Did he read it wrong? Look at the 8 balls of body fat essence collected from the pupa of the sickle owl. High concentration of xenobiotic body fat essence. Category, special foods. Description, a high-calorie nutrient that some alien creatures like. After using it, they will gain a huge amount of energy and accelerate their growth rate. Humans. Contains alien biological energy, 5. They all really have values. What is the reason for the first snow? Not really. Her birth did not have any direct impact on me. In this case, the only changes that occurred were from the first time the protein information was checked to now. Level or skill? Skill? For some unknown reason, Lu Ming looked at the advanced childcare nanny expert and the corner of his mouth twitched suddenly. It should be. No way. Glanced. Advanced childcare nanny master, level C. Category, mastery skills. Effect, gain extremely advanced babysitting experience, including but not limited to skills in changing clothes, washing, nursing, dressing, injury treatment, etc. At all stages of parenting, gain a better understanding of the nutritional energy values of food, understand how to balance and rationally combine feeding, and promote the healthy growth of the breeding objects. Can see the nutritional value of things. There is no doubt that this statement had the effect. In this way, childcare and babysitting mastery is not as incongruous as imagined, but an extremely powerful childcare and babysitting mastery skill. Just as Lu Ming was amazed at the effectiveness of the nanny's proficiency in childcare, his chest suddenly sank slightly, followed by a clear, soft touch. Looking down, it was Chugzhu who had eaten all the eggshells. She was now lying in his arms with her cheek pressed against his chest. It was the first time that Lu Ming was treated so intimately by someone, and he was a little nervous. However, when he thought about the heroic words spoken before the eggs were hatched, he quickly calmed down. We are not outsiders, so there is no need to be hypocritical. Gently stroking her soft long hair, Lu Ming looked at her panel again. The alienation level naturally reached E-level elite, with a promotion progress of 5,000/20,000, and the height also grew to 130 centimeters. Although it still looks petite and weak, its actual strength is comparable to that of a mature owl. Even considering the difference in race and alien creature grade, it might be possible to kill the sickle owl across levels. This is probably the difference between so-called UR characters and N-level characters. Patting Chugzhu on the back, Lu Ming slowly helped her up, looked into her eyes calmly, and said softly, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Chu Shui looked at him with clear eyes, nodded slightly, and at the same time hummed seriously in response. That's good. In fact, the possibility of not understanding was very small. Lu Ming just wanted to see how Chu Shui would respond to his words. He took out the upgraded clothes one by one and dressed her neatly from underwear to dresses and boots. It was at this time that he finally put his mind at ease and looked carefully at Chu Shui's face. She had a fair and translucent complexion and cheeks as delicate as a baby's. She did not have the baby fat of a little girl, nor the seductiveness that was not in keeping with her age. Her expression was serene and elegant, and her half-closed eyes had a subtle laziness and naivety. She even looked a bit holy in that white dress. Multiple factors highlight her exquisite facial features, and even Lu Ming, an atheist, cannot help but marvel at the perfect shaping of the race of gods. What's more, she has real white hair, which adds a lot of points. What kind of beautiful face do you think she will reveal when she grows up? Lu Ming didn't know it, but his heart was already moved. Chu Shui was looking at the clothes on her body at this moment, pulling the hem of her skirt with her hands from time to time, and touching the velvet on the cuffs from time to time, looking very curious. Lu Ming had originally planned to do just that, but he always felt like something was missing. He pinched his chin and looked again, and when he saw Hatsuyuki's long hair casually let down, he finally found the root of the problem. The hair is too casual. Find a short-sleeved shirt from the space bag and upgrade it directly. After a series of operations, it turns into a light blue hairband. With the nanny's superb skills, she picked a strand of hair near Chugzhu's ear and braided it into a pigtail as thick as her little finger. Chapter 43. Yet much more comfortable. Looking at his masterpiece again, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with joy. I wonder what outsiders think when they see him, a muscular man of nearly 190 centimeters tall, helping a little girl to wear a braided hair. Will there be a sentence like, "There is a tiger in my heart, but I can still smell the roses"? Chugzhu seemed to be more interested in the braid and kept playing with it in her hand. Seeing her well-behaved appearance, Lu Ming felt relieved. He was so grateful that he didn't have to hold her in his arms or carry her on his back all the time. Glancing at the time, it was already 6:40 in the morning and the sky was already hazy, but when the eye of truth swept outside, it could still see mature sickle owls flying around. If nothing unexpected happens, the night rendering will not end until 7 o'clock. 12 hours for each race, that's a fair allocation. There are only 20 minutes left and I can't just sit there and wait, so I might as well make up for the regret of not having dinner last night. I checked my luggage and found only compressed biscuits and instant noodles. After all, the money collected from small alley grocery stores cannot compare to that from large supermarkets or slaughterhouse cold storages. Besides, there is no firewood, rice, oil, or salt, so it takes more savings to cook a decent meal. Just the instant noodles in a bucket. Compressed biscuits are a good backup item, mainly used as a quick supply during battle. At times like this, instant noodles are more suitable. Hot water can be produced using a multifunctional water heater, which is truly convenient and fast. The instant noodles were ready and the hot water was heated. During the brewing process, Lu Ming glanced at Chu Shui who was sitting beside the bed and found that she was staring at him intently while he was busy preparing breakfast. Thinking that the child was eating an eggshell, he suddenly felt a little pity for her, so he took out a ball of high-purity foreign protein from his bag and handed it to her. Chu Shui seemed to have an eating instinct for this kind of thing. After reaching out to take it, he put it into his mouth in small bites. The product obviously doesn't look good, but with her elegant way of eating it, it actually looks like a marshmallow. Can this thing be delicious? Out of curiosity, Lu Ming took out another ball. It feels very soft to the touch, and has a fluffy touch. There is no oil or dirt leaking out. I put it in front of my nose and smelled it. Not only does it not have a fishy smell, but it also unexpectedly has a fruity fragrance. There is no mistake, it smells like cantaloupe. If it hadn't said that it would be highly poisonous for human consumption, he would really want to have a taste. Looking back, Chugsu had already finished eating the ball and was staring at the one in his hand. Lu Ming scratched his head, handed over what he had in his hand, then squatted down and asked, "Zioxu, can I use the storage space?" She nodded, and then pointed her finger, and a deep and dark space entrance appeared in front of Lu Ming, with a diameter of about half a meter. This mysterious scene made Lu Ming stunned. It took him a while to react. Countless thoughts and questions flashed through his mind, so he continued to ask, "Is there an upper limit?" Chu Shui tilted her head, as if she didn't quite understand what he meant. Lu Ming changed the wording, "It means how much space can be put in it." Chu Shui shook her head slightly, probably indicating that she didn't know either. Lu Ming felt helpless. Not being able to speak was a big problem at the moment. A lot of communication required guesswork and conjecture, which might not be completely accurate. But then I thought, he was only born a few dozen minutes ago. Even if he is a god, he needs a buffer period, right? I thought about asking them one by one patiently, but I felt that it would not only waste time but also bring a lot of pressure to Chugsu. It would be better to finish breakfast as soon as possible and start today's exotic hunting. On the one hand, he improves himself, and on the other hand, he advances Chugsu's alienation level. Maybe the problem of direct communication can be solved as time goes by. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming took out a ball of high-purity foreign protein and asked, "Can it be put in?" Chu Shui nodded slightly. After receiving a positive response, Lu Ming stuffed more than 700 foreign proteins and 8 body fat essences into it. In the operating room, he saw the bottle of mutated blood produced by the mutant sickle owl. I didn't think much about this thing at the time, and I didn't check it afterwards. Now that I think about it, it should be the energy substance produced by the sickle owl. Identification: Mutated blood. Category: Special materials. Description: a rare item produced by a mutant species with a small probability. It has a huge amount of alien energy and a very wide range of effects. It can be swallowed by alien creatures to accelerate their growth. It can also be used to create biological weapons, greatly increasing the power of biological weapons and the probability of acquiring mutant skills. Contains alienation energy value, 100. The energy content is indeed good, but as a food, the cost performance is too low. Since we have decided to create specialized biological weapons, it would be better to save them for forging. Apart from anything else, it is still very useful to be able to increase the probability of obtaining mutant skills. If it is the first snow, just bear with it for now and kill more sickle owl larvae as compensation later. After making the decision, Lu Ming turned around to get the instant noodles. After opening it, he smelled it and found that the taste was no different from that of Blue Star. I took a quick sip and it tasted the same, nothing special. As for the explosive emotion, sorry, there isn't any at all. I just moved here for one day. Instant noodles are something that you only eat once, but the taste will remain unforgettable for half a month or even a month. Those who understand will understand. However, this fragrance attracted Chugsu so much that she put down the high-purity alien protein in her hand. Why, you want to eat too? Lu Ming asked tentatively. Chu Shui had a complicated expression, her eyes were filled with eagerness to try, but her face was also filled with resistance and fear. It was just like when he first faced the silkworm pupae. He knew that others enjoyed eating them, but he just couldn't bring himself to eat them. He kept wondering what they tasted like, and until now he has never really tried them. Take a bite. Not sure if it was out of bad taste or if he really wanted Chugsu to experience the happiness of the Blue Star people, Lu Ming picked up a stick and put it to her mouth. Chu Shui sniffed it cautiously, and probably thought the taste was acceptable, so she opened her mouth and took a bite, and even imitated Lu Ming and sucked it. Just like that, her beautiful eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and then her little mouth opened, and the noodles slid back into the bowl through her mouth. Lu Ming, _. The key point is that this is not over yet. After she spat twice, she looked at Lu Ming worriedly, and then stuffed the half-eaten alien protein into his bowl of noodles. Lu Ming, _. Well, he understood the principle, probably just like the cat at home seeing itself eating snail noodles. But he couldn't eat foreign proteins. If ignorance is not the case, then this would be murdering one's own husband, and it's done openly. Zioxu, thank you. I can't eat this. You should eat it. She took out the half ball of alien protein that she had stuffed in the bowl and found that it was not stained by the soup, and the instant noodles under the eye of truth were not contaminated either. He returned the egg white ball to Chugsu and continued to eat the bowl of noodles. What? Why didn't he make a new bowl? Nonsense. This is the end of the world. What a shame to waste. Do you know how many lives a bowl of instant noodles can save? What? Zioxu just spit out noodles? Idiot. So what? Is this a reason for you to waste food? No. You can't. Besides, how can you dislike your future wife? Right? He. Chapter 44. Well, I was letting myself go a bit too much. Restraining his inner truth, Lu Ming continued to sip his noodles. Just when I finished the noodles and was about to drink the soup, the loud bell rang again. The next second, the familiar song "Tomorrow Will Be Better" resounded throughout the earth like a wake-up call. At first, as the background music of electronic synthesized sound, Lu Ming did not pay too much attention to it. After all, they were all old songs. What was more on his mind was the confusion about the Great Shift. Listening to this song again now, I feel like I only understood the meaning of the song the first time I listened to it, but when I listened to it the second time, I felt like I was the person in the song. Sunrise wakes up the morning. The earth is reborn with glory. Let the sound of the wind blow. Composing the music of life. The song ends here, and does not end with the theme of "Let us hope that tomorrow will be better," which makes him feel a little weird, as if he does not want mankind to have a better tomorrow. After drinking the last mouthful of soup in silence, Lu Ming put his thoughts aside for the time being. The top priority is to replenish specialized crystals as quickly as possible. In addition to improving your own specialization level, there are a lot of things to do. The random skill book needs to be upgraded and opened as soon as possible, the weapons also need to be updated in time, plus the upgrade consumption of awakening power, the pressure on him is enormous. So on the way to the northern suburbs, he had to stay as close to the inner ring as possible. According to the distribution of the transferees, the closer you get to the inner ring, the denser the distribution of alien creatures. It may not be easy for him to deal with a group of sickle owls now. Dealing with sickle owl larvae that have not entered the upright state is just like cutting melons and vegetables, right? But when talking about the northern suburbs, we have to mention the third-level supply box. When it comes to the third-level supply box, his head is overwhelmed. Because upgrading it to level 5 requires 3,500 specialized crystals. 3,500 coins. It's too difficult. Most people wouldn't be able to solve this problem. With a sigh, Lu Ming opened the light-blocking curtains. I wanted to see the wasteland scenery in the early morning, but I never expected that what I saw were fat sickle owl larvae. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth lifted visibly. As disgusted as he felt when he first saw these larvae, he now liked them so much that he didn't even have trypophobia. After one night, the previously empty alleys were completely filled with larvae. The factory opposite has 3 floors. Although the larvae are normally in a crawling state, their overall number may not be as spectacular as the larvae that were standing upright and clustered together before. But if you add the larvae in the alley, there will definitely be no fewer than yesterday. When I opened the window, a foul smell hit me in the face. Lu Ming did not feel disgusted at all. Instead, he took a deep breath. Those are all walking specialized crystals, and they are the carriers of supplies delivered to their faces. How can there be any reason to refuse? Before he knew it, the Hawkeye compound bow appeared in his hand. Draw the bow and arrow, activate the Eye of Truth, lock onto the alley and start firing rapidly. Puff 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 puff. The arrows fell one by one, accurately penetrating the core of each larva. Countless larvae collapsed one after another, their vitality drained away and turned into a pool of dead flesh. Only after the 200 arrows were exhausted did Lu Ming stop shooting. He wanted to go down to collect the bodies and retrieve the arrows. She glanced at Chugzhu behind her. The little girl was actually replenishing her protein seriously. When she noticed that she was looking at her, she gave her a clear look, which seemed to be mixed with some questions. Lu Ming pointed downwards and chuckled, "Zioxu, wait for me here for a while, I'll be back soon." After saying that, Lu Ming leaped up, landed between the corpses, and began to collect specialized crystals in large quantities. Greedy. Successfully recovered the corpse of the sickle owl larvae, obtained specialized crystals 400, high purity foreign proteins 400. Successfully recovered portable composite bow and arrows *200. After 4 consecutive range collections, the previous pile of corpses was suddenly cleared. The surrounding larvae seemed to smell the scent of human flesh, and swarmed around him and crawled closer. Lu Ming sneered. It was so funny that the legless prey wanted to surround him, a 2-legged hunter. He turned around and prepared to leap, but when he looked back, a familiar petite figure appeared in his pupils. Zioxu. He was extremely surprised. Just when he was wondering how Zioxu came down, several sickle owl larvae approached Zioxu and pounced on her. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically, and he took out a precision crossbow and prepared to kill quickly. Unexpectedly, before she could pull the trigger, 6 black shadows shot out from behind Zioxu with a clang. Without seeing what the black shadows did, they retracted into Zioxu's body. When she came to her senses, the larvae that pounced on Xiaoxiu collapsed with a loud bang, all of them dead and unable to die. The corner of his eye twitched, but Lu Ming didn't ask what happened. Because I understood everything after seeing the wounds on the corpses caused by sharp weapons. Spider lance and weakness detection, precise and decisive. Is this the god-level power? It is indeed extraordinary. Killing ordinary alien species is as easy as taking something out of a bag. Blocked by the 6 corpses, Xiaoxiu had a natural defense line behind her. Lu Ming was no longer panicked. He put away his crossbow and came to her side. He pressed her shoulder and said, "Didn't you say you'd be back soon? How did you get down here?" Xiaoxiu stretched out her hand and grasped the air, and a golden thread leading directly to the 4th floor quietly emerged. "I see," pulling the thread. "Indeed, Spider-Man can move freely through high-rise buildings, so how could our most ancient mythical beast be worse than him?" However, Lu Ming knew that Xiaoxiu had a strong fighting instinct, so there was no need for him to stay with her upstairs and shoot her slowly. He could just stand there and use the precise crossbow to kill her quickly. "Xiaoxiu, protect yourself. I'm going to start frying fish." The precision crossbow began to work, continuously shooting the larvae surging forward. Seeing that the shooting speed could not keep up with the speed of the larvae, Lu Ming quickly took the time to upgrade 3 fine steel grade portable crossbows and 150 fine steel grade portable crossbow arrows. Then he fired the double crossbows alternately and rapidly, and reloaded the 2 spare crossbows in rotation. Greedy. Successfully decomposed the body of the sickle owl larvae, obtained specialized crystals *200, high purity foreign protein *200, portable crossbow arrows *100. Greedy. Successfully decomposed the body of the sickle owl larva, obtained specialized crystals *200. Greedy. The larvae were eliminated wave after wave, and their shrill screams when they died attracted their companions around them. They come one after another, like the rising tide, with no gap at all. Not until the entire street was empty again, and all the larvae in the factory were slaughtered, did Lu Ming finally put down his aching arms. It was quite outrageous. After all, he was a junior hunting warrior who could lift 1,000 pounds. He showed signs of fatigue after killing such a small sickle owl larvae for a while. What's more, he was hungry. It was as if he had eaten plain water instead of instant noodles in the morning, which disappeared without a trace after rolling around in his stomach. Greedy. Successfully decomposed the body of the sickle owl larvae, obtained specialized crystals *200, high purity foreign protein *200, portable crossbow arrows *100. After harvesting the last wave of corpses, Lu Ming opened the space bag. Before he had time to view the results of the battle, he was surprised by the time next to the bag. 8:30. 8:30. An hour and a half has passed? Lu Ming couldn't believe it. In his memory, the entire killing process took no more than 10 minutes. Could it be that he was too focused on the killing and didn't notice the passage of time? Looking back at the number of specialized crystals, he felt a second mental shock. 11668. Chapter 45. 11668. The number of specialized crystals has reached a terrifying 11,668. This means that in this 1.5 hours, he killed a total of 5,869 sickle owl larvae. Holy shit! If the corpses were put together, they would probably circle the Kangbao shoe factory 3 times. The key is that this killing efficiency is a cross-dimensional existence among all the blue star shifters. It is an achievement that others cannot imagine no matter how hard they try. He stared silently at the precision crossbow in his hand. The durability displayed was 1082/3000. The durability of the other portable crossbow is 734/1500. The 2 spares in the bag are exactly the same. Even if the durability is shared among 4 weapons, the consumption is still visible to the naked eye. Call. After letting out a long breath, Lu Ming turned behind him. Chu Shui was still looking at him calmly, eating the cantaloupe-flavored protein ball in her hand, as if she had no other needs as long as she could stay by his side. Zioxu, let's go home. The crystals are fully replenished and far exceed the budget, so we naturally have to make good use of them. Leaping, rising, and leaping into the fourth-floor dormitory. When I looked back, Zioxu was holding the golden thread in one hand, and she went straight to the window as if taking an elevator. Then she jumped lightly and landed on the bed like a feather, very gracefully. Lu Ming secretly gave a thumbs up to express his affirmation of the handsome guy. By the way, Zioxu, open the storage space. By collecting so many larvae, one will of course become rich not only by obtaining specialized crystals but also by obtaining high-purity foreign proteins. 11,738th Regiment. Seeing this astonishing number, Lu Ming was a little surprised at first. It means that Zioxu is only one step away from becoming the E-level king. But while I was surprised, I couldn't help but recall Zioxu eating the egg whites one bite at a time, and I couldn't help feeling a little worried. One ball of protein is enough for her to eat for a while. How long will it take her to finish eating more than 10,000 high-purity foreign proteins? Despite his thoughts, he still transferred more than 10,000 foreign proteins into Zioxu's storage space so that she could consume them herself. Lu Ming didn't want to think about what happened next, as he felt that he had wasted his time again. As soon as the more than 10,000 high-purity alien proteins were put into the storage space, countless energy veins emerged throughout Zioxu's body. When Lu Ming checked the information panel, her promotion progress had already jumped from 5,050 to 16,788, and she was only one step away from breaking through the 20,000 mark. So eating is just her wish. If she doesn't want to eat, she can complete the energy conversion instantly, just like herself when she was advanced. Lu Ming suddenly realized that this way, he no longer had to worry and could just feed the fish as much as he wanted. Good job! After touching Zioxu's head with satisfaction, Lu Ming began to work on his own things. Needless to say, the first thing is definitely the improvement of specialization level. The advantage of level was fully demonstrated when he broke through to the primary hunting warrior for the first time. Especially the existence of 3 draws and universal discount coupons, which raise the priority of the specialized level to the maximum value. Open the panel and tap Specialization Level. Prompt: it is detected that there are sufficient specialized crystals in the space bag. Do you want to consume 5,000 specialized crystals to upgrade the specialized level to the intermediate hunting warrior? Yes. 5,000 coins were consumed in an instant. It's impossible not to feel sad. But when I thought that it was the body's strength that was enhanced, the pain was soon overwhelmed by the anticipation. Whoosh! 5,000 specialized crystals were directly mixed and condensed in the space bag, turning into 5 drops of crystal blue liquid that sank into his brow. There was no pain, no discomfort, only a cool feeling spreading throughout the body. His consciousness sank into his brain, and he unexpectedly saw his own transparent body from a third-person perspective. The crystal blue liquid flowed through his body and eventually seeped into his spine. Instantly, the spine crackled and instantly became delicate and exquisite. If you look closely, you can even see a faint blue hue emerging on the spine. That is. Just as Lu Ming wanted to observe the changes in his spine in more detail, the wonderful third-person perspective suddenly converged. When he regained consciousness, he found himself back in the real world, meeting Chu Shui's eyes. Is this the end? The whole process takes less than 5 seconds, and the improvement is 3 times. 3 times as many as a primary hunting warrior, 90 times as many as an ordinary human. Is there any better feeling than this? Whoosh whoosh! In high spirits, Lu Ming clenched his fists and waved them around casually. The tip of the fist cuts through the air, creating a whistling sound, and when it is swung out, you can see a cone of energy wrapping around the fist. He was intoxicated by the feeling of this energy flowing through him, and even turned his head excitedly and shouted, "Did you see Zioxu?" The sound of breaking through the air. "Isn't it cool?" After shouting, he waved twice more vigorously, intending to show it to Chu Shuet. What does a little spider who is only a few hours old know about being handsome or not? In less than half a second, Lu Ming's face turned red and he realized his mistake. Who would have thought that Chugzhu didn't feel embarrassed at all? Instead, she nodded very seriously and gave absolute affirmation with her signature humming sound. That innocent look almost made Lu Ming cry. My heart is filled with warmth, and I can't help but sigh. In this world, what else can be more worth being thankful for than having a companion who understands you, supports you, and tolerates all your actions? Thank you, Zioxu. You may not understand what I am saying, but I will definitely accompany you well, now and in the future. Chugzhu nodded again, then took out a ball of egg white and ate it in small bites, without seeming to have much reaction. Lu Ming chuckled, feeling that Zioxu was indeed too young to understand his promise, but he knew how much weight these words carried when they came out of his mouth. She pursed her lips, and immediately turned her attention to the disposal plan for the remaining crystals. However, just as Lu Ming looked away, Chu Shuet, who was eating the egg white ball, stopped what she was doing, lowered her head slightly, and a gentle look flashed in her clear eyes. On the other hand, Lu Ming had already taken out the random skill book with a colorful cover. This is a bond that I have endured all night. The ultimate sublime. Straight to the point, Lu Ming decisively upgraded. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. Level 2. Hint: sublimating the random skill book requires 200 specialized crystals. Do you want to consume 200 specialized crystals to sublimate the random skill book to the random skill book? Yes. Brush. The skill book was disassembled and reassembled, and a book covered with only blue, purple, and orange colors appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Hint: random skill book was successfully upgraded to random skill book. Tip: random skill book detected. Do you want to use it immediately? After use, you will get a random skill book from the CA level skill book. Use now. Tip: congratulations on obtaining the B-level skill book Swift Steps. Chapter 46. Swift Steps. It seems to be a physical skill, let's see the effect. Swift Step, B rank. Type: physical skills. Effect: after use, you can instantly increase your leg strength by 50%, achieving the effect of short-term speed change. There is no cooldown, but it will greatly consume physical strength. It turned out to be a body movement, his intuition was always accurate. The effect is easy to understand, it instantly increases the burst speed by 50%. The lack of cooldown means that the timing of its use is not restricted. If there is a sudden attack during the battle, the enemy will most likely not be able to react. Even if they react, they can still confuse their opponent's senses and oppress their mental state by using it at disordered timing. It is definitely a magical skill if used well. The only thing that concerned him was the huge consumption of his physical strength. This world does not add useless vocabulary descriptions, and massive consumption is definitely not a joke. Try it once first to get a feel for it. Swift Steps. Lu Ming silently recited in his mind and leaned his center of gravity forward. He felt the strength in his legs surge and he rushed towards the wall in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, the dormitory shook violently. Countless dust fell from the ceiling and landed on Chugzhu's head. Then, as if it touched a transparent barrier, it slid onto the bed. Looking at Lu Ming again, his entire body had been embedded in the fortress-level wall. Struggling to free his arms, Lu Ming supported himself against the wall and pulled himself out, looking a little embarrassed. I made a mistake and forgot that I had just been promoted to an intermediate hunting warrior. I had not had time to adapt to the physical enhancement, and my speed increased explosively. I could not stop at all, and I could not seriously feel the consumption of my swift steps. I just felt more hungry. But it was not without gain. At least it indirectly verified that my current physical strength is amazing. Fortress-level walls can be broken through at will. It should be possible to fight against mutant elite species in melee without stacking any buffs, activating any amplifications, or taking any weapons. Other E-level elites can be ignored, as they are all useless. I turned my head and saw that it was the first snow. I smiled awkwardly and said, "Just let him know you're safe so as not to scare the little spider." He turned around, wiped the dust off his face, opened his personal information panel, and looked at the description of the strength of an intermediate hunting warrior. Intermediate hunting warrior, a single person can hunt down a team of E-level elites. With team cooperation, he can even defeat E-level kings. He is a powerful elite hunting warrior. He can be promoted to a high-level hunting warrior by devouring specialized crystals. The promotion progress is 6668/15,000. It was not much different from what he had guessed, but it was only true for ordinary mid-level fighters. Generally speaking, affected by the drop rate of specialized crystals, ordinary people have already exhausted all their efforts to upgrade their specialized levels, so there are no spare crystals to improve their awakening power, so most of their awakening powers are only level 1, and their skills are not too rich. If it were me, with the 4th level awakening power combined with the strength multiplication technique and swift steps, I would be able to roam in broad daylight. If the multiplication power is further sublimated and the awakening power is raised to 1 level, it is not impossible for a single person to defeat the king-level alien species. Do it when you think of it, trigger the power multiplication technique, and choose the 2nd level sublimation. Hint: are you sure you want to consume 2000 specialized crystals to upgrade the B-level skill power multiplication to the S-level skill power grant? Sure. Cancel. Sure. Brush. The purple name of the power multiplication technique disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had turned into a golden power granting technique. Power granting, S rank. Category: active amplification skills. Effect: grants you triple strength, lasts for 30 minutes, cools down for 1 hour. Features: this amplification can be granted to multiple target units at the same time, and the number of grants depends on the user's specialization level. Current user specialization level: intermediate hunting warrior. Number of target units that can be given: 2. With a 3-fold increase in strength and 2 assigned targets, sweeping the daylight is now more stable. No, let alone sweeping across the day, he also has enough confidence to travel briefly at night. What's more, there is a spider girl who is about to evolve into an E-level king. At this moment, the outer suburbs were no longer dangerous to him. Check the specialized crystals, there are 4,668 left. What is more important is the improvement of awakening power and swiftness. It takes 1,000 crystals to upgrade the power of awakening to 1 level. He hasn't tried the swift pace yet, let's see first. The ultimate sublime. Tip: please select Level 2. Hint: sublimating the B-level skill swift steps requires 2,000 specialized crystals. Are you sure you want to consume 2,000 specialized crystals to sublimate swift steps to S-level fast? Sure. Cancel. The number of crystals required for sublimation of all B-level skills is the same, which is probably the greatest fairness of the ultimate sublimation. Click to view the quick information. Super Speed, S rank. Category: physical skills. Effect: after use, the speed can be instantly increased by 3 times, achieving the effect of a speed leap. There is no cooldown, but it will consume physical strength sharply. Triple speed. The description changes from precise foot strength to general speed, which means changing from the part to the whole. The physical consumption has changed from substantial to intense, which means the number of uses will be reduced. But since there is no time limit, it is completely understandable that it has some side effects. Furthermore, this side effect seems to be able to be compensated by using multifunctional sports drinks, similar to the physical strength drugs in games. Want to upgrade? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask himself. Or should I use Swift Step first, so that I can invest more crystal resources into the power of awakening? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ming threw away all distracting thoughts and said, upgrade. Upgrade. Skills are of course better the stronger they are. Even if the number of times they are used decreases drastically, the effect will change qualitatively. For the same enemy, you need to use Swift Step 10 times to kill it, and then it will be exhausted. But it will be killed in 1 second, and then it will be exhausted. The result remains the same, but the process is simplified 10 times. How many unnecessary battlefield variables are avoided? Sometimes, it only takes a few seconds to make a drastic change. It is not uncommon for you to have an advantage in killing the dragon, but then your base is robbed, and then your base is flattened by a wave of attacks. Sure. Hint: B-level skill Swift Steps has been successfully upgraded to S-level super speed. In the skill column, the purple name of Swift Step disappeared and was replaced by Golden Speed, adding a touch of rich color to the skill column. Comfortable. Next is the power of awakening, which is not sublimation, but upgrading. Hint: it is detected that there are sufficient specialized crystals in the space bag. Are you sure you want to consume 1000 specialized crystals to increase the power of the first level awakening? Sure. Hint: the power of awakening has been successfully upgraded, and the current stage is level 5, 2 initial plus 3 additional. The panel information changes, and the power of awakening reaches the 5th level. Power of awakening. Category: Awakening skill. Effect: after use, you will enter the genetic awakening state in a short period of time, and your overall physical fitness will soar 5 times. The effect lasts for 5 minutes, and the cooling time is reset at 0 every day. Features: consuming specialized crystals can increase the level of awakening power. The effect and duration of gene awakening increase with the level of awakening power, up to level 10. Current level, level 5, 2 initial plus 3 additional. Upgrade progress, 1668/2000. Chapter 47. 5 times, 5 minutes. When he killed the mutant sickle owl, it took him less than 5 seconds to quadruple the power that took a full 4 minutes. Now that the multiple time has increased again, I can only say that I have become more confident in myself. Of the remaining 1668 specialized crystals, 50 were used to upgrade ordinary swordsmanship to excellent swordsmanship, and the rest were all kept for emergencies. I glanced at the time and it was already 9 o'clock. The hunger came in waves, making him feel that he couldn't concentrate without eating. I just picked up a bag of instant noodles and prepared to make do with it. But when he took it out, Lu Ming suddenly had an idea. How could he forget that this thing could also be sublimated? Etc. Thinking of this, Lu Ming slapped his forehead and secretly called himself an idiot. Food can be sublimated, but he forgot that high-purity foreign proteins can also be advanced. As a result, more than 10,000 foreign proteins entered Chugzhu's stomach in the form of embryos. Turning around, I saw Chugzhu still eating the egg white ball. I guess the child was afraid of being bored, so he left some and chewed it slowly. But he couldn't just spend his money like AST while his future wife only ate junk food, so Lu Ming asked cautiously, "Zioxu, do you have any protein balls? Give me one." Chu Shui turned her head when she heard the words, and after seeing the instant noodles in Lu Ming's hand, her expression suddenly changed. She quickly took out a ball of alien protein and stuffed it into Lu Ming's arms. That look in her eyes was probably the look of someone finally getting the idea. Lu Ming was filled with gratitude, took the egg white ball, and silently recited the ultimate sublimation. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. Level 2. Hint: Sublimating high-purity alien protein requires 20 specialized crystals. Are you sure you need to consume 20 specialized crystals to sublimate high-purity alien protein to variant-level alien protein? Sure. Cancel. What the hell? It's so expensive. It costs 20 crystals. Is it gold? Variant grade foreign protein. Category: Special foods. Description: This rare item is produced by mutant species with a small probability. It has huge alien energy and is a high-energy food loved by all alien creatures. After consumption, it will greatly increase the growth rate, but it is highly poisonous to humans and one bite can be fatal. It is recommended to use an alien protein processing machine to remove the toxin, or rely on one's own resistance to resist after the specialization level reaches the working level. Features: There is a very small chance of mutation after consumption. Contains alienation energy value, 100. No wonder, this is a numerical leap from 1 to 100. 20 specialized crystals can produce something with the same energy value as the mutated alien blood, which is already a huge profit. Moreover, only mutated species can be produced, and mutation is an extremely low probability event. The rarity of this thing alone is worth the price, not to mention that it has the characteristic of increasing the chance of mutation, which increases its preciousness even more. By the way, will Zioxu mutate if she eats this? It is already an original level divine beast, so probably not. Zioxu, how many foreign proteins do you have? Turning around, Lu Ming asked Chu Shui. If the number is enough for 50 groups, she will be promoted to E-level king. Chu Shui was silent for a few seconds, not knowing how to express herself, and then she turned her gaze to Lu Ming. Tip: The original Spider Chugsu has sent you a transaction request. There is such a function? Then can I choose to trade with her? Lu Ming chose to accept it. The transaction interface was opened successfully, and Chugsu put in 650 balls of alien protein neatly. Lu Ming waved his hand quickly. No, 50 groups will be enough. Chugsu thought about it, took back 550, and kept the full 100. Lu Ming was touched without saying a word. This child was still concerned about him not having enough to eat. Forget it, I can't always refuse Zioxu's kindness. What if she misunderstands that I don't like her? The transaction is completed. Lu Ming tried batch sublimation and the result showed that it was possible. Batch sublimation of 50 mutant proteins consumes 1000 specialized crystals. Let alone squandering, providing Zioxu with material needs is his natural responsibility. Seeing the 50 extra purple protein balls in the bag, Lu Ming took one out curiously, put it in front of him and smelled it. Well, this time it has a blueberry flavor and is in the same state as cherry marshmallows. Children will definitely like it. Seeing Lu Ming flipping his hand and picking up a more tempting egg white ball, Chu Shui suddenly felt that the foreign egg white in her hand was no longer attractive. Lu Ming also noticed the little girl's gaze, and directly stuffed the mutated protein into her mouth, and asked her to open the storage space. Chu Shui was as well behaved as ever and responded to all his requests. She stretched out her hand and the entrance to the space opened. Lu Ming then stuffed the other 49 regiments in. As if she had sensed that Lu Ming had put in enough energy to upgrade her level, and was also very clear about Lu Ming's intentions, Chu Shui absorbed the energy of the mutant protein by swallowing it. Her energy veins lit up, and an extremely shocking pressure vibrated out from her body. This time, Lu Ming was actually staring at her. In just a few seconds, her height had obviously increased, and her physique had also changed visibly to the naked eye. The Eye of Truth. First Snow, God level. Race, God. Description: The original spider born in the world of truth, the most ancient mythical beast. Height: body length humanoid 140 cm, main body, 4m, growable. Weight: main body humanoid 30 kg, main body, 600 kilograms, growable. General functions, storage space, ultimate identification. Skills, pulling silk, E rank, spider lance, E rank, weaving web, E rank, devouring, E rank, seeing weaknesses, E rank, destroying death ray, E rank, scarlet gaze, E rank. Features, form transformation, perception mastery, max, battle instinct, max, learning instinct, max. Status, has recognized its master, Lu Ming. It has now left the early larval stage, and its various attribute ability indicators have been slightly improved. Most of its skill attributes have been sealed and can be unlocked as the alienation level increases. Current alienation level, E-level King, can devour the energy of alien creatures to advance. Promotion progress, 0/50,000. My height increased by 10 centimeters and my weight increased by 5 kilograms. The skill has a new scarlet gaze, and the state has also changed a little. The energy required for the promotion progress has increased explosively, but that is not important. What is important is the previous value. Straight face, girl, this is very calculated. If he remembered correctly, the promotion progress he had seen before was 16788/20,000. I ate some high-purity protein pellets during the meal. Combined with the current data, it is the mutant protein and high-purity protein that are absorbed at the boundary combination. She secretly hid some of it, probably knowing that she couldn't level up after absorbing it, so she kept it as reserve food. What a good wife who manages the household. Not a single bit of waste. In this materialistic world, such an ideal future is hard to find even with a lantern. Goo. Just at this moment, the stomach protested loudly. Lu Ming was filled with relief and joy as he silently chanted the ultimate sublimation to his beef instant noodles. He had to celebrate. Chapter 48. Hint: sublimating beef instant noodles requires 5 specialized crystals. Are you sure you need to consume 5 specialized crystals to sublimate beef instant noodles to the second level? 5 pieces. It seems that dietary sublimation doesn't come cheap. Lu Ming, who had just been regretting the first snow rations, now felt much relieved. With such an expensive price, you also have to consider the extent of your wallet and take it one step at a time. Sure. The bag of beef noodles was broken down and reassembled in his hands. After it was completely sublimated, Lu Ming was shocked by the size of the item in his hand. It was an exquisite lunch box that was 40 centimeters long, 20 centimeters high, and had 3 layers. It was still warm when I held it in my hand. Tip: beef instant noodles successfully sublimated into luxury instant lunch box. Luxury instant. Ah, I seem to have accidentally gotten the ultimate set meal. Finding a seat to sit down, Lu Ming opened the lunch box layer by layer and was immediately attracted by the luxurious dishes inside. Salt and pepper shrimp, stir-fried beef with green onions, boiled chicken, crispy roast duck, marinated platter, boneless fish fillet, lettuce with oyster sauce, Hakka stuffed tofu, stir-fried spring bamboo shoots, and a big bowl of American ginseng black chicken soup. The top 2 layers contain a total of 10 dishes, including meat and vegetables, and the last layer is filled with rice. If Lu Ming had not been transferred before, he would definitely be disappointed at this amount, and he would be considered amazing if he could eat a quarter of it. Now he felt that it was neither too much nor too little, just enough. Just as I was about to start eating, I couldn't help but think of the first snow behind me. Instant noodles won't work, but a proper deluxe meal will do, right? However, when Lu Ming turned around and looked at her, she seemed to sense what Lu Ming wanted to do, and turned her gaze slightly away, showing obvious rejection. Well, I guess the instant noodles had a shadow, and it's possible that human food would also be a burden to alien creatures. However, as far as human habits are concerned, eating different foods will affect the relationship between the couple. They must reach the War King level as soon as possible and have good physical fitness so that they can communicate more with each other. I ate like crazy, my brain was racing, and I took a look at the trading floor. The broad-bladed heavy sword could not be sold, but the below have reached hundreds of thousands. Searching for the keyword forging mastery still brings up random chatter. It seems that creating biological weapons cannot be achieved quickly. He casually flipped through a few pages of random chats about keywords, and out of habit he clicked on the reverse order to view them. The original intention was to place the treasures that were missed and buried, but what Lu Ming didn't expect was that he actually found a clue when he took a look. The comment at the bottom has received tens of thousands of likes. The content of the message is, "Boss, I have the skill book you want, but I don't need a weapon. I want you to help me do something. As long as you complete it, I can give you the skill book directly." Oh? Just give it to me? So good? However, he chose to refuse. There is no other reason, it's simply too much trouble. What he wanted was to complete the transaction and leave quickly without any entanglement. Do you know that you are wasting time just by being fussy? I found the weapons column, looked through it, and discovered that after a night, the common weapons began to become available. You can actually see some decent-looking long swords, daggers, scimitars, and other weapons. But what the hell is this asking price? 100 specialized crystals? Everyone has no clear logical concept of value, it's just nonsense. Then let's use the same trick again, put 10 bottles of drinking water on the shelf, and set the exchange target as knife weapons. It is true that a precise hand crossbow can kill scythe owl larvae. But it cannot target elite-level sickle owls. Once it cannot break the defense, it still has to rely on heavy melee troops. Tip: the Farmer's 3-punch pure water *10 you consigned to the trading house was successfully traded, and you received the rusty long knife. Isn't it coming? Expensive new products are hard to find, but useless damaged ones are everywhere, aren't they? Taking out the long sword and putting it into the space bag, Lu Ming forked off the trading line and silently said to the long sword, "Ultimate sublimation. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. Level 2. Tip: sublimating the rusty long sword requires 50 specialized crystals. Sure. Please select the sublimation direction. Giant ring knife. Crescent blade. Mithril seedling knife." At the mithril level, both the blade and the handle have begun to develop towards the direction of being majestic and exquisite in shape. The giant ring knife, as the name suggests, is a large ring knife plus. Both its length and width have reached an extremely terrifying level. The crescent-shaped sword is the prototype of the weapon of the martial saint. It is handsome, but it has a long handle. If it does not suit my personal preference, I will just skip it. The last one is the mithril Miao Dao. I have seen a demonstration of it on a website before. It is a long narrow blade with a strong sound when it is wielded. It is a good choice. However, choose the giant ring knife. No man can refuse something big. And he is a pure man. Click, click, click. The rusty long sword broke into pieces inside the space bag. 50 specialized crystals transformed into energy auras that wrapped around the blade fragments. The structure was reorganized, and a huge sword that looked mighty and domineering was reproduced. Identification: Giant ring knife, mithril grade. Category: Weapons. Description: the blade is 150 cm long, the handle is 35 cm long, and it weighs 200 kg. It is a mithril grade weapon made by combining the traditional techniques with the Jialan techniques. Every swing of the sword carries the power to move mountains. Only the strong can adapt to it, and only the fierce can use it freely. Only the strong and fierce can control it. Durability: 3000/3000. 200 kg, if thrown at an ordinary person, it would kill him. What about him, a mid-level warrior, wielding it? In one word, strong. 2 words, Invincible. 3 words, Invincible. I drank the last mouthful of chicken soup, patted my stomach with satisfaction, and felt extremely relaxed. He is full of energy and fully equipped, and this feeling of fulfillment is his most satisfying state. Standing up and stretching his muscles, Lu Ming faced the direction of the northern suburbs and felt that it was time for him to set off. It would be great if we could find some level 2 storage boxes along the way, but unfortunately the map only shows level 3 supply boxes, and level 2 ones are rather disappointing. Taking out the 3-party regional map to plan the route, Lu Ming suddenly remembered that this thing seemed to have not been sublimated yet. Try it. The ultimate sublime. Tip: please select the grade. Level 2. Tip: sublimating the 3-party area map requires 100,000 crystal blocks. Sure. Cancel. Cancel. Sure enough, it's quite expensive. There is a reason why this thing was singled out at the beginning of the transfer. However, what is consumed are crystal blocks, which is relatively reasonable compared to those supermodel items that cost millions or tens of millions of crystals. Speaking of which, he had already done experiments on the sublimation of specialized crystals last night. The first level sublimation can sublimate specialized crystal into specialized crystal block, but the number of specialized crystals consumed is 100. The second level sublimation can sublimate specialized crystals into specialized crystal bodies, but the number of specialized crystals consumed is 10,000. The 2 types of crystalline substances have been explained before. The energy contained in one specialized crystal equals 100 specialized crystal blocks equals 10,000 specialized crystals. What's the meaning? What this means is that for the sublimation of specialized crystals, not only is the original ratio converted, but one also has to include an original embryo of the specialized crystal, which is equivalent to the handling fee. Chapter 49. Looking back, one day ago, there has never been such an outrageous phenomenon among all the sublimated target groups. But it also made him think of a possibility. That is, specialized crystals cannot be blended or exchanged for higher-level crystalline substances. In simple terms, they cannot be converted into each other. It was entirely due to the ultimate sublimation bug that gave him the opportunity to upgrade low-level crystals to high-level crystals. If others want to obtain it, they can probably only collect it from the corpses of high-level alien creatures. For example, D, C, or even B-level alien elites. This rule greatly increases the difficulty of obtaining specialized crystal blocks and specialized crystals, and also greatly increases their value. It is definitely a good thing for me. When the mainstream currency in the future is promoted to crystal blocks or crystals, you can make money just by reselling crystals while lying in bed. Another point he was thinking about was whether the consumption of upgrading the specialization level would involve a change in the grade of the specialization crystals. For example, after reaching a certain level, if you want to upgrade to a specialized level, what you consume will no longer be specialized crystals, but specialized crystal blocks. This will become a point of coercion for humans to challenge higher-level alien species. He sighed to himself and felt relieved again. Anyway, he just needed to become stronger and live a colorful life. As for the rest, let it take its course. Zioxu, we have to leave. Coming to Chu Shui, Lu Ming reminded her softly. Chu Shui remained the same, without any hesitation, and even took the initiative to hold Lu Ming's hand. This intimate and clingy feeling made Lu Ming feel relaxed and happy, and judging from her current height and posture, she looked like she was already 10 years old. At this growth rate, she would be able to reach adulthood at most at D-level king. The future is promising, a lot to look forward to. But this girl seems to be looking at the bed. Lu Ming pondered for 2 seconds and suddenly realized that that was where she was born, and he had a nostalgic sentiment there. This is very good. This kind of character shows more loyalty. Combined with her previous performance, there is hardly any flaw to be found in her. He raised his hand and moved his mind, successfully retracting the bed. When you find a place to rest in the future, you won't have to upgrade your bed. It's a win-win situation. Why not do it? Let's go. The bed was taken away, and the first snow was no longer attached to me. Lu Ming looked at the map and silently wrote down the planned route. The entire distance is not far. The so-called area feels like a larger county town on Blue Star. Including the suburban border, it is only about 180 kilometers from north to south. He could cross the road quickly by relying on his physical strength to jump between the roofs, but that was not his style. As human beings in the new era, if you can make use of tools, you should never tire yourself out. Physical fitness is something that is used to deal with battles in various senses, not to mention that there is a certain risk of missing out. So he plans to find a car to upgrade himself, maybe a cool car. He opened the window, stood on the windowsill, grabbed Chugsyu's waist, held her in his arms, and took a step forward, ready to jump down. Who would have thought that at this moment, a sense of déjà vu would arise spontaneously? He suddenly remembered the time when Chu Shui used the silk thread to take the elevator, and he stepped back from the windowsill. Putting Chugsyu down from his arms, Lu Ming asked seriously, "Zioxu, can your silk thread fly?" Chu Shui tilted her head, her eyes clear. Hiss. Lu Ming pressed his temples with both hands, then put them in front of him and pressed them, and said, "It's like that." Baiubiu shoots out spider silk, hangs on the wall of a tall building, uses gravity and inertia to swing the soul, whooshes across the distance, and then snaps to find a foothold. The right hand and left hand movements are repeated, and this way, that way, you can easily reach where you want to go. That sense of convenience, do you understand? After asking the last three words, Lu Ming felt ashamed. He had a clear picture in his mind, but his expression was a little messy. If Chugsyu didn't understand, he could understand. If it really didn't work, then he would just use transportation. Not wanting that Lu Ming was about to give up, Chu Shui nodded gently. You understand? How's that? Is that okay? Lu Ming was extremely surprised. As a man, who doesn't want to gallop across the world and soar into the sky? Chu Shui nodded again, pulled Lu Ming's arm to her waist, and then looked at Lu Ming as if indicating. You want me to catch you? Hatsuyuki hummed. How could Lu Ming refuse? He immediately held her tightly. The two of them climbed onto the windowsill again, Chugsyu grasped the air, and a golden thread fell into her hand. Then he leaped forward and flew forward using inertia. Woohoo! Feeling the strong wind blowing towards him, Lu Ming felt extremely refreshed. Okay, now, switch to the other side. Seeing that the center of gravity had already shifted, Lu Ming gave precise commands. Chu Shui let go of the golden thread upon hearing that, and with a casual move of her hand, a golden thread shot towards the wall of another building. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the wall shattered. The golden thread penetrated the wall, passed through the roof, and circled around to form a knot. Lu Ming glared at this. Oh my god! What kind of power is this? You call this pulling a thread? Why does he think it's a missile? Still feeling unsatisfied, Chugsyu repeated his old tricks. His appearance was indeed no different from Spider-Man, but his spider silk was stuck to other people's walls. This girl is so good, every time she finds a fixed point, she will destroy two walls. Fortunately, this is the end of the wasteland and all the houses are empty and abandoned, otherwise he would have lost everything. Boom! 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 With this explosive and high-energy BGM playing, Lu Ming and Chu Shui quickly passed through the streets. Whoosh! Passing by a residential area, we saw transferees hunting sickle owl larvae below. Suddenly I felt a cool breeze whistling behind me and thought that a larva was attacking me. Turning my head, I saw a muscular figure flying by with a golden thread hanging on him, and he performed a textbook version of an aerial handoff with great skill. He was recording a video of killing a sickle owl larva, preparing to show off in the regional section later. The recording angle happened to capture the entire process, so much so that one couldn't help but shout, "FK!" The roar was so loud that it instantly stimulated the hearing of the surrounding larvae, causing them to quickly crawl towards him. He was so scared that he immediately ran into the shop, closed the door, and gasped. However, rather than being frightened, he was more excited. Once this video of Meow is released, it will definitely become extremely popular. So I slightly reduced my own role and sent it directly to the regional section. See? Spider-Man. The real-life version of Spider-Man. Absolutely no fake or inferior stuff. Oh my god! That's awesome! I want to learn this too. What specialization level is required to use this trick? Or do I need to learn some other skill? Who knows? I should have stopped him and asked. Can I stop him? I didn't even get a whiff of his exhaust. Tisk, what's the point of your vague glimpse? All that was captured was his back. I tell you, that's not Spider-Man at all. Look carefully, this is the truth video file. Half a minute later. Oh my god! Is this an angel? How can someone be so beautiful? How old is she? And didn't Uncle Chenhai count the ages? There are no transferees under the age of adults. Is that important? That's not important. Slow down and watch. The girl has white hair and red eyes. Her facial features are almost CG-like. Can humans look like this? Damn, it really is true now that you put it that way. By the way, who is this handsome guy? He looks like he has a nice body. Indeed, he is comparable to Uncle Chen. Unfortunately, he is a pervert. Really? Indeed +1. Indeed +2. Indeed +3. Yes +10,086. Chapter 50. Lu Ming, who was swinging on the silk thread, glanced at the video file and realized that his happiness was being shared by thousands of people, and he was even given the title of a pervert. But so what? It doesn't matter at all. Hey, as a man, what's wrong with being a little abnormal? As for attracting attention, then attract attention. Before, I wanted to stay alive and develop because I was worried about being backstabbed by envy. The current intensity level is no longer afraid of this level of exposure. After all, both he and the first snow in his arms are no longer at a level that humans can handle today. If you are still not sure, upgrade to the next level. When there is a huge gap between people, any thoughts of conspiracy and backstabbing will disappear without a trace. They will no longer treat you as one of their own kind, a kind they cannot afford to offend. They can only worship you and let you come and go as you please. Deep in thought, the wind blowing against my face as I fell stimulated my senses. Lu Ming once again burst out with the signature remarks of a top-notch chef. Woohoo! After a few times, things return to normal. Once the excitement passes, the mind will become clear, which is the legendary sage mode. At this time, apart from navigating for Chug's Lu Ming spent the rest of his time scanning the buildings with the eye of truth. He was not in urgent need of food supplies, or rather, simply meeting the living standards was no longer a basic need for him. A bag of instant noodles plus 5 specialized crystals is a luxurious meal, what else do you need a bicycle for? So he changed the search target of the Eye of Truth to a single supply box and weapons and equipment. Perhaps it was because the initial area was already barren, or perhaps it was still in the outer ring. Not to mention supply boxes, there wasn't even any weapons or equipment to be seen on the streets in the area I passed by. I wonder if they had all been discovered. After all, I have accumulated a day's experience and had a good night's rest. Those with better adaptability have begun to form groups to hunt sickle owl larvae. Although his movements are not skillful, his kill rate is still quite high. Now that the transferees have become active, it is only a matter of time before the surrounding supplies are divided up. But no matter what, it's just the surrounding area. The place he wants to go now is the Sea of Stars. After realizing this, they stopped focusing on residential areas and instead turned to the police stations in each district. Unfortunately, after searching the surrounding area, we couldn't find even a stun gun or a baton. I am at a loss for words and can only guess that when the disaster broke out, they were gathered together by the original army, or destroyed by alien species. The possibility of the former is obviously greater than the latter, because human nature is too complicated under disasters. If people under extreme fear obtain weapons, riots will definitely occur. In this way, the regional bureau and the general command post in each region will become the core location for the storage of hot weapons. He looked at the map and searched for the regional headquarters, and was surprised by the results. The regional headquarters of Jintian district is exactly the location marked with the red cursor on the map, and the other two districts are exactly the same. Isn't this a clear sign? Want powerful weapons? I'll give you whatever you want. Go find it. I put every weapon in the area there. One piece? This is a rip-off. Although he was speechless, he still wanted hot weapons. But before going to the headquarters, I need to find out the situation clearly. After all, it is the core area of the entire region, and the types and levels of alien species are definitely not the same as those in the suburbs. To go there, given his life-thirsty nature, he had to be more fully prepared. Anyway, he was not afraid of being robbed. The more prepared he was, the easier it would be to conquer the place. On the other hand, the third-level supply box in the northern suburbs is located in the outer suburbs and is bound to be at risk of being robbed. What's more, if this thing were put into other people's hands, it would just be a broken box that produced B-grade products. Only when you hold it in your own hands can it become a rare treasure box that can produce S-level treasures. The two are worlds apart, how can we let others mess them up? Time passed and it was noon in a blink of an eye. The hanging thread flew across the street, and Lu Ming Chugzhu's figure landed on the roof. Across the street was a large building with a huge sign on top of it in the dark. Hui Tai Life Shopping Plaza. It is hard to imagine that there would be such a large shopping mall in a suburban area. And this is exactly where the mark of the third-level supply box is. Lu Ming gently massaged Chugzhu's shoulders to relieve her non-existent fatigue. His eyes were looking at the empty square platform. There was not a single young species there, but there were countless sticky acids. His eyes were slightly narrowed, his expression was slightly gloomy. Someone had been here. Humans, weapons, alien creatures, supply boxes, identification. He shouted in a low voice, his black pupils shone golden, and the labels of the entire shopping mall were displayed. Humanity, 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 humanity. Humanity. Long sword, samurai sword, dagger, dagger, samurai sword. Samurai sword. Sickle owl larva, sickle owl larva, sickle owl larva. Castle, castle, castle. Castle. Mutated sickle owl. Level 3 supply box, Level 2 supply box, Level 1 supply box. Seeing this astonishing number of tags, Lu Ming subconsciously opened his mouth. There were actually 3 supply boxes. All placed in a corner of the 5th floor. And where they overlapped, a huge red label was flashing a faint light, with 3 big characters written on it, Quasi Queen of Owls. Quasi Owl Queen? Detailed identification. Quasi Owl Queen, Quasi King. Race, Insect King. Description, the queen is about to mature. She is 10 meters long and huge in size. She has extremely strong reproductive ability. She is extremely gluttonous and sleepy. She is the most important racial core of the entire Sickle Owl clan. Abandoning powerful offensive capabilities, inheriting and carrying forward the glorious mission of the tribe, following beside him are the guardian warriors appointed by the Owl King himself, who are able to sacrifice their lives swiftly to protect the queen. Skill, Open 3 mouthparts and release a triple bombardment that is powerful enough to corrode fine steel armor and penetrate buildings. The accumulated alienated power was integrated into the forearm, and then suddenly swung out blade pulse. And the life-threatening pull-up self-destruction when dying. Features: possessing the Queen's command that gives her absolute control over the tribe. As long as you are not truly dead, you can quickly recover even if you are torn into pieces. Advanced regeneration. When her life is threatened, she will release alienated power to cover the entire territory, stimulating the life potential of all the tribesmen in the territory. She will make them sacrifice themselves in exchange for the Queen's grace of evolving to mature form in 1 hour to fight for her. Weaknesses: no mobility, no ability to move autonomously. The kill can be completed by destroying all 3 nuclear bodies located in the head, chest, and abdomen. The hardness is that of fine steel. There is actually such a thing. The key is just this. Surrounding her, there were 4 E-level elite and mutant sickle owls and 15 elite-level sickle owls. Not to mention the latter, the former is a combat unit that is powerful enough to rival a primary hunting warrior. Who on earth are those people? How dare they attack a place of this level? Wait, what does this formation mean? The 11 people with weapons are all standing at the back of the team. The 45 unarmed people formed 5 semi-enclosed human walls and stood at the front of the entire team. Chapter 51. Something is wrong. Moreover, people kept sacrificing their lives in the 5 human walls. In less than 20 seconds, 1 layer had been lost. However, faced with this level of sacrifice, those members acting as human walls showed no signs of withdrawing. Is that so? They are not dead soldiers. Even if they knew that there were 3 supply boxes hidden there, what was the point of such sacrifice? Or is it that it's not that they don't want to retreat, but that something is forcing them to move forward? As if to confirm Lu Ming's guess, a human tag suddenly broke away from the human wall and rushed towards the safety behind. The next second, Lu Ming's expression suddenly became silent. Because in his eye of truth, a human with a samurai sword tag quickly stepped forward to make contact with him. Then, the labels of humans who were separated from the crowd turned grey and finally disappeared completely. No further explanation is needed at this point. Lu Ming instantly understood the reason behind those people's strange behavior. It turns out that the madness they displayed in the face of death was not the courage to face death head-on, but the resignation to the fact that death was inevitable. Zioxu. Lu Ming lowered his body, leaned close to Chugzhu's ear, and whispered, "Let's go to the roof of the building opposite." Chu Shui responded softly, condensed the void, and calmly activated the silk-pulling skill. With skilled flying skills, he can easily cover a distance of hundreds of meters. Landing on the roof of the shopping mall, Lu Ming looked down. In just a short while, the wall of people was reduced by 1 layer, and they were able to push forward to the 4th floor of the mall. At this moment, the human tags suddenly stopped moving, and the human wall retreated, surrounding the 11 people 5 meters away. Is this a rebellion? Lu Ming thought so, but after waiting for a minute, he did not see the people acting as the human wall attacking them. Tisk, it would be nice if I could hear the sounds inside. In his distress, he subconsciously expressed his desire. Chu Shui, who was standing beside him, squatted down and pressed 1 hand on the roof. Wow! Wow! Just hearing the slight sound, countless golden threads extended downstairs like fresh life. Some of them seeped into the walls, some seeped into the window cracks, and in less than a few seconds, they completely occupied the entire building. After doing all this, Chu Shui took Lu Ming's hand, and 2 strands of golden threads climbed up along Lu Ming's arm to near his ears. Suddenly, a clear conversation came into his ears. "Everyone, please stop making those expressions. Kim Tae-sang Appa was watching your performance just now." With just this one sentence, Lu Ming frowned fiercely. "Nan Han Yu. Are those 11 humans with weapons Nan Han people?" He promised that as long as you can help capture this mall, let alone freedom, even if it's not a dream, each of you will be given 100 specialized crystals. That's 100 crystals, which can be directly promoted to high-level soldiers. From then on, you will be able to dominate the world. So we hope that there won't be such a disharmonious scene just now. We are all human beings, all of the same race, but from different countries. If it is not necessary, we don't want to be stained with the blood of our own race, don't you think? But we don't even have a decent weapon. The wooden spears you provided don't have much killing power at all. From the initial square to now, more than 100 of our compatriots have died. You should at least provide some protective gear. This time it is Huaxia language, for adult men. Or provide some weapons. Phew. Well. The sharp blade pierced through his flesh and the man groaned. No one screamed, no one wailed, there was only deathly silence. And in Lu Ming's sight, a label turned grey. Tisk tisk, so you have such a big opinion? Why? I gave you a chance to live, but you're not satisfied. You want more, right? You're Huaxia people, you're always so selfish and overbearing. You still think this is Blue Planet? Collect. Nanhanyu followed, and the grey label completely disappeared. Wow, you actually have 7 or 8 special crystals hidden in your possession. Why do all of you Huaxia people have this problem? I've told you before to hand over all your assets, but why do you always say you've handed over everything, but there are still some left in your space bag? Do you have no ears, or no brains, or do you think we have no brains? Hey! Bastards! Alright, Kui Yongjun, these are just 7 or 8 specialized crystals, don't be angry. If you continue to be angry, who will help us conquer this mall? Hehe. The one who finished off the enemy was a woman from Nanhan. Her voice was uniquely gruff, unpleasant, and at the same time, it sounded artificial and nauseating. Alright, you Huaxia refugees, I've already pleaded for you, why don't you hurry up and keep moving forward? If you make our Kim Tae-sang Appa angry, the previous promise will be invalid. And I'm kindly reminding you again, don't try to escape from here. Kim Tae-sang Appa is a genuine junior hunting warrior, a level you will never reach in your lifetime. What's more, he has a pistol. Do you understand pistols? We are not on the same level from different eras, hehe. Pistol. Hearing this, Lu Ming suddenly woke up from his gloom, and a greedy smile appeared in his eyes. Zioxu, that's enough, let's go down. On the 4th floor of the shopping mall, 26 Huaxia employees were crawling on the ground with their heads in their hands, staring with resentment at the 11 people in front of them who were arrogant and had playful expressions. One of the burly men spat in disgust and cursed, "You damn Nanhan dogs, you are so hypocritical. What a bullshit promise, it's nothing but sending us to our deaths. You son of a bch. Don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I will tear you into pieces like human sticks. Oh, I'm so scared, I'm about to cry. Kim Appa, please comfort me." An artificial beauty who was obviously artificially sculpted was hugging a small-eyed man and wantonly indulging herself in debauchery. The man patted the woman's back and sneered, "Kui Yongjun, cut him into a human stick and don't allow him to die." Kui Yongjun walked over with a knife in hand, shaking his fat belly, and said with a fierce grin, "Leave it to me, brother Taexiong, I guarantee that I will complete the task with full marks." Hehe, Huaxia people, you must be as brave as you show. Don't cry or shout. If you cry, you will be insulting yourself, well. Just as Kui Yongjun raised his knife to chop, 3 fine steel arrows shot through the glass window nearby and accurately penetrated Kui Yongjun's head, neck, and heart. In disbelief, he turned his neck stiffly, and then fell straight to the ground. Until his death, he did not even see who killed him. Who is it? Nanhan's team witnessed Kui Yongjun's sudden death and all looked towards the window. There, a man with an angel-like beautiful girl in his arms and a devil-like hideous grin, dressed in black and red tights, was holding an exquisite crossbow and staring at them warmly. A sudden chill came over me. Kim Tae-sang took out a pistol with a murderous look on his face. Unfortunately, before he could raise his gun, he heard the figure say 2 words in standard Hwaxia language. Fast. Whoosh. The figure was like a ghost, swaying and twisting before disappearing into thin air. Everyone present was bewildered and confused. Only Jin Taexiong noticed something. His face turned pale and his hair stood on end. He turned his center of gravity and tried to twist and dodge, but a huge blade pierced through his chest on the spot, and then suddenly spun, leaving a bloody hole with a diameter of 15 centimeters in his chest. Chapter 52. Tae-sang. The artificial beauty screamed and rushed over with red eyes. But before she could take 2 steps, a huge bloody knife was pressed against her throat. She watched Kim Tae-sang kneel on the ground with empty eyes, and then collapsed like a dead dog. At this moment, even the dumbest person can understand what he is facing. That is a strong man, an absolutely strong man. The middle-aged man who had spoken resentfully before stood up excitedly and shouted at Lu Ming, "Master! Kill them! Kill these Nanhan dogs! It was them! They invaded our area yesterday! They stole our resources! They killed our compatriots! When there was nothing left to steal, they even forced us to gather together and use us as living human shields for them to use. Their methods were extremely cruel. More than 300 people. More than 300 people. Only a few dozen of us are left. Master! Avenge us! Avenge those dead compatriots!" Lu Ming sneered, "Revenge? What revenge? Do I know you well?" After these words were spoken, not only the dozens of Hwaxia people, but even the people of Nanhan were stunned. It turns out we are not on the same path. Nanhanren's heart was moved. Although this guy is powerful, it seems that he is not here to save them. So is there still a chance to deal with him? The middle-aged man was stunned. "You are not doing this for us." Lu Ming laughed wantonly, "For you? Don't be ridiculous. There are more than 300 people. We can't win the fight, and we can't survive. What value do you have for me to save? Hurry up and get out with that bunch of trash. If you're late, you'll be my meat shield." "You." The middle-aged man's face suddenly turned cold. Just when he was about to scold Lu Ming, a crossbow arrow flew out, leaving a deep blood mark on the man's face. "Don't make me say it again, get out." The man felt pain and covered his wound while being shocked by the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes. He really didn't come to save him and didn't even consider him as a compatriot. Dozens of people behind were already frightened, looking at each other and running downstairs. The man looked at Lu Ming deeply, then followed the crowd out of the mall with a complicated expression. It was not until everyone had fled that Lu Ming smiled at the remaining 9 Nanhan people. When the artificial beauty saw that Lu Ming had no sense of patriotism at all, a fawning look immediately appeared on her face. He raised his hand and carefully pressed down Lu Ming's giant ring knife, releasing his own capital while pressing, pulling up the collar on his chest and speaking in a voice, "Appa, you are so brave. Jin Taexiong is not even as good as a dog in front of you, then I think you are an obedient, clingy servant who has many special skills and can take care of you comfortably. What do you think of me?" After she finished speaking, the woman stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, revealing her ecstasy. Unfortunately, just when she thought she had left a trace of favor in Lu Ming's heart with her looks and charm, the seductive look on her face was suddenly replaced by pain. She frowned, her expression twisted, and her eyes moved downwards little by little. On her chest, the huge blade that she pressed down pierced deeply into her chest. When she looked up again, she was faced with Lu Ming's gaze, which was so cold as if he was looking at garbage. Then, a strong and sturdy foot blocked her vision and stepped on her proud face. Phew! He exerted force with his feet, pulled out the blade, and blood gushed out. The woman fell into a pool of blood, convulsing unconsciously, and in the blink of an eye she became a corpse. Tisk tisk, how disgusting! The technological gadgets on your body combined are not even worth a strand of my Chugsyu's hair, and yet you dare to covet my looks? Are you worthy? He waved his hand and shook the knife. Blood and knife force spurted out, washing the blade with a cold glow. Having experienced facing the dead and beheading thousands of young species, there is no longer any after effects of killing. They are all limbs and bodies. Zioxu, tie them up. Chugsu stretched out her little hand, pulled the silk threads and wove a net in one go, directly tying up the remaining 8 Nanhan people into cocoons. After doing this, Lu Ming raised his hand and silently chanted greed, and the 3 corpses were decomposed and recycled. Successfully decomposed the corpse of the primary hunting warrior Kim Tae-sang, obtained specialized crystals 1410, primary warrior energy liquid 200 ml. Successfully decomposed the corpse of the ultimate soldier Park Ha-na and obtained specialized crystals *410. Successfully decomposed the corpse of the ultimate soldier King Kui Yang-jun, obtained specialized crystals *410. What's the meaning? Can specialized crystals be obtained from the decomposition of human corpses? The quantity is exactly the total requirement for specialization level advancement. Oh no, greed will double the collection. This means that collecting human corpses on a regular basis can only yield half of the total advancement amount. I finally understood why a mere Nanhan person could be promoted to a junior hunting warrior in such a short time. It was probably all because of the resources accumulated by hunting others of his kind. After all, as long as your level is high, you can get 50 or even 150 specialized crystals by killing high-level soldiers and ultimate soldiers. Isn't this faster and more convenient than slaughtering alien species? Hey! Lu Ming almost laughed out loud. He looked at the 8 people tied up tightly by spider silk and felt very moved. When Lu Ming glanced at those 8 people like this, each of them felt a chill and trembled all over. Hint: found 3 unowned space bags nearby, do you want to get them? Certainly. Yes. Successfully recovered the ownerless space bag, obtained 1 space bag 160 slots *1, specialized crystals *2560, silk *400, farmers 3 punch pure water *100 boxes, beef instant noodles *47 boxes, compressed biscuits *35, various beverages *74 bottles, long knives *3, fine steel straight knife *1, 54 type pistol *1, 7.62 mm bullets *24, Park Ha-na's clothes *2, unknown toys *10. As delighted as he was at the supplies in front of him, he was speechless at the strange items in the back. No, it was just that he couldn't understand it, he couldn't understand it at all. Tip: the space bag slots are full and you cannot continue to recycle items. You can increase the space bag level to expand the capacity. Hint: it is detected that there is 160 space in the bag. Do you want to inherit the number of bag slots? Oh? There is such a thing? Yes. Hint: space bag inheritance is successful, current grid number 108/160. Successfully recovered the ownerless space bag, obtained space bag 80 slots *1, specialized crystal *768, silk *120, farmers 3 punch purified water 10 boxes, beef instant noodles *5 boxes, samurai sword *1, Park Ha-na's clothes *2 sets, unknown toys *2. Successfully recovered the ownerless space bag, obtained 80 space bags *1, specialized crystals *900, silk *300, farmers 3 punch purified water 30 boxes, beef instant noodles *22 boxes, compressed biscuits *20, various beverages *150 bottles, daggers *2, special underwear *10, essential oil *500 ml, women's clothing *8 sets, gold jewelry *7 pieces, other unknown toys *20 kinds. Tip: the space bag slots are full and you cannot continue to recycle items. You can increase the space bag level to expand the capacity. Lu Ming. Chapter 53. In this tiny country, everyone plays more extravagantly than the other. What the hell is going on here? Did they rob some kind of store? They filled his bag again. The key is that this thing can have such a long shelf life? Won't it go bad? He packed his luggage and destroyed everything on the spot. Especially those colorful things of unknown origin and difficult to understand. Lu Ming didn't even want to touch them. Tip: there is enough space in the space bag, start collecting the remaining items again. Successfully recovered the remaining items, obtained Space Crystal *660. Space Crystal? What is that? Moving his sight to the last compartment of the space bag, a purple triangular prism in a superimposed state came into view. Click to view. Space Crystal, special item. Category: consumables. Description: the special crystals obtained by decomposing the ownerless space baggage contain magical space power. Collecting 1,000 of them can unlock a special feature of the space bag. Decompose the ownerless space bag, unlock a special function of the space bag. Repeating it to himself, Lu Ming was somewhat moved. Hint: space crystals are found in the bag, and the special performance column of the space bag is enabled. Crash! There was a sound like turning pages of a book. A page similar to the League of Legends talent list suddenly opened on the right side of the space bag. There are 2 columns of options above: auxiliary features and functional features. There are 5 features in total for each, divided into 5 layers from top to bottom. Currently, only 2 features of the first layer are highlighted, and the remaining 4 layers are all blocked. The 2 on the first floor are space marking and vehicle storage. Spatial marking: you can unfold a blank map and leave marks at the places you have visited. Vehicle storage: the space bag has an additional vehicle storage slot, which can hold a vehicle. Wow, that's pretty cool. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt extremely curious. Assistance function: to put it simply, one assists oneself, the other strengthens the luggage. These are all extremely useful features, but it seems a little dark that such useful features have to be filled with human lives. However, looking at the number of space crystals accumulated by this group of Nanhan people, it is clear that there are quite a few who enjoy killing. If you go in by yourself, you can legitimately enforce justice and pick up bags along the way. If you retreat, you can use the greedy hand to intercept other people's prey, create conflicts, and reap the benefits. No matter which method he used, he could easily harvest the space crystals without any burden. Unfortunately, the current space crystals are not enough to unlock a feature, resulting in the inability of the ultimate sublimation to take effect. Otherwise, we have to see what kind of incredible level the 2 characteristics will reach after evolving to the second level. Glancing at the 280 slot bags placed in the space, Lu Ming took a quick look. Ownerless space bag. Category: space container. Note: the space backpack of a lost owner cannot be directly used for storage operations. The number of grids can be inherited to a bag with smaller space, or it can be directly decomposed into space crystals. There is no deviation from the description of space crystallization. What he found interesting was the instruction that storage operation could not be performed directly. I guess this is to prevent people from using their imagination to do a backpack within a backpack nesting doll operation, which is very reasonable. As for the decomposition, we will talk about it later. After all, there are more important things to do now. Zioxu, let them go. After adjusting the posture of holding Chugzu, Lu Ming said softly. Chugzu opened her little hand, and all the spider silk that was wrapped around the 8 Nanhan people dissipated. Lu Ming looked at the other party again. There were 2 women and 6 men among the 8 people. The men were basically pale and some had wet pants. The woman was trembling all over and a little unconscious. Hello. Lu Ming raised his head and said coldly, shocking the 8 people at the same time, and even their weapons fell to the ground. Why are you so nervous? With a warm smile, Lu Ming locked onto the person he disliked the most and asked, Tell me, was your invasion of the area a personal act or was it directed by someone else? No one responded. Lu Ming sneered and swung out the giant ring knife. With a whoosh, the person he was paying attention to disappeared on the spot. When everyone noticed it, a loud noise was heard from behind. Following the sound, I saw that the man who was standing there just a second ago was now nailed to the beam, bleeding from his mouth and nose, struggling and twitching in pain. Don't get me wrong, when I ask this question, there is no option to remain silent. Lu Ming's voice was like a sure ghost that entered their ears, drawing their attention back to him. The 2 Nan'an women, who were already scared to death, immediately knelt on the ground and began to tremble. One of them said tremblingly, Tell me, will you let us go if I tell you, Appa? Lu Ming smiled kindly, Of course not. After hearing the first 3 words, the Nan'an woman immediately showed a look of relief, but when the last 2 words appeared, her expression was instantly covered with deeper despair. Lu Ming comforted them, Everyone, please don't have that expression. I haven't finished talking yet. As long as you can answer my questions seriously and help me conquer this mall, let alone let you go, it's not a dream to give you 1,000 specialized crystals each. That's 1,000 crystals, which can directly advance to the primary hunting warrior. You will be a big shot, so I hope that the disharmonious scene just now will not appear again. We are all human beings, all of the same race, but from different countries. If it is not necessary, I don't want to be stained with the blood of my own race, don't you think? As soon as these words came out, all the people in Nan'an were stunned. Why did these words sound so familiar? It seemed as if they had just heard someone say it. Come on, do you want to be like the guy behind you, or do you want to accept my proposal? I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Ready, 3. I say. Is there anything more terrifying than death? Now they finally realize how terrifying it feels to be oppressed and haunted by death. Yes, it was initiated by Kim Tae-sang's brother, Kim Jong-hyuk. He got a map and found that the suburbs of each area were connected. He advocated hunting humans. He said that hunting humans is easier than hunting alien species and it can produce 100% specialized crystals, So you changed your strategy, gave up fighting the aliens, and chose to attack humans instead. Lu Ming took over the woman's words and continued to ask, So, you also kill people from your own country? The woman was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded gently. Jinzheng said that the weak do not deserve to live, it would be a waste of resources, it is better to sacrifice yourself, become the nutrients of the strong, and become a part of the strong. Well said. If he wasn't holding Chug's-yu in one hand, Lu Ming would really like to applaud this man's philosophy of survival. Is it wrong? Of course it is, or his survival philosophy is in line with the worldview of the end of the world. But it would be fine if I didn't know there was such a person around me. Now that I know he is nearby, I absolutely cannot let him grow. So he continued to ask, what level is Kim Jong-hyuk now? The woman shook her head and quickly added, after we left the Xinggui district and entered this area, we could no longer get in touch with the previous area, so we don't know what level Jinzheng is now, but when we left the Xinggui district, he was the ultimate soldier king. Lu Ming was in deep thought. When they left, they were only at the ultimate soldier king level. Now, a night and half a day had passed since they left. Kim Tae-sang, the younger brother, was already a primary hunting warrior. Kim Jong-hyuk was only stronger than him, not weaker. Intermediate? It shouldn't be the case, but it's not impossible. He didn't have the ultimate sublimation. If he didn't improve his awakening power and only focused on the level increase, he might really reach the intermediate warrior level. After all, as his famous saying goes, killing people will 100% drop specialized crystals, there is no impact on the explosion rate, and the weak will support the strong. You're fine. Lu Ming gave a sincere affirmation, others pick up weapons and advance upwards in a semi-encirclement manner, and you. Lu Ming looked at the Nanhan woman who was answering the question and said, just stand behind them with your weapons in hand and keep your eyes on them. If anyone dares to take a step back or turn around and run away, kill them on the spot. I don't need to explain the specific method in detail. You should be very familiar with it. Chapter 54. I see. The Nanhan woman's expression changed, but she finally picked up the samurai sword and pointed it at her former teammate. Seeing this, her teammates all had complicated expressions. They realized that she had no choice but to pick up their weapons unwillingly and walk towards the interior of the fourth floor. Lu Ming followed behind with Chugzhu in his arms. He passed by the beam where the giant ring knife was inserted, locked onto the dead body of the Nanhan man, and silently chanted greed. Successfully decomposed the corpse of An Jaehyun and obtained specialized crystals *410. Another extreme soldier king. It seems that hunting humans is really very convenient. As long as you are healthy, you are a junior soldier. Those who have exercised, kept fit, or even had good physical talents would reach the level of intermediate soldiers. Kill intermediate soldiers first to accumulate specialized crystals. If you have 20 people, you will have 100 crystals, which can allow you to be promoted to the level of senior soldier. With the advantage of weapons and numbers, he could hunt down high-level soldiers. One of them would be 50 specialized crystals, and 6 of them would be 300, and he could be promoted to the ultimate soldier king. If the design was a little darker, with internal competition in the form of raising poisonous insects, and finally being settled by Kim Tae-sang and Kim Young-hyuk, it would be a business that makes a lot of money with no investment. So, once people abandon their values and human nature, they can find shortcuts in everything they do. Successfully recovered the ownerless space bag, obtained 80 space bags *1, specialized crystals *256, silk *75, 5 boxes of Farmer's 3-punch pure water, 5 boxes of beef instant noodles, 4 bottles of various beverages, 1 dagger, 1 set of Park Ha-na's special underwear, 6 kinds of biscuit snacks. It's Park Ha-na again. After destroying those disgusting props in silence, Lu Ming leaped up and pulled out the giant ring knife from the beam. The 7 people in front noticed the movement behind them and turned around reflexively. Just then I saw Lu Ming holding his angel sister in his arms and holding a giant ring knife in his hand. My already cold heart froze on the spot, and the shadow of this figure was directly engraved into my soul. What are you looking at? Speed advancement. Holding their knives and looking straight ahead, the 7 men rushed forward in fear, and killed the sickle owl larvae as soon as they saw them approaching. They had already learned the larvae's weaknesses from the previous wave of people, so they had no pressure to kill them at all. But the sight from behind always made them feel the urge to urinate, and they were at risk of not being able to hold it in at any time. Etc. Seeing the larvae fall in large numbers, Lu Ming called out to them, "Just leave the bodies there. You don't need to collect them. This is an international joke. I am the greedy hand that ignores the ownership of the prey and obtains double the essence of the corpse. Do I need you, a bunch of unlucky people, to collect it at a loss?" Everyone was very confused. If they didn't pick the larvae they killed, no one else could do it. Wouldn't it be a waste to just throw them here? But since the devil had spoken, how could they dare to object? They could only let it go and continue to move forward. It can be said that he is worthy of being the ultimate soldier king. His efficiency in killing low-level alien species is quite good. In less than half an hour, most of the larvae on the entire 4th floor were slaughtered, and the corpses piled up to form a safe passage leading directly to the 5th floor. Lu Ming was quite impressed and gave an order, keep going up. Several people looked at each other, did not resist, and stepped into the stopped elevator. When they arrived at the 5th floor, everyone discovered that this was actually a built-in cinema in the shopping mall. There were only a few scattered larvae wriggling in the empty counter and hall. In the corridors leading to the various movie theaters, there was not even a single alien species to be seen. Could it be that there was nothing on the 5th floor? Did they succeed in the attack? Their hearts were filled with joy, which meant that there was a high chance that they would survive. You look so relaxed, aren't you feeling lucky? Lu Ming's voice sounded again. When they heard this, several people were startled and turned back to show that they did not dare. Lu Ming smiled and sighed, in fact, even if I didn't show up and disrupt your plans, you would still die here, because the moment you stepped onto the 5th floor, the Grim Reaper's scythe was already on your neck. As soon as these words were spoken, the 7 Nanhan people were startled. They were about to turn around to look at Lu Ming and ask what this sentence meant, but their sight paused. A giant alien with a metallic luster, engraved with dark red patterns all over its body, and nearly 2.5 meters tall appeared. It raised its more than 1 meter long cold blade and drew out an arc of sharp blade light spanning 7 or 8 meters. Hiss! The 7 leaders were cut in half. Their internal organs and blood splattered all over the ground. They watched helplessly as their sight fell from its normal height to the ground. The excruciating pain of tearing flesh hits violently. Ah! The shrill howl spread throughout the entire cinema and became even more distant as it passed through the empty shopping mall. Lu Ming held Chugzhu and fell from the air. He landed in front of the Nanhan people who were split into 14 parts. He said slowly, "Mutated sickle owl, Class E elite and level. Once you step into their territory, they will hunt you down until you are completely slaughtered. Their strength is stronger than that of ordinary primary hunting warriors. There are 3 more of this level in the entire 5th floor. Of the 7 Nanhan people, except for the 2 unlucky ones standing on the far left who were beheaded and killed suddenly due to the cutting angle, the remaining 5, although they were fatally injured, were still able to hold on for a few seconds before their blood loss reached its limit. The severe pain prevented them from fainting, and the final burst of light made them conscious. After hearing Lu Ming's detailed explanation, the woman who was treated favorably by Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, "So you knew it a long time ago." Lu Ming dodged the mutant sickle owl's second attack while chatting and laughing, and did not answer the woman's question. Because after she said that, her vitality had been lost along with her blood. Fast! He silently chanted the name of Speedy in his heart, and his figure disappeared in a trance. When it appeared again, it had already circled behind the mutant sickle owl. The giant ring blade was raised to the sky, gathering all its strength to chop down. The blade's light split and tore through the sickle owl, breaking its weak point. In the face of Lu Ming's overwhelming strength, the mutant sickle owl could no longer cause him any harm. A loud rumbling noise spread throughout the hall, and the mutant sickle owl collapsed, with dark green plasma and colorful organs spilling all over the floor. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to decompose the corpse because the next wave of attack was about to follow. This time, what appeared were no longer the mutated sickle owls, but the 15 ordinary sickle owls of elite level. They flapped their transparent wings, brandished their cold blades, and attacked from all directions, above, below, left and right. Lu Ming dodged and moved, swinging the giant blade. Every time the cold light crossed and every time he flashed and charged forward, a sickle owl would fall with its heart cut off. In just 20 seconds, not a single elite sickle owl was left. There are 3 mutant sickle owls and 1 quasi-owl left, Zioxu. Looking down at Chugzhu in his arms, Lu Ming said softly, "Excuse me for a moment, just go behind me first, it will be over soon." Hatsuyuki shook her head and clenched her pink fists to show that she could also fight. Lu Ming, however, inserted the giant ring knife into the floor, raised his hand to pinch her cheek, and smiled softly, How can I let my future wife get her hands dirty when I can solve it myself? Be good. He lifted her above his head and gently placed her behind his back. Chugsyu's face flushed, but she also hugged his neck. Hold on tight. Fearing that his fight was too intense, Lu Ming hurriedly gave instructions. But Chugsyu clenched her hands and used the thread to tie her tightly to herself. Chapter 55. Noticing the little guy's actions, Lu Ming smiled more gently. His mind didn't stop working as he had to make preparations for the war. The ultimate sublime. Simply select 2 samurai swords from the space bag and sublimate them all into mithril giant ring swords. He took out one of them, pulled another one from the ground, activated the Eye of Truth and headed straight for the last cinema. Power granting. During the attack, Lu Ming's mind flashed, and red energy radiated from his heart to his limbs. The power of awakening. Blue energy enveloped the entire body from the center of the eyebrows. Then he paused, lunged, and shot out. Fast. Whoosh. The entire figure transformed into a flying rainbow surrounded by red and blue, and leaped into the last cinema hall. It crisscrossed and passed by the 3 mutant sickle owls guarding the quasi-owls, without even giving them a chance to react, and cut them into 6 pieces. After doing all this, Lu Ming did not pause at all, and did not even spend a second to look at the appearance of the quasi-owl queen. Because in his eyes, 3 fist-sized nuclear bodies were flashing strong red light inside the body of the owl queen, which was exactly the weakness of the quasi-owl queen. When facing an enemy, as long as he knows its weak point, he doesn't care about its appearance. He will just launch a quick attack and catch the enemy off guard. He wants to make sure that the queen cannot use any skills except self-destruction. So fast. Move again quickly. Lu Ming rushed towards the quasi-owl and swung his arms at the same time. 2 mithril-grade giant ring knives, with tremendous force, turned into silver light and pierced through the head and abdomen of the quasi-owl queen. Influenced by his expertise in archery, Lu Ming is extremely fond of controlling the flying knife to shoot. Without any misalignment, the 2 nuclear bodies were destroyed precisely. With a thought, the 3rd giant ring knife in the space bag appeared in his hand. He turned the blade over, held the handle with both hands, and used the inertia of the impact to fiercely pierce the center of the chest of the quasi-owl queen. Bang! With the tactile feedback of the nuclear body shattering, Lu Ming knew that the kill was successful. With the 3 cores shattered, the Queen of Quasi-Owl has no chance of recovery, and because of her life-threatening skills, she will inevitably trigger a self-destruction. Lu Ming, who was not aware of the power of self-destruction, naturally would not stand there stupidly, so he turned around and ran after stabbing. While running madly, he did not forget to collect the corpses of 3 mutated sickle owls. It was not until Lu Ming ran out of the theater and returned to the counter in the 5th floor lobby that the quasi-owl finally let out a terrifying scream and howl. The loud sound waves seemed to blow off the ceiling of the entire mall. It probably took him a long time to realize that he had been ambushed and killed. His hatred could only be described as overwhelming. As the killer, Lu Ming, with the red and blue buff at this time, was calmly collecting the corpses of the Nanhan people, mutant sickle owls and elite sickle owls that had been placed here before. As for reviewing the battle, it is not necessary. From the moment he reached the 5th floor, he was ready to simulate a perfect kill. The enemy's types of troops and their numbers are all exposed to the eyes of truth. He knows his own strength very well. As long as he can suppress the occurrence of variables to 0, his winning rate will be 100%, and there is no doubt about it. That's why he stacked up all the amplifications at the beginning. In this way, even if an accident happened, he could turn around and escape in the best condition. Even if he couldn't escape, he would not feel regret before he died for not using his full strength. Boom! When expressing his feelings, the Quasi-Owl Queen pulled herself apart. The power is indeed impressive, but it is not terrible enough to blow up an entire shopping mall. Greedy. Successfully decomposed the sickle owl corpse, obtained specialized crystals 20, sickle owl blades 4, sickle owl carapace 10, ordinary alien blood 200 ml. After killing the last ordinary sickle owl, Lu Ming moved Chugzhu from behind to the front of him and hugged her again. You asked why you didn't let Hatsuyuki go by herself. Because there are various body fat juices left by the sickle owl on the ground. That's right, it's definitely not because he wants to have more contact with Hatsuyuki and cultivate feelings. That would make him look weird. Taking upright steps, Lu Ming returned to the cinema where the quasi-owl queen was. To be honest, when I saw the scene at the door, I was a little hesitant. Yellow-green body fluids, greasy and thin fat, fascia, and lymph, in short, there is nowhere to put your feet, and I don't know if collecting these debris counts as collecting the main body. Greedy. Successfully recovered the remains of the quasi-owl queen, obtained specialized crystals 50, Owl King blades 12, Owl King carapace 20, E-class royal blood 200 ml, scythe owl larvae eggs *10. The names of the materials have all changed, so we have to take a look. Owl King blade, E-class king level. Category, royal exotic material. Description: the forearm of an E-class quasi-owl queen has a hardness and sharpness equivalent to mithril, and can be used as a raw material for manufacturing specialized biological weapons. Conditions of use: intermediate forging proficiency and above. Owl King carapace, Class E king level. Category, royal exotic material. Description: the carapace of an E-class quasi-owl has a hardness and sharpness equivalent to mithril, and can be used as a raw material for the manufacture of specialized biological armor. Conditions of use: intermediate forging proficiency and above. Although she is a quasi-owl queen, she has reached the king level, and the weapons and armor she has made have also been upgraded to the mithril level. Overall, she is very good. Look at the next matching blood. E-type royal blood. Category, special materials. Description: the blood produced by E-type royal alien creatures has extremely strong alienation energy and a very wide range of effects. It can be swallowed by alien creatures, accelerating their growth, and there is even a very small probability of obtaining royal bloodline and producing alien genetic evolution. It can also be used to create biological weapons, greatly enhancing the power of biological weapons, and there is a certain probability of obtaining royal skills. If used to forge low-level biological weapons, it will 100% inherit an original material alien biological technology. Contains alienation energy value, 500. No doubt about it, keep it properly and it will be of great use in the future. The last one is also what he cares about most. Sickle owl larvae eggs, E rank. Category, E-level larvae eggs. Description: after hatching, a sickle owl larva, one of the Zerg species, will be born. If properly nurtured, it will evolve into an E-level elite alien sickle owl with extremely strong aggressiveness and high loyalty. Hatching and master recognition conditions: 5 high purity foreign proteins, mastery of primary childcare and babysitting skills, close incubation for 10 seconds, and seeing the hatcher at first sight after hatching. Current status: not hatched yet. Sure enough, they were indeed eggs of an alien species, 10 in total. Strike! Speaking of which, this thing is indeed quite powerful, and it doesn't look ugly when it grows up. It's an evolved form of Scyther. A king-level player can easily kill several mid-level hunting warriors. It's a pity that this thing can only be upgraded to an elite sickle owl, and at best it can only fight against the ultimate soldier king. If it were placed in someone else's home, it would already be a considerable fighting force, but if it were placed next to you, it would be a definite burden. However, it was the luck of these larval eggs that fell into the hands of Lu Ming, who had the ability to change his fate. Ultimate Sublimation. Chapter 56. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. Level 2. Hint: Sublimating sickle owl larvae eggs requires 1000 specialized crystals. Did you add an extra zero? At that time, it only cost 3500 to upgrade a B-level alienated young egg to an S level. Oh, no. At that time, it seemed that what he sublimated was not the eggs of the alienated young species, but the material of the supply box. It was a design flaw in the supply box that allowed him to change the materials inside by simply upgrading the level of the supply box. Otherwise, according to this sublimation consumption, it might take over 10,000 to directly sublimate B-level alienated young eggs to S level. Feeling that he had made a huge profit instantly, Lu Ming glanced at the number of specialized crystals in the space bag. 12320. They can be considered as the well-off class. You should know that before arriving at the northern suburbs, he had almost spent all the crystals in his pocket, leaving only a paltry 663 pieces. Now that he had decomposed the bodies of the 11 Nanhan people and inherited their legacy, the number of specialized crystals actually exceeded 10,000 again. He couldn't help but sigh that it was really profitable to kill humans. Hint: do you want to consume 1000 specialized crystals to upgrade the sickle owl larvae egg to the ancient owl king egg? Just as Lu Ming was expressing his multiple joys, the sublimation prompt woke him up. Ancient Owl Emperor. Click to view. Ancient Emperor, C-rank Royal Family. Category: Royal Larvae Eggs. Description: after hatching, it will give birth to the ancient sickle owl royal bloodline. If properly nurtured, it will evolve into a natural hunter with extremely strong attack power and unique loyalty, a C-level royal ancient owl king. Hatching and mastering conditions: 100 alien energy, mastery of primary childcare, close incubation for 30 minutes, and seeing the hatcher at first sight after hatching. C-level, royal family, awesome. No need to ask, it will definitely be promoted. Just not now. Cancel. Currently, specialized crystals need to be used on supply boxes first. After all, once the box is sublimated, the items can be sublimated again. What if there is a big consumption? Won't you be unable to immediately enjoy the shock of the new product? Put 10 sickle owl larvae eggs into your trouser pocket for safekeeping. If there are any left, hatch them on the spot. The sooner it comes out, the sooner it is trained, and the sooner it becomes your own combat power. This thing is much more useful than humans, its loyalty is unique, and there won't be any trouble at all. When I stepped into the cinema, the whole space was in a mess. The movie screen had disappeared without a trace. Only 3 boxes were placed in a triangular array, safe and sound at the location where the Quasi-Owl Queen had died. Recalling the alien state of the Kangbao shoe factory and combining it with the distribution of aliens here, Lu Ming suddenly had a strong sense of déjà vu. It's as if a dungeon boss had deliberately built a nest here to guard the treasure chest. The Eye of Truth scanned the entire room and made sure there were no traces of any alien creatures before bringing Chugzhu to the front of the screen. Purple, blue, white. Level 3, Level 2, Level 1. The supply box flashed with a halo of corresponding color, and there seemed to be energy flowing in every corner of the box. As usual, from low to high, let's see what's available first. Identification. Level 1 Supply Box, Special Items. Category Container. Description: there are 5 pieces of delay chocolate in a bottle of multifunctional sports drink. Ah, this is worthy of being a first-level supply box, the things it gives are very down-to-earth. Logically speaking, there is not much significance in upgrading this kind of thing, it is nothing more than raising the grade of the food by 2 levels. But based on the principle of fairness and justice, we must not favor one over the other. Level 1 is also a treasure chest, right? Ultimate Sublimation. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. Level 2. Hint: sublimating a Level 1 supply box requires 200 specialized crystals. Are you sure you need to consume 200 specialized crystals to sublimate a level 1 supply box into a level 3 supply box? 200 pieces? Well, if I upgrade, it will be a bit expensive, mainly because I can't take the suitcase with me. If I don't upgrade, I will feel a bit unwilling, as I always feel that there will be regrets. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Lu Ming sighed and said, "Forget it. It's not a big deal to have those 200 specialized crystals." Sure. Brush. The first level material box was disassembled and melted, and then reconstructed as if it was printed. The white box turns purple, and the items inside evolve accordingly. Level 3 supply box, special items. Category container. Instructions: place 5 packs of delicious chocolate and 1100 ml intermediate warrior energy liquid. The chocolate has grown from 5 pieces to 5 packs, with both quantity and quality evolving. As for the intermediate warrior nutrient solution, when decomposing Jin Taexiang's body, it seems that something similar was obtained, but it was an elementary level. He opened the supply box and, without paying attention to the chocolate for the time being, took out the energy liquid. The test tube was sealed very well, and the light blue liquid gave off a cool and refreshing visual feeling, with an inexplicable attraction. Identification: Intermediate Warrior Energy Liquid, 100 ml. Category: Consumables. Description: after drinking, all physical energy consumption is immediately restored and returned to peak state. Above the intermediate hunting warrior level, the effect will be greatly reduced. Stamina Potion. A potion that instantly restores your health to full. Good stuff. Isn't this a profit? Especially for me who has super speed. It can be said to be a must-have medicine for killing people and robbing goods, or escaping with my life. Try the second level sublimation. The ultimate sublime. Hint: sublimating intermediate warrior energy liquid requires 100 specialized crystals. Are you sure you need to consume 100 specialized crystals to sublimate intermediate warrior nutrient liquid to ultimate warrior nutrient liquid? As expected, it is consistent with the performance of the specialization level upgrade. It only affects the sublimation and evolution of one's own realm, not a major upgrade. That's why he never tried to upgrade his specialized level. But then again, even if it is a big leap, the further you go, the better. It is best to perform another sublimation operation when the level reaches the limit and cannot be broken, and then reach the highest position. Well, that's a bit childish. Cancel. For products of the same type, you don't need to read the instructions. Except for the limitation on the recovery level, everything else is basically copied. Glancing at the chocolate, I saw that the packaging was a bit childish, colorful, and tied with a gold ribbon, and inside were repackaged solid color chocolate blocks, which should correspond to the label of every kind of deliciousness. Unfortunately, he has never been very interested in food, probably because he couldn't eat it when he was young, and now he has the burdens of adults, so he just stuffed it into his space bag and never looked at it again. Next. His gaze turned to the secondary supply box, and his eye twitched slightly. It was this thing that left him with a big regret. No matter what I say today, I must make up for it satisfactorily, even if it means putting a chicken feather in your mouth. Identification. Secondary supply box, special items. Category container. Description: a beginner's mastery book of your choice is placed here. What's up? When Lu Ming saw the items in the box, he was stunned at first, and then his heart was filled with joy. What is this called? It is better to rely on yourself than on others. It is better to rely on fate than on yourself. Isn't the forging mastery that you've been longing for finally here? And it is a special case that can be doubly sublimated. What are you waiting for? Get straight to the point. Ultimate sublimation. Chapter 57. Hint: sublimating the level 2 supply box requires 1,500 specialized crystals, are you sure you want to sublimate the level 2 supply box to the level 4 supply box? Hey? Isn't this huge jump a bit abrupt? Never mind. It doesn't matter. It's not like I didn't expect this. The crystal was prepared for this. Sure. The second level supply boxes are disassembled and the fourth level supply boxes are reassembled. Unlike the golden glow of the level 5 supply box, the level 4 supply box exudes a warm orange-yellow color. At this point, all the supply boxes from level 1 to level 5 were recorded in Lu Ming's experience. They are divided by color, from low to high, white, blue, purple, orange, and gold. Identification. The necessary processes must never be omitted. Many times, fatal mistakes are caused by inertial thinking. Level 4 supply box, special items. Category, container. Description, a high-level mastery book of your choice is placed here. Very good, it is still the original item, just changed from primary to advanced. Press the orange button and the lid will retract and fold. The inner core slowly rose up, revealing a blue skill book. Advanced Mastery Book of your choice, special item. Category, skill book. Description, after use, you can choose one of the proficient skills from Advanced Childcare Nanny, Advanced Driving Skills, Advanced Clothing Tailoring, Advanced Cooking, Advanced Gardener, Advanced Forging, etc. A bold idea once again came to Lu Ming's mind: choose a book by yourself instead of learning it directly. The supply box is upgraded once, the optional book is upgraded once, can the single skill obtained be upgraded again? Do it when you think of it, practice will reveal the truth. Ultimate Sublimation. Please select Level 2. Hint: sublimating the Advanced Mastery self-selected book requires 2000 specialized crystals. Are you sure you want to consume 2000 specialized crystals to sublimate the Advanced Mastery self-selected book into the Master Level Mastery Skill self-selected book? Master Level? I fried it, it sounds a bit exaggerated. However, the consumption of specialized crystals is a bit outrageous. Advanced Mastery is a C-level skill. Second stage sublimation, Master Level should belong to A-level skills. If C to A is a single skill focused sublimation, the cost will be at most 1000, and normally 500 is possible. It is so expensive, probably because mastery self-selection is the mother of all mastery skills, making it even more precious. It's a bit expensive. If after upgrading, the selected forging mastery cannot be further sublimated, he will lose 1000 or even 1500 specialized crystals. Isn't it worth it? After a moment of silence, Lu Ming shook his head secretly. The pattern is small. If you think about it carefully, even if you fail, you will only lose 1000 crystals. Kill 500 sickle owl larvae, or a junior hunting warrior will come back. But once successful, one will be able to obtain a proto-embryo that can surpass the S level in the future. In terms of long-term benefits, it is more than just huge profit, it is of infinite value. Sure. Brush. The blue Advanced Mastery optional book Decomposition and Ablation. Purple Master Level Mastery of self-selected book particles recast. Prompt: Master Level Mastery book of your own choice detected. Do you want to use it immediately? Yes. Tip: please choose the proficiency skill you want to acquire. With a loud bang, the book broke into pieces and turned into a page. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks and forks, body skills and firearms, pharmaceutical and medical skills, mechanical construction, educational technology, etc., etc., there are hundreds of proficiency categories written. With such a capacity, it is no exaggeration to say that he is proficient in an encyclopedia. Unfortunately, this encyclopedia only has a table of contents. Click on each proficiency skill, and the expanded description only has a summary sentence: master the technology after learning. This also put an end to his idea of reading and analyzing. Choose forging mastery. To be honest, when I saw the medical skills in medicine making, I felt a little moved. After all, medical skills can save lives, and pharmaceutical manufacturing, in addition to solving health problems, can most likely also serve as an aid in combat. For example, restoring physical strength, increasing strength, improving speed, expanding endurance, stimulating the spirit, extracting poison, and making poison. Especially the production of poisons, combined with long-range weapons, in the current situation where the medical system has collapsed and there is no antidote, it is like a letter from the King of Hell, whoever touches it will die. Unfortunately, Lu Ming is a loyal person. If you agree to choose Forging Mastery, you must choose Forging Mastery. I must not let the alien materials in the space bag go to waste. No, I absolutely cannot let my own image collapse. You can learn the others after you have mastered them all. Anyway, he wants them all and none of them can escape. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level skill Master Forging Mastery. Do you want to learn it immediately? No. There is still one step left to complete. Ultimate Sublimation. This is not possible? My heart skipped a beat and I had a bad feeling. Lu Ming was unwilling to give in, and silently chanted again, Ultimate Sublimation. Tip: this item has been sublimated and cannot be sublimated further. I am so special. Just when I was about to complain angrily, I couldn't help but see the first snow in my arms. His anger subsided a lot instantly, but he couldn't lose his composure because of more than 1,000 specialized crystals. Inhale, exhale, and do it again. Very good, perfectly adjusted. Holding the Master Level Forging Mastery book, Lu Ming had the practical answer in his heart. Designating a self-selected skill book is equivalent to covering all similar skills, which is a collection of skills that benefit all. Using Sublime on a collective is equivalent to using Sublime on all of its contained individuals. In contrast, for random skill books, the object of upgrade seems to be the grade range, with the emphasis on the range. Therefore, the skill books obtained randomly after sublimation can be upgraded again. After sorting out the definition, Lu Ming's unhappiness was mostly gone. In fact, this risky investment will have to be made sooner or later, if not this time, then next time. Maybe because of the higher grade, the loss will be greater. Adjusting his mindset, Lu Ming started learning the operation again. Hint: are you sure you want to learn Master Forging Mastery? Sure. Just as Lu Ming chose the mastery, in an abandoned building on the outer ring of Xinggui district, Jinzheng, covered in blood, holding a fine steel-grade samurai sword, sat on the bodies of 3 or 4 people piled up, looking down coldly at a Nanhan man lying on the ground, and said calmly, "Brother Chengxian, since we grew up together and are close friends, I can let you leave a last word." Song Seung-hyan stared with bloodshot eyes and said hoarsely, "Kim Young-hyuk, you will definitely suffer retribution." Squeak! He had barely said half of his retribution when the sharp samurai sword pierced directly into the back of his head, the blade spinning and killing him in one blow. This last word is not good. I will pretend you didn't say it, but the power you and this group of countrymen have provided will be engraved in my heart for the rest of my life. I promise you that I will take this gift from my close friends and climb to the top of this world. What the Great South Cold Country has not been able to achieve on Blue Star, I, Jinzheng, will definitely achieve here. Collect. Whoosh. As the corpses all over the ground decomposed and disappeared, Jinzheng's expression finally changed from cold and calm to excited and wild. Staring at the specialized crystals in the space bag, Jinzheng grinned, "I'm only 1,000 short. I only need 1,000 specialized crystals to be promoted to a high-level hunting warrior. When the time comes, I can hunt dream moth larvae while waiting for Zhao Ranjun and my stupid brother from Pinghu district to return with a full load. I can kill them and be promoted to the extreme warrior level in one fell swoop. From now on in this brand new world, I, Kim Jong-hyuk, am the king. I, Kim Jong-hyuk, am the emperor. Awesome! Ha ha ha! So awesome! This is the paradise I've always wanted. This is the world worthy of me, Kim Jong-hyuk, to live in. Chapter 58. Return to Jintian District. The skill book disappeared in Lu Ming's hand, and a ball of purple light slowly condensed. As it sank into his forehead, Lu Ming felt that his mind was filled with countless experiences and information about forging, as if his sealed memories had been awakened. Successfully acquired Master-level Forging Mastery. Open the character panel, and you will see that Master-level Forging Mastery is listed last among the skills. Master Forging Mastery, A level. Category, Proficiency. Description: Master the art of forging alien biological equipment and obtain Master-level certification. The forging skills are quite sophisticated and can forge power-level equipment at the highest level. Usage: activate the forging function silently to open the equipment forging interface. After putting in the alien biological materials, the equipment formula will automatically appear. According to the main material input category, the forging equipment type will be automatically identified. Forging has a success rate. The higher the proficiency level, the higher the success rate. Features: Forging Master increases the success rate of equipment forging by an additional 40%. Features: Forging Master, the probability of inheriting alien creature skills is increased by an additional 10%. Features: Forging Master, when the equipment is forged successfully, the probability of inheriting 2 or more alien creature skills increases by an additional 1%. What the hell? Does equipment forging also have a success rate? In this age of looking at faces, it's everywhere, right? He glanced at the level 3 supply box in front of him, and then at the master level Forging Mastery. Lu Ming resisted the urge to open the box and silently said Start Forging function, preparing to find out how the equipment was forged. A huge interface suddenly unfolds. Originally, Lu Ming thought that with success rate, skill inheritance probability, and multi-skill probability, the interface must be varied and complicated. But I didn't expect the entire interface to be so simple that it only has 3 parts. The 25 boxes on the left have main material written right at the top. The 25 boxes on the right have auxiliary materials written right at the top. In the middle is a high-tech mechanical forging furnace, with 5 grids arranged in the shape of 5 cylinders inside the furnace, and the word weapon is written in the middle. The 4 surrounding ones are all probability materials. Seeing this, Lu Ming expressed his deep gratitude. Really, the child had vomited. Isn't this just a modification of the enhancement system in a certain game? Can you be more careful with such a cool function? No matter how much you criticize or scold, you still have to use it. Taking out the Owl King's blade from the space bag, Lu Ming threw it directly into the main material area of the forging interface. Taking into account the previous relationship of inclusion and being included, Lu Ming chose to proceed step by step for the first weapon and did not upgrade the materials. Then a white light scanned across the Owl King's blade, and a program prompt suddenly popped up. Tip: Forging function skin completed, main material located at weapon, recipe matching successful, please select forging recipe. With a rustling sound, the pages of the book flipped, and a column of crafting recipes dropped down and expanded from the left side of the interface. Owl King's blade. Owl King's scythe. Then. That's all. Yes, you read it right, the king level materials can be forged into 2 categories. It was a funny thing. Fortunately, the 2 options happened to include the sword that he was good at, otherwise he would have to collect another weapon proficiency. The Owl King's blade, judging from its name, is definitely an extremely domineering existence. As for the sickle, judging from previous appearances, I'm afraid it will fit the cool feel. The long-legged queen and the beautiful, strong, and tragic girl, when these 2 types play together, there are only 2 words to describe them: beautiful. What? You asked Lori? Of course Lolita has to use a heavy hammer. Pink hair, dragging one hand on the ground, deep eyes, and a nuclear kind smile. Well, I've gone off topic. The war scythe is a niche weapon, but it should also be included in the category of long-handled weapons. It was a pity that he was not proficient in long-handled weapons, and he himself had no interest in weapons that relied on the head of the weapon to severely injure the enemy. The most suitable sword is one with wide opening and closing capabilities and a large killing area all over its body, and the Owl King sword is the best match. Click on the Owl King's blade to confirm the recipe selection. Tip: forging the Owl King's blade requires the main material Owl King's blade 8, the auxiliary material Owl King's shell 2, and the specialized crystal *500. Damn, 500 specialized crystals would be fine, but the Owl King blades actually require 8 of them. There are only 12 of them on his body, and that was the result of his greed doubling his output. Fortunately, the materials were not sublimated, otherwise, once the required quantity of the main materials changed, if I wanted to forge it again, I would have to sublimate the second-grade sickle owl blades one by one, which would consume a lot of energy, and I might even worry about unexpected changes. So it is better to forge it normally for the first time. He angrily threw 7 Owl King blades and 2 Owl King shells into the main and auxiliary materials column. The mechanical forge in the middle suddenly lit up with a wandering special effect of pulsating energy. Improvement: the main and auxiliary materials and specialized crystals of the Owl King's saber are sufficient, and the amplification materials have not yet been added. Do you want to start the forging process in this state? The current forging success rate is 110%, basic 70%, and the forging master increases it by an additional 40%. Owl King skill inheritance probability 15%, basic 5%, forging master increases by an additional 10%, can be increased again by adding alien blood. The probability of inheriting 2 or more skills is 1.5%, basic 0.5%, additional 1% for forging master, can be increased further by adding alien blood. Tisk tisk. That's a bit unexpected. The basic success rate of mithril-grade biological weapons can be as high as 70%. Coupled with the master-level mastery characteristics, it exploded to 110%. But isn't the inheritance rate of alien skills too low, only 15%? Having more than 2 skills is outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. 1.5%, are you kidding me? There was some alien blood, but he didn't want to use it on the first weapon. This one is used more as a backup to prevent unexpected situations from happening with the official weapon when the subsequent sublimation materials are being forged. You always have to keep a backup. Sure. Buzz. The forging furnace was running, the strong light gradually changed, and with a flash of dazzling golden light, the program prompt directly stunned Lu Ming. Perfect forging, congratulations on forging the full inheritance degree Owl King's blade. WTF? Perfect forging? Full inheritance? What? After taking out the weapon, the confusion on Lu Ming's face was instantly replaced by surprise. My goodness, isn't he a bit too handsome? As people from the Blue Planet, especially the Huaxia people, we have a deep impression of knives. The new weapon in his hand, apart from the handle and guard which have strong scythe owl shell elements, the entire blade is more like a wide blade straight knife. The tip of the blade is not curved, but a flat bevel, and the blade is covered with vein-like cracks. Lu Ming couldn't wait to grasp the hilt of the knife. A mysterious and magical feeling filled his consciousness, making him feel that this knife was not a dead object, but a living being. At the same time, due to his contact, the dark cracks that originally filled the blade burst into a dazzling green light. As if awakening consciousness, it moved regularly with his heartbeat. Chapter 59. Turtle. After taking a few more glances, he still uttered astonishing praises. Identification. Owl King's blade, mithril grade. Category, E-class king level biological weapon. Description, blade length 150 cm, handle length 33 cm, blade width 22 cm, net weight 500 kg, master level forging technology, E-class king level exotic materials, integrated with the top biological engineering of the Gala Galaxy, a new type of weapon forged for specialized warriors to harness exotic energy. Features: trigger the 1 in a million perfect forging, and fully inherit all the skills of the tyrannical Owl King. Inherited skills: mithril cutting blade, scythe penetration, giant acid compression cannon, cross pulse. Specialized bioenergy, 1000/1000. Xenobiotic activity, 6000/6000. Gurgle. His Adam's apple rolled and his eyes sparkled. Lu Ming couldn't hide his surprise. Too strong. The perfectly forged biological weapon is really too strong. First of all, it is huge, with a total length of 183 centimeters, which is very important. Secondly, he is heavy enough. If he wasn't a mid-level hunting warrior, he might not be able to handle the 500 kilograms weight smoothly. Boom boom. After waving it twice casually, the sound of the wind breaking brought by the texture was like heavenly music, which made Lu Ming intoxicated. Just when I was immersed in it, I felt a furry touch on my neck, and my senses were instantly brought back to my senses. He lowered his eyes and saw that Chugzhu in his arms already had her eyes blurry. She seemed to be sleepy, or perhaps she was fascinated by his mighty brilliance. In any case, in this state, he had to find a place to put her down. He felt quite comfortable holding her softly in his arms, but it was hard for his future partner, who was obedient and well-behaved and had no complaints. After all, when you swing the knife yourself, your muscles will subconsciously tense up, and the feeling may not be very good. He glanced around, chose a relatively clean spot, and took out the recycled luxurious 3-piece bedding set from his space bag. When it is taken out, it does not appear out of thin air, but there will be a placed shadow, like the furniture in the game home. Lu Ming suddenly had an idea and decided to see if he could set up the decoration in the air and let the bed fall freely. Unfortunately, it is not allowed to be placed at all, even if the ground is not level. I'm a little disappointed. If this kind of operation can be realized, there will be an extra set of skills for using the space bag during fighting, such as dealing with falling objects from high altitudes. But the space bag didn't give him any room to maneuver, so he could only land safely and securely. After making the bed, Lu Ming put Chugzhu down. He originally planned to continue studying the Owl King's sword after settling her down, but he didn't expect that Chugzhu, who had just lay down, grabbed his hand and placed it on top of her head. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "You want me to coax you to sleep?" Snort. Lu Ming was smiling, but Chu Shui nodded very seriously, then let go of Lu Ming, pulled the quilt up to her nose with her little hands, and gently closed her eyes. Really, at this moment, Lu Ming's heart showed signs of melting. Even the romance of a man and the divine object like the Owl King's blade became worthless. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, his fingers ran through the snow-white hair, and looking at the comfort and tranquility in Chugzhu's eyes, Lu Ming felt that he could last a lifetime. He looked at her gently until her breathing became steady, then Lu Ming gradually stopped moving. It was not because he did not want to continue, but because he was worried that as a rough man, he might not be able to control the strength well and wake her up. But just as he moved his hand away, a strand of golden thread appeared from his ring finger. Following the thread to the other end, it was connected to Chugzhu's hand. Judging from the connected part, it should be the same as his, which is the ring finger. Faced with this scene, Lu Ming was a little surprised at first, surprised that Chu Shui would take such an advanced action. After changing my mind, I threw the idea out of my head. It's impossible, it's too weird. How could Chugzhu, as an original alien species in this world, know the couple symbol that only exists on Blue Star? It must be a coincidence. Chugzhu was afraid that she would be far away from me and be entangled with me. She even mixed up the hands of the man and the woman. Isn't this irrefutable evidence that she didn't understand the meaning of this action? After realizing this, Lu Ming did not feel disappointed, but was very happy instead. This unintentional coincidence was even more precious, and it also showed that he and Chu Shui were destined to be together. He was just waiting for Chugzhu to wake up. He had to teach Chugzhu a small lesson. Next time he tied her up, he had to wrap the gold thread around the ring finger of his left hand. There is no other intention, just to make the symbolic meaning of this action more rigorous. Feeling happier and happier, Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the ruins after the explosion, ready to find a relatively intact chair. When he moved away, he found that the first snow did not restrict his range of movement. The golden thread seemed to have infinite extensibility. Even when he walked to the entrance of the theater, there was no sign of tension or drag. Warmed once again by the details of the first snow, Lu Ming dug out a relatively intact movie chair from the ruins. Consume 2 specialized crystals and sublimate them into luxurious movie theater seats pools. Chu Shui was staying here, so how could he leave her alone? The group of sickle owl chicks below do need to be cleared out, but there is no need to compress all the gaps. The post-apocalyptic wasteland is desolate and ruthless. The more this is the case, the more people need to find their own tranquility within this tension, otherwise sooner or later they will be suppressed by themselves and their character will be distorted. Carrying the luxurious chair to the other side of the bed, Lu Ming faced the door of the theater and stood by Chu Shui's side. Open the space bag and find the Owl King's sword. The fact that it could be put into the space bag meant that it was not a living creature, but the strange feeling he had before made him confused again. Is this really an illusion? Oh, never mind, no matter whether it is a dead or alive thing, as long as it is useful, it is a treasure. Calming his mind and clearing his mind of distractions, Lu Ming focused again. The current attempt at waving is not quite right, but researching new information is haphazard. However, before studying it, he wanted to try the sublimation operation of the Owl King's blade. Ultimate sublimation. Recite silently in your mind, and the program prompt will pop up. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. Level 2. Hint: sublimating the E-class mithril grade biological weapon Owl King's Saber requires 500 specialized crystal blocks. Are you sure you need to consume 500 specialized crystal blocks to sublimate the Owl King's Saber to the C-class alloy grade Ancient Emperor blade? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, moved his gaze forward 2 inches, stared at the consumable items in the program prompt, and silently recited word by word: special. Transformation. Crystal. Block. Hiss. Broken. The consumables required for sublimation have been upgraded. 500 specialized crystal blocks are equivalent to 50,000 specialized crystals. Is the cost of sublimation of biological weapons so expensive? Alloy grade. Class C. Take a peek. Identification. Ancient Emperor blade, alloy grade. Category: Class C Ancient Emperor level biological weapon. Description: blade length 145 cm, handle length 36 cm, blade width 22 cm, net weight 5000 kg, Class C Ancient Emperor level exotic material, master level forging technology, a biological weapon that incorporates the ultimate technology of the Gala Galaxy, has a subtle mind, and will display its instincts before death. The user must obtain the recognition of the biological weapon before controlling it, and forced use will be counterattacked by the weapon. Recommended driving level, Doomsday War King level. Features: trigger the 1 in a million perfect forging, and fully inherit all the skills of the Ancient Owl King. Inherited skills: alloy cutting blade storm micro focus cannon death cross slash. Specialized bioenergy, 10,000/10,000. Weapon biological activity, 30,000/30,000. Chapter 60. Degree. Fried. Shocked. What the hell is this? A subtle mind, showing the instincts it had before it was born? Do you need approval to use it? Recommended driving level Doomsday King? Oh my goodness, have the weapons of the Gala Galaxy developed to this extent? Is it possible that I will be able to communicate with weapons in the future? Wow, this technology is pretty cool. After carefully examining the data of the ancient Emperor Blade, Lu Ming gave his affirmation to the commander. The unique perfect forging of the key original Owl King's sword can also be inherited by the ancient Emperor Blade, and the 4 skills are comprehensively upgraded. Specialized bioenergy. Next is the understanding of this brand new term, which is also the first point he noticed. Click to view. Specialized bioenergy, specialized energy consumed when releasing biological skills. It can be recharged using specialized crystals. Each specialized crystal is equivalent to 10 points of specialized energy. Well, it's another gold-devouring beast. Fortunately, the ancient Emperor Blade cannot be upgraded at the moment, and even if it can be upgraded, it cannot be used. Subconsciously, Lu Ming glanced at the specialized crystals in the bag, and his old face suddenly fell. 8118. The 10,000 yuan household was immediately announced to have fallen out of the threshold. Thinking about the subsequent high expenses, Lu Ming just wanted to say that he felt bitter. He still has some armor that has not been forged and some level 3 supply boxes that have not been opened. The specialization level has not moved for a long time. The power of awakening, the mastery of skills, the first snow's rations, are not enough, really not enough. He sighed inwardly and made a secret resolution that he must concentrate on hunting the alien species in the afternoon and would not rest until he became a high-level hunting warrior. Close the information panel of the ancient Emperor Blade and return to the Owl King's saber. Check out the 4 skills one by one. Mithril cutting, release silently, consuming 10 points of specialized biological energy. Scythe penetrating, release silently, consuming 10 points of specialized biological energy. Giant acid compression cannon, release by silently chanting, consuming 10 points of specialized biological energy. Cross pulse, released silently, consuming 20 points of specialized biological energy. It's over. There are no skill effects or casting descriptions, only skill consumption. It seems that biological weapons support users' personal experience rather than viewing with the eyes. Let's put it aside for now and look at the next item. Heterogeneous biological activity. Frequent use of biological weapons will consume the biological activity within the weapons. When the biological activity returns to 0, the alienated biological power will fall into dormancy, the weapons will no longer be able to exert the characteristics of the alien creatures, and will degenerate into ordinary weapons, revealing their true durability under the protection of the biological activity. When the durability reaches 0, the biological weapon will be scrapped. Feeding alien blood can restore biological activity, and the recovery value is equivalent to the energy contained in the blood. Hey! This setting is very good. In other words, as long as there is enough alien blood on hand, a biological weapon can be used forever. Well, Lu Ming said that he already understood about biological weapons. It is superior to ordinary weapons in all aspects and is truly worthy of being the top technology in the Gala Galaxy. After closing the information panel of the Owl King's sword and flipping through the Owl King's shell in his bag, Lu Ming temporarily gave up the idea of forging protective gear. Just now, I couldn't resist the temptation of biological weapons and joined the team with the 3rd level supply box. Now I have to return to the original plan. He stood up, returned to the burial place of the Quasi-Owl Queen, faced the purple level 3 supply box, and said silently, Identification. Level 3 supply box, Special items. Category, Container. Description, place a psychotropic elixir inside, one time. A psychoactive elixir? It's a new product. Psychostimulating elixir. Category, Consumables. Effect, injected into the body, it can rejuvenate potential and reset all abilities to an unused state. Use times: 1 time. Cooling medicine. Lu Ming recognized the prototype of this elixir at a glance. It has to be a level 3 supply box, which always brings surprises. With it, he could use the power of awakening twice a day, and could use the power granting continuously for 1 hour. The only drawback is that this thing can only be used once. But it can also be sublimated. Ultimate sublimation. Tip: please select Level 2. Tip: sublimating the Level 3 supply box requires 3,500 specialized crystals. Sure. The third level material boxes were disassembled and eliminated, and then restructured like 3D printing. The main purple color was replaced by gold, and countless golden energy pulses surged in all directions on the top of the box. Identification. Level 5 supply box, special items. Category: container. Description: place a psychoactive elixir inside, 5 times. That's right. In the past, liquid medicines or drinks would be marked with milliliters, without a special indication of the number of times, so sublimation would only change the quality of the medicine itself, not the dosage of the medicine. However, the mental stimulating elixir is different. It specifically marks the number of times it is taken, indicating that the value of this potion depends on the quantity rather than its original quality. Think about it carefully. You have reset all the skill CDs, how can you improve the quality? Pressing the golden button on the supply box, high-pressure gas spurted out forcefully, and a high-tech injection gun equipped with a thumb-thick red and blue medicine appeared in sight. Lu Ming carefully took out the injection gun, and his heart was naturally filled with joy. 5 times, what is it like to be able to use the power of awakening 5 times in a row in one day? I'm afraid no one else knows except him. But do you think this is the limit? Ultimate sublimation. Please select the upgrade grade. Level 2. Hint: sublimating mental stimulating elixir, 5 times, requires 4,000 specialized crystals. Confirm that 4,000 specialized crystals will be consumed to sublimate mental stimulating elixir, 5 times, to mental stimulating elixir, 20 times. Sure. This was one of the rare times when he didn't complain about the high cost of sublimation. In fact, seeing the rate of increase in the number of items, let alone 4,000, even if it was 10,000, he would find ways to get it. This is a real thing that can kill people at the cost of their lives. 20 doses of mental stimulation elixir, with the full level of awakening power, can be used for 200 minutes. What's more, his awakened power has not yet been sublimated. Otherwise, if you use the sublimated version of the awakening power 20 times at full power, you can kill even gods. It seems a bit too crazy to say this. Anyone below God, I will kill them all for you to see. As for why the awakening power has not been sublimated yet, there is a detailed plan involved. He is worried. I am worried that the amount of specialized crystals consumed for each level of awakening power after sublimation will undergo drastic changes. For example, originally only 1,000 specialized crystals were needed to go from level 1 to level 2. After sublimation, it may become 10,000 or even tens of thousands. By then, it will take half a day to upgrade to the next level, and the power will be even less than the full level awakening power. Isn't that a huge loss? It would be better to upgrade it to the maximum in the state of awakened power, and then use the ultimate sublimation to improve the grade, and then directly get the high-level power in the full level state. This would be perfect. Chapter 61. The psychoactive elixir gradually transforms in the ultimate sublimation. The thumb-thick potion becomes as thick as a wrist. The texture and refinement of the syringe also sublimates in the changes, and is finally permeated by a strange energy pulsation. Hint: mental stimulating elixir, 5 times, successfully sublimated to mental stimulating elixir, 20 times. Lu Ming raised his hand and took the mental stimulating elixir that was reshaped in midair and kept it safely. How can we not cherish the consumption of 7,500 specialized crystals? Glancing at the remaining specialized crystals, Lu Ming lay back with his eyes closed and his lips tightly pursed. 618 pieces. It's too much to look at. It's too crystal burning. It turns out that powerful abilities come at a price. The armor was forged a little later, yes, and there is also the egg of the ancient Owl King. At the moment, I am holding it in my pocket, trying to hatch it, but no crystal has appeared. With a sigh, Lu Ming sat back in his previous seat and began to think with his eyes closed about how to create crystals. After a moment's silence, he finally opened the trading line. The product list is getting longer and longer, and the product categories are becoming more and more complete. The tool category is huge in number, and the weapon category is also gradually becoming more prosperous. 99% of them are black iron grade weapons, and the items exchanged are basically necessities of life, and those that can be sold are also of this type. Those who requested to exchange for specialized crystals and skill books were all placed at the end of the list, and no one responded for more than 10 hours. What is this called? A price war. Who would use specialized crystals to exchange for weapons that can be exchanged for daily necessities? For ordinary people, it is a treasure that can only be obtained after several life and death struggles. How can it be easily given to others? Ha! Leaning back in his chair and sighing toward the sky, Lu Ming felt that his plan to use the black iron weapons to earn some crystals had failed for the time being. He could only turn his attention back to hunting alien creatures. With my current combat power, I can easily kill larvae in 1 second, and the number of crystals is 1 or 2. The elite-level mature sickle owl can also be killed instantly, but the number of crystals is 10 times that of the larvae. If there were a place where elite sickle owls lived in groups, killing hundreds of them at a time would definitely allow them to take off in an instant. Unfortunately, where can such a place be found? At most, the police station headquarters in the core area may appear. But that place, let alone reaching the level of the Doomsday War King, at least requires an extreme hunting warrior to be sure. While brainstorming, Lu Ming was suddenly stunned. He sat upright, subconsciously wanting to support his forehead with his left hand, but instantly covered his mouth and nose with it, then looked left and right, and then couldn't help laughing out loud. Too slow, the reaction is so slow. It's hard to find places where elite sickle owls gather in large numbers, but aren't places where sickle owl larvae gather everywhere? Sublime anything, so why can't it be an alien creature? If the world doesn't give it to me, I, Lu Ming, will create it myself. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming could no longer suppress his excitement. He looked at Chugzhu, who was taking a sound nap, gently pulled back the quilt, held her in his arms, took away the luxurious 3-piece suit and the plush movie chair, and turned to walk out. He has to try it, otherwise he will be itching to try it. By the way, I would like to praise Hatsuyuki for being so well behaved that it makes people feel distressed. He found himself being picked up. He opened his eyes slightly, and when he saw that it was his master, he hugged his neck and continued to sleep. He did not seem annoyed at being disturbed at all. This was an angel that descended to his side. Maintaining a good speed and trying to keep his steps steady, Lu Ming returned to the 4th floor of the mall. The passage of corpses created by the Nanhan people divided the entire 4th floor area into 2 parts. According to rough estimates, there are still about 1,000 sickle owl larvae on the 4th floor. As long as they are successfully sublimated, the gross profit will be at the level of 20,000. Walking near the sickle owl larvae and locking onto the nearest one, Lu Ming silently chanted, "Ultimate Sublimation." Tip: please select the sublimation grade. Level 2. Hint: sublimating the E-level juvenile alien species sickle owl larva requires 100 specialized crystals. Are you sure you need to consume 100 specialized crystals to sublimate the sickle owl larva to the E-level elite sickle owl? 100. Is this reasonable? Killing a sickle owl can collect 20 crystals. So I increased the strength of the alien species, spent a lot of effort to kill it in 1 second, but in the end I still have to pay 80 crystals? This is crazy. Cancel. It seems that it is not possible to directly sublimate to the sickle owl. Then try the scythe owl pupa. The ultimate sublime. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. First level. Hint: sublimating the E-level larvae sickle owl larva requires 20 specialized crystals. Damn it. His face turned a little dark, and Lu Ming felt very aggrieved. Cancel. Throw in the towel. The cost and output of sublimating an alien creature are simply not proportional. To be honest, he was a little discouraged. He thought he had thought of a super awesome sublimation technique, but the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Do we really have to kill monsters in such a conventional way? Lu Ming was silent and sighed softly. Just as he was about to collect the corpse that he had deliberately left behind, his eyes suddenly flashed. Sublimation of living bodies consumes a lot of energy, but what about sublimation of corpses? Is there any difference? When this thought came out, Lu Ming himself was a little bit unconvinced. Isn't it the same thing? How can it be upgraded by the ultimate sublimation as a piece of dead meat and a few crystals? Hey! With a self-deprecating smile, Lu Ming tried it out with a lucky draw attitude and said, ultimate sublimation. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. Level 2. Hint: sublimating sickle owl larva corpse does not require consumption of specialized crystals. Are you sure you can sublimate sickle owl larva corpse to sickle owl corpse? Tisk, he knew it. Degree. WTF? Blinking his eyes, Lu Ming read the program information again. His heart was racing. How come this is given away for free again? Yes, sure. Damn, I've lost my confidence because of the roller coaster. Sure. In order to ensure his dignity as a tough guy, he shouted again. The body of the sickle owl larva decomposes and melts, and when it is reconstructed, it becomes an elite sickle owl more than 2 meters tall. The body remained intact, but there was a hole in the chest, which was exactly the weak point. The wound and scar were exactly the same as when it was a larva. Greedy. Successfully decomposed the sickle owl corpse, obtained specialized crystals 20, sickle owl blades 4, sickle owl carapace 10, ordinary alien blood 200 ml. Seeing the crystals actually entering the bag, Lu Ming felt a little dreamy, but these 20 crystals seemed a little strange. They did not stack up with the remaining 618 crystals. I found the sickle owl blade and sickle owl shell, and the results were exactly the same. Frowning, Lu Ming came up with a very likely guess. In order to verify this speculation, Lu Ming took out a specialized crystal that was placed separately and silently chanted ultimate sublimation. The case is solved. Homologous items, no doubt. Materials created from a sublimated corpse cannot be sublimated again. Same as bound items and unbound items in game items. It's just that binding or non-binding determines whether the transaction can be carried out. Homologousness and non-homologousness determine whether sublimation is possible. Chapter 62. No objection, very reasonable. Sublimating the corpse seems to deprive crystals and materials of the opportunity to sublime. The amount of materials and crystals available has also changed from the original low-level alien output to the current high-level alien output. Isn't this another kind of material sublimation? The key is free. This is completely different from Blue Star's rule that free games are the most expensive. This is literally free. Lu Ming didn't know why there was such a huge difference between living people and corpses, nor did he know how the ultimate sublimation determined the charging standards. But according to his own understanding, it is the sublimation of living life and an incredible act of evolving biological organisms. It not only includes obvious improvements, but also changes the future upper limit of that living creature, which is a matter of changing fate. But what is a corpse? It is a piece of flesh without a soul, a food ingredient, or fertilizer. Sublimating food and fertilizer is definitely cheaper than sublimating genes in the future. But it's cheap to free. Perhaps ultimate sublimation does not think that the current alien corpses can be used as food and fertilizer for humans. The final conclusion is, waste. Even if waste is elevated to high-grade waste, it is still waste. However, the waste in the eyes of ultimate sublimation seemed to him to be shining with golden light. Click. The crossbow is pulled up, arrows are loaded, and the desire to kill is already rising. Sniff sniff sniff. Crossbow arrows flew out from the sky. The wriggling sickle owl larvae collapsed like mowing the grass, and a sense of déjà vu of high-level humans slaughtering monsters in the novice village came to mind. Nearly 1,000 larvae could not even last 10 minutes in Lu Ming's hands, and all of them turned into corpses and remained in place. Ultimate sublimation. Start in second gear. Corpses cannot be selected in bulk, only one at a time. Lu Ming felt a little helpless, thinking that this was probably the price of not taking the usual path. There are about 1,000 sickle owl larvae, and I don't know when they can sublimate. Greedy. Successfully decomposed the sickle owl corpse, obtained specialized crystals 280, sickle owl blades 56, sickle owl shells 140, portable crossbow arrows 14. Successfully decomposed the sickle owl corpse, obtained specialized crystals 360, sickle owl blades 72, sickle owl shells 180, portable crossbow arrows 18. Since the corpse becomes larger after sublimation, it is impossible to deal with it all at once. It can only sublimate part of it and collect part of it. From the beginning till now, it has been a full 40 minutes. It would be a bit hypocritical to say that he was not depressed, but if he was depressed, when he saw the shining specialized crystals in his luggage, he felt that his depression was nothing. In 40 minutes, 1,150 sickle owl corpses were obtained, and a total of 23,000 specialized crystals, 4,600 sickle owl blades, 11,500 sickle owl shells, and 1,150 bottles of 200 ml ordinary alien blood were obtained. With such exaggerated profits, he wouldn't complain even if it was another 40 minutes, let alone 40 minutes. At most I feel a little sad. I feel sorry for the dead bodies before. How much do you think his crystal yield would have increased if he had thought of this method earlier? Let's not talk about anything else, just take the 11 Nanhan people as an example. If we upgrade their bodies by 2 levels and then collect and decompose them, that would be a huge sum of 20,510 crystals. Shaking his head, Lu Ming felt relieved. At least next time he encounters the same situation, he will do it perfectly. Exhaling, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth and looked around the entire shopping mall to eliminate crisis factors such as alien creatures and humans. Find a restricted lounge, open the panel, and tap the specialization level. Prompt: it is detected that there are sufficient specialized crystals in the space bag. Do you want to consume 15,000 specialized crystals to upgrade the specialized level to Advanced Hunting Warrior? Yes. 15,000 specialized crystals were directly decomposed and condensed in the space bag, turning into 15 drops of crystal blue liquid that penetrated the bag and went into his back. Still feels cool. It is still the sedimentation of consciousness. That mysterious and profound introspective perspective reappears. The 15 drops of crystal blue liquid passed through the clothes, through the flesh and blood, evenly seeped into the spine, and slowly spread out to the surroundings. Wherever it passed, it left crystal blue marks on the spine, as if it had scraped away the constraints of the bones and grown crystal sapphires. Lu Ming watched the subtle changes with great fascination, completely unaware that in the real world, his spine was emitting a strange blue light through his skin and flesh. Chu Shuet, lying in his arms, felt the unusual movement of Lu Ming's advancement and slowly woke up from her sleep. She glanced at Lu Ming, then clenched her small hands into the air. Countless golden threads extended from the lounge, then turned transparent and spread throughout the entire mall within seconds. After doing this, Chu Shui leaned on Lu Ming's shoulder again. Outside the mall, a light breeze blew, bringing a few fallen leaves beside the green belt. Just as the fallen leaf passed the shopping mall, it split into two petals with a hissing sound, and in the next second, a crisscrossing network of cuts emerged, and finally it turned into ashes and dissipated in the wind. The sickle owl larvae that were scattered around the streets and alleys all rushed 1,000 meters in the direction opposite to the shopping mall at this moment. It was as if there was a fear from the root lurking there. Back in the lounge, 5 minutes later, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes, revealing eyes filled with crystal blue watery charm. However, the water charm came suddenly and faded quickly, and in a moment it returned to its original black pupil appearance. The first thing he saw when his vision cleared was a pair of red eyes looking up at him. "Xiaoxiu is awake." Lu Ming greeted with a smile. Chu Shui responded, hugged Lu Ming's neck with her backhand, and put her forehead against his face. Lu Ming really liked this clinginess. He chuckled, rubbed her head, and began to sense the evolution of his strength. Clenching his fist and feeling the power, Lu Ming showed a look of surprise. He opened the door of the lounge, locked onto a direction and sprinted quickly. His instantaneous burst of speed amazed him. If we say that an intermediate hunting warrior is 3 times stronger than a primary hunting warrior, then the senior hunting warrior is 10 times more powerful than the junior hunting warrior. Converted to ordinary people, 300 times. With 300 times the human body's physical fitness, one punch can be more terrifying than a dump truck. For a moment, Lu Ming felt lost, because it seemed that he could no longer be a human being. At this moment he deeply realized that becoming a god was not impossible. As long as your specialization level is high enough, achieving the fantasy-like ability of moving mountains and seas may not be just a fantasy. Thinking of this, Lu Ming opened the information panel, touched Advanced Hunting Warrior, and descriptions popped up one after another. Advanced Hunting Warrior, a senior expert among hunting warriors. E-class elite aliens are a thing of the past, and the King class is his target. Experienced ones can already confront E-class King class aliens head-on, and even have the upper hand. By devouring specialized crystals, they can be promoted to extreme hunting warriors, and the promotion progress is 8618/25,000. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming glanced over the shocking promotion requirements and pulled out the Owl King's sword from his space bag. At first it was because Xiaoxiu needed to rest and I didn't want to disturb her. Just now it was because the crossbow was faster, so there was no need for a sword. Now that I have some free time, it would be unreasonable if I don't try out the skills that come with the biological weapons. Holding the sword, Lu Ming calmed his mind, his expression became serious, and he silently said in his heart, "Cross pulse." Brush. Green light burst out, and the entire blade was suddenly covered by a solid halo. A piece of information suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's mind, like an epiphany, and he understood it all by himself. He lowered his center of gravity, turned his wrist, and pulled the Owl King's sword up and down in his hand at lightning speed. 2 particle sword lights with a length and width of 10 meters shot out. Chapter 63. Flying sand and rocks, destroying everything in its path. Everything is cut off wherever the particle knife light passes. The huge gully ran through the entire 4th floor of the shopping mall, penetrating the wall and shooting for more than 10 meters before stopping. Looking at the cross-section of everything, the steel was red, the concrete was charred black, and all the facilities in the children's playground on the 4th floor were burned and melted. Such high destructive power shocked Lu Ming and also gave him an understanding of the strength of the king-level alien species beyond words. The killing range is 300 meters, the flying speed reaches the maximum range almost instantly. The speed of sound? It shouldn't be, at least in the eyes of a high-level hunting warrior like him. The cross pulse is not an unavoidable killing move, but it is still very easy to kill an intermediate hunting warrior in seconds. Even in the case of surprise, a high-level hunting warrior can still inflict heavy damage and kill. The only thing is that the cross-overlapping release method feels a bit wasteful. If a horizontal slash can clear out all the aliens within a 10-meter range, then a vertical slash is purely for show. It is better to draw a separate slash of sword light, which can not only increase the number of attack segments and killing area, but also can be combined and used flexibly at will. The problem is that we don't know whether this skill can be separated separately. The information obtained in the consciousness is too mysterious. It is more like an undeveloped instinct of release, which is probably derived from the biological characteristics of the tyrannical owl king. Try again. Cross-pulse. The instinctive information within the consciousness once again urged the wrist to draw the knife and carve across like a conditioned reflex. It is indeed a fixed release. But this is too inappropriate. Weapons are called weapons because they can be used and controlled by humans, not because humans are restricted by weapons. So he had to try to control this instinct and release it according to the master's wishes. Therefore, before the cross was about to take shape, Lu Ming forcibly changed the trajectory of the knife, causing the upward vertical knife light to deviate from the cross trajectory and form an oblique angle. The skills are not broken, it's feasible. Lu Ming expressed his joy. As long as changing the trajectory did not terminate the skill, he could carry out the master control operation. Little did he know that as soon as he smiled, a sense of resistance quietly seeped into his palm from the handle of the knife, and then entered his brain through the nerves. Lu Ming frowned and looked at the Owl King's sword, especially the blade guard where the Owl King's head was engraved. The blood-red eyeballs were emitting red light. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the red light is much brighter than before. What's even stranger is that when he stared into the eyes seemed to be staring back at him, with a kind of anger. Feeling a little doubtful in his mind, Lu Ming was just about to concentrate on his research when the blade suddenly shook, his scarlet eyes quickly dimmed, and the anger disappeared in an instant. Lu Ming picked up the knife and looked at it from left to right, but there was nothing unusual to see, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. But was that an illusion? Obviously not, but it was his own actions that made the sickle sword, as a biological weapon, instinctively resist. However, this resistance was not very powerful, probably because the grade of the biological weapon was too low and the intelligence level was not enough to cause a backlash. Lu Ming, who was analyzing the abnormality of the sword, did not notice that Chu Shuet, who was in his arms, had just turned her eyes away from the Owl King's sword. The highlight in the deep red eyes gradually faded, and the cold gaze turned into ordinary tranquility and laziness. She secretly glanced at Lu Ming and saw that he was still puzzled by the changes in the sword. Chu Shui raised the corner of her mouth gently. Whatever. Since we can't figure out anything, it's important to continue splitting the skills. In case the anomaly is triggered again, can't we continue digging deeper? Adjusting his mindset, Lu Ming held the knife and lowered his body, silently chanting cross-pulse, again. Green light filled the blade, and particles of blade light poured down and flew across. This time, the instinct to release in my mind did not appear. 2 beams of particle knife light flew out in parallel exactly as he intended. Lu Ming was surprised that there was no obstruction and no feeling of passive release. The result was what he wanted. Is the process a bit too abrupt? The sword is resisting, so it should at least have some time to be tamed. The compromise was so sudden that he felt embarrassed. Then, fire a few more cross-pulse modified rounds to calm people down. Cross-pulse. 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 After 3 uses, 6 sword lights crisscrossed and directly cut the wall in front into a hollow. He was not talking nonsense, the feeling of pulling the knife light was really a bit addictive, and the key was that this skill seemed to have no cooldown and could be used continuously. Just when Lu Ming was feeling pleasantly surprised, the Owl King's sword became extremely hot. When he looked at it again, the entire blade was already red. Lu Ming was silent, but he suddenly understood. It is true that biological weapon skills have no cooldown, but conversely, they have their own limitations, which is the load. Frequent use of biological skills will cause the weapon to heat up, thereby accelerating its wear and tear. I took a look at the information about the Owl King's saber. Specialized bioenergy, 880/1000. Xenobiotic activity, 3000/6000. As expected, after 6 cross pulses, the consumption of specialized biological energy was normal, but the biological activity was reduced by half, which is roughly equivalent to half a life. He was a little apologetic, but it was not a big problem. He had plenty of alien blood, so he could just take a look at how the Owl King's sword devoured alien blood to replenish its activity. Zioxu, I'll put you down first. It was not easy to use one hand, so Lu Ming put Chugzhu next to him first. Take out 200 ml of alien creature's blood from the space bag and aim it at the Owl King's sword. Originally, he was planning to pour it directly onto the blade, but he didn't expect that as soon as the alien blood approached, the entire blade seemed to come alive, with several mercury-like tentacles emerging from it. The tentacles entangled, blending, and transforming to form a cavity the size of a bowl. With just one glance, Lu Ming knew that it was the feeding passage of the Owl King's battle blade. Open the stopper of the test tube of ordinary xenogenic blood and pour all the blood into it. Suddenly, the sound of swallowing came from the cavity. To be honest, it's a bit strange, but it's also really novel. A weapon that can eat food, and its eating appearance is pretty decent. It is 1,000 times stronger than a sickle owl larva in its upright state. As the red blood energy gradually filled the blade, the biological activity of the Owl King's sword recovered by 50 points. That is the alienated energy contained in 200 ml of ordinary alien blood. The same level of mutant blood is worth 100 points. The E-type royal alien blood is 500 points. I am reluctant to use the latter two because they can increase the probability of equipment inheriting different skills. The former is available in huge quantities and can be produced at will. After production, it can be replenished by hunting larvae. It is a renewable energy source that can be generated at any time. Bang! A crisp sound came from Lu Ming's hand. The empty blood test tube broke into pieces and then weathered into powder. Lu Ming looked at the light green powder in his hand, tilted his palm slightly, let it fall from his hand, and once again affirmed the strictness of this world. When producing xenogenic blood, it comes with a test tube, so it will be automatically destroyed after use. Not a single extra blood will be given, and the key is to borrow and return. Seeing that Lu Ming did not take out any more alien blood, Owl King's saber thought that Lu Ming would not continue feeding and prepared to retract the feeding cavity. Lu Ming groaned and tried to stop it from shrinking back by calling out to it. I thought I wouldn't get any response from the sword. I didn't expect to hear his voice. I paused for a moment before reaching out to his hand again. Chapter 64. Oh my god, can you understand what I'm saying? It's just a mithril-level biological weapon. Lu Ming was surprised. Upon hearing this, Owl King's saber moved his eating cavity, intending to respond instead of nodding. When he heard Lu Ming's last sentence, it's only mithril level, he was instantly upset. Tisk tisk, there can be emotional feedback? Weird. This thing seems to be different from what is described. Only after the ultimate sublimation, the ancient Emperor Blade has a subtle mind and can display its instincts from life. Who are you? A mere mithril-level person, and you dare to show off. Pulling the crooked mouth of the Owl King's battle knife, Lu Ming took out his big treasure, ordinary alien blood, and poured it into the feeding cavity. The feeding cavity will not be released until the sword is fully fed with its alien biological activity. The Owl King's saber was stunned for 3 seconds, then it suddenly retracted its feeding cavity and fell into complete silence, like a young wife who had been angry. Lu Ming didn't care about its throwing tantrums and just threw it back into the space bag. But when I really threw it in, I felt complicated. They are able to eat on their own, understand human language, and express their emotions, but they are still not recognized by the space bag and are regarded as dead objects. So where is the boundary between life and death? Open the World Channel and look at the time. 16:35. There are only 2 hours and 25 minutes left until nightfall at 7 p.m. I didn't expect that I could play with a weapon for 40 minutes. I am indeed a romantic man. He touched the 10 sickle owl larvae eggs in his pocket, and thought that there were only 8,816 specialized crystals of the same and different origins left in his bag, which were not enough to sublimate them all. Lu Ming turned around, picked up Chu Shui, and said to her, "Let's go get some more sickle owl larvae." Just now, after thinking about how to determine whether the space bag was dead or alive, he thought of another point that could be used. Since killing larvae and sublimating at the same time to collect specialized crystals is very inefficient, why not use all the daytime time to kill larvae or other alien species? With the feature of space baggage that it can recycle dead objects and can be stacked infinitely, are all of them equipped with a safe haven? Then use the sublimation and decomposition gained through working overtime throughout the long night to earn specialized crystals? This can not only save time to focus on one step, but also prevent external use of sublimation and being seen by others. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Chu Shui nodded slightly, clenched her small hand in the air, and a golden thread appeared in her hand. Having had many experiences, she knew very well that now was her time to show off. However, just when she was about to fly with Lu Ming adjusted her skirt, hooked her legs and lifted her up horizontally. "It's my turn this time." By the way, he put her hands around his neck, which corresponded to the last time when he hugged her tightly and offered her waist. "Hold on tight." After receiving the prompt, Lu Ming looked straight ahead and ran quickly. When he was about to reach the wall of the 4th floor, he burst into speed. With the explosive speed and the increased speed, Lu Ming turned into a sharp arrow and pierced through the wall shattered by the sword light and flew towards the building opposite. That's right, not jumping, but flying. Squeak! He crossed hundreds of meters in an instant and landed on the roof of the opposite building. The strong inertia made him slide for more than 10 meters before stopping. The solace of the leather shoes on my feet had disappeared, but when I rubbed my bare feet on the concrete roof, I only felt a slight heat on the solace of my feet. Is this the physical strength of a high-level hunting warrior? It seems that it doesn't matter whether the sickle owl larva is proud or not. Even if you stand in front of them and let them spray you with concentrated acid, it will only make your saliva wet. It's a pity that a pair of good shoes was wasted just to experience the speed. Kicking off the rags on his feet, Lu Ming went barefoot again. After much thought, I decided to create a set of biological weapon armor, otherwise ordinary clothes would not be able to sustain the consumption of this body. Standing on the edge of the building, Lu Ming looked around and muttered, "Where are their dense larvae?" Chu Shui raised her head upon hearing this and pointed to the southwest, signaling Lu Ming to go there. Lu Ming looked into Chu Shui's clear eyes and said with a smile, "Let's go there." He lowered his body and jumped up, no longer relying on his speed or sprinting, and Lu Ming easily flew over the rooftops. In 20 seconds and at a distance of about 1,000 meters, Lu Ming really saw the sickle owl larvae swarming in the streets. Although there was an extremely empty space 1,000 meters away, these larvae had no intention of dispersing. They all huddled together, some even stacked up like a pyramid. Is there a treasure? This was the first thought that came to Lu Ming's mind. And the possibility is very high. Think about the Kangbao shoe factory and the shopping mall, the situation is exactly the same. The Eye of Truth. Open the Eye of Truth, set up supply boxes, weapons, and humans. But after scanning the area within 100 meters, there was not a single target tag visible to the naked eye. Strange thing. Chugzhu in his arms saw Lu Ming's confused look, and her eyes drifted away for a moment, as if it had nothing to do with her. Frowning, Lu Ming stopped worrying about it. He came here to kill insects, and now seeing this scene of swarming insects, it was like having a mountain of gold and silver in his hands. Zioxu, are you going down with me? That seems like nonsense. Carrying the first snow, Lu Ming jumped off the tall building and reached the ground with the help of several landing points. He put Chugzhu down, took out the Owl King's sword from the space bag, and swung it with his arm. Cross pulse. A green halo filled the blade, and a huge blade light flew and wreaked havoc. 10 meters wide and 300 meters deep, with one cut, hundreds of larvae evaporated instantly. That's right, the kind that leaves nothing behind. Squinting his eyes, Lu Ming had a bad feeling. He raised his hand to lock onto the empty space in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Greed. Greedy. Tip, there is no collection target in the current area. Does that mean the body disappears without a single cent left? Hee. In the end, having weapons that are too powerful is also a problem. A few hundred larvae means the loss of thousands of crystals." With a gloomy face, Lu Ming could only put the Owl King's battle blade back into his space bag and replace it with his two exclusive weapons for killing sickle owl larvae, portable crossbows. The Eye of Truth. After activating the weakness observation and loading the crossbow with full arrows, Lu Ming ran forward 500 meters and began to kill the walking Jinshan. The larvae fell down in large numbers and their corpses were recovered in piles. He was like a larva killer, killing his way from one street to another. In 2 hours, 4 blocks were completely deserted, with not a single moving creature to be seen. And in his space bag at this moment, there were 3,400 dead things called corpses of sickle owl larvae piled up. Chapter 65. The setting sun retreats from the horizon and night has fallen. Lu Ming took Chu Shui and found an apartment with a nice environment. It took 20 specialized crystals to reinforce all the infrastructure. In fact, with his current level of specialization and various backgrounds, the tyrannical Owl King is no longer an object of fear. But the Owl King is an alien species that is, after all, an E-class king that appears in the outer circle of the area. No one knows whether it is the Emperor's incognito visit or a patrol attendant of a powerful Class D species. Category D. If you have not read the truly complete information, you must always remain rational and cautious. Everyone can float. Some people float like a sandstorm, some people float like ashes, but he wants to be a rock. Draw the blackout curtains. Put away the luxurious 3-piece bedding set that Chugzhu likes. Go to the bathroom and assemble the multifunction water heater. He was about to pour in enough pure water for 2 people to take a bath. Lu Ming felt inexplicably strange. Each step of these processes is normal, so why do they smell pink when combined together? No, I can't lose my composure. His brain is pink and everything he sees is pink. He is a real yellow person. After setting the temperature, Lu Ming returned to the living room. I don't know if it's because of the growth throughout the day, but my body is gradually getting stronger. Or after lunch break, I felt excited after experiencing an exciting hunting action. Chu Shui was sitting on the bed, swinging her feet and looking at the coffee table beside the bed. There were hundreds of specialized crystals he had placed there. When gathered into a pile, the light of the crystals turns into a bright atmosphere light. Realizing that he was approaching, Hatsuyuki stopped moving her feet and returned to her original calmness. Lu Ming couldn't help but want to laugh. This girl seemed to have an image burden when facing him after only being born for 1 day. Zioxu, do you want to eat dinner first, or take a bath first, or? Why does this sound familiar? Isn't the last sentence something like that, the line Zioxu should say? No, it has to be elegant, not dirty. Let's eat first. In order to hide his inner throbbing in order to make a decision, Lu Ming took out several tubes of ordinary alien blood. It is said that protein balls can be eaten bite by bite. Can this thing be drunk directly? Looking at Chugzhu's pink and tender little mouth, and then looking at the name of alien blood, it's a bit hard to accept. Fortunately, although the blood in the test tube had a blue halo, it was very clear, a bit like Sprite in a green bottle. Out of curiosity, Lu Ming unplugged the test tube, put it to his nose and smelled it, and his expression suddenly became strange. Is it a psychological effect or is there something wrong with my sense of smell? The test tube labeled with the alien blood not only did not smell fishy at all, but instead had a light sweet fragrance that could only be smelled if you got close. Come to think of it, when I was feeding the Owl King's saber before, I didn't smell any pungent smell. This thing, is it really blood? Gurgle. After swallowing his saliva, Lu Ming felt that he was in trouble. He actually developed a strong appetite for this tube of blood. It seemed like this thing was more tempting than the deluxe meal he was having. Take it away quickly to avoid falling into the abyss. That is blood, not a drink. Mainly, your physical condition does not allow you to eat it, so you have to increase your level. The test tube was given to Chugzhu, who took it naturally, opened her little mouth slightly, raised her hands, and the alien blood flowed into her mouth. Elegant and tranquil. Lu Ming swallowed his saliva again, not because he was tempted by the blood, but because he felt that both things in his eyes were delicious. Oh, I have to eat first and then work after dinner. Calming himself down and looking away, Lu Ming took out a bucket of instant noodles. The food we eat in the morning is packaged, which is then upgraded to become a luxurious instant lunchbox. Now sublimating the barrel version, I don't know what I will get. The ultimate sublime. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. Level 2. Hint: sublimating a bucket of spicy food requires 7 specialized crystals. Are you sure you want to consume 7 specialized crystals to sublimate a bucket of spicy food into self-service double enjoyment set meal? Self-service double benefit package? What? A food, can you not be so riddle after sublimation? The key point is that this thing is actually 2 crystals more expensive than the luxury instant lunchbox. And the first law of Planet Galan is that if something is expensive, there must be a reason for its high price. Sure. The sound of particles cutting came from the table, and a bucket of spicy instant noodles decomposed and melted. After being reassembled, its volume suddenly expanded more than 10 times. The first thing that comes into view is a pot. It's a pot that divides the 2 worlds with one mouthful, and all the people on the blue planet can recognize it at a glance. That's right, it's hot pot. Who would have thought that the so-called self-service double enjoyment set meal refers to a shabu-shabu hot pot? Below the pot is a small stove for one person, which looks like a multi-function water heater and has a built-in port for crystal energy drive. A small colander, chopsticks, and bowls are all included. Then comes the highlight: 10 fresh keeping boxes and 2 servings of hot pot base. There is no need to introduce the base material, the key lies in those 10 safety boxes. When they were taken away one by one, they were actually 5 meat and 5 vegetarian hot pot side dishes. Beef roll, lamb roll, tripe, duck blood, quail eggs, baby cabbage, enoki mushrooms, romaine lettuce and tofu. There are no shrimp pastes and no beef tripe, but what does that matter? In the end times, why would you need a bicycle when you can have hot pot? Get started. Set up the simmering pot, pour in purified water, adjust the temperature and bring to a boil. After 1 minute, the water is warm, add the hot pot base and start preparing the fresh keeping packaging. 3 minutes later, Lu Ming was already eating the hot dishes with a smile on his face. It is worthy of being an upgraded version of the bucket noodles. The feature of being ready to eat in 3 minutes has been completely inherited by the hot pot. It's just a pity that there is no dipping sauce to go with it. Chu Shui smelled the flavor of the hot pot, and her worry turned into helplessness, as if she had started to get used to it. Just at this moment, Lu Ming turned around with the bowl in his hand, picked up a piece of blanched beef, raised it towards Chugzhu, and asked her if she wanted to eat it. Chu Shui shook her head quickly, took out a ball of protein from her storage space, and ate it slowly and elegantly with the alien blood. Lu Ming shrugged, thinking it was a pity that Chugxiu could not experience the happiness of the Blue Star people, so he had to trouble himself to finish the pot of food. At the same time, on the other side of Jintian district, Chen Hai was sitting in a room in a villa. He held a dry compressed biscuit in one hand and a photo in the other. His thumb stroked the face of the woman in the photo, his eyes showing deep apology and tenderness. Uncle Chen. Suddenly, there was a call from outside the door. Chen Hai put the photos away carefully, then stood up and opened the door. Outside the door was a slightly tall young man, about 21 or 22 years old. With a modest smile, he looked at Chen Hai and said, "I thought you were resting." Chen Hai made way and let him in, chuckling, "I'm middle-aged, not old. How can I sleep at this hour? Where's Brother Bao? How's he?" The young man sat by the bed and said, "After disinfection, the fever has gone down. Now I am dreaming. There are a lot of people taking care of me. I can't help." Then he complained jokingly, "You are already old, but you don't know how to be mean. When killing larvae, you always rush to the front, for fear that you will not die. When distributing resources, you only want enough to eat, for fear that you will take too much." Chapter 66. Chen Hai smiled, "Do you think this is bad?" The young man curled his lips, "What's good about that? To put it nicely, it's called courage. To put it bluntly, it's called stupidity, super stupidity, a saint. I'll be bullied on Blue Star, and in the end times. If I hadn't met you, Uncle Chen, in the end times, I wouldn't have survived for 2 days." After saying this, the young man lowered his head slightly, rubbing his toes on the ground. He was silent for 2 seconds, and then suddenly softened his voice and said, "But when I see Uncle Bao like this, I admire him very much. In all these years, I have never seen such a good man. He looks weak, but his words are always polite. But when he charges into battle, he is like a god of war." Uncle Chen may not have noticed that at first, the newcomers who joined later didn't dare to get close to the larvae. But after they saw Uncle Bao's fighting posture, they seemed to be stimulated, especially the young people, who were like locusts. A group of people went up to knock down one. After taking the first step, everyone seemed to have found confidence and killed like crazy. Now they have all become Uncle Bao's fans. "Me too, of course I admire you more." Seeing his emotional expression, Chen Hai smiled kindly. At that moment, he thought of the soldiers under his command. Those people were almost the same age as the young man in front of him. They shouldered the heavy responsibility of the country and put life and death aside, but they still maintained their enthusiasm, vitality, and cheerfulness. They looked optimistic and would tell him interesting things that happened during the mission when they were happy. Now, he didn't know where they were and whether they were safe. Suddenly, with the help of the faint candlelight, Chen Hai saw the corrosion marks on the young man's face caused by the concentrated acid splashing, and reached out to investigate. The young man noticed Chen Hai's gaze, dodged his hand, and said carelessly, "Hey, what's this?" Compared to Uncle Bao, this injury is nothing. Chen Hai paused, then patted him on the shoulder and said, "They say scars are a soldier's honor. In my opinion, not getting injured is the best performance of a soldier." "Well, you definitely didn't come to me to talk about this. Let's talk about it." "Oh, I almost forgot." The young man opened the chat bar and said to Chen Hai, "Just now, while everyone was gathered, I made a detailed data table. After a day of search and rescue, our team has grown to 307 people, including 1 junior hunting warrior, that is you, and no extreme soldier king at the moment. There are 2 senior soldiers, one is me, and the other is Brother Wang Yang, who is a Sanda coach. There are 200 intermediate soldiers and 107 junior soldiers, most of whom are girls." "Hey!" Chen Hai opened his mouth and laughed, "I can't believe you would do such a thing? Is this still the same Fang Peng who was so angry in the regional channel before?" Fang Peng's face turned red. Uncle Chen, please forgive me. This dark history is almost becoming a group song. It's mentioned by everyone. Some even directly called me Fang Peng who wanted to cut Uncle Chen. I told you that I just transferred here, and I was nervous and irritable. In reality, I am a good young man who respects the elderly and loves the young, and helps with housework. It's just talk. It's all misunderstanding. Chen Heilang laughed, isn't this a sign of surprise? Don't worry about it, just continue. Fang Peng was helpless and continued, we traveled all over the place today and hunted about 5,400 larvae. We obtained a total of 2,672 specialized crystals, all of which are kept with me. If we want to train members to become extreme soldiers, including me and brother Wang Yang, we can train 7 people. If we train them to become advanced soldiers, we can train 26 people. But we unanimously passed the third plan, which is to store them first. When we have 5,000, we can push you to the intermediate hunting warrior. Fart. Chen Hai scolded in a low voice, are you still not weaned? Develop into senior soldiers, 26 of them, plus you and Wang Yang, a total of 28 senior soldiers, each of you can lead 7 mid-level soldiers to conduct a small team carpet hunt, and the speed of obtaining crystals will be greatly increased. But, we have been a burden to you for so long. Fang Peng lowered his head. What? Do you mean you want to drag me down for longer? Chen Hai asked back. No. That's not what we meant. Fang Peng explained hurriedly. Chen Hai squeezed his shoulder and said, I know you want to repay me, so we need to strengthen the team. When everyone reaches the advanced level, that is when we have established our foothold. The strong will lead the weak, and the weak will become strong. I want to be promoted, and I can do it myself. I don't need your help. Fang Peng stood still. This is an order. Yes. Fang Peng stood at attention and saluted. Chen Hai clenched his fist and poked him gently in the chest, it's a bit like that, go and have a rest. Yes. Fang Peng turned and left, with some grievance in his eyes. Fang Peng. Just as Fang Peng stepped out of the room, Chen Hai called him. Fang Peng stopped and Chen Hai said solemnly, we will all survive, everyone. Fang Peng's eyes flickered when he heard that, and he turned around and stood at attention again, yes. Watching Fang Peng close the door, Chen Hai touched the photo in his clothes and murmured, you can do it, too. Walking through the corridor, Fang Peng felt relieved and walked downstairs humming a little tune. I'm right, you will be rejected. Uncle Chen will never accept it. When turning the corner, a vicissitudes of life voice came into Fang Peng's ears, startling him so much that he almost screamed out. Wang Yang, don't you know that scaring others can kill you? In the darkness, a spark lit up, and a tall, handsome man with a cigarette in his mouth walked out. He put his arm around Fang Peng's shoulders and scolded him with a smile, where's my brother? You little BD, add my brother to my name. Fang Peng curled his lips, is this important? It's not important. It's the end of the world, and you're still smoking. If you have time, you might as well teach me some more Sanda moves. Wang Yang smiled and took a sip, of course I will teach you, not just you, everyone has to learn. That fighting posture, tisk tisk, it's unbearable to watch, but you have to promise me something. Fang Peng frowned and asked warily, what's the matter? Wang Yang flicked his forehead, what's that expression? What are you thinking about? Are you that kind of person, brother Wang Yang? When you find cigarettes in the future, secretly leave a few packs for me, Captain Fang. Fang Peng poked him with a punch, I told you not to yell like that, so keep it if you want, but you'd better quit smoking. In the future, you'll have to smoke one less cigarette of this stuff, and there won't be any more. Wang Yang flicked the ash off his cigarette and said, I just like this one. I have to quit. I'll talk about it when I can stop smoking. Besides, I don't know how many days I can smoke. Shut up, Crow. We will all survive. Okay, okay, who doesn't want to live? I'm not married yet. Let's go and see Uncle Bao again. Walk. In another area, a woman in a suit was holding instant noodles. On the table was a piece of paper with an incomplete map hand-drawn on it. She looked at the map, then at the full moon outside the ruins, and marked the location on the paper. It seems that it will take a long time to return to where our compatriots are. However, improving the physical realm has become so simple. Clearly, he had reached his limit on Blue Star, but now he is making breakthroughs one after another. Intermediate hunting warrior. I hope there will be a few more extreme soldiers or junior hunting warriors tomorrow. Anyway, they are all murderers, so we might as well do justice and send them all away. After drinking the noodle soup, the woman in the suit went to sleep with her clothes on, with the heavy steel sword beside her and the crossbow in her hand. After returning to the apartment, Lu Ming cleaned the bottom of the pot thoroughly and touched his stomach. If he wasn't afraid of damaging his image, he would have burped. I glanced at the endgame on the table. It didn't look very good, but it still produced a lot of flavor. Once you are full of hot pot, the taste will become torturously greasy. I put the pots and pans into my space bag and planned to deal with them tomorrow. There was still a smell in the air, and Lu Ming suddenly had an idea and said, "Recycle the air." It's a pity that the space bag didn't take him with it, otherwise it might have other uses besides purifying the environment. Hi! After eating and drinking, you will want to lie down. However, the 3,400 larvae corpses in the bag and the 10 sickle owl larvae eggs in his pocket were urging him to work overtime. There was no solution, so Lu Ming could only stand up, release the corpses in batches, sublimate them one by one, and then collect them greedily. Chapter 67. An hour later, about 2,000 larvae corpses had been dealt with. As muscle memory forms, your concentration starts to wane and you start to feel sleepy. Tip: the weapon broad blade heavy sword you listed on the trading platform failed to be sold successfully and has been returned to the product safe deposit box. Please check it carefully. The sudden appearance of the program prompt brought Lu Ming back to his senses. Opening the trading house, the fine steel-grade broad-bladed heavy sword was lying safely in the product safe. He suddenly realized that after mastering forging, he immediately began to study biological weapons. In addition, I was concentrating on slaughtering larvae and sublimating corpses in the afternoon, and I forgot about the knife hanging in the trading house. However, it has been hanging for so long and still cannot be sold, which shows that the skill of forging proficiency is extremely rare. I think so. After all, it is something that can change the level of weapons. Click on the heavy sword to view its information, and the durability is shown as 1460/1500. The condition is basically new. Just put it in the bag first and see if that kid Chu Feng will bring any surprises in the future. After transferring the broad-bladed heavy sword to the space bag, Lu Ming prepared to close the trading house and continue the remaining sublimation collection. But the next second, he moved the close button again, and somehow dragged a larvae corpse and threw it into the upper shelf. Tip: items with attributes cannot be traded and have been returned to the space bag. That's right. If alien corpses could be traded, why would he go out and kill a bunch of aliens? He would find a factory and set up shop there, put the specialized crystals at the trading house, collect corpses one by one, and all the transferees on the blue planet would become his employees. Haha, it's a whimsical idea. With a self-deprecating smile, Lu Ming continued to place the corpses, ultimately sublimating and collecting greedily. Another hour passed, and the 3,400 larvae corpses were finally processed. Obtained 68,000 homologous specialized crystals that could not be sublimated, 13,600 homologous sickle owl blades that could not be sublimated, 34,000 shells, and 3,400 bottles of alien blood. combined with the capital in the luggage and the specialized crystals on the coffee table. The number of specialized crystals he currently possesses is 76,591. Scythe blade, 18,260. Scythe owl carapace, 45,650 pieces. 200 ml of ordinary xenogenic blood, 4,504 bottles. The fruitful results of the war and the abundant wealth are enough to make him a local tycoon. Especially the sickle owl blades and sickle owl shells, there are so many of them that I don't know how to use them. This stuff is the material for making biological weapons. Even if it is only fine steel grade, it is far from an item that can be sold at the current progress. Keep it for now. As for 200 ml of ordinary alien blood, converted into alien biological energy. A full 225,200 points. It is definitely enough for Chugzu to break through several times in a row. It would certainly not be difficult to raise the remaining 10 future ancient owl kings. I looked at the first snow and planned to read the panel information. But after seeing her posture at this moment, I couldn't help but want to laugh. She was already lying on her side on the bed out of boredom. 2 hands are pinching the fluff on the bed sheet and twisting the thread ball. It can be said to be very realistic. Zioxu. Lu Ming called her. Hearing the voice, Chu Shui paused for a moment, then suddenly stood up and looked at Lu Ming, with joy in her eyes that she couldn't hide in time. At this sight, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Mr. Zheng has seen parents returning from work before the new year, and their children cheering with joy to welcome the reunion. At that time, besides a little disgust, I felt more of a pain in my heart. He thought he should have been envious at that time. Until the old man showed up. Until you build trust with him. Until every time I saw him coming back from outside on a tricycle loaded with cardboard boxes. Until I heard him calling my name. Obviously, I was not good at expressing my emotions at that time. But when I hear the old man's voice, I still can't hide the joy in my heart, just like the first snow. This emotion is called waiting. Breaking away from memories, Lu Ming pursed his lips and walked in front of Chu Shui. He squatted down and straightened her hair, and said with a smile, "Bored? This is a question you ask even though you already know the answer." Chu Shui shook her head seriously, her eyes as clear as ever. Liar. Of course Lu Ming would not point it out, and continued, "It will be ready soon. Once I help you level up and hatch those 10 insect eggs, we can get ready and rest together." Chugzu's eyes lit up and she nodded much more vigorously than usual. Lu Ming smiled even more and recited the appraisal silently. Chugzu's panel suddenly appeared, other data remained unchanged, and the advancement progress was better than nothing. Current alienation level, E-level king, can devour the energy of alien creatures to advance. Promotion progress, 200/50,000. The energy requirement is 50,000 points, which is not bad. The energy reserve should be enough for her to level up twice. Zioxu, open the storage space. Whoosh. Without seeing Chugzu making any movement, a black hole vortex appeared in front of her. Lu Ming stared at the vortex for 2 seconds, thinking that this child was becoming more and more proficient in releasing his skills. Previously there was a precasting animation, but now it is silent and instant. 996 bottles of ordinary alien blood were counted and all stuffed into the black hole vortex. Chugzu's red eyes lit up, and countless green lights wandered on her body surface, and after a moment, everything returned to calm. Lu Ming looked around and felt some changes, but they didn't seem so obvious. The panel data must have changed overall, but he did not focus on it, but went directly to the alienation level and promotion progress. Current alienation level, D-level juvenile, can devour the energy of alien creatures to advance. Promotion progress, 0/100000. Doubled. But it was expected. 100,000. The next level is estimated to start at 200,000. There is nothing surprising about this. As a god-level being, this growth requirement is very reasonable. Zioxu, open the space again. This time, Lu Ming stuffed 2,000 bottles. The blue halo turned into a stream of wind, swirling upward from around Chugzu's body. In Lu Ming's eyes, Chugzu's height had obviously increased. Outside the apartment, the night owl retreated at a rapid speed, and only dared to look back when it was thousands of meters away. There was deep doubt in the eyes of every sickle owl. They didn't understand why there were Class D aliens there that were much stronger than themselves. What's more, they don't understand why they would feel unprecedented fear when facing powerful alien beings of several levels above them and never give in. Inside the room, Lu Ming pinched his chin and looked around. I feel that there is no major change in Chugzu except that she is a little taller, a little prettier, her legs are longer, and she has some more body. Look at the specific values. Identification. First Snow, God level. Race, God. Description, the original spider born in the world of truth, the most ancient mythical beast. Height, body length humanoid 150 centimeters, main body, 8 m, growable. Weight, main body humanoid 36 kilograms, main body, 1.2 t, growable. General functions, storage space ultimate identification. Skills, pulling silk, D rank, spider lance, D rank, web weaving, D rank, devouring, D rank, seeing weaknesses, D rank, destroying death ray, D rank, scarlet gaze, D rank, hidden silk, D rank. Features, form transformation perception mastery, max, battle instinct, max, learning instinct, max. Status, has recognized the Master Lu Ming, has now left the initial stage, various attribute ability indicators have been slightly improved, most of the skill attributes have been sealed, and can be unlocked as the alienation level increases. Current alienation level, D-level ordinary, can devour the energy of alien creatures to advance. Promotion progress, 0/200000. Chapter 68. My height increased by another 10 centimeters. I don't know how far it will end. Not much more weight, in human form. One more skill was added. Hidden silk. Hiding the threads? Intuitively, it seems like a very useful skill. Lu Ming was silent for 2 seconds, then gestured, Zioxu, use the hidden silk. Upon hearing the sound, Chu Shui opened his right hand, and countless silk threads flew out from his fingertips, locking onto him and wrapping around him. Lu Ming was a little stunned at first, thinking that Chu Shui was using him as a target. Later I realized that my actions were not restricted in any way. Wondering what the effect is. He raised his hand and found that his body had become translucent. His expression froze, and Lu Ming seemed to understand something. He pointed at the coffee table and said to Chugzu, Zioxu, use hidden silk on that pile of specialized crystals. Chugzu did as he was told. Sure enough, the pile of specialized crystals also turned translucent, and even the light of the crystals dissipated. And take the silk thread off me. Hatsuyuki did the same again. The gold faded from him. The specialized crystal that had left a translucent image in his eyes just now had completely disappeared. Camouflage. This is a magical skill for killing people, robbing goods, and provoking the enemy. No, you have to ask clearly. Zioxu, can I move around freely while I'm covered by the hidden silk? Hatsuyuki nodded. How far can you go? Ugh. What nonsense. The skills are controlled by Chugzu, and naturally expand outward with her as the core. As long as the first snow moves with me, it doesn't matter how big it is, 5 meters is the whole world. It's a pity that it's only D-level at present. With God-level style, aliens below level C should not be able to see through the camouflage of the hidden silk unless they have special eyesight. Level C and above may also be confused, but the possibility of directly discovering it cannot be ruled out. Similarly, specialized warriors with strength comparable to that of C-class aliens probably also have a chance of perception. But it's not a big problem. As long as the former does not act recklessly and does not invade without certainty, it will not be able to do anything to you. The latter. That's just a rigorous statement. He himself is still a long way from being on par with sea-level aliens. How could other transferees possibly achieve it? This is not being arrogant or conceited, it is the limitations of reality. After clarifying his thoughts, Lu Ming was determined that among the more than 76,000 specialized crystals, in addition to the sublimation of the sickle owl larvae eggs, there must be an improvement in the specialized level. Because tomorrow, he wants to try to capture the core, the regional headquarters. At the same time, there is another very important point. It is also a warning of the appearance of hidden silk. Since Chugzhu can create a camouflage state, the skill is not marked as exclusive. This means that other alien species may also have this ability. Even humans can do it through learning skill books. If he realized it too late and was stabbed in the back by an invisible alien or human, he didn't know whether he would die, but he would definitely feel frustrated. Therefore, he needs to plan ahead and eliminate this possibility. And what he relies on is the Eye of Truth. Activate the Eye of Truth, set camouflage, stealth unit, lock the coffee table, and silently say identify. Sniff sniff. Hundreds of specialized crystal labels emerged one by one. Even the specialized crystals entangled by hidden threads can be clearly seen. This shows that the Eye of Truth is extremely effective, and he directly listed these two types of conditions as the permanent settings of the Eye of Truth. That's enough, Zioxu. It's their turn next. Signaling to Chugzhu that she could retract her hidden silk skill, Lu Ming took out the 10 sickle owl larvae eggs from his pocket and silently chanted ultimate sublimation. Tip: please select the sublimation grade. Level 2. Hint: to batch sublimate 10 sickle owl larvae eggs, 10,000 specialized crystals are needed. Is it certain that 10,000 specialized crystals are needed to sublimate 10 sickle owl larvae eggs into 10 ancient owl king eggs? Sure. Particles decompose and reconstruct. Except the size of the eggs has tripled. The insect eggs that were previously covered with blue lines have now changed into a new version that is mainly red with black lines all over. Ancient Emperor, C-rank Royal Family. Category: Royal Larvae Eggs. Description: after hatching, the bloodline of the ancient sickle owl royal family will be born. If properly nurtured, it will evolve into a natural hunter with extremely strong attack power and unique loyalty, a sea-level royal family, the ancient owl king. Hatching and mastering conditions: alien biological energy of 100, mastery of elementary childcare and babysitting skills, close incubation for 30 minutes, and seeing the hatcher at first sight after hatching. This uses up 10,000 specialized crystals. It is enough for 2 extreme soldier kings to be promoted to intermediate hunting warriors, or 10 extreme soldier kings to be promoted to primary hunting warriors. If it were someone else, they would not be opportunistic and hunt humans. It may not be possible to survive for 2 days just by killing alien species. He just threw it all in at once, which can only be described as the calmness of a rich man. Ancient Owl Emperor. Please don't let me down. Holding the egg-sized insect eggs, Lu Ming placed them on the coffee table. Tip: if the mother has the intention to incubate the young egg and the incubation conditions are met, should the constant temperature protective layer on the surface of the young egg be released for close incubation? During the process, the young egg will be placed close to the mother for 30 minutes. Once separated from the mother, the young egg will fall into a state of hypothermia. After 5 hours, the young egg will die. 5 hours? Is the vitality of Class C so strong? The breakaway time for the first snow is only 10 minutes. Maybe this is why it is easy to keep a lowly life. There is no option to release the thermostat protection immediately. Lu Ming reached into his space bag and took out a sealed cotton t-shirt. Then, with the help of the experience gained from advanced childcare nannies, she rolled the bag into a baby bag with her skilled techniques. Really, when he finished it, he was full of admiration. It is so exquisite that it can be sold in maternity and baby stores. But when he thought back, he didn't even know how he moved his hands. It turns out that people say the eyes can do it, but the hands can't. Now my hands understand, but my eyes are full of question marks. He shook his head secretly, hung the pouch around his neck very naturally, and put the eggs into it one by one. After making sure that every insect egg was pressed against his chest, he shouted hatched in response. Liberate the thermostatic protective layer. Prompt: the constant temperature protection of the young eggs has been lifted, 100 alien biological energies have been injected, and the incubation stage has begun. Current progress, 0%. The incubation begins, and Lu Ming goes into full dad mode. I saw him holding the tail of the pouch with one hand and the body of the pouch with the other, patting it gently. Intuitively, Lu Ming felt it was very strange. No, it was very strange. She was someone who had never been in a relationship, but somehow she worked as a nanny twice. By the way, Chu Shui won't be jealous, right? Feeling a little guilty, Lu Ming pretended to glance at Chu Shui casually. It turned out that I was overthinking. Chu Shui was not angry at all, but rather had a kind of happiness that a husband feels when he watches his wife take care of the baby. There is no mistake, it is exactly that feeling. I have seen it on TV. Got it wrong again. Zioxiu. His old face turned red, and Lu Ming pretended to be serious and said, if you keep looking at me like this, I'll go to the bathroom and get wet. Chu Shui returned to normal after hearing this, and even cooperated by looking away. Lu Ming was satisfied with this. Zioxiu was still the well-behaved Zioxiu. However, when he turned his attention to the ancient Owl King egg again, Chu Shui shifted his gaze back and his spirit reappeared. Chapter 69. Click. Half an hour passed in a flash. The crisp sound of a shell breaking came from the pouch. Lu Ming Ben glanced at Zioxiu who was peeping at him. He was pulled back into daddy mode by the movement in his arms. Crack, crack, crack. There was a series of crisp sounds, and Lu Ming suddenly stood up. It's time to give birth. It's time to give birth. It's time to give birth. No, it's hatching. He quickly took down the pouch and placed it on the coffee table. Carefully spread out the t-shirt and used the specialized crystal blue light to monitor the changes in the eggs. All 10 ancient owl kings broke out of their shells, revealing 10 round red insect heads. Judging from the diameter of the head, the body is probably only as thick as an index finger. The first thing they did after showing their heads was not to do anything else but to look at Lu Ming. He stared at it intently for 3 to 5 seconds before lowering his head and frantically gnawing on his own eggshell. This made Lu Ming think of the birth of the first snow. But the way he eats is certainly no match for the first snow. However, it was the way of eating that surprised Lu Ming. The sickle owl larvae in the current world have their feeding mouthparts on their chests, similar to face huggers, which is really embarrassing. However, the ancient owl king actually ate with his mouth, similar to spring silkworms chewing mulberry leaves. It was familiar and normal, so the vague feeling of resistance before hatching gradually disappeared. The crunching sound and the sight of the eggshells being shredded piece by piece are very relaxing and have a great hypnotic effect. As they eat the eggs, the entire insect body gradually becomes apparent. They are about 10 centimeters long, with dark red skin that flickers and emits energy glow with life activity. And in the red light, each ancient owl king larva has a black stripe in a different position on its body surface. The stripes were so dark and deep that they seemed to be able to absorb the light. Lu Ming was very curious about this and wanted to get closer to take a closer look. Unexpectedly, 2 lumps of keratin suddenly grew on the top of the larva's head. Then with a doan sound, two black and red tentacles that looked like phoenix feathers suddenly popped out. Biological stereotypes aside, it's quite interesting to see this happen suddenly. I just watched with great interest, thinking that the energy replenishment later must adhere to the principle of fairness first. But he didn't expect that after eating the eggs, the 10 larvae would rush towards each other at a rapid speed. Entanglement, biting, fighting, in just a short moment, 2 larvae had died in the melee. What the hell? What are you doing? Not enough to eat. If not enough to eat, come to me. I have it. Why are you looking for your brother? Lu Ming was stunned and reached out to stop the fight. As soon as I stood up, I was blocked by the first snow. Lu Ming looked at Chu Shui in confusion, but found that she was shaking her head very seriously. Lu Ming pointed at the cannibalism on the coffee table and asked, "Is this normal behavior?" Chugzu nodded seriously and retracted the silk thread. Lu Ming was speechless. He slowly sat down and looked at the fallen bodies, his heart bleeding. Those are groups of thousands of stacked specialized crystals, and they hurt a lot. The internal fight finally ended when only one ancient owl king larva was left on the coffee table. Looking at the dying final winner, Lu Ming roughly guessed the reason for the fight. As for the royal family, a group only needs one leader. There can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, let alone 10 tigers. At this moment, the final winner dragged his tattered body, which was missing 1/3 of its body, and pounced on a dead brother, biting the corpse vigorously. Even though the tearing action affected his wounded body, causing blood and fluid to splatter, he still didn't care. After a corpse was eaten, the Owl King larvae were radiant with light. In a short while, all external injuries were healed. There was originally only one black pattern, but now there is one more. After recovering from their injuries and regaining their strength, the larvae ate even more rapidly. Then comes the brutal dismemberment. Every time it devours an Owl King larva, a black line will appear on its body, its size will double, and its body will change once. When all 9 larvae were eaten, the Owl King's appearance had completely changed. It grew from the size of a thumb to a full length of 2 meters. The entire shape no longer bears any resemblance to a sickle owl larva, but instead looks more like a poisonous snake. The dark red main color of the skin is cancelled out by the black color of the black lines. The fragile and soft skin evolved into strong and smooth armor. The crystal blue light released by the specialized crystals reflects a deep and cold metallic luster. Having completed its initial evolution, it raised its body, revealing its chest and abdomen covered with dark red scales. Even in its infancy, the feeling of oppression has already taken shape. Lu Ming looked at it and slowly stretched out his hand. The Owl King larva seemed to know what Lu Ming was thinking. It leaned over with its feathery head and rubbed his palm. Seeing this intimate look, Lu Ming hung, who had gone through so much pain for the 9,000 specialized crystals, felt that everything was worth it. Take a look at its information data. Identification. Kill the Owl King larvae. See end grade. Category, Mutated Insect King Young. Description, one mother can give birth to at most 3 ancient owl emperor bloodlines, and when there are 3 of them, they will fight each other until the successor to the leader is decided. This time, for unknown reasons, it devoured 9 of its own blood relatives, gained a bloodline that surpassed the ancient owl emperor clan, and mutated into a murderous owl emperor. Its aggressiveness, killing desire, and hunting skills increased several times. It is absolutely loyal to its master and will never betray him until death. Height, 2.1 m. Weight, 10 kilograms. Skills, ejection and piercing poisonous flying needles. Status, has recognized its master, Lu Ming. Current promotion energy is full and it can advance to pupation at any time. However, the killing Owl King refuses to transform into a pupae because a certain wish has not been fulfilled. This wish is related to a sense of identity. Current alienation level, C-level juvenile, can devour the energy of alien creatures to advance. Promotion progress, 90000/8000000. Kill the Owl Emperor. After reading the information about the Owl King larvae, Lu Ming was surprised again. Finally I felt that the death of those 9 larvae was not a loss, and even a huge profit. Mutation, killing bloodlines, and giving a full 900,000 biological energy. Otherwise, if you rely solely on yourself to save money, you may not be able to make it through tomorrow. At the same time, the explosive value of the alien biological energy made Lu Ming involuntarily look at Chu Shuet. The promotion of the C-class royal family to the first level is already so outrageous. How terrifying would it be for the god-level Chugzhu to be promoted to C-level? Fear. Hiding, Lu Ming turned his attention back to the Owl King larva. The status bar says that it is a wish with a sense of identity, and the implication is obvious. Want me to help you pick a name? Lu Ming tried to have a conversation with him and found that the Owl King larva was quite intelligent. It fully understood his language and quickly lowered its head to show its submission. Lu Ming became more and more satisfied and clicked on the 3 question marks in the title of the panel. Hint: the larvae of the Owl King that was killed have not been named by the owner. Do you want to name it immediately? Yes. Hint: please name. Tyrant. Tip: please confirm again. Sure. Hint: Tyrant. The tyrant was named successfully. Chapter 70. Seeing that Lu Ming had given it a name, the Owl King larva dragged its slender body and swam quickly around Lu Ming. The black armor and red scales scratched deep grooves on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Ming had a complicated expression and even thought that if the floor was made of steel, it would produce sparks. But damn, this is a larva. Although it has a king-level royal bloodline and has mutated, it is only C and grade, not even B. Such destructive power makes the already unimaginable A-level and S-level species even more bizarre and unpredictable. Could it be that A-class is a trans-dimensional species, or an ultimate life form? And S-class is the Great Old One? Otherwise, how could the previous 66,665 batches of transferees not be spared and all die in this world? Where exactly is this so-called Gala Galaxy 618? Hiss. Just as Lu Ming's thoughts and consciousness were distracted, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his calf. He straightened his right leg reflexively and looked down, only to find that the Owl King larva was rubbing against his calf affectionately. The force is at least 10 times greater than when rubbing your hands, and each one feels like being scraped by a steel wool. Oh my god! No, I can't handle it. I am not able to enjoy this kind of intimate interaction with my current physical condition. Tyrant. Lu Ming called it by its full name. Sure enough, no matter which species it is, when their name is called out in a serious tone, they will sit up straight as a conditioned reflex. The tyrant straightened his body and looked up at his master, just like a loyal servant standing at attention waiting for orders. Lu Ming leaned over and patted its head, sighing, I like your affectionate behavior, but species have different physiques. I, your master, cannot bear your steel armor for the time being. Stop it. The tyrant tilted his head, and the tentacles on his head did a couple of chest expansion exercises, as if he didn't understand what he meant. Lu Ming was too lazy to explain. He raised his hand and pointed at the corner of the living room and said straight to the point, Go, transform into a pupae. This time it understood, and was obviously stunned for a moment, as if it had forgotten that it still had to evolve. Seeing it rushing to the corner of the wall eagerly, sticking its body straight against the wall, and forming a layer of protective film with its body fluids, Lu Ming was speechless. I prayed in my heart that this child didn't have the characteristics of a husky, otherwise I would have to consider finding an opportunity to make it into weapon material to stop the loss in time. Turning his gaze back to his calves, Lu Ming felt helpless. Following the standard leather shoes, pants were also scrapped. Look again at the deep grooves on the ground, as if wheels had rolled through the mud. Lu Ming sighed inwardly, it's over, the signs of the house being torn apart have already appeared. In the future, forget it, this apartment is a gift from nature anyway. As for clothes, the biological equipment materials are complete, so you need to change into new ones. Besides, the tyrant was born not long ago, so give it a chance. If it really has the characteristics of a husky after evolution, I can only say sorry. After all, traveling to other worlds is fine, and this kind of pet might be a good addition to your life. But this is the end of the world, and he will not allow any obstacles that create uncertainty around him. Looking back at where the tyrant was, there was a huge black pupa with a diameter of 0.5 meter and a height of 2 meters. Lu Ming stared and silently said identification. Slaughtering the Owl King's pupa, C and level weakness. Category, mutated royal pupa. Description, the pupa form of the C and grade mutant Owl King is formed by the Owl King larvae consuming a large amount of alienated biological energy. After completing the pupation process, it will evolve into the C and grade elite murderous Owl King. In the current state, it no longer possesses any skills and is not aggressive, and its body is extremely fragile. Because of its master recognition relationship, it is considered a traitor by the insects, and no larvae will gather to protect it. Features, none. Weakness, severe injury leads to death. Progress of emerging from the pupa, 0/10 hours. 10 hours. Looking at the time, it was already 10:32 p.m. The evolution will be completed at 8:32 tomorrow morning, just in time. Now, it's late at night, time to go to sleep. Zioxu, do you want to take a shower? After stretching his muscles, Lu Ming turned around and asked Chu Shui. Chu Shui immediately got off the bed, came to Lu Ming and held his hand, looking like she was asking him to lead the way. Lu Ming was embarrassed. That's not what I meant. I meant that you go first and I'll go later. Chu Shui let go of Lu Ming's hand and walked quickly into the bathroom. Lu Ming thought she understood what he meant, so he was not stingy with his words of praise. Unexpectedly, within 2 seconds of Chugzu entering the bathroom, she poked her head out, blinking her eyes to urge him. It seems to be saying, I will go first? You will come later? I am going, why are you not here yet? Lu Ming held his forehead. 40 minutes later, Lu Ming was lying in his quilt in his button-down pajamas, his left hand on his forehead. His old face was a little hot, and the lingering image was still in his mind. Unexpectedly, he ended up going into the bathroom with Chu Shui. It's not about washing together, but about helping each other. When the first snow was washed, he helped by rubbing her back, rinsing her hair and drying her hair. He also taught her how to use the water heater, shampoo, and shower gel. With the trait of learning instinct max, Hatsuyuki can basically learn it at once. When it was his turn to wash, he wrapped himself in a bath towel and kept his head down the whole time, while Chugzu rubbed his back and rinsed and dried his hair. Even though I didn't do anything, the whole process was very awkward. Although she calls him her wife, it will only count if she has a mature appearance. Given Chugzu's current appearance, his upbringing, and education as a Huaxia person on Blue Star would not allow him to cross the line. However, Hatsuyuki felt very novel and excited about everything in the bathroom. Although she doesn't get excited like a naughty kid, her emotional highs and lows can still be seen at a glance. I guess she was already looking forward to the next night. When she left the bathroom, she was obviously reluctant to leave and wanted to stay a little longer. Putting down the hand on his forehead, Lu Ming turned sideways and saw Chu Shui sleeping soundly facing him. Looking at Chugzu's peaceful and flawless sleeping face, Lu Ming also became calm and peaceful. I couldn't help but want to touch her long hair, but I was worried that I would wake her up. But Chu Shui seemed to sense something and subconsciously snuggled into his arms. But how could a sleeping person find the right position? Lu Ming paused briefly, then pulled her closer to his arms with a smile. As he stroked her long hair and smelled the fragrance of shampoo, Lu Ming gradually closed his eyes. Darkness came suddenly. Heavy breathing followed. The perspective kept oscillating between light and darkness. Someone is chasing him. Clang. It seemed like it hit something and the view moved to the ground. BD. You're still running? You're a BD. You dare to touch my son? Son. Hit him. Hit him back the way he hit you. I'm standing right here. If he dares to fight back, just try. The vague voice and the vague face seemed to be separated by a veil. The physical collisions continued one after another. He was clearly in pain, but he couldn't wake up. I didn't, he stole my things, I just took my things back, I didn't hit him. Your stuff? What can you have? 2 pieces of rags and a few cans? What does my son want? Why does he need to take your stuff? Didn't he hit me? How can my son accuse you if he didn't hit me? Look at yourself. Let's go, son. Are you relieved? Go back now. It's better to keep away from bastards like this. They might have mold on their bodies, which is unlucky. Chapter 71. That's a bit harsh. It's really hard to hear, but if my child was bullied, I would probably do the same thing. This child too, why won't he behave himself even though it's like this? Didn't he say that? His things were stolen, and he didn't bully others. Do you believe it? A child without a mother, without anyone to teach him, how can he tell the truth? And even though what that person said was harsh, it made sense. Does his child look like someone who would steal other people's things? The clothes on him alone cost thousands of dollars. And look at this child, no one knows where he came from, and no one is taking care of him. You have to make your child be careful when you go back, because he is targeting you. Well, let's just watch the fun. Why are you saying all this? He's already pitiful enough. Think about the child's feelings. Mood? You are so kind. If you feel sorry for her, you can take her home and raise her. It's just talk. Is this a thing? Hey, go away, go away. It's best to ask the street office to solve the problem. It's pitiful to keep wandering around like this. It's also easy to cause accidents and may even infect people with germs. Yes, that's it. The words sounded like they were coming through a brass tube. My ears felt like they were filled with water. All I saw in my flickering vision were faceless figures. Then there was a strong feeling of suffocation. Finally, when he was about to be out of oxygen, Lu Ming suddenly woke up. With a clear sound, my nostrils became clear instantly. The air flows into the lungs like a torrent, and every cell in the body seems to be baptized by oxygen. Lu Ming breathed in deeply, the feeling of being alive again was so refreshing. What is going on? Lu Ming raised his head, and what caught his eyes was a pair of shiny little feet. He half raised himself and looked forward, and saw Chugzhu sleeping between his knees with his hands up and chin raised. And those feet were probably placed on my face, no, on my mouth. Lu Ming, _. How? You slept so peacefully and comfortably in the first half of the night, but your true colors showed in the second, right? This is God's limited sleeping position, right? How many times did you have to toss and turn before you could sleep in this position? How many adjustments are needed to accurately insert those 2 thumbs into his nostrils? And myself, am I that tired? He was able to remain in deep sleep and unable to wake up under such circumstances. The physique of a high-level hunting warrior is just for show, right? He brought the first snow's little feet to his nose and smelled them. This doesn't smell like biological weapons either. It tastes exactly like the eggshells at that time. Is this smell intoxicating? Smell it again. I guess so, kind of addictive. I can't go on. If I go any further, I'll reach the abyss. He picked up Hatsuyuki from his feet and put her next to him again. Look at her delicate face highlighted by the specialized crystal lamp. It was as beautiful and peaceful as ever, as if the sleeping posture just now was just an illusion of Lu Ming. He even suspected for a moment that he was the one who kicked her over. After straightening the strand of hair hanging in front of Chugsyu's forehead and covering her with the quilt again, Lu Ming lay down again. The dream just now was still clear, but he couldn't help but smile. It has been 10 years since I was troubled by such memories, but today was the first time for me to do so. Perhaps it was the memories brought back by Chugsyu when she was waiting for him to accompany her, or perhaps it was because so many things had happened in the past 2 days that caused her thoughts to be complicated. Anyway, I can still recall what happened back then, and it's not an exaggeration to say that it was a traumatic childhood. He also had this kind of immature idea that it was not him who was wrong, but this world. But as he got along with the old man, as the old man passed away, he began to learn to take care of himself. Suddenly I felt that that experience was insignificant. Everyone is living their life to the best of their ability. They are hypocritical and give up their dignity, always wearing a mask with words written on it, for parents, for family, for children, for dignity, which can be read as life. It was clearly worn on my face, but it only drowned myself. Precisely because he has seen through all this and experienced darkness, he would choose limited selfishness on the premise of maintaining his 3 views from rocking rock bottom. Just because that way I can be better to myself. Oh! Thinking of this, Lu Ming laughed at himself. A man who wakes up in the middle of the night will have an active mind and will always come up with many ideas. A life philosophy, a self-composed tune, a wonderful operation, and a 10 consecutive full life card draw. Now he tends to be the first type, a little pretentious. My thinking became clearer and clearer, and I no longer felt sleepy. Looking at the time, it's already 4 a.m. There were still 3 hours until the morning of the 3rd day. It would be a waste of 3 hours to just sit there in a daze. It just so happens that all my pants and shoes are scrapped, so I can prepare biological equipment in advance. Open the space bag, find the Owl King's shell, and read the information panel. Owl King Carapace, Class E King level. Category, Royal Exotic Material. Description: the chest carapace of an E-class quasi-owl queen has a hardness and resistance equivalent to mithril level, and can be used as a raw material for manufacturing specialized biological armor. Conditions of use: intermediate clothing mastery and above. Proficient in clothing making? Changed function? I thought it was all completed within forging mastery. Fortunately, he already had the proficiency in clothing making. Open the information panel, click on primary clothing making mastery, and the 2nd level ultimate sublimation. Hint: it takes 50 specialized crystals to upgrade primary clothing mastery. Are you sure you need to consume 50 specialized crystals to upgrade primary clothing mastery to advanced clothing mastery? Sure. Whoosh. The grey font of basic garment making mastery gradually faded away, and the blue font of advanced garment making mastery slowly emerged. Advanced clothing mastery, C level. Category: proficiency. Description: master the skills of making alien biological armor and obtain advanced certification. The clothing making skills are officially proficient, and the highest level of armor can be made as alloy grade armor. Usage: activate the clothing making function silently to open the armor making interface. After putting in the alien biological material, the armor formula will automatically appear. According to the main material input category, the armor will be automatically identified and made. The armor making has a success rate. The higher the proficiency level, the higher the success rate. Features: advanced increases the success rate of armor crafting by an additional 10%. Features: advanced the probability of inheriting alien creature features increases by 2%. Features: advanced the probability of inheriting 2 or more alien creature features increases by an additional 0.2%. After looking at the properties, Lu Ming was very satisfied. Biological weapons inherit the skills of alien creatures. Biological armor inherits the characteristics of alien creatures. The two skills are professionally matched, with clear division of labor, which is reasonable within reason. And he was deeply impressed by the tyrannical Owl King. Until now its message is clear. There are 3 features in total. 1. Possessing the hunter instinct, killing and harvesting that becomes braver and stronger with each battle. 2. As long as you are not truly dead, you can quickly recover even if you are torn into pieces, advanced regeneration. 3. Even if you really die, you can still release an attack of resentful killing. With such an exaggerated description, these characteristics cannot possibly be targeted at the human body. It's impossible that if you put on the armor, 3 cores can be injected into your body, allowing you to regenerate quickly even if you are shattered, right? How outrageous is that? So he made a bold guess. The so-called characteristic inheritance is actually aimed at the armor itself. For example, the more you kill and reap, the braver you become, and the protective gear will absorb your fighting spirit and feed it back to the human body, thus completing the improvement of your physical fitness. To put it simply, biological equipment adds a buff to you. Advanced regeneration that can quickly recover even after being torn into pieces, that is, the ability to quickly repair the armor after being destroyed, without returning to a state of battle damage. The hatred and killing are the final afterglow of the full force burst after the equipment is truly destroyed. Chapter 72. It's exciting just thinking about it. Without further ado, let's get started. Start the clothing making function. As I silently recited in my mind, an extremely familiar interface unfolded before me. Lu Ming, frustrated face, is there any bottom line? Can you be more perfunctory? You don't even want to change the mechanical forge in the middle. At least he would understand if I put a sewing machine there. He threw it into the Owl King's shell with an expressionless face, and the interface was scanned immediately. Tip: the clothing function scan is complete, the main material is located at armor, the recipe is successfully matched, please select the production recipe. With a rustling sound, the pages of the book flipped, and a column of crafting recipes dropped down and expanded from the left side of the interface. Owl King Helmet. Owl King Armor. Owl King Gauntlets. Owl King Boots. It's just a choice of parts, there is no such thing as type. Judging from the situation, the amount of materials required should not be the same as that of weapons. Choose your armor first. If there is no separate description of the bottoms, the pants are definitely included with the armor. It's a pity that the product is not made yet and we can't see the real thing, otherwise we could also preview the style and shape. Choose the Owl King armor. Hint: to make the Owl King armor, you need to consume the main material Owl King Carapace 5, the auxiliary material Owl King Blade 1, and the specialized crystal *300. After experiencing the price baptism of the Owl King's sword and then looking at the material requirements of the Owl King's armor, Lu Ming felt that it was the conscience of the industry. More importantly, he had exactly 4 Owl King blades left in his bag, just enough to make a set of biological armor. He then threw another 4 pieces of Owl King's carapace and an Owl King's blade into the main and auxiliary materials column. The mechanical forge in the middle pulsed and emitted a brightly lit reaction. Improvement: the main and auxiliary materials and specialized crystals of the Owl King armor are sufficient, and the current production success rate is 80%, basic 70%, and the senior clothing maker increases it by 10%. Probability of inheriting characteristics 7%, basic 5%, increased by 2% for senior clothing makers, can be increased again by adding alien blood. The probability of inheriting 2 or more characteristics is 0.7%, basic 0.5%, increased by 0.2% for senior clothing makers, and can be further increased by adding heterogeneous blood. Hint: the amplification materials have not been put in yet. Do you want to start the production process in this state? Let it go, of course. Not only should you release it, you should also sublimate it before releasing it. First, throw the E-type royal blood from the Quasi-Owl Queen into the amplification material column. Tip: add 200 ml of E-type royal blood to increase the success rate of making mithril level armor by an additional 60%. The current success rate is 140%. Tip: the probability of inheriting the feature is increased by an additional 20%, and the current probability is 27%. Tip: the probability of inheritance with 2 or more probabilities increases by an additional 10%, and the current inheritance probability is 10.7%. In this way, the improvement data of Class E Royal Alien Blood is completely clear. And this kind of alien blood used for amplification can be used 4 times at a time. The success rate will definitely be 100%, the inheritance of characteristics can be stacked up to 87%, and the probability of inheritance of 2 or more is 40.7%. It seems that the probability is very high, but in fact, in front of a non-African, even a 1% failure rate may fall on him. But it doesn't matter. In his space bag, there are shell blades that can be sublimated, as produced by 20 sickle owls, 1 in Kangbeo factory plus 19 on the 5th floor of the shopping mall, and 20 bottles of ordinary alien blood that can be sublimated. He kept all these just for this moment. Recover the E-type royal blood in the amplification material column. After all, it is a precious embryo that can be sublimated to a higher level. Then he took out 20 bottles of ordinary alien blood that could be sublimated, and chose the second level sublimation in batches. Hint: to batch sublimate 20 bottles of 200 ml common heterogeneous blood, E grade, 2000 specialized crystals are needed. Are you sure you need to consume 2000 specialized crystals to sublimate 200 ml common heterogeneous blood, E grade, into 200 ml E-class royal heterogeneous blood? Sure. Brush. The E-class ordinary alien blood decomposes and disappears, while the E-class royal alien blood is reorganized. Lu Ming did not hesitate, invested 4 bottles of E-type royal alien blood, and chose to confirm the production. Buzz. The forging furnace was running, the strong light gradually changed, and with a burst of dazzling purple light, program prompts followed one after another. Advanced forging, congratulations on creating the dual attribute Owl King armor. Dual characteristics? Take out the successfully forged clothes. Lu Ming was a little confused. What he was holding in his hand was not cloth, but a diamond-shaped crystal that was 5 cm long and 3 cm wide. The bottom of the crystal is smooth and the ends are 3-dimensional. Like the Owl King's blade, there are also several blue cracks engraved on the crystal, through which energy flows, radiating a rich vitality. Armor. Lu Ming immediately browsed the information. Owl King armor, mithril grade. Category: E-class King level biological armor. Description: no measurement is required, the clothing can be unfolded after fitting the skin. It perfectly fits any body shape. It is made by senior clothing makers and incorporates the biological engineering of the Gala Galaxy. It is a new type of protective gear forged for specialized warriors to harness alien energy. It can guide the biological armor to disguise itself as the desired casual clothing style according to needs, which is very convenient. Inherited features: Killing Harvest Advanced Regeneration. Armed Link, Armor Resonance. Specialized Bioenergy, 500/500. Xenobiotic Activity, 12,000/12,000. Weight. Armed Joint. Armor Resonance, armoring the whole body with 4 pieces of the same biological armor can awaken the armor resonance and activate the biological armor. The whole body armor will share the inherited characteristics, biological energy, and heterogeneous biological activity. What the hell? Seems a bit awesome. Fits the skin. Lu Ming got out of bed quietly, took off his pajamas and held the diamond-shaped crystal close to his chest. There was a dripping sound, and countless black fibers swept across Lu Ming's body like a black tide. In just 5 seconds, a perfectly fitting black battle suit was formed. Fitting, comfortable, invisible. The most important thing is that you can feel the temperature feedback from the battle suit. Alive. Chapter 73. How to say it. If you think of it as a living thing, it's a bit strange. For example, you might think about the structure of the crotch area. As my mind became silent, the black tide-like fibers continued to spread upwards. It wrapped around Lu Ming's neck, climbed up his mouth and nose, and finally stopped at the bridge of his nose, covering his face. It could be said that it was truly armed to the back of his neck. Just try to breathe gently without any breath blockage. Even the air felt much fresher. Filter? It was also at this time that the sound of the black tide surging in my ears finally stopped. Then countless blue-green energy lines appeared on the entire Owl King's armor. They are regularly engraved on the surface of the suit, and together with the diamond-shaped crystals on the chest, they are filled with a technological beauty from the future. As for the ability to transform itself and disguise itself as everyday clothes, he would wait until he had completed the creation of all the armor. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming turned his attention back to the forging and clothing making interface. Expand the recipe list with ease and choose Owl King gauntlets. Hint: to make the Owl King gauntlet, you need to consume the main material Owl King carapace 3, the auxiliary material Owl King blade 1, and the specialized crystal * 200. The materials used are much less than those for the battle armor. Lu Ming put in all the main and auxiliary materials at once, and threw in 4 bottles of E-type royal alien blood to confirm the production. Advanced forging: congratulations on creating the dual attribute Owl King gauntlets. Another advanced forging with dual characteristics inheritance. The probability of 40.7% can't be said to be good or bad. He only hoped that this time he could have resentment and killing as one of the dual characteristics. Anyway, wearing the whole set of Owl King armor can trigger armed coordination. Whether it is skills, specialized biological energy, or alien biological activity, they will all be shared as a whole. Take out the successfully made handguard. This time, I got 2 diamond-shaped crystals of the same model as the armor, 2 cm long and 1 cm wide. Identification: Owl King gauntlets, mithril grade. Category: E-class King level biological armor. Description: no need to measure, just unfold the garment after it fits the skin. It perfectly fits any hand shape. It is made by senior clothing makers and incorporates the biological engineering of the Gala Galaxy. It is a new type of handguard forged for specialized warriors to harness alien energy. It can guide the biological handguard to disguise itself as the desired daily style according to needs, which is very convenient. Inherited features: advanced regeneration, hateful killing. Armed link, armor resonance. Specialized bioenergy, 300/300. Xenobiotic activity, 9000/9000. Very good, the hatred and killing sin are obtained. As for the remaining helmets and combat boots, just put a drop of ordinary alien blood in them to ensure a 100% success rate. Without rushing to equip himself, Lu Ming continued making protective gear. Hint: to make Owl King boots, you need to consume Owl King carapace 3, auxiliary material Owl King blade 1, and specialized crystal * 200. Hint: to make the Owl King helmet, you need to consume 3 Owl King carapaces, 1 Owl King blade, and 200 specialized crystals. Successfully crafted Owl King boots. Successfully crafted the Owl King helmet. The reality of the world is that when it comes to equipment probability, you either have to rely on blood or rely on luck. Stop the infusion of the royal alien blood. The production interface doesn't give you any face at all. It just throws you 2 blank slabs. Take it or leave it. There is nothing worth delving into about the properties of the 2 pieces of armor. Except for the differences in the nouns in the descriptions, the other data are exactly the same as the gauntlets. At this moment, 3 pieces of equipment and 5 diamond crystals were all in Lu Ming's hands. The two gloves have already been mentioned, so there is no need to elaborate on them. The two pieces of combat boots are 3 cm long and 1 cm wide. The helmet is quite interesting, only as big as the little finger, which makes it look delicate. First, place the 2 handguard crystals on the backs of your hands respectively. 2 fully enclosed gloves with the same texture as the battle suit spread and covered, and finally combined with the armor. The foot is fitted to the side of the ankle, and a pair of black combat boots closes the sole of the foot and connects to the lower body. In the last helmet, Lu Ming opened the self-image in the character information. After thinking about it, I chose the center of my eyebrows. Originally, I just wanted to find a random position to see the expansion effect. Putting it between the eyebrows is probably also a man's romance. I never thought that the crystal would disappear as soon as it came close to the skin. There was no black tide spreading, and no helmets were generated. It was as if it had disappeared directly. What's going on? Just as he was wondering, a piece of information penetrated into his consciousness. Lu Ming paused for a moment, then he looked suddenly enlightened. For the sake of aesthetics, the helmet is designed to be hidden by default. As for defense, the warframe will autonomously sense attacks and dangers. The wearer can also actively activate the defense state to provide seamless protection around the clock. To put it simply, it is the difference between autonomous driving and manual driving. Let's try it manually first. Armor defense activated. He recited silently in his heart, and the inscriptions all over his body glowed. A blue energy shield like a biological force field swept across from the top of the head to the soles of the feet, and then disappeared. Lu Ming tried to touch his chest with his fingers. However, he found that the disappeared power shield suddenly appeared at the top of his fingers, and no matter how hard he tried, it could not penetrate at all. Even if they increased the force and struck harder, they could not cause any ripples in the energy shield. That's awesome. He was extremely satisfied with this defensive capability. Disarm. Transformed into the armor's autonomous sensing, the energy shield is reversed and dissipated. The energy inscriptions on the Owl King's armor also changed from active to static. At this point, Lu Ming has figured out the defense method. What remains is 2-state switching. One is the linkage of weapons and the resonance of armor. One is armor camouflage, a change of daily clothing. If you ask me which one to try first, of course it's warframe resonance. Armed joint. He recited silently in his heart, sensing with his armor, the energy inscription that had just been still was now flowing rapidly as if it was running wild. Lu Ming's expression froze, and he instantly realized that a powerful force was pouring into his body. Ding 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 ding. Click, 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 click. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A rapid and crisp sound of mechanical operation suddenly emerged. Lu Ming's body surface continuously generates mechanical components for autonomous construction. In just 10 seconds, he was fully armed with a set of sophisticated mechanical armor. The navy blue metallic paint, the triangular helmet with sickle owl elements, and the futuristic tactical armor that fits the body's streamline are similar to the original skin design of League of Legends. Feeling the boiling energy in his body, Lu Ming's eyes burst into uncontrollable excitement. He could clearly feel the sudden increase in the defense thickness of the armor. There is no doubt that there is a necessary connection with shared biological activity. Identification. With this idea in mind, Lu Ming pointed directly to the armor information. Armed Joint Owl, Mithril Grade. Category, E-Class King Level Biological Weapons. Description, the Owl King armor releases resonance, enters a combat-armed posture, and greatly improves defense capabilities. Inherited features, resonance killing, harvest, advanced regeneration, resentful killing. Specialized bioenergy, 1400/1400. Xenobiotic activity, 39,000/39,000.